The omnipotent entities created countless universes since ancient times, called the Supreme Beings. The Supreme Beings endlessly sought eternal life, while continuously creating new universes. In that process, innumerable matter, souls, and laws were born. In this repeated cycle, the Supreme Beings gradually felt bored and came up with a way to entertain themselves. That was to observe their creations waging war against each other. To them, those creations were like chess pieces on a board, for them to toy with as they pleased. To the Supreme Beings, the destruction caused by their creations seemed quite amusing. That meant countless creations would have to fight continuously, die, reincarnate, and repeat. It was necessary to fill the boredom of the Supreme Beings. However, an accident occurred. One Supreme Being was killed by one of the creations while observing that endless war. The Supreme Beings of another dimension, after learning the news, gathered together to observe the world that had lost its master. The death of their companion, caused by a creation they themselves had made. However, the Supreme Beings ignored it. They all had the same thought. They proceeded to place their other chess pieces onto the board of their fallen companion. The current world, where only that creation remained, a power without a master, would belong to whoever first attained it. The scene shifted to a school somewhere in the Republic of Korea. This high school student was named Sung Jinwoo. He sat there, pointing at himself with a smile, saying, "I got into the Korea National University of Arts." Two classmates showed great astonishment, as if this was truly unbelievable to them. After a moment of shock, one friend exclaimed, "Impossible." Suzuki shouted, "How could a chicken like you get into that school?" Suho stood up laughing joyfully, replying, "Finally I escaped from this hell." Meanwhile Honda beside him cried and lamented, "And I have to try again next year." Suddenly, a resentful voice with a hint of mockery came from nearby. "Congratulations, Sung Suho. I heard you got into the University of Arts." The red-haired guy stepped up to sneer. "I didn't know you were that talented. Since when did you get so good?" He calmly replied, "Kim Seongcheol, it's you again." Hearing Suho call him by the wrong name, his face darkened. He growled, "My name is Lee Yuncheol, not Kim Seongcheol." But Suho kept his indifferent look. "Oh, is that so?" Yuncheol continued to reproach, "Because of you my plan to become the school boss was ruined." Suho replied without hesitation, "And thanks to you I got to graduate." The girls in class whispered, "Yuncheol is starting again." Lisa turned and wondered, "We're about to graduate. Why is he still so childish?" Jenny looked down in frustration and replied, "I don't know." Jenny's voice continued as she looked at Suho's cold face. "Why does he have to act so rude to someone whose parents went missing?" Yuncheol shouted his name loudly, "Suho." Then he raised his fist and leapt forward. As fast as lightning, Suho jumped high, grabbed his head with one hand, and brought his knee straight into Yuncheol's face. Suho frowned in irritation, wondering, why can't the two of us get along before graduation? Suddenly, his expression froze, his eyes wide open in horror. He had landed a fast and unexpected blow, but what was even more shocking was that Yuncheol was not knocked down. He still stood firm, his face slightly bruised, but still smiling strangely, exclaiming, "What the hell is this?" After that, Yuncheol continued to clench his hand into a fist while gathering strength. His eyes flashed with a deadly red light, the mysterious spiritual energy in his hand glowing as it prepared to be unleashed. He sneered coldly. It didn't hurt at all. A powerful hook punch was thrown by Yuncheol, but Suho managed to retreat in time to dodge. This action caused the locker at the back of the class to take the damage instead. Suho's face suddenly turned worried and fearful. The female classmates were also astonished, standing up wide-eyed to look down. Yuncheol stood there with his fist pointed. The locker was smoking. The punch had created a large hole in it, proving the inner power was no small matter. Even though he himself could hardly believe the strength he had just produced, Yuncheol looked at his own hand in amazement and exclaimed, "Huh." Meanwhile, Suho sat there with a dazed face, a foolish look in his eyes. If that punch had landed on his face, who knew what might have happened? Soon, time passed. 2 years after that day, in a splendid, luxurious city. A familiar young man appeared, along with the dust and smoke of the metropolis. Sung Jinwoo, now a sophomore university student, carrying a backpack and walking quietly. Suddenly something beside him caught his gaze. In front of Suho at that moment was a glowing gate, along with the broadcast of someone's voice. All classes in the main building, please move to the annex building. Please move to the annex building. He stood there looking. The warnings continued to echo. The hunters are currently raiding the dungeon. Everyone does not approach. A member of the association in a black suit asked in a deep voice, "How long has it been since the hunters entered?" The person there replied, "About 8 hours. Since this gate is only rank D, they should be coming out soon." Suho still maintained his usual cold demeanor. The warnings did not stop. Come on, it's dangerous everyone, please step back." Alongside were the murmurs of female students. What if they cannot clear that dungeon? Surely the hunters will succeed. His face showed a hint of sadness. He lowered his head slightly. A question appeared in his mind. Another gate again. Rewinding a bit into the past, the entire world had completely changed since 3 years ago with the emergence of the gates. The gates were pathways leading to the dungeons. Inside were countless monsters of all kinds. The monsters in the dungeons would try to break out of the gate after a certain time. Even so, humanity also gradually changed, as if mankind was born to confront them. The superhumans with the ability to control mana began to appear, called Awakened. The chaos that everyone believed would last for a very long time along with that ever-changing world was quickly suppressed when a mad awakened Wu Jin Chul created the Hunter Association in order to gather all the others awakened together under the name Hunters. Now the world has been divided into hunters who have awakened and ordinary people who have not awakened. Returning to the present, a drawing class at the Korea National University of Arts, Suho was sitting there making his own drawing along with his classmates. He gently sketched each pencil stroke on the paper. While some people had to work hard like ants to become rich, others were fed right to their mouths. This difference made those ants realize their limits. Just like that day 2 years ago, Suho, with a face full of fear, sat on a pile of trash. No matter how hard the unawakened tried, they could never close the gap between them, and an awakened rank E and Yuncheol that day was already one of them awakened. Suho remained silent. The world would end if hunters could not close the gates. In other words, while the unawakened could not live without the awakened could live normally without them. The pencil strokes gradually became clearer along with the thoughts in his head. So everyone was very grateful to the hunters. After all, were they not the reason why the unawakened like him could live in peace? The pencil stopped along with a new worry beginning to arise in Suho's heart. He wondered whether perhaps he was gradually getting used to having nothing. Behind the scribbled lines, the image of Suho's family appeared. His parents were missing, and he himself was an ordinary person whose life depended on others. Even during the time when Suho thought he could do everything, after losing everything, the feeling of helplessness gradually arose in his heart. His father's back appeared along with his mother's advice. She often said Suho grew more and more like his father, so what would his father do to escape this helplessness? Suddenly a call made Suho's eyes widen, pulling him out of those aimless thoughts. He startled and answered, "Yes, sir." The teacher standing behind gave praise. "Today you focused well." He stroked his chin, looked at Suho's drawing and praised, "How you can enjoy drawing like this." Suho smiled and replied, "I just draw what appears in my head." "Sir." The teacher looked attentively. "Are you drawing an ant? It looks creative." Then he rested his arm and concluded maybe calling it an ant-man would be more fitting. Suho naively asked himself, "Why did I draw this?" His drawing was of an ant monster with sharp claws standing on 2 legs. Switching the scene back to the gate at the school, besides the rescue team members, there were also people from the Hunter Association waiting. From inside, dark figures slowly stepped out along with a loud voice on the speaker. The hunters were coming out. A fairly large group, fully equipped, walked out together with the cheers of the crowd. They looked too relaxed. They must have succeeded. A rescue team member stood there in admiration of "Well done, Hunter Kim Jong-soo." He frowned and replied, "The dungeon raid was successful, and also there is something I need to report back to the Hunter Association." Jongsu's eyes flickered with unease when we encountered a new type of monster. He recounted they were humanoid monsters with blue flames emanating from their eyes and mouth. They attacked with claws, however the attacks caused no damage at all. Jongsu added, since I was still fine after being attacked by them, maybe it was nothing much, but then the rescue team responded they are still monsters, a new kind of monster we have never faced. It is fortunate to hear they pose no danger. He continued, then Hunter Kim Jongsu, please send a simple report about what happened in this raid. Suddenly from the wound on his thigh, a faint bluish light like mist appeared. Just like that, Jongsu's body froze, his eyes widened and his pupils dilated unnaturally. Immediately after, to the shock of the crowd, the shield and sword in his hands fell to the ground. A rescue team member exclaimed in worry, Hunter Kim Jongsu. He still stood there while the other members just kept walking past. Suddenly Jongsu's body transformed, his entire being went berserk. Thick mana poured from his mouth as he opened it wide and let out a terrifying roar. Blood gushed out. The other hunters in the dungeon raid team finally realized something abnormal. Everyone froze. A hunter had attacked and killed a security team member. Jongsu looked at them with eyes. Before they could react, his wide mouth was already right in front of them. Then only screams of pain and desperate reaching arms could be heard. The surrounding crowd panicked. They screamed in fear and ran quickly away from the gate. Many transformations appeared afterward. Monsters leapt up and attacked the people nearby. Screams echoed throughout the school, drawing the attention of Suho and his teacher in the drawing room. Curious students stepped toward the window full of questions about what was going on. All of them shared the same expression. The sight before them horrified them completely. Chaos below. People were attacking each other. Their bodies emitted strange blue mana. They held their heads, having completely lost consciousness. Another student trembled, their eyes glowing blue. They are monsters. The girl next to him screamed, don't tell me it is a dungeon break. From above someone shouted in panic, what are you doing now? While another remained calm, no, we must wait for the hunters. A student turned to the teacher. Ta Lim, teacher, you are an awakened, do something. He hastily waved his hand. No, I am only rank ESO. Suho froze with a huge question mark in his mind. His eyes lit up as he saw something. A monster appeared standing on the railing on the other side of the building. It crouched down, coiling itself ready to leap. Right after, a powerful stomp shattered the wall. Witnessing this, Suho anxiously shouted to warn everyone to run. In the blink of an eye, the monster lunged forward, smashing through the window and leaping into the classroom. Its eyes glowed bright. The blue mana exhaled from its grotesque mouth along with a terrifying roar. The students froze on the spot, their eyes wide with horror. Suho quickly rushed toward the classroom door, shouting a warning. At the same time, everyone ran now. A trembling girl groaned in pain with her weak voice. I can't stand up. The sound of her cry for help reached his ears, drawing his attention. But then Suho squeezed his eyes shut. He dashed outside and shouted back loudly, I will call a hunter. Yet right after that, a question rose in Suho's mind. Damn it, why did I say that I just abandoned her? But what could someone unawakened like me possibly do? He scolded himself in torment again. This damned unawakened, nothing will change if I keep making excuses to run away. Sung Suho, you need to do something. The figure of his father appeared once more. Together with the familiar question, father asked, what would you do? That figure in Suho's mind turned to look deeply into his heart, just like the way he glanced at the girl earlier. At the same time, the transformed monster had already risen and was trudging forward. Its target was the fragile girl in front of it. She was so terrified that she could not utter a word. Tears streamed unconsciously down her face. The monster roared and charged, its bloody mouth wide open. It leapt, lunging toward her. The only response was the girl's desperate scream. Just as the monster's mouth drew close, something else appeared. Suho had returned, holding a fire extinguisher, and slammed it straight into its face. Though afraid, his eyes glowed with determination as he thought, if it were father, surely he would. At that moment, a distorted system panel slowly appeared with lines of text. Once stabilized, the message read, you have met the conditions to complete the hidden quest, Courage of the Weak. A long time ago, Suho once had a dream. In that dream, everything was like a game. At that time, he wore a pair of steel-clawed gloves, his eyes sharp as he said to the monsters, "Now things are starting to get interesting." Back then, in order to defeat monsters that grew stronger with every floor, Suho leveled up and fought again and again. Upgrade notifications constantly appeared. He even boldly declared, "I don't need anything, men should fight with their fists." As the monsters became stronger, Suho also had to grow stronger, continuously engaging in duel after duel. And then, after enduring countless trials, he faced all kinds of monsters from orcs to spirit beasts. Suho struggled and defeated them one by one, his level and equipment steadily increasing until he finally climbed to the highest floor. The final boss he encountered there was immensely powerful. Although that boss was his enemy, Suho could not help but feel both envy and admiration for his strength. Somehow the true identity of the final boss turned out to be someone very familiar. That person patted his head and asked if the game was fun. Suho's eyes widened as he wondered about the game. Seeing that figure, he could only blurt out one word: his father was the final boss. Suho believed the dream must have reflected his memory of his father, showing him as someone strong and dependable. Suho wondered how he could have become that powerful. Returning to reality after dashing into the hallway, he spotted the fire extinguisher. In his heart, Suho quietly called to his father, then, without hesitation, grabbed the extinguisher and rushed back into the classroom where the monster stood. His thought, if it were father in this unbelievable situation, he would do the same right. Moments later, the extinguisher struck directly into the monster's face. Suho knocked it back with only the strength of his arms. He radiated an aura of determination, sweat still beading on his face, but fear nearly gone beneath his sharp gaze. The monster was sent sprawling. It staggered back, blood spurting out. Suho stood there wondering, what should I do now? I've heard that an attack from someone unawakened without mana has no effect on beasts. Only then did he realize I rushed in without much thought. But what was even more surprising was that the monster remained frozen, leaning backward. The girl beside him also unmoving, her tears hanging motionless in midair. Suho stared at it with questions filling his heart. What is this? Has time stopped? Right in front of his astonished face, a system screen appeared. On it, a message was displayed saying, "You have met the conditions to complete the secret quest Courage of the Week. You are now qualified to become a player. Do you accept?" Faced with a series of notifications and a request to make a choice, Suho was. He recalled what had happened and muttered to himself, "This situation is just like that dream." In the dream, Suho also once wondered if these things can really move. Before making a decision, a thought flashed through his mind. If I could fight like in that dream, then why should I not accept becoming a player in this life and death situation? Suho's face darkened slightly before making the turning point of his life. Immediately after he accepted to become a player, the art classroom radiated a dazzling light. A notification appeared. "Congratulations, you have become a player. Quest reward: Secret Quest Courage of the Week. Blessing of the Great Mage Kandairu. The Great Mage Kandairu has granted you a special spell. The Blessing of the Great Mage Kandairu ensures that you will always remain healthy throughout your life. Quest rewards: Permanent effect, longevity, cure of all diseases, poisons and status effects, and sleep will enhance regeneration. This system will help players grow. This is not a dream. You only have one life, so be careful." Immediately after, Suho's status window appeared displaying his information with his current health at 100. The remaining attributes, mana, strength, stamina, agility, intelligence, reflexes, were all at 10, and because he was a new player, he only had one active skill, authority of the ruler, level 1. Suho's eyes lit up and his heart filled with excitement. The status window of this game is exactly as I thought. Right after that, a quest notification appeared. Tutorial quest: defeated the ash fire and level up increased by 1/2. After carefully reading the information, he suddenly realized the monster before him was exactly the target of his quest. They were awakened ash fire, rank D. Immediately time returned to normal. Suho quickly shouted to remind his classmate to run now. She fearfully nodded in agreement. He noticed the name tags appearing above their heads. There were 2 ash fires not yet awakened, and 1 awakened ash fire rank D. Suho silently understood his opponent was 2 unawakened and a hunter undergoing transformation into a beast. He stood there with the only weapon, a fire extinguisher. As soon as the girl left, the 2 unawakened ash fires rushed toward Suho. He was still slightly nervous, sweat dripping down his mind, hesitating if I really had awakened then. While that thought was still running, Suho hurled the extinguisher straight into the face of 1 ash fire, knocking it backward. The blow shattered a large part of the extinguisher, and he quickly clenched his other hand into a fist. Suho charged forward, his fist glowing as he exclaimed sorry about this. The powerful uppercut pinned the ash fire to the ceiling. Suho himself was also surprised at the force of the punch he had just unleashed. Right then, a notification appeared saying you have defeated an unawakened ash fire. Suho looked at his hand and blurted out 1 hit, and it's done. At the same time, the other unawakened ash fire rushed toward him. His movements suddenly became agile and fluid as he quickly twisted his leg. Suho immediately launched a kick into its side. Right above the face of the second ash fire, another notification appeared saying you have defeated an unawakened ash fire. Instantly, a level up notification appeared. Tutorial quest completed. Notification: tutorial quest defeated the ash fire and level up level increased by 2 out of 2. Suho then turned to face the awakened ash fire rank D. Before fighting, another notification appeared: you have received a quest completion reward. Check reward with 2 choices: accept or decline. This further confirmed in his eyes and thoughts, now I am certain I have truly awakened. As that thought flashed through his mind, Suho charged forward without hesitation, attacking the monster. A left hook smashed straight into the awakened ash fire rank D's face, twisting it with blood flowing endlessly. However, seeing the ash fire still standing, he was astonished it withstood that strike. A second later, the ash fire countered its arm, stretching out, delivering a fierce claw attack towards Suho. He quickly leapt back to dodge. The sudden strike left 3 long wounds slashing down the middle of Suho's chest. His foot slammed hard onto the floor, breaking and shattering it as he slid back a long distance, while the ash fire still stood firm. Looking at the wounds on his chest, he worried, damn it, if that claw hits me, I will turn into a beast. I just awakened, and I am already about to become a beast. Luckily, a notification appeared: harmful effect detected in your soul. The longevity effect has nullified the status condition. Instantly, the wounds were healed with a familiar blue light. Suho was stunned by longevity, so that was what I saw in the status window at the start. Meanwhile, the rank D ash fire continued its assault. It quickly knocked him to the ground, pinning him down, gaining the upper hand. Suho strained to resist, his sharp eyes glaring upward, thinking, if I am weaker than a rank D turned beast, that means I am rank E. I have just awakened, and I am already worrying about ranks. Facing a beast this close for the first time left him unsettled. He tried to calm himself, muttering there must be something. Then Suho's eyes flashed as he remembered something. He quickly chose to accept the reward, and a notification appeared saying you will receive the following rewards: 1 attribute points plus 5 reward, 2 attribute points plus 3. Immediately Suho's strength increased by 1. He roared, using his newfound power to shove the ash fire away. With a powerful kick, Suho successfully sent it flying backward. But the rank D's agility was not to be underestimated. It landed lightly and quickly regained balance. In an instant, Suho dashed forward, unleashing a follow-up punch straight into its face. Yet it remained standing, even raising its hand to counterattack. Another claw slash was launched. Suho's blood flowed again, his face grimacing in pain. His eyes flashed with thought. Even with increased strength, I still cannot defeat this thing. Then I will put all of my reward points into strength. With those words, Suho's strength rose from 14 to 19. He quickly clenched his hand into a fist. He struck the ash fire straight in the face with the thought that an awakened person can level up. I have never heard of such a thing before, because level is determined at awakening, and no awakened has ever grown stronger than someone of a higher level. Suho bent low, dodging the counterattack while unleashing powerful punches that shattered the armor around the ash fire's abdomen. He roared and delivered a decisive blow. Suho did not know who decided the levels of the awakened, but if he had the power to break free from that damned hierarchy. His strike caused the board in the next room to fall down. Cracks spread across the classroom walls, preparing to collapse. A second later, the impact was about to blow apart the thin wall. The body of the rank D ash fire flew like a ball, carrying shattered bricks with it. Suho stood there clenching his teeth, his face dark but his eyes shining after the punch. His striking pose was breathtaking. This time Suho had successfully sent the ash fire flying. It could not remain standing like the 2 times before. He stood staring at the monster he had knocked into the adjacent room. Standing before the gaping hole, he panted, his fist still stained with the blood of the rank D ash fire. Along with its motionless body, a notification appeared for Suho: "You have defeated an awakened ash fire rank D," and a series of level-up messages. He collapsed to the ground, muttering with pride that I won. Suho looked at his hand, sweat dripping down his face, breathing heavily from exhaustion. He clenched his fist and declared that I was awake too. Suho briefly fell into deep thought. He recalled the image of himself delivering the decisive blow, and thought, I can do this. Considering I have awakened now, I can save those people and resolve this crisis. The scene shifted outside the school amidst the ruins and thick smoke. The cold footsteps of someone appeared. He carried a sword in his hand, dragging it across the ground as he rushed toward the transformed ash fires. As he approached the school, he stomped hard, blasting away the surrounding monsters, and leapt straight upward. Suho stood at the window, anxiously watching. The current situation outside was terrible. Suddenly his eyes froze, staring ahead. Suho stood still, looking forward. The one who had just leapt up turned out to be Jongsu in his ash fire form. He was the first one to be transformed, with a massive sword in hand, preparing to strike down at him. His power was even more shocking, an awakened ash fire rank C. After the strike, the classroom area around Suho filled with thick smoke, and rubble fell like rain. Right at this moment, at the large speaker pole in the city center, the giant loudspeakers blared in all directions with piercing screeches. Along with it came the voice of the announcer declaring the dungeon gate has opened at Seoul University of Arts. We request all residents in the area evacuate immediately. The military has arrived and sealed off the scene they are surrounding and containing the mutated monsters within the school grounds, minimizing casualties as much as possible. The captain stood there staring inside and complained that so many people were dying and we could only watch when the association's hunters arrived. The subordinate beside him looked uneasy and replied, it seems sending a B-rank hunter will take some time. The captain took a drag of his cigarette and turned to ask B-rank, did they not say this was a D-rank gate? The subordinate's answer surprised him. Actually, the association is considering that hunters may be infected. The subordinate glanced at the list of hunters registered for the dungeon raid earlier, his tone hesitant. He pointed to the image of C-rank hunter Kim Jong-soo, then muttered, could it be that C-rank hunter has already been infected? The scene shifted inside the classroom. Suho was being pushed back, and the one advancing toward him was none other than Jong-soo, the very first to be transformed. As Suho retreated, he wondered what the hell did it just leap up from a lower floor. Above its head appeared the name Awakened Mistburn C rank, along with a question flashing in Suho's mind. Mistburn C rank, it even has a weapon. Surely it is different from the previous ash fires. He raised his fist before him and muttered, but I just leveled up earlier. I wonder if I have a chance. Before he could compose himself, the sword in its hand slashed, forcing Suho to fall back in order to dodge. That slash created a current of air, a spiraling slash full of destructive force cutting across the classroom. He had barely escaped a deadly strike by a hair, but was driven against the far wall, his face full of worry. Seeing the savage expression of the ash fire monster, it sneered with glowing eyes, raising its sword overhead to strike down. As the ash fire swung, Suho quickly grabbed a fire extinguisher, lifting it above his head to block. It sliced the extinguisher in half with ease, forcing Suho to leap aside. The extinguisher exploded, its white powder spreading across the entire room. The haze even drifted outside into the hallway through the doorway. In that instant, Suho seized the chance amidst the chaos and bolted outside. As he ran, he thought to himself, I can't face a monster like this, no wonder the awakened are ranked. When will the hunters get here, if I can just hold out until another hunter arrives? Suho ran along the hallway behind him as Fire Jongsu stepped out to the doorway watching. It grinned wickedly strange blue mana radiating thickly. Suddenly another sound drew its attention. It turned its head and smiled with delight. Seeing it not pursuing, Suho froze puzzled. He turned back to look at it. As he wondered why the gaze of Ash Fire Jongsu had shifted upward to the girls standing on the rooftop. They were also standing there waiting, thinking, let's just wait until the hunters come, they will be here soon, right? At that moment, 2 of the 3 girls met its eyes and shuddered in fear. Before they could react, it leapt soaring from the building's hallway straight to the rooftop. Suho, witnessing this, could only gape in horror, almost rooted to the spot. A moment later, the girls were gone, only Ash Fire Jongsu remained with rubble and smoke. Suho clenched his teeth in fury. His body creaked as if about to snap. His brows furrowed and his sharp eyes burned with rage. Without a hint of hesitation, he leapt 2 steps, using the stair ledge for momentum toward the rooftop, cursing in his head, damn it, there is no time to wait for hunters anymore. Suho fiercely unleashed a powerful kick to the nape of Mistburn Jongsu, his fists also ready. While suspended in midair, he told himself, I must stop it. The surprise attack from Suho almost caused no damage. The monster still kept its mocking grin. It then swung its sword in retaliation, and he quickly pushed off to jump back, evading. Suho reminded himself that if I get hit even once, I will lose my life. He looked down at the corpses of those just slain, blood flowing endlessly. Seeing the mist burn rushing toward him ferociously, Suho decided to confront it with the thought, but I cannot let it escape. Immediately, he unleashed a flurry of punches, striking straight into its chest. It was not to be outdone, swinging its sword to counter. He twisted aside, dodging, then continued to hurl his powerful punches. Suho launched a straight punch, and the impact rang out loudly. Not allowing either himself or the Mistburn a moment of respite, he instantly struck with a backhand punch. At this moment, Suho seemed to enter a state of extreme focus, his eyes glimmering with a cold light. After being attacked continuously, the eyes of the Mistburn narrowed slightly. While Suho gripped its head, his leg was seized in its grasp. The other hand of the Mistburn was swinging the sword. Immediately, it dealt Suho a slash across the abdomen. Along with the clash came a spurt of blood from his mouth. Suho let out a cry of pain. The slash was so strong his small body was flung flying straight into the opposite building. Suho coughed up a large mouthful of blood, his expression filled with agony as if hovering between life and death. While he was still sitting there, Mistburn Jongsu stepped up before him. He furrowed his brow, blood speckled across his face. On the system board, his HP, now only 1 out of 140. Suho slowly raised his wounds, gradually healing, muttering under his breath, "Lucky it seems the system does not want me to fall yet." A mysterious black space appeared, faintly glowing. The Mistburn monster sneered coldly at Suho. In that dark space, cracks began to appear. He trembled as he stood, fists ready, though healed blood still flowed unceasingly. The cracks spread wider, as if what was inside wanted to burst out and explode. While Suho stood in stance, Mistburn Jongsu had already appeared before him without him noticing, its hand still clutching the large sword. A notification appeared. A new skill, Stun 99, together with Suho's narrowed eyes. He struggled to lift his arm with a little strength, left to clash against its sword, inwardly cursing, damn it. The crack was completely shattered from within and burst forth a blinding, mysterious light. Then a dark figure flew out, accompanied by a deadly red glow. A dark monster appeared along with a piercing screech. Inside the classroom, Suho lay there helpless, while the mist-burning monster prepared to unleash its final deadly strike. At that very moment, a ray of light descended, slicing off the monster's arm and standing between it and Suho. He lay there, blood still flowing endlessly, forcing himself to look up. His eyes opened dully, faintly seeing what was before him. Looking at the dark monster before him, he wondered about an ant. Suddenly, that monster glowed and let out a lamenting no. It looked at the recovering Suho lying there and spoke in self-reproach, all because I came too late. The dark monster glared at the mist burn before it and growled in fury. Two antennae appeared swaying atop its head, its voice lowered with hesitation. The dark monster now radiated an intense aura of death, speaking vile insects dare to harm him. The moment it finished, half of the mist-burn Jongsu's body was instantly blown apart into gruesome shreds. The scene shifted to another event. Another mist-burn appeared here. It was rushing swiftly toward a red-haired student who held only a mop for defense. This man was none other than teacher Ta Lim, who screamed in terror for help. The teacher lowered his head, clutching it, and cried out a long-drawn "Save me!" At that same moment, the mist-burn's body was sliced into pieces. Following that, a multitude of mutated monsters within the school were annihilated. The sharp hand of the mysterious dark monster emerged wherever it passed. A mass slaughter took place, with the victims being the mindless mist-burns. Its hand was drenched in blood and dark power. Body parts flew across the school, accompanied by countless interwoven slashes of darkness. The naked eye could not follow, only a black streak flashing by and cutting down the mist-burns. That darkness swept rapidly through every corner, dealing with what it deemed lowly insects. Piercing howls of wind echoed along with surges of force wherever it flew. In the sky above the school there now appeared a mysterious blinding light, causing the military outside to recoil in shock. Centered on the Korea Art School, waves of sound circles spread across the city after the cry of that dark creature. The commander and other soldiers were utterly astonished, hardly even blinking. After everything had been cleared, it returned and suddenly knelt down. This being dropped to one knee before where Suho lay, bowing its head and speaking in a deep voice for a long time. "No, see, Prince." Its image was identical to the monster that had appeared in Suho's dreams, which he had sketched earlier today, and that very sketch was now lying on the ground. Going back to the past many years ago, a little boy held a crayon drawing a small ant. Next to other toys like letters and robots, around the boy were mostly crayons and drawings of strangely shaped things. Suddenly, in front of him appeared something that caught the boy's eyes. This boy was none other than Suho when he was young. In front of him now was the giant foot of the shadow monster, making him startled. It wore an apron, using long fingers with sharp claws to hold up the drawing, let out a sound, then asked, "Little monarch, are you drawing me?" Its eyes opened wide, the ant-like head with two sharp teeth, along with Suho's scolding, "This Baru is crazy." Back to the present, Suho was lying in the hospital, with wounds on his face. He slowly opened his eyes. His face blank, the hospital atmosphere a little quiet, his lifeless eyes looking at the ceiling. Next to Suho were two hospital staff with devices recording parameters, while he only uttered one word, "Ant." The scene shifted, looking down at the city hospital, a rather luxurious complex. On the other side of the line, someone was asking continuously on the phone, making him have to hold it away. "Suho, what the hell happened out there? You are not hurt, right?" Before he could answer, that person immediately added, "It cannot be. This world is too chaotic. I will arrange for you a bodyguard who has awakened." Suho immediately replied, reassuring me, "I am a fine uncle." When he opened his eyes, 2 days had passed since that time. Now on TV, in the news section, the announcer said, regarding the incident at the Korean National University of Arts, which shocked the whole country in the past few days. Due to many casualties, this incident has become sensational in many ways. From the discovery of mist burns, monsters that can actually infect even hunters, turning them into monsters like themselves. Even though the incident happened right in the city, the slow response of the Hunters Association is undeniable. There have been speeches of apology from the representatives of the association. And when the hunters arrived, they all had the same expression. That was the utmost astonishment. And this was kept secret by the association. A secret that has not yet been clarified. The mist burns inside the university were all wiped out by an unidentified cause. One of the surviving victims answered an interview. The people who turned into monsters suddenly flared up and exploded in front of me, therefore. At this moment in the hospital in Suho's room, he sat there dazed under the light of his phone screen. He fell into thought trying to recall what had happened that day. Suho sat there smiling and murmuring as expected awakening is not a dream. Moreover, it is an awakened who becomes exponentially stronger as they level up. Character info name Sung Suho level 5 class unassigned fatigue zo title. None HP 140 MP 14 Strength 22 Physique 14 Agility 14 Intelligence 14 Perception 14 Remaining attribute points 0 Passive skills, none active skill Authority of the Ruler level 1. After scanning his own info, he looked at his hand and murmured to himself, "But wait, I recall being slashed by a rank C awakened mist burn, so how am I still alive?" From the darkness a voice answered, "That is because I Baru removed that trash for you." The strange voice made Suho startle in confusion. He looked down at the shadow on the floor. A giant ant head appeared there along with chirping sounds. It greeted long time no see little monarch. Surprisingly, Baru seemed moved, its eyes glistened, 2 tears about to spill. Suho was stunned and continued to listen as it spoke. "Little monarch, since when have you grown so much? I cannot contain this overwhelming emotion right now." Images from the past, when he was just a child, gradually returned like scattered fragments. Suho's memories slowly came back. Images of him playing with it also appeared. Suho knew this ant. When he was a child, Baru was one of the shadow entities that stayed with him. Suho looked at it and wondered why he had forgotten it until now. It raised a hand to wipe away its tears, then continued, "I Baru crossed space to come here to see the little monarch." He looked at it with naive eyes and wondered why he had lived with shadow creatures when he was small. He truly had many curiosities about it. Suho now closed his eyes and asked Baru, "First of all, in my memory, I did not think you were so small. You are an ant, right?" It replied, "This is the consequence of expending too much mana. When traversing space, I am usually much larger and more terrifying than this." Suho continued with another question. "The system window said you are an individual rank, so it screamed in reply, what a joke, Baru martial rank, yet an individual rank, that stupid system." He stepped lightly off the hospital bed, his legs still a bit weak. Suho reached out, looking at Baru, asking further, "Anyway, my recovery was thanks to you, right?" It answered, "I may not look it, but I really am a healer." Looking out the hospital window, Baru continued, "My goal in coming here was to your seal, but I did not expect you to exceed my expectations. I am extremely impressed." These words made him curious about the seal. Images appeared, and then Suho asked another question, "Is the seal inside my dream?" Baru explained, "You can regard it as a dream, but all of those things are what you truly experienced. You became much stronger when you fought alongside me." It added, "Even the great dark king Sung Jinwoo sealed power into your memories to give you a normal life." These words made Suho freeze. He reacted fiercely, grabbing Baru's head with both hands, accusing, "My father, as I thought you were involved in my father leaving home." It tried to explain, "He did not leave home, he is in the outer world." Suho released his hands, puzzled. "Outer world, what do you mean?" Baru flustered, trying to explain in the simplest way. It noticed the shadow on the nearby wall, then manipulated and transformed that shadow as it wished. Baru created the most realistic images to explain simply, "The great dark king Sung Jinwoo is in a place called the outer world and is fighting against those who are." Looking at the figure of Jinwoo created by Baru, Suho continued to ask, "My father is protecting the world, right?" It depicted the image of gods by the hands of shadow, and in the palm was the image of a mysterious eye that was Iterum, the gods of the outer world. Baru recalled its own battle scenes and continued, "Iterum is sending their apostles and trying to invade our world. Before coming here to meet the little monarch, I had already torn apart countless enemies. The truth is, the gates and monsters appearing on Earth are the influence of this war." These words made Suho fall into thought, his face showing a trace of worry. He continued to ask, "So did my mother go with him?" But unexpectedly the answer was no. Suho added, "She disappeared the same day as my father, so I thought they went together." As the words ended, suddenly Baru changed its demeanor. Its expression became extremely worried. It cried out in shock, its face turning pale, its hands clutching its face. Baru flew in circles, its voice somewhat hurried. The shadow part on Lady Hien has disappeared. Itarim, the apostles of Itarim on earth have carried out a vile scheme. Suho lowered his head and asked, is it because of those bastards called Itarim that my parents cannot return? Baru hesitated, then asked back, does the little monarch want to see them again? He clenched his fists, trembling, as he answered, of course, I have been alone for so many years. It immediately spoke, then there is a way. Suho now listened very seriously. Baru created a shadow in its hand and continued, the Lord cannot return to earth while the war is escalating like this, but if the little monarch becomes stronger, you can find and rescue Lady Hien yourself. A key gradually formed and appeared in its hand, along with the declaration, let us level up. Almost instantly a quest report appeared, quest information, trial of shadow. You are the son of the great dark king, however now your innate power has been sealed. To obtain that immense power you must prove yourself, enter the shadow dungeon and prove your worth. Immediately in Suho's hand was a shadow key, item information, shadow dungeon key, rarity unknown, effect. This is the key to open the gate of the shadow dungeon. It can be used in the shadow of Sung Suho. Baru simultaneously gave instructions, insert the key into your shadow. He immediately complied, reaching his hand. As soon as the key touched the shadow, an immediate surge occurred. Suho quickly turned his hand, a click sound appeared like the sound of unlocking. In front of him and Baru at that moment appeared a mysterious shadow gate. Beside him it encouraged Suho, go on, enter there, and reclaim all the power that should belong to you, O little monarch. He stood there, took a deep breath, feeling the dark energy radiating from within. Even now Suho still could not believe the information. He had not yet digested the outer world, the war of the gods, or the dark monarch. They were truly too unreasonable for Suho. He unbuttoned his shirt, rolled up his sleeves, and prepared to step forward. The image of a family reunion appeared in his mind with the thought, but if I can see them again by becoming stronger. Suho, with eyes full of determination, just like his father, silently resolved, I will level up no matter what. His actions and expressions at that moment made Baru extremely astonished. It remembered its monarch when Jinwoo then ordered it Baru return to earth and break Suho's seal. At that time it wondered, you mean the seal of the little monarch? The man above replied, yes, the invasion of Itarim may spread to earth. Jinwoo coldly ordered, return Suho's sealed memories and power and let him protect earth himself, the rest I allow you to decide. After recalling and looking at his back, Baru thought, my decision if you have left me to decide his life. It remembered the image of him beaten to the ground in the school with blood everywhere. Its eyes flashed along with the thought rising at that moment. Baru finally came to the decision, I will stay beside the little monarch and watch him grow. In the next instant, the two stepped together into the shadow gate, the first step in Suho's journey to reclaim his power. In just the blink of an eye after they entered, the gate completely vanished from the hospital room. Inside, the image of Suho and Baru gradually appeared. He let out a sigh. Baru beside him quickly added information. This place is the land of the dead where the living cannot step without the master's permission. In front of them was an old and ruined city, everywhere exuding the breath of darkness, death, and the infinite power of the master of this place. Standing before the scene, Suho thought in dismay, so this is the shadow dungeon. It looks more like a ruined city than a dungeon. But then, his facial muscles relaxed, becoming calm. The shadow of Suho stretched long on the ground. He seemed to realize and feel it. But for some reason, it felt strangely familiar. At this moment, a system screen faintly appeared before him, making Suho show a somewhat astonished expression. Mission notification. Survive mission. The inhabitants of this shadow dungeon will never accept a weakling as their master. In this land, survive for a certain time and prove yourself. Required time, 4 hours. Remaining time, 4 hours, 0 minutes, 0 seconds. He raised his hand and muttered aloud, I need to survive here for 4 hours. Baru reminded, please be extremely cautious, little monarch. His voice lowered as he added, the moment of tribulation will soon come. Suho asked worriedly, tribulation? At the same time, above them, a dungeon monster was silently watching them. Immediately after, the green monster with glowing red eyes leapt down to attack him. Suho quickly bent down, supported himself with his hand, and launched a backward kick straight into its stomach, making the monster cry out in pain. His eyes lit up blue as he looked back and exclaimed, "Truly unexpected." The scout goblin sat clutching its chest, grimacing and crying out. Suho turned to speak to Baru, a scout goblin. Baru cautiously reminded, "Having a scout here means there are surely many more nearby." As soon as the words fell, he immediately rushed forward. "If so, I must finish it quickly before it can call its kin." Baru hurriedly stopped him. "Little monarch, indeed goblins are weak and small creatures, but recklessly charging in like this." Then Suho replied, "The name of this one has no color, which means it is at the same level or lower than mine." Now, he stood before the scout goblin. Just before it could blow the horn in its hand, Suho directly struck at the arm holding the axe, making it drop the axe. He immediately grabbed the axe and swung. At the same time, the system notified, "You have obtained an item, Goblin Stone Axe." Afterward, Suho directly struck down onto its head. Purple blood splattered along with the shrill scream of the scout goblin, together with the notification, "You have defeated Scout Goblin." He released his hand, looked back and said to Baru, "It is done." Suho further explained, "Those stronger than me are marked with color on their names." Baru replied, "I understand." Suddenly, a horn sounded nearby, making both of them freeze. On the lamp post above, another goblin was sitting, blowing the horn to signal the whole horde. Suho frowned with a hint of worry. "It seems there is still another scout." Then, in just a moment, the monsters approached with firm steps, and 3 goblin captains with ferocious faces appeared. Their common features were green skin and sharp claws. Underlings of them, the goblin squad leaders, they howled and screamed, showing their hunger. Suho turned to Baru for help. "You will help me, right?" It replied sadly, "I wish I could be of assistance to you, but because I am too far from your position, my lord, my mana cannot be continuously recovered, so I need to preserve my strength as much as possible." Baru added, "And if I interfere in this battle, the amount of experience you gain will be significantly reduced." He worriedly looked at the vast horde of goblins surrounding him, their eyes glowing red like fireflies, then asked Baru again, "So what you mean is, you will not be very useful, right?" As soon as he finished, the goblins immediately went mad and rushed to attack Suho. He gathered mana into his hand, preparing to fight. Then just watch. He infused a portion of mana into the axe above the head of the scout goblin. Then Suho pulled strongly, retrieving the axe back to himself. While the monsters charged in thoughtlessly, he hurled the spinning axe, cutting through their bodies in one sweep. Retrieving the axe in his hand, Suho seemed delighted. "So this is the skill engraved into my status window. It feels like having an invisible hand." The skill description, Hand of the Monarch Level 1, Active Skill, no mana required, you can physically affect objects without needing to touch them. A moment later, he tilted his head to one side to dodge, then reached out and grabbed something. Suho looked up in surprise. There was even an archer. He held the arrow in his hand. Using his skill, he drew an invisible string aimed at it, sending this back to you. As soon as he finished speaking, the arrow pierced through the head of the goblin archer, killing it instantly. Baru widened his eyes in amazement, silently marveling, such an incredible adaptability. He began to recall, the youth of the young lord was like the birth of a legendary hero in myth. Even at that time, he could use the hand of the monarch, inherited from the monarch, at his will. However, that power was created to destroy all things, so it was only like shackles in this peaceful world. At present, when the apostles of Iterum are eyeing to invade Earth, the power of the young lord begins to shine upon this world. Right at this moment, Suho was alone battling fiercely in the midst of the goblin horde. He skillfully used his ability, quickly defeating them. Along with the level up notification, Suho vaguely realized, it seems the limit of the hand of the monarch is around 10 kilograms. Just a little lapse in focus, he was stabbed sneakily by one of them. After succeeding, it stood there grinning smugly. What it received in return was a powerful punch that completely shattered its face. He stood there, clutching his stomach, bending down in pain. Baru worriedly exclaimed, "Young lord." From behind the mob of underlings, a goblin radiating dense killing intent was stepping forward. It was one of the 3 goblin centurions earlier. It reached behind and grasped its weapon. On this side, Suho also gripped the dagger embedded in his abdomen. His HP at this moment was 160 out of 190. He silently lamented, "It really hurts." Then Suho firmly pulled the dagger out of his stomach. At the same time, the goblins continued rushing in to attack. Conveniently holding the dagger in hand, he used it against the monsters to fight. Suho hurled the dagger straight ahead with tremendous force. The target was the goblin centurion at the back. On its path, it pierced through the underlings, blocking the way. The centurion quickly used its weapon to block the strike. On this side, Suho seemed extremely excited, but I feel more energetic than the times I felt powerless. He used the skill power of the monarch, both defending and counterattacking, to eliminate the goblin underlings. However, he could not avoid being injured before their overwhelming numbers. His HP dropped to 118 out of 190. But Suho showed no signs of stopping, still frantically slaughtering the goblins. HP dropped to 84 out of 190. He rushed forward, reached out and grabbed another dagger. Then launched a straight thrust forward. HP kept dropping unstoppably, down to only 50. Along with the notification that he had learned the skill endurance, came a series of notifications about his level up. After a while, everything gradually grew quiet. Blood streaks stained the ground. The scene was now only filled with goblin corpses. They were everywhere. The centurion was also slain with a dagger driven straight into its chest. Suho sat on an old vehicle, panting heavily from exhaustion after a long, fierce battle. Finally, the notification of mission completion appeared. Baru behind was overjoyed, clapping to praise. "How truly wonderful! I have never once doubted you would overcome this trial, my young lord." He asked it back while still breathing hard. "You really did not help at all from beginning to end, did you?" Right at this moment, another notification arrived. "You have received a reward for completing the trial. Check your reward, accept or decline." Immediately after Suho chose to check, the system notified, "You will receive the following rewards." Reward: Shadow Extraction Rune Stone. He was a little puzzled. A rune stone? If I use this, can I learn the skill of shadow extraction? The image of Jinwoo unconsciously appeared in Baru's mind. It was thought, the young lord is learning the shadow extraction skill. Suho lifted his shirt, looking at his abs, muttering, "Now that I recall, I also received a skill called endurance while fighting. It seems I received both skills outside of those obtained upon leveling up after awakening." Skill Endurance Level 1. Passive skill. No mana required. You possess incredible stamina. Physical defense increased by 20%. He jumped down from the car and said to Baru, "Compared to when I was not awakened, it feels like I have turned into a cheat character. Even the wounds healed right after leveling up." It replied, "This leveling mechanism is based on the system that the monarch once used in the past. It is a type of support system constructed to ensure safety while you develop, my young lord." Its voice sank, mixing in a teasing tone. "To sum it up, I thought I was someone who could not awaken. But in fact I was born with the strongest silver spoon of darkness, or some title like that," Suho replied wearily. Yeah, anyway, I accept the reward." He received the rune stone and held it in his hand. Instructions: Shadow Extraction. You can absorb the skill by breaking the rune stone. Without a moment of hesitation, Suho directly crushed the rune stone. Dark energy began to spread under his feet. Along with the notification, "You have learned the skill of shadow extraction." Shadow Extraction Skill Description: Power of Darkness. No mana required. Extract mana from the body of the dead and turn them into a shadow warrior. The failure rate of extraction increases proportionally with the stats and the time of death of the target. Number of extractions available 0 out of 3. Suho looked down at the shadows on the ground, eyes wide, asking foolishly, "I can create shadow warriors?" Baru, like a teacher, continued explaining, "That is a skill that can turn corpses into warriors like me. Shadow extraction is truly the essence of the power that created the current Shadow Monarch, Lord Sung Jinwoo. He still had doubts, like a type of necromancy. But if I want to command my soldiers, I need to hunt them first. So doesn't that mean I can only control those weaker than me? Suho reached his hand toward the corpse of the squad leader, muttering, I heard that summoning type skills are not very popular among hunters. Immediately after a notification appeared, shadow extraction can be used on this target. He immediately used shadow extraction. The system then gave a requirement. Please set a command for the shadow extraction skill. Suho rubbed his chin pensively. I need to come up with a command just for this skill, too troublesome. He began mumbling in thought. Biru beside him also brooded. It became slightly excited and spoke. If it is a command, then it needs to be direct. Suho extended his hand toward the corpse. The dark energy gradually enveloped him. His voice sank. The name he gave this skill was Arise. After he gave the command for his skill and read it aloud, the shadow of the goblin centurion began to stir. From the darkness a green arm was slowly being formed and raised high. In just a moment, 3 shadow goblins of level 1 normal rank appeared in front of Suho. He was stunned, showing amazement. Looking at them he exclaimed, So this is the Shadow Tribe. Looking at those small, somewhat skinny figures, Biru was startled in confusion. Suho sighed, somewhat disappointed. Not as great as I thought. It tried to explain to him. Usually shadow warriors are weaker than in real life. Suho wondered, are they also smaller? How much weaker are they? Biru answered, probably just a little. He frowned, somewhat dissatisfied. Furthermore, here it says they will disappear after only 1 day. Biru widened its eyes in reaction. Impossible. Don't you have the shadow storage skill? Suho's answer was no. Its face darkened, replying sadly, I think it is because the intelligence stat and level affect the power of shadow authority. Biru was still trying to find a suitable reason, but that is also a very good skill. Truly that skill is great. He immediately reassured me. I understand, don't be sad anymore, Biru. Right at this moment, Suho's stomach growled continuously from hunger. He suddenly remembered. Thinking back now, I haven't eaten anything for 2 days. Biru, how do we get out of here? In the middle of the shadow dungeon, it answered. You can leave here anytime by using the shadow dungeon key. Suho decided. Then let's find some food first. As soon as he used the key, a board with 2 choices appeared. Notification. Do you want to exit the shadow dungeon? Yes, no. The scene shifted right after that, under the sunlight shining into the room through the window. Suho was sitting there enjoying his meal. He sat on the hospital bed, eating while sighing. I never thought hospital food could be this delicious. Biru, after a moment of observation, now spoke up. My liege, now I will explain what you need to do from now on. You have a total of 3 missions. It continued. The first is to protect the Earth from the monsters of the outer world. Suho, while chewing, asked back, so I should go to dungeons and hunt monsters, right? Biru, based on what Jinwoo experienced with Jinwoo, replied, yes, when you hunt monsters you will level up, and the stronger you become the safer the Earth will be, just like your father once did. Immediately after that, he spoke of the second mission. You must find Lady Hien at all costs. He wondered, is there a way to find Mother? Biru answered, when you hunt outer world monsters you will find clues, right? He responded, so I still have to enter dungeons. Unconsciously Biru's gaze flashed somewhat seriously. And the third mission? This mission is very important. It emphasized, that is to restore my power. I can't believe I am only at individual rank. I want to show you my true strength. Suho wondered, how can I restore your power? Biru answered, I can absorb potions of magic and knowledge of targets by drinking them. This is an inefficient method, existing before I became a shadow warrior. But I have no other choice because I cannot absorb power from you. In short, I just need to eat some magic. Suho held the spoon in his hand, looked at it and replied, that also means I have to enter dungeons. After a while, the food on the tray had been completely dealt with. Suho stood up and told his subordinate, then get ready. Biru immediately reminded, you need a hunter certificate before you can enter a dungeon. He fell into thought. Magic assessment. Now Suho is an awakened who has leveled up. In the modern city, a question flashed through his mind. I wonder what rank I will achieve. What if it is rank S? After the check, the examiner of the Hunters Association held the result in her hand and announced, "Your level is 46. Suho stood there hearing his rank from her. "You are an awakened rank E." Scene change outside the assessment office of the Hunters Association. After receiving the result, he stepped out to leave. Baru appeared at Suho's ear whispering, "I heard that hunter ranks are decided by magic stat. Because you focused on increasing strength stat, your rank is naturally low." He was somewhat displeased and replied, "You do not need to try to comfort me. That only makes me feel worse." Suho looked at his palm and continued, "First the authority of darkness, now my rank. Can an E-rank hunter like me protect the earth?" It immediately said the most important thing, "But you can level up." He replied, "I heard assault teams rarely hire E or F rank hunters. If it stays like this, even entering a dungeon will be difficult." Suddenly Suho's eyes widened as if realizing something. He exclaimed, "There might still be a way." This made Baru puzzled. In dungeon raids, the division of labor is very strict. The assault team raids the dungeon. They are responsible for attacking and eliminating monsters. The transport team follows and collects minerals. They appear after the dungeon monsters have been cleared. Finally, the extraction team extracts resources from the dungeon. They gather mana-containing crystals and bring them out. Except for the assault team, the transport and extraction teams can accept E-rank hunters. In other words, even an E-rank hunter like Suho can still enter a dungeon. Sure enough, the familiar figure stood there in extraction team gear sighing. Suho, with the hoe in hand, looked at the person beside him and said, "Thank you for introducing me here. I just awakened, and you are the only person I know." That person was none other than teaching assistant Lim. Lim Dajun is a teaching assistant at the Korean National University of Arts Department of Crafts, an awakened rank E. While starting extraction, he said to him, "Luckily, I know a senior awakened. Thanks to you, I can work here now." Dajun called to him, "Hey Suho." He turned to look at him and replied, "Yes." Dajun immediately bowed deeply before apologizing about the university. He recalled the scene, his voice somewhat remorseful. "I was the only one awakened there, but I was scared and ran away." At that time, a student turned back and said to the teaching assistant, "Lim, you are awakened," but Dajun replied, "What could I do? I am only an E rank," then turned and ran. He remained bowed, saying sorry for not being able to do anything. Suho awkwardly said, "Please lift your head, you are just an awakened rank E like me." He added, "The Hunters Association advises E-rank people like us to run immediately when seeing beasts." He just followed the guidance. After hearing this, Dajun exclaimed in surprise, "You are an E rank." Suho calmly replied, "Yes, my mana stat is 46. For an E rank, that is still very low." Once again he was astonished. "Your mana stat is lower than mine." Dajun recalled that day. While running, he had seen Suho fighting the mist burn, so when he heard about Suho's rank, he found it hard to believe, impossible. Dajun remembered that scene more clearly. When Suho raised his fist to face the monster, he thought to himself, "I saw him fight a beast on the rooftop while fleeing." Looking at the E-rank student beside him, he wondered, had I seen wrong? Dajun adjusted his glasses, saying, "An E-rank awakened fighting a beast and still surviving is truly astonishing." Baru, hovering nearby, replied, "That is right. The young lord is extraordinary." He turned to look at it, and the two of them gazed at each other deeply. Dajun suddenly collapsed to the ground, shouting in panic, "A beast!" Suho looked at Baru and asked, "Why did you suddenly pop out?" It answered, "The young lord, now you are only as weak as an ant larva, so I must stay by your side to protect you, to be reassured." Dajun stood up and asked, "What is this? You awakened and became a summoner?" Suho answered, "Yes, I think so." After hearing this, he continued, "Many E-rank hunters do not even have skills. You are really lucky." Dajun turned around, showing off, saying, "Let me tell you, I even have the running skill." Suho widened his eyes and blurted, "So that is why you ran away so fast." His expression immediately changed to gloom. He realized he had spoken too much. You hurriedly reassured, "I was only joking." Baru still lingered around Dajun and commented on his master. "Indeed, the young lord is something else. You have crushed him already. Suho now only cared about the dungeon. He looked deep inside, thinking to himself, on second thought, this is the first time I enter a dungeon other than the dark dungeon. Looking into the deep bottomless shadow, Suho was curious. Is the assault team hunting monsters up ahead? Scene changed to somewhere in the dungeon. A monster was stabbed straight through the head and defeated. 2 hunters of the assault team stood there complaining. This dungeon has nothing at all. The man beside, named Kim Youngjun, replied in frustration. Since earlier only a steel fang beast has appeared. The other members of the team were also concentrated here. Around them were only steel fang corpses and murmurs. Wolf hides are not worth much, sometimes their corpses have crystal deposits, so we just have to work hard. Do not be too disappointed, you have to clear the whole dungeon to know. A man standing by a small passage loudly called out, Captain, there is something in this shortcut. He pointed that way, smiling. See, I told you. They then entered the shortcut. In front of the whole team was a gate leading into a place that looked like an altar. From there radiated a dense purplish pink light. The captain told everyone, shouldn't we go outside first and request support? Looking at the mysterious ruins before them, they discussed among themselves. My detection skill cannot find any beast at all. There are none here. What is this place for? We must investigate. One of them still wanted to hold on to a little hope. Who knows, maybe there is a hidden treasure here instead of a boss, and in the center of the ruins a dark sword was embedded there. A member of the team was a little surprised. Damn, who would have thought there really was a treasure? They all ran forward. Everyone seemed excited. What is this? This weapon? We hit the jackpot. The captain spoke up. We have to evaluate it to be sure. But it looks amazing. Treasures like this usually come with traps, so we must be careful. Youngjun quickly stepped up, reached out his hand and said, Step back. I will pull it out. The captain hurriedly stopped him. Wait, Kim Youngjun. Hey, I told you treasures like this often have traps around. He did not care, directly grabbed the sword and replied, Even if there is really a trap, I am still a C-rank tanker. I can handle it. As soon as he touched it, the sword immediately lit up, emitting a mysterious aura. That thing shone a light upon Youngjun's worried face. He seemed to enter another world. Around him was a blood-red color along with sharp things rising like the teeth of something. Youngjun exclaimed, What is this? Beside that, under the blood pool appeared mysterious demonic eyes. The scene shifted back outside to reality. The mysterious sword had already been pulled out and was held firmly in Youngjun's hand. The captain looked over and sighed. It seemed like there was no trap, and at the same time called out, Hey, Kim Youngjun. He gritted his teeth and replied, How dare you? The captain was just adding, Next time be careful. Before he could finish his sentence, his head was already severed from his neck. Youngjun's eyes flashed with malice. He seemed to be manipulated by something. The sword had cut off the head of the assault team's captain. The remaining members of the team, upon seeing this scene, were utterly horrified. Youngjun was completely controlled by the mysterious sword. He looked toward his team and growled, Who dared to covet the sword of the Fang King? That demonic, deadly voice continued to ring out. Kill the invaders of the Fang King territory. The members of the assault team were all utterly terrified. They immediately turned and ran with all their might toward the exit. Behind them, the demonic thing that had possessed Youngjun continuously cried out a single word, Kill. Their faces showed an expression of fear, despair to the extreme. The red of destruction together with the blood sword quickly pierced through them. Youngjun rushed forward, his eyes flashing a glint of metal. He roared with sharp teeth. The sword in his hand kept swinging slashes. Fresh blood spurted out accordingly, scene cut outside. The sound of pickaxes striking to mine mana crystals rang out. The members of the extraction team looked on in surprise and asked, What is this? They witnessed Suho's dark beasts doing the extraction for him and asked in astonishment, Is there such a summoning skill? Dajun looked at him, thinking to himself, I heard summoners can only call 1 or 2 creatures at a time, but he summoned 3, if you count the talking demon that makes 4. He looked at Suho's calm demeanor and judged, Isn't Suho's power abnormal? Suho shifted his gaze to the dark monsters in front of him and told himself, Although being able to summon 3 creatures and needing 1 corpse to use shadow extraction is somewhat inconvenient, getting corpses from the dark dungeon is not bad. They do chores for me without complaint, so it is convenient. He turned to ask, Baru, this shadow extraction skill is pretty good, right as you said. It replied, my young lord, do not make them do chores and then praise me. Instead, didn't you go into dungeons to level up? Suho answered, because an E-rank hunter cannot enter a dungeon by the Hunters Association rules. I heard the measuring devices still have many errors since they only recently started ranking hunters. So I intend to check again when mana increases after leveling up. Meanwhile, the others encourage each other to actively extract. The rookies will dig them up while I am distracted. Show him the real power of our senior. He turned back to Baru and asked, and do you still remember your 3rd mission? Can I perform it here? It hesitated, remembering, and asked back. Restore my power, sir. Suho looked at the pile of mana stones on the ground and continued. You said you can recover by eating things with mana. Even the mana shards on the ground have mana. Baru hesitated. My young lord, could it be? He pointed and ordered, since you cannot gather mana stones yourself, while waiting, just eat some of the mana stones on the ground. It did not hesitate and immediately complied. Suddenly, a surge of energy swept quickly over Baru's head, making the antennae on its head react. Baru turned and called Suho, my young lord. Suho wondered, what is it again? It trembled and reported, just now I sensed the presence of a monarch. Suho was startled and exclaimed, Monarch, you mean my father? Baru replied, no, there is more than one who bears the rank of monarch. If it were our monarch, my strength would have recovered immediately. Together with the eerie sound echoing from deep within the dungeon, Baru's voice hesitated. This beastly scent might be. The members of the extraction team worriedly asked each other, what is that sound? That direction must be the place where the assault team went. From the pitch-black darkness suddenly appeared pairs of blood-red eyes full of death. The footsteps of a beast emerged right in front of a member of the extraction team. Frightening him, the steel-fanged lichens stepped out of the darkness, making the whole team scream, the beasts are here. They immediately turned to flee while shouting to each other. How could the beasts come all the way here? Everyone run. On this side, one member of the team frantically swung his pickaxe at the steel-fanged lichen and shouted to drive it away. Don't come near me. But his actions had no effect. The beast directly bit into the pickaxe with its sharp fangs. In just an instant, the only weapon in his hand shattered. The man immediately fell into despair, his eyes vacant, his face terrified, stammering out, help. At that moment, Suho leapt in and struck straight into the steel-fanged lichen's head. From behind, Dajun's voice called Suho. He immediately answered, I will buy you time. Get out of the dungeon. Without hesitation, the man turned and ran, leaving Suho there but not forgetting to thank him. Suho's eyes now glowed with a pale blue mana light. He stood ready in fighting stance. He looked at their name, Steel-fanged Lichen, then told himself, their name is Orange, which means they are at a level equivalent to the Blood Flame Frost Wolf of rank D. I fought at the Korean University of Arts. I can definitely win. However, behind Suho, Dajun was still standing. He thought to himself, if I were alone it would be better. His voice rang out. You should run too. Dajun worriedly replied, Suho, you want to help everyone evacuate. I will not run away alone again. Suho turned back to look at him with a smile. Then when I am in danger I will rely on you. After that he silently ordered his dark beasts, goblins, protect him. Suho quickly opened his inventory bag. Then he took out a short blade, a goblin weapon that Suho had acquired in the dark dungeon. At least far better than this pickaxe. Dajun saw it and was shocked in his heart. He even summoned weapons. Just what kind of skill does Suho have? Immediately Suho stomped hard on the ground for momentum. He jumped and dashed swiftly toward the steel-fanged lichens. They too charged forward to attack without hesitation. Its mouth opened wide, revealing sharp fangs and a long tongue. At the same time, Suho's blade was already there, ready to strike. Right after the slash, the body of the steel-fanged lichen was split into 2 pieces. Purple beast blood splattered out. A notification appeared. You have defeated steel-fanged lichen. Along with it was Dajun's astonished face as he witnessed this. Suho stood there highly focused, mana radiating with his deep voice. Arise. From the corpse of the steel-fanged lichen a shadow slowly emerged after Suho cast his skill. Meanwhile, the other two were still leaping at him. Dajun and the three shadow goblins all appeared startled and worried, while Baru seemed a bit calmer. On this side, Suho directly blocked one steel-fanged lichen, while the other was confronted by his shadow beast. Baru was quite surprised. It thought to itself, "Young lord, he has already grown used to fighting with the power of shadows." Suho felt satisfied and thought, "Extraction with summoning costs no mana at all. Once I have more mana and the number of extractions increases, I will be able to create an army." He gripped the dagger tightly in his hand and readied his summoning skill. Suho thrust upward, piercing through its jaws. He murmured, "Then let's add one more." A notification appeared. "You have defeated steel-fanged lichen." Together with the sound of Arise on Suho's side, one shadow goblin disappeared, leaving Dajun once again shocked. Beside the sound of wolves howling, the remaining shadow goblin looked over worried. Its face grew disheartened. Because the number of shadow beasts was limited, they would be replaced when Suho collected another. The shadow goblin cried bitterly, two streams of tears rolling down its face, along with Suho's level-up notification. After finishing off the last one, Suho stood there using the skill, Arise. Now he had 3 shadow steel-fanged lichens. At that moment, Dajun's voice called from behind. He exclaimed in astonishment, "Your physical ability is not of rank E. Moreover, you can even subdue dead beasts." Suho worriedly thought, "I got too excited. How should I explain this?" His voice faltered. "That is," Suho smiled, "I really am rank E." He rubbed his chin worriedly. Don't tell me Suho is a rank faker deliberately hiding his level. Just then, Suho's system window appeared again, making his eyes widen in surprise. There was a new quest. Quest notification, urgent quest, defeat the enemy. The creatures around here are trying to kill the player. Eliminate them and secure your safety. Number of enemies to defeat, 1. Number of enemies defeated, 0. He looked into the deep dungeon and wondered, a quest, only one single enemy. But I already dealt with all the steel-fanged lichens, meaning there is another enemy. At that moment, a cold footstep approached. Suho and Dajun were startled and turned to look. The man was clad in armor and holding the blood sword in his hand. None other than Yongjun. Dajun's voice rang out asking, "You are from the raid team?" He stepped forward inquiring, "You saved us then?" The beasts suddenly came here. It almost turned into a disaster. Just then, Suho noticed something unusual and quickly raised his hand to stop him. "Wait!" Along with the man's glaring golden eyes came Suho's desperate shout, "Danger!" Only then did Dajun startle, realizing it, merely letting out a confused sound. But it seemed already too late. The blood sword in Yongjun's hand was slashing fiercely toward him. Fortunately, Suho's hand pulled Dajun back in time. The blade shattered his glasses. Suho hurled Dajun backward as the sword cleaved into the ground, shattering the rocks. Suho looked that way in shock and shouted a command, "Wolf Squad, attack!" Immediately, the shadow steel-fanged lichens lunged at him. Suho swiftly supported Dajun to retreat, muttering under his breath, "Damn it, another crazed hunter. Since when did it become a trend for hunters to turn into beasts?" Suho glanced at the name bar above Yongjun and assessed inwardly. Moreover, his name color, steel-fanged human possessed. The redder the name, the more dangerous the monster. He recalled the battle with the beast at the university, thinking to himself, "I've already experienced how powerful a red name is back at the Korean University of Arts. Escaping with Dajun is the wiser choice." Suho hesitated slightly but asked, "Baru, he is not a monarch like my father, right?" It answered, "Though he possesses dark energy, he is too weak to be called a monarch. But that does not mean you can face him in this state." Suho pulled up his system window and said, "That's enough then." Baru was startled and asked, "Young lord, don't tell me," Suho continued. "You said the system will support me to ensure I grow steadily, right? Since it gave me this quest, that means I have a chance to win. More importantly, to meet my parents, I must grow stronger as quickly as possible." On the other side, Yongjun was frantically swinging his sword, slashing down the shadow steel-fanged lichens with ease. As the shadows dispersed, his hideous, terrifying face was revealed. Suho drew all the weapons from his inventory, channeling his shadow energy to control them all. He stood there making his decision. Therefore I will defeat him and quickly become strong. This decisive action of Suho made Baru tremble. It softly called 3 words, Young Monarch. Looking at the image of the young man in front, preparing to face a great challenge, Baru suddenly realized, even though he had to face challenges that could not be overcome again and again, the young monarch had never run away. It stood behind Suho and quietly remarked, "Within that fragile shell, I can see the shadow of a monarch deep inside." Baru gave him information. His true form is a sword. If both arms are cut off and separated from the host, he will no longer be able to move. Suho replied, "Is that so?" Meanwhile, Yongjun was still trudging towards him, with terrifyingly evil eyes and face. He roared, echoing throughout the dungeon, his eyes flashing golden and his sharp fangs bared. The shadow steel fangs had returned and surrounded Yongjun. One of them bit into the sword in his hand. Suho looked over and realized, they really stood up again after I poured mana into them. Baru explained, "Dark soldiers like us basically have the form of spirits. As long as you still have mana, we can still be restored." It looked at the shadow wolf whose body had been cut in half and immediately asked him, "What do you think of the power of the dark soldiers?" At the same time, another of them was also pierced through. The last one left was also taken down and evaporated by Yongjun. Suho turned and asked again in disappointment, "The power of the dark soldiers, huh?" Baru awkwardly explained, "This is because the mana of the young monarch is still too weak." He froze, eyes shocked when he heard the voice of someone in his head. "How?" The sword over there was trembling. It seemed to be communicating with Suho. Yongjun spoke in its place, "A petty pest like you can use the power of the Shadow Monarch." This surprised him. "What is this? It can speak." Baru, hearing this, rushed forward in response. "How dare you call the bloodline of the monarch a petty pest?" Hearing that, he shuddered, his voice lowering, "The bloodline of the monarch. I did not expect us to meet here." While the demonic sword screamed, "Enemy of the Fang King," a goblin dagger was thrown by Suho. He reacted quickly, swinging his iron-clawed arm to deflect. Suho continued to control other weapons, looking towards Yongjun and probing. "I should test his strength a little." Then Suho immediately launched weapons towards him. That guy agilely swung his sword to block the lethal strike. Suho smiled with satisfaction. The red-named demon was just as expected. He could easily take this blow. He looked down at the pile of weapons he had taken out before. Yongjun over there continued to roar with power. Suho launched them and thought to himself, "Then I must use numbers to win." The excessive number forced him to spin constantly to block Suho's attacks. Baru, witnessing this scene, sighed in his heart. This is indeed the talent of one who possesses the ruler's power, inherited from birth. However, those weapons were easily shattered by that demonic sword. In an instant, a series of goblin weapons were slashed into fragments. He turned his blazing golden eyes towards Suho and roared bloodthirstily. He was slightly worried, sweat pouring out, but in his hand he was still holding tightly to a dagger. In the blink of an eye, Yongjun and the demonic sword charged, one slash breaking. Seeing him rushing in, Suho was extremely anxious. However, in just one attack, the goblin's weapon was broken. He immediately moved, trying to dodge the lethal strike of the demonic sword, worried inside. If this keeps up, then isn't it the same as having no way to fight back at all? In Suho's mind appeared the worst possible scene, just one hit, and it would be over. If the battle dragged on, he would no longer have any chance to win. Yongjun stood there shouting on behalf of the demonic sword. "How long are you going to keep running like a coward? The Shadow Monarch must be someone who only hides behind his soldiers, you bastard." Suho smirked and replied, "Insulting someone's parents is low, you know." He continued to jump back, dodging, thinking to himself, even though he was provoked, he did not have the confidence to defeat him. Damn it, if only I were stronger. Suho recalled the conversation the other day with Baru. "You know, if the seal has been released, why has my power not returned since climbing the tower?" At that time, it explained that the power of the young monarch had been sealed since birth. It is better to think that now you are regaining the power of that moment. If you possess that power, you could easily fight Itarim. Baru added. However, that thing lies between reality and illusion. It is simply a test to see if you can bring out your talent. Your physical power, whether or not you pass the test, will disappear. Suho then blurted out. So in short, it is just a game. It reminded him, your experience in the tower is not useless. Try to remember your emotions and your fighting spirit. Returning to the present, he was still dodging and thinking. I still remember vividly the feelings at that time. In the tower I fought only with fists. If I still had the old glove, it would be great. Suho recalled Baru's reminder earlier, dark soldiers like us, basically in the form of spirits. As long as you still have mana, we can be restored. He realized that, thinking about it, I can change Baru's form at will, if so. When the thought ended, Suho cast the skill, Arise, Rise, and 3 shadow steel fangs immediately appeared. Yongjun rushed forward shouting, using that trick again, don't you see those tricks are useless. He raised his sword aiming straight at Suho, ignoring the shadow wolves rushing at him. I will send you off first. On this side, the shadow steel fangs had a slight transformation. Their bodies suddenly blurred, like a layer of mist. Then they gathered on Suho's hands. He was using mana to change their form. Immediately after, a blazing red sword strike slashed down from the demonic sword in Yongjun's hand. The shockwave it created shook the entire dungeon. Then he smiled smugly. It seemed he thought he had achieved his goal. But unexpectedly, Yongjun's expression became grim. The demonic sword in his hand was blocked by dark energy. Suho gathered them in his hands, crossing them together and raising them to block the deadly strike. He looked over and said, Shadow Steel Fangs, you truly live up to your name. Shadow Steel Fangs Level 1 Transformation, Steel Gauntlets. The system then displayed a notice, Skill, Shadow Extraction has leveled up. Skill, Shadow Extraction Level 2. Transformation, Shadow Authority required. No mana required. Dark soldiers can be changed into any form at will. Suho braced himself, using both hands to fling away the demonic sword. He fiercely declared, with this, I can fight you one-on-one. Now Suho finally had the chance to counterattack. He continuously threw punches that forced him to brace himself in defense. Baru stood to the side witnessing what had just happened, his eyes wide in shock. He was moved and murmured with emotion, Oh heavens, turning dark soldiers into weapons. Baru recalled the image of Jinwoo and commented about Suho, the Shadow Monarch, one who surpassed countless levels, standing freely commanding the night. Yet, the young monarch had only just learned the power of shadow, on par with a newborn ant, and already he advanced the shadow power by himself without any guidance. He looked at the boy raising his hand to block the demonic sword, unable to help but admire the fighting spirit radiating until now, possessing the talent of the power of the ruler. Suho was controlling a goblin weapon flying to strike him from behind. The dagger slashed straight at Yongjun's nape. He flinched and realized, his face revealing a flicker of worry. Taking this chance, Suho rushed in with his fist, ready to throw a hook punch. His sharp eyes lit up, together with Baru's awe in his mind. Even now he is using the power of shadow, oh my monarch. Suho landed a powerful punch straight into Yongjun's chest. The force was so strong it sent him crashing into the dungeon's stone wall, dust and rubble flying everywhere. After a moment, the dust gradually settled. It revealed Yongjun roaring in pain. Suho stomped down and then leapt forward at high speed. The goblin weapons lying on the ground suddenly reacted to the skill of the ruler's power. In the blink of an eye, all of them were controlled and flew forward. Suho, one hand holding a large axe, the other wrapped in a shadow gauntlet, along with a barrage of weapons, charged toward Yongjun. Sharp slashes appeared. His arm was severed and the sword fell from his grasp. Suho had dashed past Yongjun and successfully crippled one of his arms. Seeing the cold and domineering aura of the boy now, Baru could only admire, young monarch, he truly is a genius. After delivering the decisive blow, Suho looked down and exhaled before speaking to Baru. His name was red, so I was a little worried, but in the end I still defeated him. It replied, I was certain you would win, young monarch. He brushed it off, don't lie, then glanced at the shadow gauntlet on his hand and added, but thanks to this battle I learned a new way to fight, so it's not too bad after all. Suho opened the system panel. Now let's see what the reward is. A notification appeared. You have received a reward after completing the quest. Do you want to view the reward? Yes or no? His answer, of course, was yes. Quest reward notification. You will receive the following rewards. Reward, Ancient Script Storm / You have learned the skill Storm / Detailed description. Storm / skill level 1. Active skill. Required mana 50. The power of a swirling gale envelops your sword. You can strike multiple enemies at once. Suho seemed satisfied. A skill. This is the reward I wanted most. I already instinctively understand how to use it. He cast a glance to the side and wondered, maybe I should try it out. The shadow gauntlet on his hand was withdrawn and slowly faded away. He looked at the demonic sword on the ground and muttered, as for weapons. It carried its own thought. How humiliating to think I was defeated by someone with the bloodline of the Shadow Monarch. While Suho was slowly walking toward it and picking it up, the thought continued running through its mind. But this is not the end. Human greed is endless. A demonic aura flared again. His hand gripping the hilt, the sword grew smug. Yes, the moment you grasp my hilt, you will be devoured by your own greed. But unexpectedly, as soon as Suho picked it up, all the demonic energy within was blown away. Even it was confused by this. The system announced, you have obtained the item Fang of Rakan. Suho held it up and smiled with satisfaction. Definitely much better than goblin weapons. The Fang of Rakan thought to itself, I inherited the power of the Monarch of Fangs, but in this world exists one who cannot be controlled by me. Meanwhile, Suho gleefully swung his hand. All right, let's see how this skill works. A notification appeared. Blessing of the Great Archmage Kandairu. The Great Archmage Kandairu has bestowed upon you a special spell. When receiving Kandairu's blessing, you will gain a strong and resilient body. Permanent effect, longevity, all illnesses, poisons, and status effects will be cured, and recovery ability will be greatly increased during sleep. Suho drew his hand back, spun once, and aimed the sword behind his back. His eyes flashed with a sharp gleam. Then he swung his hand up ready to use the new skill. Skill activated, Storm / Immediately after unleashing it, the whirlwind shattered rocks and sent debris into the air. The dungeon walls were carved with long, deep scars by the sword strike. Suho seemed satisfied. Every time I use this skill, it will consume all of my mana, then it is a bit troublesome. But I like its destructive power. Baru added, compared to just now, your reaction to the shadow extraction skill was too indifferent. The power of darkness is 100,000 times more incredible than this. A moment later, Dajun slightly moved, let out a few weak sounds, then slowly opened his eyes. He was startled, quickly hid the sword behind his back, then asked, You have woken up, right? He held his head and asked Suho what happened. Suho. He immediately replied, It is a long story. Do you want to hear it while going outside? Right after he finished speaking, Dajun's scream rang out when he saw the man who had lost an arm right beside him. The scene shifted outside the dungeon. Many people were present here. Suho stood up, turned back and said to Dajun, I will go check if there are any survivors in the dungeon. He sat there tiredly replying, All right. Dajun watched Suho's back walking toward the dungeon door and thought to himself, a rank hunter with summoning skills, even in small guilds he would not stand out much. He frowned, raising the question, how could Suho be that strong? But then Dajun brushed off that thought. Never mind. Thinking about these things now is pointless. Outside, the people from the mining team after coming out were there. Some were informing their families, Do not worry, I am not injured. Others were taking care of each other while discussing. How could this happen? The important thing is Suho saved all these people. Inside the dungeon, the Iron Fang wolves appeared again and roared, attacking. Answering them was a fist of darkness, shattering its mouth instantly. The one who threw the punch was none other than Suho. Immediately, the system announced you have defeated the Iron Fang Wolf. Level up notification. He stood there rolling his shoulders, saying, there are still many wolf-type beasts inside. Baru looked down at the wolf's corpse, replying, they are all experience points, so do not waste them. Suho closed his eyes tightly. Then his tone was hesitant. By the way, he turned back to look at Rakan's fang and asked, why did your attack power suddenly decrease? It coldly replied, do you think I would cooperate with the one bearing the bloodline of the Shadow Monarch? Its information, item Fang of Rakan. Rarity not yet identified, type sword. Attack from 30 fluctuating 5 points. Sword forged from the Fang of Rakan. King of Beasts. Rakan's soul resides in the sword. If used incorrectly, low-rank hunters can be possessed. Effect disdain for the weak. Makes the target fall into fear state for 1 minute. All stats reduced by 50%. Effect critical wound. Chance to deal critical damage. 15% chance to deal double critical damage. After Baru grasped the information, he immediately turned to Mach. You have a skill meant to deal with weaker enemies. Truly shameful. It replied, shameful. Is there any hunter who would aim at prey stronger than himself? Baru continued to scorn. You are slightly stronger than the little monarch, but he still defeated you. Suho at this moment only felt a headache, thinking to himself, first an insect that can talk, then a shadow that can talk. Truly everything is getting chaotic. Then he looked at the extraction team's cart filled with mana stones. Afterwards Suho went deeper inside, his steps taking him toward where the mana permeated. He walked to the altar. That was where Rakan's fang had been planted, and where the assault team had once appeared. On the ground lay their corpses, blood covering the floor. Suho frowned, observing quietly for a long while. Baru flew over and skimmed by, then exclaimed in astonishment, they were all dead. Rakan's fang spoke, I only kill those who dare enter this place. My duty is to guard the sanctum of the Fang Monarch. Suho immediately gripped the hilt of the sword. To its confusion, he thrust it forcefully into the ground and growled, you be quiet. Suddenly, the system displayed a notification. Shadow extraction can be used on this target. Suho turned in surprise, said shadow extraction can be used on humans too. Baru answered, my young lord, you can turn any corpse into your soldier regardless of race. He raised his hand, but hesitated. After a moment of thought, Suho slowly withdrew his hand. Instead of using the skill, he decided to haul them out, toward the crates. Baru asked, you will not perform shadow extraction. Suho replied calmly, they are already dead. Forcing them to fight would be nothing but punishment. This left both Baru and Rakan's fang stunned. It stood there and uttered, young monarch. After a while, the corpses were loaded onto the extraction team's cart. He turned and asked, Baru, you said this is the sanctum of a monarch, right? It answered shortly, that is right. Suho asked, my father is also a monarch, but he once killed other monarchs, right? So what exactly are they? Are they related to Itarim? Baru projected an image of Jinwoo and replied, you can view Itarim as the current enemy of His Majesty. While the monarchs are his old enemies, there are 9 monarchs in total, including His Majesty. It continued the exposition. Your father Sung Jinwoo the Great is the king of the dead, the dark sovereign. There is also the king of wild beasts, the Fang sovereign, the queen of insects, the sovereign of plague, the king of humanoid monsters, the iron body sovereign, the king of demons, the white blaze sovereign, the king of giants, the primordial sovereign, the king of the snow people, the ice sovereign, the sovereign of wraith fiends, the shape-changing sovereign, and finally the king of raging dragons, the destroyer sovereign. Baru added, although all 9 monarchs possess powers beyond ordinary imagination, when the other 8 monarchs invaded Earth, they were all slain by His Majesty. Suho asked with a doubtful expression, did father do that? Rakan's fang spoke up, that is correct. The Dark Monarch is the enemy who killed my former master, the Fang Sovereign. It trembled and added, if my power were intact, I would have torn you, one who shares blood with the Dark Sovereign, into pieces and thrown you to the wolves. Suho fell silent for a moment, then spoke to it. I can understand your thoughts. He looked at the sword and continued, Surely my father fought against the other monarchs to protect Earth. While you only wanted to protect this place from intruders, both sides did so because they wanted to defend what was important to them. Suho's voice grew low, but I still don't understand one thing. You keep saying you must fight me because I share the bloodline of the Dark Monarch. He stepped closer and asked, if your duty is to protect this place, then showing hostility toward my father is a foolish act, isn't it? Rakan's Fang flinched and asked, what did you just say? Suho stood before the sword and declared, I want to meet my parents, but because of invaders from the outer world I cannot meet them. As long as I can achieve my goal, I will use any power. He continued, stating his demand while it listened. If Iterum begins its invasion, then this place will fall into chaos as well. Right. If you help me then, I will help you protect this place. Rakan's Fang looked at the determined face of the young man before it and wondered, to cooperate with one who shares the bloodline of the Dark Monarch. Suho placed his hand on the hilt and asked gravely, how about it? He bent to one knee and bargained, Darkness and Fang, let us become allies. The scene shifted outside the dungeon. Sunlight shone down and refracted into a rainbow hue. At a large shopping mall in the city, inside a cafe, 2 reporters were interviewing a man. Can you tell us in detail about the annihilation incident that occurred in the Rank D dungeon yesterday? Mr. Lim Dajun, the survivor from the event. He lifted his coffee cup, smiled, and replied, I will tell you everything. Dajun thought to himself, even though he is only rank E, if he is recognized, Suho's treatment will surely improve. This is a good chance to repay my debt to him. That evening, an article appeared online. It described in detail how a rank E hunter single-handedly rescued other hunters inside a dungeon. The article also included the testimonies of those who witnessed that rank E hunter charged toward the monsters with courage to save others, along with countless people he had saved. A man scratched his head and said, it's about time we hire some extra porters, isn't it? This was the office of Hyunmoo Guild's management team too. A subordinate quickly responded to the earlier question. The income team is making a fuss demanding more staff. I think we need to recruit more rank E hunters. That man was Lee Young-ho of Hyunmoo Guild management team too. Looking at the information he had just read online, he spoke to his subordinate. I'll send you some candidates now. What do you think of this one? H-Wang looked at the computer screen and read aloud. Let me see. A rank E hunter evacuated the extraction team while fighting monsters in a rank D dungeon and helped the assault team's hunters escape. After reading, they blurted out in shock, a rank E hunter. Young-ho looked amused. If a big guild like ours secures him, wouldn't that put us on the front page of the news? On his tablet was Suho's information. He continued, a hero rising from rank E. The guild member immediately responded, I will contact him right away. A hand reached out and took the phone face down on the table. Young-ho stepped forward and asked, has Hunter Sung Suho replied yet? He was invited to join Hyunmoo Guild as an E-rank hunter. He would love it. H-Wang hesitated and answered, ah well, he already declined. His answer made him exclaim in surprise. What? Young-ho leaned and asked further. He declined Hyunmoo Guild's offer. Is it not absurd for a rookie E-rank hunter to turn down an invitation from a big guild like ours? H-Wang replied. He said he has no plans to join any guild. Young-ho's voice rose a little. A hunter who does not join any guild. Does he think himself an S-rank or something? H-Wang calmed in a low voice. Perhaps sooner or later he will call us back. He will soon realize how unreasonable not joining any guild is. Scene shifts to Suho's home. He stood there staring at his phone and sighed tiredly. He muttered, I received countless invitations from guilds after returning from the dungeon. Baru evaluated many people long to have your talent. My young lord, Suho replied, but they are all trying to recruit me like a collectible. Why do so many contact me? The main reason is Dajun's interview with the press. He plopped down on the sofa and complained, if I join a guild it will only hinder my development through the leveling system. So joining a guild is unnecessary. Suho turned to look to the side, his voice a little hesitant. Ah well, that's it. He looked at the sword bandaged and placed it on the chair, then asked, shall we continue our conversation? Raken's Fang. Going back a bit in the past, in the dungeon Suho's proposal had been made. He had knelt there and negotiated. How about it? Darkness and Fang become allies. Upon hearing that, Raken's Fang was quite surprised and wondered, what is up with this kid? How can he casually say something so absurd? However, it hesitated within its consciousness. If Darkness and Fang became allies, Suho then watched intently and waited for the answer. Raken's Fang said a condition. I have one condition. Take me to another sanctum of the Fang Monarch. Back in the present, Suho turned to ask about it. So, do you know how to get to the sanctum? Raken's Fang answered, if it is the sanctum of the Fang Monarch, then I can find it no matter how far the distance. It continued, I can sense that the gate leading to the sanctum has disappeared. It is likely what you humans call a dungeon outbreak. He frowned and replied, then that sanctum must have become an environment-type dungeon. Explaining a bit, environment-type dungeon, the phenomenon where the land has been desertified due to a dungeon outbreak from an abandoned gate where monsters reside. A message was composed with the content, Uncle, I will go out for a while. Please do not worry about me even if I do not contact you for a while. Suho was the one who wrote that message. After preparing everything, he stood and said, now that I have messaged my uncle, let us go to that sanctum location. Scene shift. Night falls in some forest with layered mountains. Suho together with his two shadow creatures stood before an iron mesh gate, on which a forbidden symbol was attached. He worriedly asked, are you sure it is here? Raken's Fang replied, sure. On the gate was a forbidden sign reading, Guanak Mountain Area. Only members of Hyena Guild allowed entry. No trespassing. Suho could only exclaim, this is bad. Of all places, it is occupied by a newly formed hunter guild. He took out his phone worriedly. Trespassing on private land is illegal. And I heard that Hyena Guild was created for thugs, so it seems there will be many thugs inside. Baru spoke up, rather than heed that small creature. It is better you level up and strengthen your power. Looking into the sharp gaze of Suho, it wondered, what are you doing? He raised his hand. Mana radiated. Suho answered coldly, preparing to enter. Suho used his authority on the camera above. Baru asked worriedly, what about the Hyena Guild? He replied, every matter has its own way of being solved. With that, Suho clenched his hand tightly. Immediately the camera was destroyed and exploded. He looked and continued, if we do this, then there will be no evidence, right? Baru responded, the way you act without a moment of hesitation is very much like the monarch. Right after that, Suho's steps leaped into the Guanak Mountain area. He walked, looking at the mist on both sides of the road and seemed confused. Are all environment-type dungeons covered in mist this thick? Baru replied, that mist is magic from beyond the universe. It forces space barriers to the point of shattering and creates cracks in the world. Because of this mist, the sanctuary I once dwelled in passed through the rift and as a result connected with Earth. It further explained, entities from beyond the universe are digging a large hole from their dimension to send troops here. That is because the more mana there is, the more they influence the movements of space, just like me. Suho smiled at it and asked, so you mean that to bring the strongest one here it will take time? He stood in the forest looking up and said, all right, then, we just need to level up. In the forest at this moment many mutated magical beasts with blood-red eyes advanced toward the intruder. The ones shaped like monkeys were called sharp-clawed briga, and the four-legged ones on the ground like panthers were black shadow razan. The fang of Raken immediately flew up, excitedly declaring, finally it is time for me to display my power, Suho remarked. Quite fierce indeed. He coldly declared, but I will not use you as a weapon. This surprised it quite a bit. What? Suho clenched his fist, rushed forward and answered, I have thought carefully about how I will fight from now on. He threw a punch at the razan in front of him, then continued, the basics that I got used to from the tutorial. Suho's arm at that moment emitted light. He quickly controlled his weapon to sweep fast attacks on them. While himself not stopping punching and kicking, Suho used the Hand of Dominator to support mid and long range. At this time he stretched his hand back and grabbed the fang of Rakan. Immediately the storm slash skill was activated. Suho flexibly combined weapons to confuse the enemies. Then he raised his hand, and dark auras appeared. After transforming them into shadow gloves, Suho coldly declared, and then received the results through extracting shadow warriors. This is my new fighting style. Baru was completely astonished by this. It exclaimed excitedly, "Magnificent, young monarch." Fang of Rakan upon hearing this thought to itself, "So this is the power of one who comes." It watched Suho's combat images and pondered deeply. The more enemies there are, the longer the battle will last. He will grow stronger and use the defeated enemies. At this rate we will have a chance in this outer world war. After a while, a dense dark aura rose up. In front of Suho now were the newly awakened shadow beasts. He looked at them and said, "Now I can handle 5 shadow soldiers after increasing my intelligence stat." Baru continued, "That is still nothing compared to the tens of millions of soldiers of the monarch." Before it could finish the sentence, Suho tapped it and barked, "Quiet." Then he and them advanced deeper into the forest. Suho stopped beside a bush. Fang of Rakan spoke, "Here it is." Below where they stood was an area with houses and equipment, fairly well fenced. It said, "This is the gate leading to the sanctum." Looking down, there were 2 thugs smoking. Suho worried, "This is bad. I can't believe people are still here at this hour." Baru added, "Those are people who will do anything to cling to life." He thought to himself, "But why are they here at this time? Wouldn't it be better to take out the magic beasts during the day?" Just then a truck drove up from outside. The people inside immediately pulled the barrier aside to let it in. After it entered the compound, the truck stopped. Suho remained above silently observing. From the truck some civilians were tied up and hauled down. The thugs looked at the face of the crying girl pitifully and showed hunger. Suho asked coldly, "Baru, am I really seeing a human trafficking scene?" It answered, "It appears so, my young lord. We are trespassing. Not acting might be wiser. If we are discovered here, hunters." It had not finished speaking when it turned and Suho was no longer there. Fang of Rakan looked out and said, "He is gone." At this moment he was already jumping down below without hesitation. To recall a bit, Suho's father was a violent crimes detective, his grandfather a legendary firefighter, and the 21-year-old Sung Suho who grew up admiring them. His goal now was to rescue those below. One of the thugs sensed something. He tilted his head and looked back. What appeared above his head was a foot and a mysterious shadow. Everyone shared the same reflex to act when they saw injustice. Suho at that moment shouted and attacked them. In the blink of an eye, Suho darted forward like lightning and delivered a kick to the kidnapper's face. The force of his leg was so strong that the man's face contorted and his eyes rolled white, unable to react. Watching from outside, Suho's subordinate could only shake his head in amazement at this strength. The rest of the hyena guild members were instantly terrified. Mouths agape in stunned silence. The man Suho had struck lay motionless on the ground and Suho quickly shifted his target to the others. Suho cast a glance filled with murderous intent over his shoulder at the kidnappers. The hyena guild members angrily shouted, "Who the hell are you?" Only then did Suho suddenly realize, "Right, my body moved on its own. I must have been too enraged." He thought awkwardly, "Trespassing into another guild's territory is illegal. What should I do now?" Then Suho widened his eyes. An idea flashed through his mind. Baru in the back noticed the mist flame being summoned by his master gradually condense into a stream of power. Suho used it to form a mask to conceal his face and addressed the kidnappers in a low voice. "I can't believe you kidnap and threaten others." His voice full of indignation. "What are you, you hyena guild bastards?" Witnessing his power, the hyena members angrily demanded, "Who the freak are you? Not only did you invade our territory, but you attacked us too. Do you want to die?" Then they charged forward together with belligerent faces ready to tear him apart. Suho moved lightly and gracefully, dodging each incoming strike in turn. He took a defensive stance and calculated inwardly. "Based on my research, the average rank of hyena guild members is rank D. So to be safe, I should not use my full strength." Thinking this, he controlled the force of a direct punch toward the crowd. Several men hit by the blow were immediately flung several meters away to the bewildered stares of the others. Not stopping there, he leapt into the air and aimed his foot at the remaining men. With a single spin, Suho kicked straight into the faces of the 2 remaining hyena members. Their faces were instantly smashed beyond reaction. Baru, watching from the bushes, could not help but marvel at this power. Little Monarch, looking at the battlefield cleared in a flash, it wondered, has he grown so much that even D-rank awakened have no chance against him? Baru silently thought, I am truly moved. Over here, Suho scratched his face in puzzlement. I won too easily. The hyena members were quickly bound, all looking miserable. He finished his work and called Baru and the other subordinates to come near him. The kidnapped people stepped forward and spoke. Thank you for helping us. Are you a hunter from the Hunters Association? Who stammered in reply, something like that. Just tell them that. He instructed me to handle everything here, so everyone just evacuated to a safe place. After everyone left, Suho scratched his head in confusion. But why would the Hyena Guild kidnap people? The Fang of Rakan beside him spoke up. Sung Suho, it said in a hesitant voice. I can sense it. He asked back curiously, what do you mean you can sense it? Following that direction, Suho went and lifted the warehouse door. Inside it was pitch black. As soon as he opened the warehouse door, his eyes showed bewilderment. His eyes widened in shock. In front of us now were iron cages. He vaguely realized this is, looking at the syringes and drugs still scattered on the ground. Who guessed? Is this the place where they locked everyone up? In those iron cages, fast food boxes and handcuffs were still left scattered everywhere. Baru spoke cautiously. This vague energy, could it be? The 3 of them all glanced toward an iron cage where a groan was coming from. Inside was an injured dog lying motionless, who was surprised. They even locked up puppies. What on earth is Hyena trying to do? Fang of Rakan continued, that is not a puppy, nor is it a wolf cub. It explained, it is the descendant of the king of beasts, the beast monarch Fang. Upon hearing that, he was shocked to exclaim, what? Fang of Rakan recounted, right after losing the battle with the Shadow Monarch, the beast monarch Fang left a retainer for his heir and evacuated the descendant to the sanctuary. He believed that as long as his aura had not disappeared, then another beast monarch Fang would be born. As it recounted, Suho broke the handcuffs and chains. He truly wanted another beast monarch Fang to be born. Fang of Rakan looked at him holding Gray in his arms. He wanted his bloodline not to be cut off and still exist in the future. Baru looked over and examined. I could feel a vague energy belonging to the beast monarch Fang in that wolf, because it has weakened so much that if left like that it would die. It respectfully asked, what will you do now, little monarch? Who darkened face hesitated. That voice continued, the guys outside were all knocked down, so there must be some people left inside. But it seems like only one person is left. Suho, annoyed, quickly put his mask back on. Damn it. There are still people from that guild here. Suddenly, after turning around, his eyes froze for a few moments, as if realizing something. In front of us was not someone from the guild. A monster. Brocky growled in resentment. Hyena Guild. Those useless bastards. Just as I thought. Humans cannot be trusted. Fang of Rakan immediately recognized. Brocky, you are still alive. Suho was startled and asked, you know him? Fang of Rakan confirmed. I know. It described, he is the guard entrusted with a descendant I just mentioned. Brocky grinned maliciously at it. It has been a while. Fang of Rakan. You are still alive, huh? Fang of Rakan reminded. Brocky, you did not forget that you were assigned to protect the descendant of the beast monarch Fang, did you? It looked at the Gray in his arms and asked, what the hell have you done for things to turn out like this? Brocky bared his sharp teeth, pretending to be completely innocent. What the hell? In an instant, it lunged at Suho's face, its sharp claws threatening. Human, how dare you touch my possession? Gray in Suho's hands quickly fell into its grip. Suho was astonished. It was too fast. Brocky laughed savagely. Its eyes turned red, full of murderous intent, and lunged forward. One hand held Gray tightly. The other struck Suho. He was slammed several meters away, crashing into the wall, making debris fly everywhere. From the thick dust, Baru hurriedly rushed through the air towards Suho. It anxiously flew like a bolt and called out, "Little king." Suho, hit by Brocky's strike, was sent flying out of the warehouse. The ground became chaotic because of it. Baru worriedly asked, "Are you okay?" Suho looked at his hand and said in admiration, "Among all the hits I have taken recently, this one hurts the most." Baru panicked. "Your head was bleeding." Suho rubbed his head and reminded me, "My head is throbbing. Stop yelling." Baru. At the same time, the system reported, "The endurance skill has leveled up." Baru hurriedly explained, "Little king, when we arrived here, I sensed a vague energy. Now I know what it is." A statement from it made Suho astonished. "I can sense Itarim's energy from that person." Inside the warehouse, Raken's Fang showed anger and scolded Brocky. "Do you know what you are doing with the descendants of the king?" However, Brocky replied nonchalantly, "Do you think I, who lost the sanctuary, can maintain this amount of power?" Raken's Fang was slightly surprised and confused. Brocky continued arrogantly, "For the survival of the strongest nations there, only the strong can survive. The weak can only depend on the stronger. Moreover, this is also the law of nature. The weak become nourishment for the strong." It pointed at Gray with a greedy voice. "Although this friend is too weak, its origin belongs to the same bloodline as the Hungha king, so it can be considered an extremely optimal source of nourishment." Brocky bared its drooling, hungry teeth. "That is why I always want to absorb it." It arrogantly said, "I want to drink its blood. The blood of the king. I cannot resist any more." Raken's Fang shouted, "Brocky." But Brocky did not care. It roared aggressively, "And I will surely kill all of you. You cannot even do anything alone. What can a human like you do to stop me?" It continued to boast, ignoring a hand reaching out. "The death of the Hungha king proves that he is weak." That hand gestured. Brocky still confidently said, "And I, the survivor, can truly be called strong." It had not finished the sentence. A cut pierced and severed Brocky's hand, the one worthy of the title king. It froze, grimacing as it saw its bleeding arm. Baru outside took the opportunity to grab Gray. Raken's Fang also immediately transmitted power from below. It flew like lightning through Brocky's spot to Suho's hand and called Sung Suho. He said, "Right then, it seems you are quite angry at this bastard. I also have a few things to settle with him." Suho's eyes lit up, clearly filled with murderous intent, staring at Brocky. This is the first time the alliance between the Dark and Hungha shows its power. Deep in Suho's heart, he realized, "Itarim, finally I have found a clue related to my father." Brocky covered his face, lamenting, "So troublesome, a bug dared." His eyes showed a strange symbol. The murderous aura around him increased a few times. "I will kill you." The system displayed a notification. "There is a new mission, urgent mission. Defeat the Hyena Guild, eliminate Brocky and ensure personal safety. Eliminate Brocky 0 out of 1. Standing outside, Baru felt dejected. "I can do nothing but watch helplessly." Suddenly, Gray in its hand stirred, slowly trembling and opening his eyes. On this side, Suho had resolved to defeat Brocky at all costs. He held Raken's Fang in his hand, facing it directly. Suho's gaze darkened, calculating in his mind, "Hyena, Brocky, huh?" He observed Brocky's movements, wondering, "I think I already know where their guild name comes from. How can a monster both found a guild and kidnap humans? Could it be related to the Itarim group?" Suddenly, a voice shouted, "Lord Brocky, please release us." It was the people from the Hyena Guild, trying to plead. "That guy is no ordinary being. We will assist you." Suho assumed an attacking stance and shouted, "I will not stand by and watch this happen." Unexpectedly, Brocky stepped toward the Hyena Guild members, opening its bloodthirsty mouth. In an instant, it devoured the entire group of Hyena Guild members. Witnessing this, Suho widened his eyes in horror. "What?" Brocky wiped its mouth disdainfully, thinking, "If I need help to deal with someone like this, those who do not know their place are just fat prey." Without further words, Suho swiftly charged with Raken's Fang, attacking Brocky. Brocky reacted sharply, immediately raising its hand to block Suho's sword. Suho exerted all his strength, trying to pierce through its iron-thick flesh. he shouted in hatred. You kill people for that reason alone. Brocky responded proudly, deciding whether the weak live or die is the privilege of the strong. With that, it hurled Suho several meters away. Do you think the strong need a reason for everything they do? Suho was thrown but quickly regained balance using the terrain. His sharp senses detected imminent danger, eyes wide open. Sure enough, Brocky lunged again from the front, and Suho had to jump to evade a lethal strike. They continuously exchanged blows, turning the battlefield into chaos. Brocky stomped forcefully, making the ground sink, growling with each breath, his red eyes thirsting for blood searching for Suho's position. Suddenly, sensing something unusual, Brocky looked upward. Amid falling debris, Suho descended from above, heading straight for Brocky's head. Raken's fang in his hand gradually accumulated power, slicing through the air. Suho leapt down, unleashing a series of consecutive slashes, activating the violent wind slash. Yet Brocky still laughed wildly with disdain. You can only do this much. I thought the descendant of the Dark King would be different. It had not finished speaking. Suho continued, launching Raken's fang straight through its body. He retracted Raken's fang back into his hand and said coldly, "Not done yet." Suho executed a whirlwind strike, a storm sharp as a blade piercing through Brocky's body. Raken's fang asked confusedly, "Brocky, why have you become like this?" It reproached you, who swore loyalty and reverence to Lord Raken. Why have you betrayed your heart? For a brief moment, Brocky's mind questioned, did I respect Raken? But that thought was immediately dismissed, its heart gradually consumed by darkness. Brocky's eyes continued to burn with hatred and bloodlust more than ever. It clenched Raken's fang decisively and responded, no. Brocky used force to throw Raken's fang to the ground, breaking it in half. No. It screamed in rage. I never respected him. I only submitted to Raken's strength at that time. Raken's fang was now embedded in the ground, completely cracked. Do you think I would always live a weak life like that? Suho beside it shouted in panic, Fang. Suddenly, Brocky lunged, punching hard into his stomach. This is not the time to worry for others, you insect. Suho trembled, feeling his body, too much pain. My bones feel like they are about to shatter. He tried to motivate himself, but when he thought of his father, who may still be fighting somewhere, Suho's whole body was enveloped by immense dark power. He assumed a stance, punching straight toward Brocky. Suho's strike hit directly in the center of its body. Thinking, I must not fall here. Observing from outside, Baru cried out in anguish, my young king. On the ground, Raken's fang was now completely still, the blade broken. I regretted, power is leaking from the cracked blade. Will I be destroyed like this, disregarding the survival of the descendants in the clan, disregarding the future of the Fang clan? Everything falls on Sung Suho alone. I want to fight more. I still want to fight. Suddenly, in the mist, Raken's fang seemed to sense something. Before it, Gray was slowly standing up weakly. Looking at it, Raken's fang wondered, what will become of Lord Raken's descendant? I understand now. Suho and Brocky's battle on this side continued to be extremely intense. Gray was gradually regaining strength, growling a few times in anger, making Raken's fang realize, so he has been inspired in spirit and combat by acts of righteousness that do not tolerate evil. It was satisfying, trying to radiate the remaining energy in its body. I understand now, the final thing I can do. Raken's fang's energy flew to Gray. I can transfer all remaining power in me to the descendant of the Hung Nhwa monarch. Receiving this new power, Gray let out a powerful roar. On this side, Brocky's attacks were becoming faster and faster. Suho was gradually forced into a defensive stance, being knocked back several meters. He collapsed, head drooping with no strength left. Suho breathed heavily, exhausted, his movements clearly more difficult. He still tried to raise his hands in defense, even though the system reported his health was down to a tiny fraction, thinking, it seems I am slightly stronger than before. Brocky advanced with fierce momentum, just a bug. But you have lasted quite long, Suho wondered. But can I defeat him? Without waiting for him to recover, Brocky lunged with full force for a finishing blow and died. Suho saw the sharp claws aiming at him, helplessly swearing in his mind, "Damn it." At this life and death moment, something strange happened from where Gray was. It shot forward like a lightning bolt to intercept Brocky's claws. Even Suho had to pause, stunned by the scene before his eyes. Brocky called out confusedly, staring at Gray, "You are." On Brocky's hand were still the bite marks from Gray's sharp teeth. It growled, retreating towards Suho, eyes burning with fury fixed on Brocky. Gray had now completely transformed, eyes blazing and sharp teeth radiating power. The system announced, "Notice, the descendant of the Fang clan highly admires the player's fighting spirit. Do you want to recruit the Fang clan descendant as a teammate?" Suho was stunned. Fang clan descendant. What does that mean? The little wolf from before. He looked at Gray standing valiantly in front of him, wondering, recruit as a teammate. Brocky clutched his wounds, speculating, is this person the descendant of Rakan, the one who absorbed the power of Rakan's fang? Hearing this, Suho was surprised. It absorbed the power from Rakan's fang, which means Rakan's fang sacrificed itself to save the royal descendant. A notification appeared, asking if you want to recruit the descendant of the Fang clan as a teammate. Suho thought for a moment, because from the beginning he had wanted to ally with the Fang clan. Without thinking much, he immediately confirmed, there is no reason to refuse, yes. The system immediately recorded, you had recruited the descendant of the Fang clan as a teammate. Right after, Suho felt something entering his mind. The image of Brocky sitting with Gray appeared in his head. It said, descendant of Rakan, I have lost to the Dark Monarch. Brocky smiled contentedly, patting Gray's head. This world follows the law of the strong devouring the weak. Since I have lost, I will lose a lot. It gently advised Gray, become strong so the clan can prosper. In Brocky's arms, Gray happily rubbed its head against his hand, smiling with delight. But very quickly, another scene with Gray's bewildered face flashed by. Brocky was trying to protect it from a group of strangers from the Hyena Guild. Brocky breathed weakly, looking at the people in front. What are you? Why do you not finish me? A boy with strange eyes looked at Brocky with satisfaction. This seems to be a useful monster. It is exactly what I need. The boy nodded. I chose this one. Immediately the strangers held Brocky tightly, bringing a stone in front of it. The stone was gradually brought close to Brocky's eyes, which looked bewildered. Gray could only gape, screaming amidst Brocky's painful cries. The strangers ordered, Hyena Brocky, from now on you have the task of capturing humans and bringing them to us. After speaking, they turned and left. What I have infused into your body will give you strength. Gray weakly ran over to check Brocky. The voice before leaving still commanded, of course, depending on who uses it. Immediately after, Gray's eyes opened wide in horror, as if seeing something utterly terrifying. Brocky in its eyes had changed, its whole body radiating only killing intent. Suho realized, it seems their wish had been distorted. He returned to reality, wondering to himself, the memories of the Fang clan descendant. Suho speculated, these people had attached something to Brocky's eyes. They are directly responsible and connected to Iterum. He glanced at Gray as if understanding. The Fang clan descendant does not want revenge on Brocky, but wants to prevent Brocky from running wild. Suho gritted his teeth in irritation. If this is related to their plan, then I have to defeat Brocky first. Seeing Brocky standing there, Suho hesitated for a moment. But I didn't have the strength to defeat him. Just then, the system appeared, startling Suho. Notification: you have received a quest upon recruiting a teammate. Quest notification: Royal Descendant Quest. Track down the descendants of the monarchs and recruit them as teammates. Royal descendants have become current teammates 1 out of 8. Connection skill has been formed through the link with the descendants of the Fang clan. Immediately after, Gray's whole body emitted a more powerful energy than ever. Even Suho could feel a similar flow of power coursing through his body. From their location, an explosion. Brocky, feeling uneasy, immediately lunged forward. I don't know what's happening, but... It roared, wanting to throw a punch. Do you think I will lie still and wait for you to transform? Brocky's strike quickly descended on the spot where Suho and Gray were standing. An explosion was immediately triggered, rocks and earth scattered, creating dense dust clouds. The dust gradually dissipated, revealing what was inside. The system recorded new skills created through connection with the descendants of the Fang clan. At the same time, a hand blocked Brocky's strike. Suho's hair then changed to a completely platinum color. His arms and the aura from his eyes were also transformed, looking extremely imposing. He looked at his new body, astonished, wondering, "This is..." System response, connection skill possession of beast level 1, mana consumption 1 mana per second. When allowing the descendant of the Fang clan to possess your body, your physique will be enhanced, and your senses will become as sharp as a beast. Suho paid no attention to Brocky's claws approaching, suddenly thinking, "What? This time he is combining with the Fang clan descendant." He completely dodged all attacks with ease, marveling, "My body feels so light. Senses have become sharper." Suho marveled, "I could sense every movement and evade danger." He launched a kick to Brocky's chin. "If it's now then." Suddenly, Brocky opened its mouth and let out a piercing yet strangely familiar cry. Suho stepped back to guard, realizing, this is the scream from earlier. Brocky's eyes once again displayed the symbols of the strange people. The symbols now appeared on its head like a mark, urging, "I cannot lose." Brocky powerfully threw a punch shattering rocks. If not, it would lose everything. Baru watched the battle in shock. The young monarch's mana has increased. Brocky attacked more frantically. "I don't know what you did, but surely, I will never let a human like you win." It kept striking, sending Suho flying. Ultimately, the difference in strength also comes from the difference in species. Brocky's fist and Suho's were almost about to collide. All because you are human, the inferior species. At the very moment they confronted each other head-on, a tremor occurred. Brocky's hand shattered and snapped backward. Brocky stood dazed, not understanding what had just happened before its eyes. In front of it, Suho stepped back and received a notification from the system. Notification: you have learned a new skill, hand-to-hand combat level 1. You have become proficient in hand-to-hand combat. You will deal an additional 33% damage to opponents when using your body to attack. Baru scolded, "How dare you mention species differences in front of the young monarch?" It confidently affirmed, "No species is superior to the species of the Dark Monarch." At this moment, Brocky froze. "Wait, that means?" It stared at Suho as he launched a kick above its head. "This kid is a descendant." Before it could finish thinking, Suho's kick slammed Brocky's head into the ground. The impact was so strong that the surrounding rocks shattered and flew into the air. The sound of the strike echoed far, alerting the entire forest. After a while, Suho's platinum hair gradually faded away. He returned to his familiar form with black hair. Gray's soul also slowly separated from Suho's body as before. Brocky lay on the ground, still groaning. "Stronger. I must become stronger." Gray gently stepped forward, licking its face as if it were a loved one. The strange symbols in Brocky's eyes gradually disappeared, and it was realized, "Now I remember." Brocky's eyes closed in satisfaction, understanding the reason why it had to become stronger. A familiar figure appeared in its mind. "Rakan, I went mad because I could not protect you." Thinking this, Brocky knew it was time. Gray stared blankly at Brocky's dead body lying on the ground. It lowered its head in sorrow. Baru and Suho silently observed from behind. Baru praised, "Young monarch, you did very well." Suho spoke indifferently. "Baru." His eyes wandered as he asked, "You said you could sense Itarim's energy from Brocky, right?" "I just glimpsed the memories of the descendants of the Claw tribe." Suho recalled the horrifying fragments of memory. The hunters who entered Brocky's dungeon placed something on its eyes. Could they have come from Itarim? Why did they attack Brocky? Baru thought for a while and then denied. "Surely not. The outer god does not act directly, but uses disciples to disrupt cause and effect. However, the purpose of those hunters must be related to world conquest." Suho speculated that means there are also disciples of Itarim on Earth. He lowered his head regretfully, wishing he had more information. otherwise he might lose track of the Iterum again. Suddenly, Baru proposed, "There is a way." Suho looked at it in surprise. "Really?" Baru suggested, "Braki has memories of Iterum. If I consume his body, today I will see those memories. In that way I can also recover mana. Indeed, a double benefit." Suho coldly and skeptically asked, "Do you have such ability?" Then he turned sharply to look at Gray and Braki. Gray noticed Suho's gaze and glanced back indifferently. Suho stepped forward and asked, "Do you want to come with us? I have a place I want to show you." Gray remained silent for a while, observing him as if assessing safety. Suho stood there, completely patient, waiting for its answer. Moments later, Gray ran forward joyfully, licking Suho's face like a small dog. He pulled a small key from the dark space. A vast spatial gate opened before them. "Then I'm counting on you, Baru." It exclaimed admiringly, "Young monarch, you are so kind." Passing through the spatial gate, Suho's group was led to a dungeon. Baru asked, "Young monarch, why are you entering the dungeon instead of going home?" Suho confidently replied, "I want to find a place where the descendants of the Claw tribe can live." Baru was startled. "In the dark dungeon." Suho explained, "I have an alliance with the Claw tribe. He has lost both guardian and sanctuary, so he is very pitiful." Suddenly, the system reported, "Notification. The teammate descendant of the Claw tribe wants you to give them a name. Notification. Please name the descendant of the Claw tribe." Suho was curious. "You want me to give you a name?" He thought for a while, then decided, "Because your fur is gray, call you Gray." Baru could not help but feel disappointed. "Your naming ability is just like the king's." The system immediately recorded Gray, teammate relationship, trust and respect. Suho instructed, "Gray, now I will redesign this forest as a territory for the Claw tribe. Use it well." Another notification was sent. Notification. Part of the dark dungeon has become a territory of the Claw tribe. The designated owner of the Claw tribe territory is Gray. Looking at the lively wolf pup before him, Suho wondered, "Baru, what will Gray eat?" Baru speculated that, because he carries the blood of the Claw tribe, he will probably eat raw organs or monsters. Suho smiled smugly as if he had struck gold, replied, "Then that's perfect." He glanced to the side. "Since there are still monsters here that I haven't dealt with, I'll have Gray clean them up." Gray's roar rang out, charging like a wild wolf. It quickly and continuously dispatched the monsters in the forest. Observing from above, Suho praised, "Good movement, Gray. Now I will arrange the spoils." The system appeared, "Mission reward. The following rewards have been prepared for you. Reward 1, 5 ability points. Reward 2, Title Wolf Slayer." Notification. You have received the title Wolf Slayer. The title is awarded to the hunter who kills the most wolves. When facing beast-type creatures, stats increase by 40%. Suho scratched his head in confusion. Wolf Slayer? Braki is a hyena after all. Baru beside him reminded, "Just ignore those trivial details." Looking at the system panel, Suho decided, "Fine, this mission. Find the descendants of the monarchs and recruit teammates." Baru was surprised. The king didn't have a system like this. He calmly analyzed it. And it is said the leveling system created for you was partially modified by removing the system's original malicious intentions. Suho, curious, repeated, "Malicious intent." Baru then recounted, "Back then, the system forced the player Sung Jinwoo to grow immensely, and the administrator's goal was to use him as a vessel for the Dark Monarch. At the moment the goal was fulfilled. Your father's soul should have been destroyed. But he resisted the system. Images appeared in his mind, and he became the Dark Monarch himself." Baru tried to describe every detail. Then the king became the supreme being and no longer needed to level up. Suho, somewhat puzzled, asked, "So now the system is helping me become the Dark Monarch?" Baru shook his head and denied, "No, there can only be one Dark Monarch." He spoke confidently, "I trust the system will adapt in a beneficial way and guide you. If any additional functions appear, they are meant to help you." Suho hesitated a bit, his gaze thoughtful, regarding the system's status window. The system immediately displayed his current status in detail. Suho nodded in acknowledgement. After hearing you, I roughly understand why my profession is none. Suho looked at the system panel, calculating. His stats have increased significantly since the first time Mistborns chased him at level 1. He didn't expect to acquire so many useful skills already. He worriedly glanced at Gray, still feeling very weak, thinking, if it weren't for Gray and that connection skill during the recent incident, I probably would have lost to Braki. Thinking this, Suho gestured to Baru. If the missions created by the system are meant to benefit me, then I will complete all those missions immediately. If I finish them, I might be able to reunite with my parents. He jumped off the tree branch, suddenly remembering, all right, have we found traces of the Iterum from Braki's memories yet? Baru looked helpless. I tried to see, but there's no Iterum disciple who brainwashed Braki. Suho, slightly disappointed, asked again, so there's no clue left. Baru quickly reassured, but then he recounted memories of those who established the Hyena Guild for Braki and kidnapped humans. Baru hesitated and mentioned, the guild's name is Suho immediately. Rivan from behind also spoke up. Vincent, you act on your own. You are fast enough. No need to rush. Julian, as if finding an ally, said, see? Vincent stubbornly affirmed. This is how I live. Julian, I cannot gain anything without risking my life. The mana flow in him accelerated. At that moment you should try to risk moving forward. Julian grabbed his head anxiously. Vincent, at this rate you will die. Vincent still strained his eyes and endured. Just a little more, just a little more. The flow will complete if I can connect this. The mana flow in front of him was gradually converging. Rivan panicked and rushed over shouting, don't, Vincent, it's still too early. However, Vincent's mana flow had fully connected. He exhaled in relief thinking, I did it. Just as he finished thinking, suddenly the previously connected mana flow abruptly broke apart. A loud explosion shook the entire room. Rivan was thrown back, crashing into the broken bed. He groaned in pain, struggling to get back up. Over here, Master Khan was discussing with Versa. Still about half a year before the next Blood Citadel opens, right? She nodded. Yes, that's right. Master Khan calculated. Vincent has defeated a 2-star martial artist. Surely for him that's just normal strength. Versa was a bit cautious. Hopefully that's the case. Back over here, Rivan panicked. Are you okay, Vincent? He waved his hand to reassure me. I'm fine. Rivan reproached. You overexerted yourself. It would even take me half a year. You're incredibly fast, but it should at least take 2 months. At the same time, Master Khan suddenly spoke, freezing Versa. 1 month. He cast a cold gaze and the monsters in the dungeon forest were torn apart one by Gray. Baru approached and praised, you're getting better at hunting. Keep it up to serve the young monarch. He commanded, now, don't leave anything behind. Devour everything. Suho watched and could only smile wryly. At least it adapted faster than I expected. Suddenly, a system notification caught his curiosity. Notification. The experience points of your companion Gray from hunting magical beasts have reached the threshold and will be transferred to the player. Experience loss 50%. Suho called out, pointing at the system panel. Baru, my experience just increased thanks to Gray's hunting. Is this part of the system too? Baru replied in surprise, really? He glanced at the system and said hesitantly, I'm not sure, but it's probably similar to how the Dark Soldier's experience points are transferred to the king. Suho deduced, so it's like a guild system sharing experience points like in a game. He predicted, even with a 50% loss, the automatic experience gain is still a good thing. Baru then suggested, startling Gray, so from now on, let Gray hunt here. Moments later, another system panel appeared. Suho looked over. It was another status window. Notification, you have met the conditions to unlock a mission by defeating a certain number of magical beasts in the Dark Dungeon. The daily mission, Clean the Dark Dungeon, has appeared. Suho's expression turned annoyed. A daily mission. It wants me to kill goblins. He analyzed the notification. If a collection mission appears, there will be rewards, and since it's a daily mission, I'll receive rewards every day. Baru, hearing this, speculated. It seems the system wants this area to fully belong to the king's territory. Suho sighed in frustration. Do I really have to find 100 goblins in this vast area? He hesitated, then decided to search inside the inventory. An item appeared. A war horn, rarity E, type musical instrument, used by goblin centurions to summon subordinates. Suho realized, I received this item before after defeating a goblin. Then he blew a long note. The system recorded, you have used the war horn to call nearby goblins. Immediately, the previously quiet ground stirred. From the front, countless footsteps approached gradually. A group of goblins, brandishing weapons aggressively, charged toward Suho. He confirmed with amusement, just as I thought. Baru couldn't hide his delight, and didn't expect the king to attract goblins using a war horn, truly top-notch. Suho clenched his fists, summoning internal power. He assumed a stance, accumulating energy into his fists. Moments later, he decisively punched forward with a determined gaze. The goblins vanished into smoke in an instant. Suho did not stop, his eyes fixed forward. A few more goblins were struck down with critical blows. Suho's speed had become so fast that only streaks of light were visible in the air. The goblins were easily defeated by him without much effort. Suho sighed in his mind, I'm tired of fighting these goblins, but if I have to battle so many of them. The system sent a message, you have used a war horn item to summon nearby goblins. Immediately, another group of goblins appeared, growing in numbers. Suho stood observing them charging forward, casually saying, at least it has to be this many at once. He extended his hand, summoning the souls of the fallen goblins. Even Gray, aggressive and combative, leapt in to tear through the goblins. A mission notification appeared. Daily mission, clean the dark dungeon. Gray lay exhausted on the ground, panting heavily after hunting for 3 hours straight. Suho observed the battlefield, and the system displayed, Daily mission, clean the dark dungeon completed. Notification, you have received rewards from the mission. Check rewards, accept or decline. Seeing his pensive expression, Baru curiously asked, What's wrong, young monarch? Suho suspected the mission counter seemed to be glitched. I completed the objective, but it keeps counting. Suho smiled mysteriously and said, Could it be? He made a decision that left Gray's mouth wide open in astonishment. If it keeps counting, maybe there's a hidden reward. Let's see how far it counts. After a short while, Gray became so exhausted he could barely breathe. Only then did the system register. Notification, hidden mission, clean the dark dungeon completed. You have received rewards from the mission. Check rewards, accept or decline. Suho shouted with joy, there really is a hidden reward. He eagerly accepted, and the system sent. Mission reward notification. You will receive the following rewards. Reward 1, status restoration. Reward 2, attribute points +3. Reward 3, blessed random box. Reward 4, cursed random box. Choose, accept all, accept, decline. Suho quickly decided to accept the first reward. Reward 1, status restoration. He felt delighted. I am fully restored as if I just leveled up. Very useful if injured in battle. Then, Suho continued, accepting the second reward. Looking at the status panel, he analyzed, the higher the level, the harder it is to gain attribute points, but thanks to daily missions, I can grow stronger day by day. Suho's gaze suddenly darkened as he stared at the screen. Finally, the system asked, you must choose between 2 random boxes. Which will you choose? 2 options appeared. Blessed random box grants the player what they desire. Cursed random box grants the player what they need. Suho carefully reasoned, if I choose what I want, it might be useless, but if I choose what I need, it might produce something I don't want. He hesitated, but the range of what he wants is too broad, and right now there are more things I need. After a moment of consideration, Suho decided on the cursed random box. The system immediately sent a notification. You have received the Vulcan Horn item. Seeing the item that just appeared, Suho widened his eyes in surprise. Gloves. The Vulcan Horn, rarity, type, gloves, attack +40. The gloves were forged from the horn of the greedy Vulcan demon. It helps increase damage using the power of Vulcan residing inside. Effect Desire of Destruction increases physical damage by 30%. Effect Devour Demon. Vulcan's power becomes stronger proportionally with the number of demon souls consumed. Suho was satisfied. Not every time can I turn dark soldiers into weapons, so I really need my own weapon. This fits perfectly. He put the gloves on his hand and moved them a few simple motions. Suho punched strongly into the air, increasing physical damage by 30%. Meaning the value will increase according to the number of demons I hunt. It is a bit heavy, so I will invest all points into strength. He felt thrilled. Now I should increase the number of weapons by defeating more monsters. The system immediately sent a notification. Companion status is changing. The loyalty of the companion Gray has shifted from admiration to fear. Beru reminded, Young Monarch, Gray is not a dark soldier with infinite stamina. At this moment Suho realized, sorry, today is enough. I also have something to find outside. A notification was sent. You have exited the dark dungeon. Suho looked around a little confused. The name of the organization related to the Hyena Guild is Reaper, right? Beru immediately nodded. Correct. Suho looked around confused. Where should I start investigating? Suddenly a message was sent. Suho, help me. At Seoul Dangerous Zone Station. Dajun was waiting there, waving excitedly. Suho, thank you for coming. He nervously explained. Today I have to enter the dungeon. But no laborers responded at all. Suho looked confused. No one went. Dajun nodded in agreement. Yes, that is the case. He clenched his fist and cursed silently. The bastards, they are probably out drinking somewhere. Suho tried to reassure him. I will help you. Calm down. Dajun happily handed over a set of gear. Praised. You are number 1. Suho, take it. Suho was curious. Isn't this hazmat gear? Dajun explained. Laborers are more likely to encounter danger than miners, so hazmat gear is mandatory. He continued, miners can safely harvest in cleared zones, but laborers must carry the corpses of monsters hunted by the strike team, so we have to go immediately after them. Suho quickly changed into his uniform while Dajun instructed. We have to prepare thoroughly for any attack, and we could also be impaled by the spikes from monster corpses. He looked at his gear in surprise. So this is the purpose of the hazmat suit. Suddenly, the strike team captain approached. Why are there so few laborers? Dajun scratched his head and forced a smile. Sorry, the laborers who were supposed to be here today are absent. The strike team captain scolded. Contract signed, but you people are irresponsible. Do you know how much we had to pay the Reaper Guild or the portal fee? He reprimanded. If anyone is left behind, I will report to the guild, and you will never be allowed to labor again. Dajun could only bow apologetically. Yes, we will do our best, trust us. The strike team captain turned away angrily. That's why I hate irresponsible people. Behind them, Dajun whispered to Suho, I'm not even the labor team captain. Suho, summon and teach them a lesson. Suho lowered his head in contemplation, carefully observing the situation. He analyzed 4 rank D mages, 4 rank D combat hunters, and a rank C healer. The loudmouth from earlier seems to be the captain of this strike team. He recalled the cursed random box he just received, the Vulcan horn, the Devour demon weapon he obtained. Assistant instructor Lim Hyung, who contacted him at that time, standing next to Dajun cautiously warning, careful not to slip, Suho. He looked up at the dungeon before him and thought, and this dungeon area is owned by the Reaper Guild. The entrance inside the dungeon was dark, radiating a few minutes of travel passed. Everyone stopped as a notification appeared. We have arrived at the conquest area. The strike team leader drew out his weapons. Fire sparks and floating blue shields appeared. Monsters appeared ahead, and the captain gave the signal. Everyone got into position and prepared for combat. The monsters belonged to the lizard group. They moved clinging to the floor, their eyes a single fierce red. Lim, Dajun, and Suho pulled the crates behind, while ahead Captain Minho spoke up. The collection team has only 2 people, so you 2 follow us closely and gather the items as quickly as possible. He worriedly added, I can't believe they want me to follow the strike team so closely. Suho said nothing, just looked at the monsters with boredom and thought, lizard, I wish I could meet a few demons to test the Vulcan horn I got from the cursed box. Each member of the strike team coordinated their attacks smoothly. Suho also took the opportunity to observe and learn. Well, it's fine. This is a good chance to see how a hunter group fights. I'll learn how different hunters fight together. Holding the dark key in his hand, Suho at that moment thought, because I completed the daily mission, I now have quite a few goblin minions as well as goblin commanders. He placed the key on the ground. A stream of dark shadows appeared as he shouted, Arise! In front of him, goblins appeared in succession. Suho followed with his eyes, thinking to himself, since my intelligence stat has increased, now I can control 7 shadow soldiers. Soon after, the lizard monsters were all killed at once, the tiled floor stained with their blood. Minho wiped the sweat from his brow, scanned the monsters, and announced, I think we're done here. Let's take a break, everyone. When someone spoke up asking, already taking a break, he said bluntly without hesitation, I only have 2 people in the collection team. If I want to hunt more, those 2 will probably get in the way. Suddenly realizing something, Minho looked back. The sight of goblins helping him put the corpses into crates made him suspicious. What are those? Have they finished collecting already? Lim Dajun at that moment said, With Suho here everything is really easy. Suho replied boredly, The strike team is slower than I thought. At that moment, he rushed toward a goblin and asked loudly, Is this your summoned creature? Suho, confused, asked, Why are you asking that? Lim Dajun looked a little worried. Is he planning to cause trouble again? Suddenly, Minho struck firmly onto Suho's hand. He was no longer rude, this time lowering his tone to request, Please become our group's exclusive collection team. Suho, flustered, explained, I have no intention of being a collector forever. He immediately declared, We will pay you the highest price on the market. Just then, a member of the strike team hurriedly announced, Captain, we have a big problem. We've found a corpse. Both Minho and Suho were stunned. He quickly turned and asked again, A corpse. The body had been brought out, covered in blue burn marks on the skin and in the mouth, the clothes nearly torn to shreds. Minho's legs buckled next to the corpse, his hands groping for a moment before confirming, Yes, it's him. A team member speculated, judging by the equipment and clothes, this could be a normal person. Then someone else spoke up, I've never heard of any monster at Soul Station using fire like that. Hearing this, he recalled the previous horror, the terrified expression when he first saw it. This is a fire mist. Minho, confused, asked, Fire mist? You mean that new monster that uses blue fire? Suho immediately responded, I'm quite sure. There was an incident involving a fire mist at our university. At that moment, 2 members of the strike team pointed out, There's another one in this corner, and here too. Seeing the seriousness of the situation, a team member suggested, Captain, should we stop hunting and report this to the association? He said nothing, instead raising his hand to his chin in thought. How strange, but judging by the clothes on the corpses, these are normal people, not hunters. Our team is all awakened rank D and C. We can handle it ourselves. After this thought, he issued the order, continue the attack. Another person happily agreed, yes, that's the way. Minho's decision genuinely worried Suho, advancing in this situation. So he immediately brought up a point. The fire mist is more dangerous than he thinks. He didn't hesitate to raise his voice and declare, I am the one with authority here. The collection team, lift the crates and follow us quickly. Lim Dajun was extremely apprehensive, thinking, will we have to face the fire mist again? At that moment, Suho turned and asked, You have escape skills, right? He looked back suspiciously. Why are you suddenly asking that? Suho's gaze hardened, his words carrying seriousness. If anything happens, just run. We don't know what dangers lie ahead. Not long after, the 2 teams carrying golden lights advanced deep along the tracks. Inside, layers of strong blue flames surged up to the ceiling. In that room, continuous screams of pain from the fire mist monsters echoed endlessly. In the center of the room were pillars hanging fire mist creatures. Nearby stood the backs of 3 demons watching together. The demon Ragan, wearing a beast mask, asked, "Still not enough fire? Why is the supply always having issues?" Jakyu beside him quickly replied, "I told you there were some problems with the supplier, so the supply isn't stable. Maybe I'll have to ask them for a new source." At that moment, the demon Kadin spoke sternly, issuing an urgent demand for reinforcement. Jakyu, seeing the seriousness of the situation, immediately spoke to the other 2. "I can't believe the Hyena Guild, our firewood supplier, has been destroyed like this. At this rate, the production of star powder will be lower than other factories." Ragan noticed something and quickly tilted his face upward. Kadin also followed his gaze, but then reported, "I feel a presence above." Hearing this, Jakyu exclaimed joyfully, "Hunters, wonderful. Just when I need more firewood." Admiring it, he then commanded confidently, "I will go, prepare the summoning ritual for our allies." One demon reminded him to capture them alive. It stepped forward dragging its massive weapon, confidently declaring, "Of course." Meanwhile, at the strike team's location, each member was panting heavily after finishing off the monsters. Minho pumped himself up with the help of a healer on the team, enthusiastically saying, "Looks like I'm going to get a lot here." The healer agreed, "Indeed, it's worth continuing the hunt." At the same time, he took something from his jacket and placed it down, asking, "Now I also have a great collection team. I've saved this for now, should I use it?" The stardust sphere was raised. Minho proudly looked at it and asked, "This is stardust. Do you guys know it?" 2 nearby team members excitedly shouted, "Isn't this the mana amplification item that's being widely sold among hunters? It's very..." He kept rolling the stardust in his hands, a sinister smile forming as he said, "If I consume this, I'll have the mana of a rank C or even higher." At that moment, the terrifying face of the demon Kadin appeared very close. It suddenly emerged from the shadows, darting straight toward Minho. The large blade spun several times midair, then Kadin thrust the tip straight into Minho's shoulder. Its face turned dark purple, blood gushed from his throat as it commanded, "Don't die." The shock was immense. He released both hands. The star dust fell and shattered. Minho collapsed onto the floor. The healer also sat down, shocked, calling out to the captain. Kadin swung its blade sideways, reporting, "Not dead yet." The remaining team members gaped at each other, sharing the same question. "A monster," it spoke. As it flung the healer to one side, the others started warning each other, "After all, it's still an enemy, everyone be careful." At that moment, Kadin pointed its sharp blade forward, counting in a deep voice, 1, 2, 3. After counting, it concluded, "A total of 10 lives, a formidable opponent." Then it pulled out the star dust from its body, this time declaring, "I don't need 10 people, I'll kill the strong hunters myself." Between its 2 fingers with long claws, the star dust sparkled clearly. Some team members gaped while others trembled, sharing a collective shock. That's stardust, a monster that can also use stardust. While everyone was still reeling, Kadin shoved the stardust deep into its throat and shouted, "Bingo!" The strike team didn't hesitate, dashing toward it with the thought, "I need to kill it before the stardust takes effect." Everyone charged. At that moment, it focused strength into the arm holding the massive blade, then swung it forcefully forward. In a single attack, the hunters' bodies were spun around, some even cut apart, blood gushing instantly. One mage quickly conjured a blazing fireball midair. Immediately after, the blade was lifted and pointed straight at his face. The mage died, the fireball gradually dimmed. In an instant, the bright fire extinguished into darkness, and screams erupted. "What the hell is that? It's too dark, I can't see anything." As darkness enveloped everything, Kadin unleashed hundreds of blade strikes, and the space instantly descended into chaos with cries of help. "There's a monster." After the brief battle, its body was soaked in fresh blood. The screams ceased. It dragged Minho along the tracks, announcing firewood collected. At that moment, the system window appeared in front of Suho with the following lines: Notification, mission initialized, mission, rescue the survivors. A few people have been taken by a demon. Rescue them. Rewards will depend on the number of people you save. Number of survivors, 7. Number rescued, 0. At that moment, Beru flew out and asked, "Young lord, what's going on?" Her eyes were cautious, and she spoke seriously, giving her assessment. "A new mission has appeared. It seems the demons around here have kidnapped humans." Suho looked at the system window again and narrated. "It says I have to rescue as many people as possible to get more rewards, which means those people will soon be in danger." Then he turned to Lim Dajun to inform him, "Hey, I think something happened to the strike team. Get out of the dungeon quickly." Dajun, still gathering bodies, was surprised and asked, "What? How do you know that?" Suho replied casually, "I just have a feeling." Without asking further, Suho told Lim Dajun, "The goblins will escort you to the gate." The pile of goblins quickly pushed him out. He anxiously asked, "Wait a minute, Suho, what about you?" When Suho declared, "I'll go find the strike team," Dajun was stunned for a moment. Then he lowered his head, the sadness clear in his words. "All right, if I stay, I'll just be a hindrance. I'll ask the Hunters Association for help once I'm outside." Suho clenched his fist and firmly replied, "Thank you." With that, he called out Gray, who appeared and quickly joined him. His hair stood on end, and the Vulcan horn gloves were equipped. Suho leaned forward, stomping his foot hard on the ground with a shout, "We have to hurry." In an instant, his tall figure shot forward like a blur. At a wall along the tracks, a door covered in blood was placed there, the lamp on the door emitting a faint greenish-blue light. The door wasn't fully closed. Long streaks of blood ran across the surrounding area. Inside that door was a dark corridor, with red light flickering in and out, the four walls of the corridor smeared with fresh blood. Further inside the corridor, Min-ho and his team were being dragged across the floor. After moving along the path, Kaden returned to the site and gave a brief announcement. Firewood was collected. Jake couldn't help but exclaim, "You got back fast." Then he mentioned something else. The gate will soon open, and the demons will be summoned. Kaden again stomped with his marching motion and said, "I win," quickly. At that moment, Jake finally gave a signal. "All right, to celebrate your quick victory, go arrange the firewood." Kaden turned to one side, grabbing Min-ho's head while mumbling, "Not fair." The two demons didn't pay any attention, but Jake spoke excitedly. "I'm very glad we could supplement our firewood. Now we can produce an entire batch of stardust easily." His eyes flashed with golden light, a sinister smile spreading across his face as he added, "The poison we were taught to make using the demon's secret techniques, and the awakening stimulant originates from chaotic poison, stardust." Each of the fire wisps was being eroded until only the skeleton remained, and he casually mentioned the use of the stardust. Chaotic poison can enhance magical power, but its side effect erodes the user's vitality, and the side effect of the flame that burns the demon crystals can be mitigated by soaking them in demon blood, then replaced with hellfire. At that moment, Ragan's pupils appeared as golden circles with a plus sign. A reverent statement was spoken. "All of this is thanks to the apostle who taught us." He gradually sank into the ignorance of continuously trusting that even the monsters created by destroying the souls of living beings, which lose their reason, were brought into this world by the apostle, giving our lower-ranking demons a chance to become stronger. At that time, Kaden's eyes, after a few short seconds, they all turned to one side, and Ragan announced a presence was quickly approaching. Jack-Yu was a little surprised. "Still hunters?" The words of Kaden then rang out, "Possibility. Hi, teammates, new hunter." At that moment, right at the door of the room, the air was stifling, each wave of aura surging in the void. Then the door was kicked open by a single kick from Suho. The door flew open. Kaden instantly spun around, swinging his great blade to deflect it. Suho's kicking leg folded back, his imposing stance evident as he asked, "Is this the place?" Immediately after, he was shocked into silence, his pupils widening. The terrifying figures of the three others struck Suho's eyes, and a question flashed in his mind. Are they demons? Suho's gaze swept to the pillars where the monsters were hung, and he wondered, and the things behind them. Have they tied up the hellfire creatures and burned them? Is that some kind of ritual? At that moment, the system window displayed a notification. Survivors 7, rescued 0. Suho, quietly thinking to himself, was relieved the survivors were still safe. The blade was already swinging at his neck. In just an instant, Suho leaned back, the sharp blade slicing past without leaving a scratch. The near-miss maneuver made Kaden momentarily stunned. Suho sprang up, his arms raised as he entered an attacking stance. Then he shouted, "The ones who killed the hunters I met on the way here." Immediately after, he punched Kaden hard. It managed to block with its sword, but its body was thrown into the air. Seeing this, the other two demons simultaneously raised the stardust. Jakyu said, "He can dodge even when the youngest is empowered by stardust. It seems we need to help." The dust was placed into the mouth. Ragan bit down. A faint glow scattered. At this moment Kaden was still frenziedly fighting Suho. He threw a punch. It swung its sword in a circle to knock it away. Suddenly a deep voice sounded, making him flinch. "Move aside." Right in front, Kaden jumped to the side. Ragan in a frenzied state raised its fists high. Below, Suho was still standing. The situation became increasingly dangerous. A violent punch came down. He quickly jumped back and rolled to dodge. Just after leaving that spot, a new threat appeared behind Suho. At this moment Jakyu stacked his hands, fingers interlaced to form strands of spiritual energy. Once the energy was fully charged, it sent the concentrated energy strike to Suho. His whole body was instantly paralyzed. Everything continued as Kaden rushed from another side, gripping the large sword in his hands. In this dangerous situation, Suho tried to open his mouth, forcing out a command. As Kaden lunged very close, a sound rose as he shouted loudly. In an instant, a stream of dark energy shot out from him. The dark energy turned into goblins. They appeared and charged straight at it. Jakyu was still shocked at the situation. How could the punch of the youngest silently extend backward? Then Suho turned around. A classic devastating punch was delivered. The demon was instantly thrown very far. It grabbed the floor to stop right next to Ragan, hurriedly saying, "Boss," that is, it did not need to finish. Ragan interrupted with one word, "Right." Then it reminded again. "That is what we saw on the day the no—" It was exactly the power of the Dark Monarch. As Kaden was swinging the sword very strongly, it arrogantly declared. However, compared to the Dark Monarch, it is still far behind. With just a few sword strikes, the goblins summoned by Suho were chopped into pieces. They turned into floating shadows. At this moment he still stood, without any unusual action. Now the three demons together launched an attack. One of them arrogantly said, "If he is not the Dark Monarch, then there is no need to be afraid." Suho exhaled heavily, his mind busy with calculations. "If I fight each one individually, they are weaker than Braki. But, united like this, it will be difficult for me. Even if I continue to revive goblins, it would just waste mana. I have to use that method." In the midst of confusion, Baru's words from the past appeared in his mind. "Dark Monarch, as you know, I only consume corpses to the extent that I can read their memories. The rest must be discarded. The longer the shadow soldiers have been dead, the weaker they become. Is there a reason you chose to keep this body?" Suho then looked at the shadow soldiers and replied, "I just thought of something when I saw Braki's last moment." He presented his vague reasoning. If his final battle was filled with regret for being controlled by Itagrim, perhaps he would help me and become a berserk warrior if I use dark power on him. But if I want to do that, I must first get Gray's permission. Just after he finished, Gray approached Suho. Seeing this, Suho immediately asked for his opinion. "Gray, is this okay?" He showed no hesitation, smiling and nodding in agreement. The fragment of memory stopped here. Suho summoned the dark key with his hand. He knelt on the floor, pressing the key down firmly. Once again he shouted, "Rise!" Streams of darkness poured out along with his declaration. "Braki, if you regret it, I will give you a chance to fight. If you desire it, then respond to me." At that moment, at Brocky's place, he lay unconscious, not moving at all, his body resting in the dense forest. Suddenly a strange light shot toward him from somewhere. Within seconds, the darkness and peak energy of Suho rushed toward where he lay. Seconds later, on the battlefield, the powerful clawed hand appeared, the presence of a shadow soldier. The overwhelming force shattered the floor around Suho. Darkness now surged, carrying an intense aura. Before him, the shadow creature raised both hands to the ground, its fierce appearance causing the other demons to momentarily panic. Then it opened its fangs wide, letting out continuous roars. The shadow soldier with that sinister smile was Brocky, now at level 1, normal rank. Jakyu was utterly horrified, shouting urgently, "Brocky of the Hyena Guild. He is the one who defeated Brocky." After its appearance, Suho calmly announced, "Now there is me, Gray, and Brocky. Both sides are equal in number." Baru, in pain, pointed to herself, silently thinking, "Little Commander, I am here too." At this moment, his expression was so serious it was frightening. His pupils glowed bright blue. Suho, carrying overwhelming momentum, leapt forward. Brocky followed, each confronting a demon after his command, now fighting. Inside the room, his fierce aura combined with streams of darkness engulfed the space. From within the black shadows, someone's red aura suddenly surged. The two energies merged, forming a deep red circular light that spread across the room. Seconds later, a footstep appeared amid the burst of aura. A girl emerged in the chaotic battlefield. Essel's face was damp with sweat, and she spoke in a worried tone, "Who summoned me? Is this some trick by the demons to kill me?" Her eyes widened as she noticed something ahead. At that moment, the scene of Brocky fiercely fighting Ragan appeared, making Essel wonder, why are there shadow soldiers here? In another corner, Suho was confronting Kadin, both of them launching continuous waves of attacks at each other. Kadin's sharp blade gradually descended while Suho's sturdy gloves rose to meet it. The blade struck hard, but was nullified against the Vulcan horn-made gloves. At that moment, he pulled both hands back, and in a flash delivered a kick to Kadin's stomach. Taken by surprise, Kadin's throat immediately spurted blood. Suho leapt up, his fist raised firmly along with his thought. This hit should be enough to knock it down. Suddenly, streams of purple aura approached him from behind. He had to leap backward, right into the place where the two were fighting, bursts of intense aura erupting. The one who had intervened just now was Jakyu, his claws still leaving traces of aura. Suho angrily shouted, then scolded inwardly, "Another troublemaker. If they teamed up against me, it could get tough." At that moment, Jake warned, "Careful there, little one." Kadin rose to stand, replying briefly, "Thanks." Suho quickly assessed the situation, then recalculated carefully. "If this fight drags on, I'll run out of mana due to assimilation with Gray. Brocky as a shadow soldier is weaker than before, so he can only hold off one opponent. Now I have to separate the other two to solo one-on-one with each." Just after finishing his thought, long purple hair streaked through the space. At that moment, Essel rushed in front of him, temporarily stopping the clash between the two sides. She stood solemnly, speaking a sentence that made Jake briefly startled, answering my question. Suho, not understanding what was happening, just stood still observing. Now, Essel gripped her sword with both hands, half turned, asking, "Where is Lord Sung Jinwoo?" Once again, Suho was shocked, thousands of questions forming in his mind. This female knight is looking for her father. Where did she come from? And she's injured. At that moment, Baru stepped closer to Essel and asked, "Hey, what are you doing here?" Curious, she turned her face back, muttering that voice. When she saw who spoke, Essel immediately ran forward and asked rapidly, "Is that you, Baru?" "Yes, it's really you. So glad to see you again. But where is your body?" She glanced at Suho, questions pouring out. "Where is Lord Sung Jinwoo? Who is the man accompanying you?" she snapped, answering in her sharp tone amidst Suho's confused look. "It's a long story." In a nearby corner, Kadin was slowly speaking out each word, demon, summon, sacrifice, while Ragan beside him confirmed, "That's right. but she seems familiar with those others. If she sides with them, it could be quite troublesome. At that moment, Essel clapped her hands together, a happy smile spreading across her lips as she said, "If Baru is here, it means he has succeeded. I can rest easy." Baru then pointed toward the enemy in front and suggested, "Now is a critical moment. Leave the reunion for later. If you're here, help us take care of those demons." She froze, stammering, "What?" At that moment, Jake raised his energy-filled hands forward, loudly giving the command, "Deal with the wounded demon first. I only need her blood to make star dust." At Suho's spot, he was thinking, "I remember encountering her before." At that moment, Kadin leapt high, about to strike Essel, and Baru introduced, "Her name is Essel. When our lord destroyed the demon realm, her family was the only remaining demon family. She is the eldest daughter of the Raideru family. By human standards, she is equivalent to an S rank." Suho was stunned, realizing S rank, so I can watch an S rank fight. Then a loud collision echoed through the void. At that moment, the sword in her hand was knocked away. Her whole body fell backward with a sharp sound. Baru fell silent, Suho beside him sweating heavily. What just happened? Essel lay on the floor. Baru rushed over in shock, asking why she suddenly weakened. Even the mana I sense from her is lower than before. Essel stayed still, tears forming large pools, her voice choking. Something happened. At this point, she finally revealed, 6 months ago, many demons in the demon realm rebelled. Though we fought with all our strength, my family could not stop the rebellion alone. I survived thanks to other family members, but my blood was taken while I was fleeing, causing me to lose my power. She still had tears streaming down, her expression desperate. Baru, lend me some of your strength. She stuck out her tongue. He harshly refused. It would just waste mana. Essel kept pleading. Come on. The scene made Suho extremely desperate. Now I have to bear these 2 heavy losses of power. At the demon's side, Ragan had leapt toward the other 2 and asked, "Did you hear that, little brother?" Jake quickly answered, "It's a bit hard to notice because she's weakened. But if she is a survivor from the Raideru family, this is a good opportunity for us to take the blood of a demon noble." Suho's group was now full of momentum. He clapped his hands together and arrogantly declared, "If I can fight one-on-one, I can at least handle one of them." Baru replied excitedly, "Then I have a pretty good idea." She raised her energy-filled red arms, speaking with exhilaration. "This is a good time to use that power I regained after restoring some mana." The red energy streams shot toward Essel, quickly penetrating deep into her body. In an instant, her expression turned fierce, and next to her was a system notification alert. Baru has used the Ruthless Command skill. Ruthless Command increases Essel's stats by 50%, and Essel has been afflicted with the Madness Curse as a side effect. After activating her skill, she pointed forward and shouted the command, "Rise, you useless female demon." Her eyes had turned a fierce red, her whole body radiating overwhelming momentum, and she lunged forward crazily at the command. Suho felt a little uneasy at Essel's appearance. She looked pitiful somehow. Then he also lightly noted to himself that, anyway, now it's a one-on-one battle. Meanwhile, Brockie had also leapt forward, facing the demon Ragan alone on the other side. Elsewhere, Essel was pouring all her strength into attacking Jakyu's shield. Unfortunately, while she was so focused on fighting him, Kadin suddenly appeared from behind, swinging a blade with a few words, "The blood of demon noble, collect." Luckily, Suho arrived just in time, both hands grabbing Kadin by the neck and pressing him down. His feet planted firmly on the ground, using lethal force to maintain balance. He gripped Kadin's head with both hands, twisting him continuously in multiple circles. When the moment was right, Suho threw him forcefully far away, his body flying with no point of rest. Kadin was slammed into the spinning pillars, his body instantly engulfed in blue flames. He lost control, opening his mouth to bite the head of a flame skeleton. Suddenly, the flame skeleton Kadin bit was split into 2 halves. A classic strike from Suho's sword cut him in 2, blood gushing violently. He fell down along with a system notification. You have defeated a low-level demon. You have leveled up. Suho absorbed Kaden's soul into his gloves while saying, "Give me the first glory." At that moment, the system announced, "Vulcan's horn has devoured the demon soul. The soul absorbed 1. The powerful destruction effect increases physical damage by 31%. Jake was struggling to hold the shield, now even more worried seeing the little one is dead. What should I do with this madwoman? While he was still wondering, Isol opened her mouth wide, her fierce red pupils widening even more. Suddenly, red energy streams erupted from her body along with a notification. The target of Essel's skill has exhausted their energy. The skill's effect has ended. Exhausted, she collapsed forward in front of a shocked Jakyu. While he was still stunned, Suho grabbed her from behind. Both of Suho's hands twisted her neck multiple times, blood gushing instantly. He shouted with exhilaration, "Double kill!" While the notification sounded in his ear, "You have defeated a low-level demon. Vulcan's horn has devoured the demon's soul." After absorbing it, he threw her forcefully toward the wall, the only remaining demon watching in horror. Ragan did not dare to raise his head, unable to utter a word after such a shock. In the proud stance of the enemy behind, he silently cursed in his mind. "Now we are at a numerical disadvantage, these useless bastards." Then he exhaled darkly, declaring to himself, "But it's not over yet." Suddenly, Ragan leapt from where he was standing. Brocky nearby raising his hand to defend was caught off guard. In a flash, he lunged toward Essel, seizing the opportunity while she was completely exhausted, aiming his sharp claws at her. As he got close to her weakened body, he silently calculated, "I will absorb the demon noble's blood to become stronger." His large hand reaching out was stopped by a stomp. Suho appeared right there, his foot slamming down hard, deforming the hand, accompanied by the declaration, "Back off." Chunks of rock flew backward from the impact, and Ragan fell silent in horror. At that moment, Suho proudly made a suggestion, "Remember to leave some for me to absorb, Brocky." Just then, Brocky quickly appeared beside Ragan. He grabbed the demon, opening his mouth wide to absorb the soul. Meanwhile, after lying motionless on the floor for a while, Essel finally opened her eyes. As she groaned and struggled to rise, Baru rushed over to ask, "Still breathing?" She immediately scolded, "You're too brutal, Baru," then let it slide, but thinking of the serious situation, "Fine, forget it. But I still can't believe someone besides Sung Jinwoo can use dark soldiers. Who is that guy?" She didn't answer directly, instead recalling a memory. "So you're still not fully loyal. Try to remember carefully. You must know who that is." Essel stared intently forward. The words just now really triggered something. She froze, stammering, "Could it be?" At that moment, Gray appeared through the convergence of the dark energy, alongside a stream of system notifications appearing for Suho. "You have defeated a low-level demon. Vulcan's horn has devoured the demon's soul. You have leveled up. Now you are level 20. The trading store has unlocked," followed by a cheer, "I can use the store now." The image of Jinwoo carrying Suho appeared in Essel's mind, tears welling up as she realized that is indeed him. As Suho pointed to the system panel, she exclaimed, "Young Monarch." Essel sat still there, continuing to speak in a surprised tone. "It turned out that you are the young monarch." Suho looked back in astonishment, silently asking himself, "Did she just call me the young monarch?" She kept staring at him, her tone full of emotion. "You have changed so much that I did not recognize you." She continued speaking a few more words as her eyes gradually closed, looking very much like Lord Sung Jinwoo. Just halfway through speaking, Essel fell with a thud in Suho's panic. He hurried back, asking a few questions rapidly. "You know Baru, right? Are you okay?" Baru also stepped forward to lift Essel's face, then reported that it seemed she had fainted from exhaustion. "She is not dead yet, so do not worry." Hearing this, he felt extremely relieved. "That's a relief, but suddenly I feel a bit sorry for her." Minho and his teammates had also been freed after the recent victory. Now they were leaning against the wall, sleeping soundly. Suho looked over the team. Baru was going around treating each of them. A notification line appeared shortly after. You have completed the mission. Rescued the survivors. Number of survivors rescued 7. You have received the mission reward, which eased all of his worries. It was truly a relief that all 7 of them were safe. When he chose to check the reward, a notification immediately appeared. Reward 1. Attribute point -3. Reward 2. You have received 700 gold. Suho was momentarily surprised, then made a decision. If it is gold, open the shop window. The shop appeared. He glanced over it and thought to himself, it seems I can use this gold to buy items from the shop window. There are quite a few potions and items I can buy here. Childhood memories suddenly flooded his mind. Completing missions and earning money reminded him of when he was little. He used to do small chores to earn pocket money. Thinking of that, Suho smiled gently, feeling a mix of emotions inside. Suho raised his fist, proudly declaring in excitement. Thinking back, it was also Father who gave me this system. Father, I will make good use of this pocket money. At this moment, Essel, in a state of exhaustion, was still lying helplessly on the floor. He held a vial of potion in his hand. His face froze as he realized. It says I cannot give it to others. This is a low-grade healing potion, consumable, a stamina recovery potion. When used it will gradually restore 500 health. It can be stored in the item inventory, but cannot be transferred to others. Then Suho opened the wooden cap, still confused in his thoughts. So that means I can only make others drink it myself. Thinking this, he immediately brought the vial to her and poured it all into her mouth at once. Essel's whole body began to recover. Suho was slightly surprised. She looked a bit better now. Baru at this moment exclaimed, "You again used your precious gold to help a useless demon. Young monarch, your heart is truly generous." He raised the dark key, carefully considering each matter. We cannot let things remain like this, so for now just take them to the dark dungeon, and remember to collect the bodies of the defeated demons. Brocky. The gate leading to the dungeon appeared. Gray carried Essel inside. Brocky grabbed the bodies of the demons with both hands. At that moment, Baru curiously asked, "Young monarch, aren't you coming along?" Suho raised the blood. His eyes scanned each body of the monsters. Suho's voice full of sorrow rose. "Fire mist. From the first time I saw you, I thought those burned wounds looked so painful." He swung the sword. Tiny drops of blood fell. His voice choked as he spoke words of apology. "I'm sorry. This is the only way I can help everyone." In that dark railway passage, the final swings were made thanks to the skill Windstorm Slash. A little later, a foot stepped on the ground, not far from the place of the recent deadly battle. A representative of the Hunters Association appeared, surrounded by other staff reviewing documents. At that time, the worried face of an employee appeared along with notifications. Inside the dungeon, we found the bodies of the horned lizards and fire mist, but judging by the wounds of the dead hunters in the dungeon, it seems they were not killed by those monsters. We also discovered a deeper chamber. The slash marks there seemed to have been caused by swords. Representative Jiwon frowned, considering, could there be something else besides the monsters? After reporting the situation, Dajun laughed and said, "Then I'll be going." As he finished, Jiwon abruptly turned and asked, "May I ask something? Are you Lim Dajun, the one who provided the information? In the Porter team list, there is someone named Sung Suho. Do you know him?" He answered honestly, "He is a junior who came here to help me." When he probed further, asking where he is now, he hesitated for a few seconds. Dajun muttered vaguely about that, which made him extremely suspicious. With a flustered look, he scratched his head and fabricated a story. "We escaped the dungeon together. Then I led him to a safe place. We were only E-rank hunters, so we couldn't do much besides requesting help from the Hunter Association. Truly embarrassing." Jiwon's eyes were sharp, staring straight ahead. Then he placed a firm hand on Dajun's shoulder, followed by words of praise. "You did very well. Following the guidance of the Hunter Association was the right decision." Without doubt, he immediately turned back and ordered the others, quickly investigate thoroughly to find other clues. At that moment, Dajun recalled Suho's earlier declaration, "I need to go to the strike team," and he anxiously wondered in his heart, The one who rescued the surviving hunters must be him, right? Then he looked up at the blue clouds above, reassuring himself. I don't know why Suho hid his rank, but he definitely meant no harm. I just need to wait until he is ready to tell me. Meanwhile, in a dark, crumbling passage of the dark dungeon, in a corner of the dining room, a cracked door was set. Behind the door was another room, where Essel was now sitting absent-mindedly, thinking about the events, not expecting such things to have happened. She slowly recalled, Lord Sung Jinwoo left Earth to prevent an invasion by external forces. Baru continued, the king sent me to Earth to remove the seal of the young monarch. But the young monarch is a prodigy who broke the seal himself. At that, he hesitated and asked, your name is Essel, right? Have we met before? She smiled gently, quickly recalling the past. Yes, we met during the guidance phase that the young monarch attended. He said he would remember me, but it seems he has forgotten. Suho stroked his chin, but thinking deeply he still could not understand. He did not know why his memories. Then, Suho clapped his hand, fragments of memory gradually flooding his face with surprise. He smiled contentedly, realizing she is the kind of person who surrenders just upon meeting. Baru immediately scolded. That time was a challenge for the young monarch, and she responded so lightly. Then she seriously inquired about her condition. Why have you weakened so much? Has something happened in the demon world? Essel hesitated and hummed. With a worried expression, Essel spoke. Perhaps it's best I explain to the young monarch. You also heard Lord Baru say that Lord Sung Jinwoo destroyed the Demon King and other noble families. Right, since that day, our Raitaru clan, the leading demon clan, has lived in the demon world, specifically in the demon castle, awaiting Lord Sung Jinwoo's summoning command. She continued, her expression gradually darkening. Over the past few decades, Lord Sung Jinwoo has not allowed the clan to be summoned, so we have lived a peaceful life. But about half a year ago, trouble suddenly appeared. A series of miraculous enhancement potions called Stardust began spreading among the demon species. Hearing this, Suho's eyes widened, shocked. Stardust. Memories of the three demons surfaced in Suho's mind along with words from Jake. He could dodge attacks even though the youngest sibling had been enhanced by Stardust. At that moment Suho realized, now that I think about it, I must have heard about it during the battle with the demon nobles. Then, each of Essel's explanations continued. Stardust has little effect on high-level demons with enhanced magic power. But when low-level demons use it, it amplifies their magic greatly without any cost. She recounted with a dazed expression the next part of the story. Stardust became a catalyst, and with Lord Sung Jinwoo's prolonged absence, the demon clans collaborated with one goal: to rise against our Raitaru clan, the ones protected by the Shadow Monarch. The uprising they instigated escalated into war. The Raitaru clan fought to protect the demon castle entrusted by Sung Jinwoo. However, the expressions of both Suho and Baru fell solemnly, and they listened quietly to the events. Our clan did not have enough. Essel clenched her trembling hands tightly, her voice full of pain as she recounted. The demons who participated in the rebellion did not stop there. The members of our clan they captured were drained of all their blood, and to gain even more power, they drank the blood of our pure-blood demon nobles. She clasped her hands together, trying to keep her voice calm. My father and the clan members had to sacrifice their lives like that. I also lost strength because they took too much of my blood. Feelings of guilt and sorrow clung to Essel, causing her to continuously blame herself. Truly tragic, everyone died, leaving only me alive. We lost the demon world. I don't know what Lord Sung Jinwoo will say to me. Her eyes shimmered as she looked down, tears slowly flowing. Then, Essel widened her eyes in surprise. A gentle voice sounded beside her ear. You have had to endure so many hardships. After speaking, Suho scratched his head in embarrassment, then spoke. I often wonder what my father would do in this situation. Essel, even though my father is not here, you and the others risked your lives to fight. I believe he would have said the same to you. He curved his lips into a smile, winked at Essel, and sincerely expressed, I am also very grateful that you fought to the end for my father. Then Suho reached out, and his final words were spoken. So I will try to help you as much as I can. Let's work together to restore the Raideru clan, Essel. From then until now, she remained stunned, her lips parted in surprise. Essel recalled Jinwoo's outstretched hand and his earlier message. He said that demon clans always fiercely compete to gain higher ranks. I will definitely make Raideru the leading clan. Thinking of this, the corners of her mouth closed slightly, a soft light illuminating the young girl's face. Tears welled up, flowing down Essel's cheeks. A gentle smile appeared along with her voice calling, "Young Monarch." At that moment, in front of Suho appeared a notification. The last surviving member of the Pure Blood Demon clan, Essel Raideru, has expressed gratitude toward the player. The system window was still there, continuing to display the question, "Do you want to recruit the White Flame Descendant as a teammate?" At that moment, Suho's mouth fell open in shock, silently calling the name, Essel. He stared at her, a big question forming in his mind. Could she be the second person to bear the title of royal descendant? His gaze making her curious, and she froze, asking, "New monarch." At that moment, Suho kept reading and rereading the system messages, then began to speculate. Could it be because she is the only pure blood demon noble left alive? Then he curved his lips into a smile and answered with a single word, "Yes." Immediately, system messages appeared before Essel, accompanied by notifications. The White Flame Descendant has become your teammate. Due to the existing bond between you and the White Flame Descendant, the Link skill has been established. Demon Link skill, input 0%. Receive power from the White Flame Descendant and unleash a powerful explosive attack. She was shocked and asked, "What is this? Why did a status window suddenly appear?" Seeing her reaction, Suho turned to Baru and said, "Because Gray can't speak, I don't know, but I guess anyone who becomes my teammate can see the status window." She was also surprised for a few seconds. Young Monarch, could it be? He looked, and then immediately confirmed. "That's right, Essel has become my teammate as the White Flame Descendant." She was startled again, her pupils dilating fully as she asked, "I am the White Flame Descendant." Not long after, the four of them, Brocky, Suho, Essel, and Gray, stood in a row. He raised his fist forward, not forgetting to ask Essel, "Now, let's try the new Link skill right away. Essel, are you ready?" She was a little flustered, but quickly obeyed, "Yes, new monarch." Immediately after the notification appeared, "You have used the Demon Link skill." Her long purple hair transformed to white, the strands curling out to both sides. Essel's entire body glowed, surrounded by dense streams of magical energy, concentrating her power to form a sphere right in front of her. The crimson energy quickly transmitted to Suho's fist, causing him to be momentarily surprised. He looked at the connecting magic and silently assessed, "This is Essel's Link skill." Suddenly, she collapsed to the ground. He called her name in shock, "Essel," her face pale purple, her flesh drawn tight, stammering as she explained, "Forgive me, I'm exhausted, just after using the skill once." He immediately reassured her, "Don't worry, rest well first." Then Suho looked at the energies in his right fist, a big question forming. Could a single use of the skill really drain all her strength? Just how strong is this ability? Essel's eyes stared straight at his fist, thinking that for there to exist a skill capable of transmitting power to the new monarch, it must be a very strong strike. At that moment, Suho rushed toward the wall, unleashing a punch imbued with fierce energy. Yet on the wall, only small cracks appeared, and a wisp of smoke dissipated instantly. Suho and Baru fell silent together, momentarily at a loss for words about what lay before them. After observing the tiny cracks for a while, Baru spoke, "I don't think it's any different from normal," and Suho silently speculated, At that instant, the system window appeared at Suho's eye level, displaying the skill Demon Link Burst, charge level 0%, receiving power from the Bakoa air and releasing a powerful destructive explosion. After reading it, he drew another conclusion. Could it be because the energy charge is at 0%? It's not just a way for me to recharge energy, so I have no idea how to use it. At that moment, Baru turned solemnly and said, "Young monarch, I have a request. May I consume the bodies of the demons you brought to the dark dungeon? Suho immediately opposed the idea. No, I left them here because I want to use shadow extraction on them. She then suggested, you've never used shadow extraction on demons before. Can we try it now? He made no objection, simply extending his large hand. Suho's hand remained still, 2 commands rising over the demon group. But nothing happened, and the system explained, corrupt mana, shadow extraction cannot be used. He immediately told Beru, I've been notified that we cannot use shadow extraction on them because their mana is corrupt. She responded with a story. Even the Dark Monarch cannot extract the shadows of demons because their souls are all tainted. That's why he uses a contract to summon them, just like someone from the Raideru clan. Suho agreed with Beru. Then, we can't do anything with these corrupted souls. Beru, you can consume them all. She replied excitedly in a clear voice. Thank you, Lord. Essel behind, unclear on the situation, leaned against the wall, crying softly in thought. I can't believe they just said I'm corrupt. How unfair. At that moment, he approached her, bent down, and gently offered a vial. Here, drink this magic water, and you'll feel better. Essel replied awkwardly, Thank you, I feel like I'm getting in your way. Then Suho made a suggestion. Now that I think of it, you probably don't have anywhere to go, right? Feel free to use this city as you like. She froze for a few seconds, unable to believe what she had just heard. The new monarch is helping me this much. At that moment, notifications appeared. A section of the dark dungeon had been designated as the territory of Bok Hoa, and Essel Raideru had been appointed as the lord of Bok Hoa's territory. Suho then smiled brightly and gently reminded her, She is my teammate. Don't worry about trivial matters. Suddenly, Beru shouted so loudly that the 2 of them had to turn and look. Suho immediately asked, Beru, what is it? She was gnawing on the demon's flesh while speaking. Young monarch, in the memories of these demons, I found clues about the apostles of Itarim. That brief announcement shocked him into a daze. Not long after, in the desolate city, gentle winds blew through. The 4 of them, Brockie, Gray, Suho, and Essel, sat in a row, faces serious, and remained silent. Facing them, Beru paced back and forth while saying, Now I will tell you what I saw in their memories. Her eyes glinted sharply as the sequence began with, Before I start, there are some things you need to understand. The star dust has been spread across the world, and the Suanglua are monsters from beyond the universe. Hearing this, Essel gasped in horror. You mean hell isn't the only place where star dust has been spread? Suho's face froze at the revelation. Suanglua are monsters from outside the universe. At that moment, she pointed toward the large Brockie and explained, whether by fate or coincidence, Beru recreated the images of the 3 demons with shadows. Pointing at them while explaining, those demons received human supplies from the Hyena Guild. The decayed humans were turned into perfect Suang El Letterwaniidia to serve as raw material for producing star dust. Many other places are also producing star dust, and they call these places star dust factories. The shadow then displayed the facilities, while Beru declared, in short, the Hyena Guild handles kidnapping humans. The shadow of the Divine Guild appeared next. They are responsible for transporting the kidnapped humans to the factories. Finally, Beru emphasized with certainty about the 3 demons. The factories use humans to create star dust. Each group handles a part, linking together to carry out their wicked work. She pointed again and concluded, I am certain Itarim is the force pulling the strings behind these 3 places. After hearing this information, Suho looked down with a serious expression, concluding in his mind that all of this is connected to Itarim's invasion. At that moment, a shocking revelation escaped her. Moreover, the one who created this star dust production line is a human. Suho's eyes widened in astonishment as he muttered to himself, a human. At that moment, Beru continued to spill an unbelievable revelation. I've discovered that a human is aiding the apostles of Itarim, and that person is hiding somewhere on Earth. Shadows formed again, gradually shaping into a figure as the half-spoken explanation came out. That person is, a terrifying silhouette of a man appeared. a halo of star dust above his head, with Biru, the executive vice president of the Reaper Association, Lee Min-sung. If we investigate him, we may find the apostles of Iterim. At the same time, reporters and camera crews swarmed the entrance of the Hunters Association. Moments later, everyone jumped in unison as someone stepped out of the glass doors. Camera flashes blinked incessantly, and a loud announcement rang out, "He's out." The imposing figure of the executive vice president appeared, prompting someone to shout, "It's Lee Min-sung." Reporters pushed forward, 4 bodyguards stationed at the corners. Cameras clicked rapidly as reporters jostled to ask questions. "Mr. Lee, may we interview you? What are the results of the Hunter Association investigation?" He answered briefly, "The investigation concluded that I am completely innocent. However, there's nothing surprising there." A reporter persisted, asking if he truly knows nothing about the Hyena Guild's human abductions, even though the Reaper Association is their sponsor. Moreover, many hunters died in the Seoul battlefield under your jurisdiction. What do you have to say about that? Min-sung initially wore a difficult expression, pausing before he could utter a few words. "We, the Reaper Association." Then, standing tall and composed, he recalled past events. "We gave our..." His entire body trembled as he admitted, "The reason we sponsor the Hyena Guild is to assist their association, mostly composed of D-rank hunters, so they can become stronger and have enough power to help the world." Even opening the Seoul battlefield to hunters outside the Reaper Association was meant to give young hunters a place to gain experience. Reporters gasped as Min-sung, in visible anguish, continued, "We never expected our actions, done with good intentions, to have such unforeseen consequences." He pressed his hand to his face, tears streaming down as he muttered, "If I had managed everything better, no one would have had to die. I'm sorry for the trouble I've caused." No questions were asked anymore. Min-sung displayed a guilty expression as he walked under the gaze of hundreds of people. There was no doubt left. Now all the reporters blindly believed his words. If what he said was true, then the Reaper Association was just a victim too. I also think so. Even the Hunter Association already said they were innocent. All along the Reaper Association has always aimed for good purposes. So aren't they the heroes? The comments of everyone made that sly man smile wickedly. He cast a sharp look behind, arrogantly praising himself. "Performing that expression is as easy as eating porridge for me. Once the top star of Asia, my acting skills are still top-notch as before." Min-sung recalled the grim face of Jin Cheol before when he announced, "Now you can go." That made him still not dare to believe until now. Moreover, the Hunters Association. He did not expect that old Fox would release him without much interrogation. He stood still stroking his chin, now finally confident to assert, "No problem. It seems the Hunters Association still does not know that I am the one behind the so-called star dust floating on the market." Min-sung continued walking with the bodyguards. Nearby a shadow had been silently observing for a long time. That shadow was Suho wearing a black cloak, eyes glued to his back, and asked, "So that man is Lee Min-sung?" "Huh." Then he whispered again, "Baru, what do you think? Can you sense the Iterim energy emanating from him?" She hesitated and replied, "Not even a trace." He peeked out and questioned further, "So he is not controlled by Iterim, right?" Baru responded immediately, "Exactly." Suho said nothing more, just raised his hands with a swift decision. "All right, from now on we will go and verify that." She hurriedly blocked her hands in front of her face, panicked and protested, "Young king, you cannot do that." Sweat poured down Baru's face. She gripped her hands tightly and boldly declared, "I know you have defeated some very strong enemies. But this time, I will risk my life to stop you." "The mana I sense from Lee Min-sung." At that moment, his fierce face tilted backward, red irises sweeping across the space. He stared seriously at the wall where Suho was quietly hiding. When a bodyguard asked, "Is there a problem?" Min-sung turned, continued walking, and answered, "Nothing." Suho froze in fear. Baru simultaneously announced, "You are not skilled enough yet to defeat him." At that moment, he sat on a... The warm golden light from the large chandelier poured down, covering the restaurant space with a sense of luxury. On the table, glistening slices of fresh fruit and premium chilled wine emitted a faint mist. Min-sung leaned back in his chair, one arm around the girl beside him, staring intently at his phone screen, his eyes flashing with satisfaction, a wide smile spreading across his lips. Everything was as easy as turning his hand. Just a bit of acting and public opinion could be manipulated. On the screen were the hot news lines he had long awaited. Deputy Executive Director of the Grim Reaper Guild, Lee Min-sung, declared innocent by the association. The Grim Reaper Guild's profits fully disclosed, opening the Seoul Station for the benefit of nurturing new hunters. Despite incidents with the Hyena Guild, Lee Min-sung continued charitable work. The lively party was suddenly interrupted by a voice from outside, hoarse but deliberate. "Oh my, who is this? Isn't it the hero of the hunter world?" Min-sung's eyes lit with half surprise. "Oh, hello, madam." The person entering was Rose, a quite beautiful woman, calm in demeanor, a smile showing irresistible charm. She walked in speaking in a slightly reproachful tone. "You should have informed me beforehand that you would come." The atmosphere in the room suddenly changed. Rose walked straight to the table, giving a cold order. "Everyone out." Min-sung glanced and snorted lightly, teasingly. "Do I have to inform you of everything?" The woman smiled gently, words seeming soothing. "No, you know I didn't mean it like that." But in her heart, she secretly frowned. What a rotten character. Then, looking at his indifferent expression, judgment arose within her. This man was born with a silver spoon and became a star as soon as he came of age. No wonder he was so arrogant. However, that pride was completely trampled after the great disaster. After that event, amidst countless discussions about a celebrity like him becoming an A-rank hunter, Lee Min-sung's driver had awakened as one of the few S-rank hunters in South Korea. That story was published in the news, and eventually, all eyes turned to the driver. At that moment, the position that Lee Min-sung had always held was toppled. But somehow, the driver joined the Grim Reaper Guild founded by Im Tae-ju. Thinking of this, Rose poured him a glass of wine and spoke. "Now can we talk business?" Min-sung glanced over curiously. "Business what?" Hearing him ask, Rose stepped closer, leaned down and whispered right beside his ear, "No need to pretend, I'm talking about stardust. This time I want to order a large quantity." As soon as she finished speaking, Min-sung slammed his glass on the table, his voice exploding. "Haven't you heard the rumors? A factory and the distribution line have already been destroyed. I can't supply enough." In contrast to his anger, Rosie maintained her captivating smile, her voice slow and confident. "Surely the great Lee Min-sung here will find a way, won't he?" He remained silent, his eyes tense. After a moment he sighed and hissed through his teeth, "Let me try talking to them." This remark pleased Rosie. She smiled, her voice joyful, truly befitting the deputy executive director. Yet in Min-sung's heart a vague annoyance arose. He clicked his tongue, having to contact that person again. Recently he had stopped accepting his requests. The scene shifted inside a high-rise building. From above the gaze could encompass the bustling city below. A small hand rested lightly on the cold glass. Breath exhaled softly, creating a mist. The boy's eyes were cold and distant, as if contemplating the future, or something even beyond that. Behind him, two tall figures stood silently, exchanging glances. The kid. The scene moved elsewhere, but before they could reach, a shadow flashed past. Gray in an instant sank his sharp teeth into the neck of a demon, leaving deep bite marks, blood spraying. They were shredded into pieces within seconds. Elsewhere, Essel also charged fiercely, the sword in her hand swinging, steel gleaming. A clean slash. Two demons collapsed on the spot. She spun, the next swing cutting down another demon, fast and decisive. At that moment, a sharp blade shot through the air like lightning. No one could see who threw it, only seeing as it passed. The jaw of a demon split in two. The tip of the blade swept across more blue demons. Wherever it struck, blood and flesh splattered. With just a few jumps and slashes, the demons were torn apart, not one left intact. Suho appeared, his eyes flashing with fierce killing intent, his hand clenched, the knife still covered in the disgusting blood of the demons. As the strike ended, Suho took a deep breath, exhaled softly, eyes scanning the battlefield. After grasping the situation, he shouted toward Baru, "All right, I'm summoning the next wave of goblins." As soon as these words rang out, tinged with surprise and worry, she did not respond immediately but thought to herself, the young king must be losing his calm over what was just said. Rewinding a few hours before the battle began, the group had a meeting. Baru spoke clearly to all. Our objective is to gather information about Itarim's apostles from Lee Min-sung, the person behind the Stardust production line. A conflict may erupt if we clash with Lee Min-sung. Suho had then asked, "How do we obtain information from Lee Min-sung about the apostles?" Baru glanced over, the corner of her mouth lifting, her tone casual yet sinister. "If we cannot pry it from him, the only option is to consume him. The Dark King has permitted me to consume a person if they are deemed evil." She spoke while softly clicking her tongue, as if craving something, yet added a concluding remark. "However, only when we can defeat Lee Min-sung." When stopping by the Hunter Association, I saw countless hunters of various ranks, but based on abilities to determine the strength of others. Baru analyzed, "Young king, you are currently only at rank C." Looking at the big dog, Gray is rank D. Its gaze shifted to the other, voice low and solemn. Essel is rank C, which made her suddenly exclaim in self-reproach, "If only I hadn't lost my power." At that moment, Suho's entire body suddenly erupted with a faint energy. Baru merely sighed. "When you and Gray combine, you barely reach rank B." It quietly warned, tone cautionary, although the same rank can still differ in strength. Usually it takes 10 rank D to overcome a rank C. We are still too weak to defeat both the Grim Reaper Guild and Lee Min-sung, who is currently rank A. Essel suddenly asked, "Baru, what rank are you?" It answered nonchalantly, "I am a marshal." Yet she did not believe it and shouted, "Are you sure you are not just a lowly soldier?" Which made it furious, yelling, "I will tear you apart." Those cold analyses made Suho silent. He did not reply immediately, only quietly bowed his head, eyes sinking into thought. Before him, each mission notification, every line of system data appeared in turn. Daily missions, cleaning the dark dungeon, kill 100 goblins, completed. Kill 10 goblin commanders, completed. Kill 1 goblin centurion, completed. Alert. Mission rewards received, alert. Do you want to check the rewards? Mission rewards. Click accept. The information panel appeared. You have received the following rewards. Reward 1, restore status. Reward 2. The system immediately displayed an alert. You have received an item, Ash's Ring. A finely crafted silver ring appeared, its surface engraved with ancient patterns, silver light flowing as if imbued with spiritual energy. This is a level D required item, reflective jewelry adding +5. Without hesitation, Suho put it on his hand. Instantly, his senses expanded an additional tier. Item equipped, Ash's Ring, senses 29 +5. A hint of excitement flashed across his face, a ring adding 5 sensory points. However, that thrill lasted only a few brief seconds. Then Suho's gaze fell again. Yet for now, it changed nothing. He looked over the battlefield, where demon corpses lay scattered, then sighed. Now hunting goblins no longer helps him level up. Hunting demons could only increase the damage of Vulcan's horn by 3%. Suho clenched his hand, twisting the glove he was wearing. This is the item Vulcan's horn. Effect: Lust for destruction. Increases physical damage by 33%. He clenched his fist, a strong desire rising within him. I also want to grow strong quickly, but I don't have many options. If I want to level up, the only way is to enter dungeons and kill monsters. The scene shifted to a free day. Suho was checking information on the system. He sat with his knees drawn up on the sofa, sighing. All communications were requests for excavation and collection. Surely no one would bother to recruit an E-rank hunter for a raid team, but entering the gate without permission would violate Hunter Association rules. Just then, Baru spoke with a suggestive tone. Maybe you should try reassessing at the Hunter Association. Suho shook his head slightly. A reawakened hunter would cause a stir on the Hunter Association forum, so it's not allowed. He spoke seriously. Now that we know Itarim's apostles are on Earth, we need to avoid being detected and used as a weakness by Father. Saying this, he paused, brow slightly furrowed. In Suho's eyes, the name Lee Min-sung appeared. He sighed. I can't even defeat him, let alone confront Itarim's apostles. Baru chuckled softly, as if to dispel the tense atmosphere. You don't need to worry too much about Itarim's apostles. This made Suho slightly surprised. It analyzed. If Itarim's apostles arrive here before me, it means they won't be very strong because they have to endure more spatial displacement than I do. Suho was skeptical. Spatial displacement. Baru nodded, rubbing its chin to explain. For entities from outside the universe to move through space, they must use spatial rifts. The paths through the rifts are very narrow, which blocks mana and makes it difficult to pass through. Even if they try to widen the edges, they will recover very quickly. So depending on the amount of mana, the time and energy required for spatial displacement will vary. It lowered its tone, concluding, that's why Itarim's formidable army fighting out there, and even the Dark King, cannot return here easily. After hearing all this information, Suho's gaze gradually darkened, head nodding slightly, as if arranging all the pieces. In short, the apostles are weak enough to move through space quickly, considering that they are just hiding and relying on minions and demons. This makes sense. Saying this, his eyes suddenly sharpened, breath slowly but urgently, eyebrow. Seeing Suho's demeanor, Baru suddenly wondered, is the time already here? It recalled that day, before going to Earth, the king had given many instructions. Baru, because we still don't fully understand the current situation on Earth, I will grant you full authority to decide and carry out necessary tasks while you are there. At that time, he had given it a key and said, if help is needed, go see him. He affirmed that the person he mentioned would certainly be a great assistance to Suho. At this moment, seeing the young man before him lost in thought, Baru suddenly felt an indescribable sensation. Another reason the king gave him this key, I will use it. Slowly approaching to call out, Your Majesty, Suho suddenly shouted loudly, startling Baru. He hurriedly reached into his pocket, pulling out his phone. Great, why didn't I think of this sooner? His face suddenly lit up as if finding light in the darkness, eyes sparkling with mischievous humor. Suho said loudly, There's a way to sneak into the gate without drawing attention, and without violating Hunter Association rules. The answer was so close, while Baru beside him only felt bewildered, cold sweat pouring down like a shower. The scene shifted to the tallest building in the city. There, Suho sat facing a man, his expression full of anticipation. The man smiled warmly. Long time no see. Suho, this must be our first meeting since you awakened, right? While his eyes were still scanning the information on the tablet, the man spoke. I was wondering why you suddenly wanted to see me. I didn't expect you would propose business with me like this. You've grown up. Suho responded with a confident look. You will definitely not lose out, sir. Meanwhile, Baru was hidden under Suho's coat, quietly observing. In its heart it thought, I didn't expect our young king to come see him, the person the king mentioned, even before I spoke. The man raised his head, the corners of his lips showing a trace of contemplation, then spoke directly, So you want me? And as he spoke, he added, There is a place with the highest number of concurrent logins exceeding 12 million users. A virtual reality game so famous that it has continuously held the top position since its release 4 years ago. That is, Beautiful World. No one could have imagined that the creator of the best game in the video game industry was actually the youngest child, still immature, of some wealthy conglomerate family. The name of the game company being Aujin Soft, and the CEO of the company is, while lost in thought, a voice cut in, Sung Suho, right? He was startled and nodded slightly. Yes. The man continued, I've been waiting for you. The director told me today he has to meet an important guest. Please, this way. That day, Suho entered the magnificent high-rise, glancing around. It was his first time visiting his uncle's company. The wide hallway was crowded with people coming and going. But what caught Suho's attention most was the unusually high number of awakened individuals present. As if sensing his thoughts, the employee beside him smiled and explained, I suppose you're confused because our company has so many awakened staff. Right, not everyone who awakens wants to risk their life venturing into dungeons. If they are paid properly, they can also take commissions or work as bodyguards. Curious, he asked further, why would a game company need hunters? The man replied, our company is currently working on a project. However, feeling he had said too much, the employee hesitated and replied awkwardly, but I can't explain the details to you. Suho's eyes darkened in thought, wondering, could they be making a game related to hunters? The elevator took the two of them to the top floor. The doors opened, and immediately Jinho's enthusiastic voice called out, let's see who we have here. The CEO of Ajin, also Suho's uncle, quickly approached, shaking hands warmly, smiling brightly, patting his nephew on the shoulder. Long time no see, Suho, how long has it been? In the luxurious living room, he gestured for Suho to sit on the sofa, his gaze warm but tinged with reproach. The last time I heard news of you was when you woke up at the Korean National University of Arts. Do you know how worried your aunt was about you? Suho looked briefly embarrassed, bowing his head. I've been a little busy lately, so I couldn't keep in touch with everyone. I apologize. Jinho sat opposite him, laughing. Well, it seems you've grown since the last time we met. Suho scratched his head, embarrassed, probably because I'm going through puberty. But quickly, he took out his tablet and went straight to the point. Uncle, can you look at this? Jinho raised his eyebrows with interest. It's been a while since we talked, and now you bring work to the table. The screen lit up, displaying detailed data sheets. Jinho observed closely, his expression gradually becoming contemplative. This is a business proposal. Without waiting for a response, he laughed loudly. I've wondered for a long time why you suddenly wanted to meet me, and now you've brought a business proposal. You've really grown up. Suho smiled confidently. I've brought you a proposal that doesn't put you at any disadvantage. A gleam of understanding flashed in Jinho's eyes. He leaned back in his chair, calm but direct. So, you mean you want me to help you enter the gate, right? After saying that, he smiled, a smile. Suho replied firmly, yes, if you agree to help me buy back the gates and recruit the necessary assault team members to enter them. I will give Ajin Soft all the magical crystals dropped at the gates. I have the ability to conquer a dungeon from D rank to C rank easily. Hearing this, Jinho's eyes narrowed instantly. His eyebrows furrowed with suspicion, and he said in a deep voice, can you really do that even as an E rank hunter? Suho paused, slightly startled, but quickly answered, actually, I have a way to conquer the dungeon on my own. Before he could finish, Jinho interrupted, his tone serious. Suho, you know I'm also awakened, right? Even I, at D rank, higher than your current rank, am still not strong enough to hunt inside the gate. His face grew heavy, every word weighing down. Is the reason you're going this far to enter the gate because you think your parents may have been trapped in one of the gates during the Great Catastrophe? Seeing Suho remain silent, he continued, if that's the case, I will still hire hunters for you, so I hope you continue to wait. These words made Suho's heart sink. I knew it would be like this. At that moment, from within his clothes, Baru quietly spoke, Your Highness, are you going to reveal the truth? Suho replied silently, yes, after all, you are still the one I trust the most. He lowered his head, his voice suddenly serious. Uncle, this attitude of mine made Jinho flinch. Both hands pressed on his thighs, his presence radiating powerfully, his voice resolute. The truth is I am an awakened who can level up. Jinho froze, his face changing. What? Level up? Suho nodded and continued. Currently, there are invaders from outside the universe hiding on this earth. To stop them, I need to kill monsters to level up. His eyes were cold, staring straight at his uncle. To prevent the invasion from outside the universe, I must enter dungeons and become stronger. Jinho looked briefly flustered. What are you talking about? Suddenly a thought struck him. He asked, Suho, have you heard about the solo leveling project? Upon hearing this, Suho immediately froze, his serious expression turning to one of confusion. He asked curiously, what is solo leveling? Jinho laughed, putting his hand on his forehead. Now I understand, this must be some hidden camera prank, and you're going to make a ridiculous request to see my embarrassed reaction, right? He laughed heartily and continued. What you just said is actually the storyline of a single-player game our company is currently developing. Jinho began to explain. The storyline is about an awakened who can level up alone, starting at the weakest rank, E rank, but eventually conquering S rank, finally becoming the strongest awakened and protecting the world. If someone has already told you, then why did I keep it secret to this extent? Hearing this, Suho fell silent, thinking to himself, could that story possibly be about my father? Jinho still assumed his nephew was joking. Folding his arms comfortably, he said, anyway, if you were intending to prank me and my staff, you failed. You're not skilled enough to fool me. At that point, Biru became truly furious, his voice rough. Failed? Impossible. This uncle must still have faint memories of the old world or something like that. Jinho was startled, turning around, only then noticing the presence of the giant ant, the four eyes staring at each other for several tense seconds. Immediately after that, he shouted loudly, Suho, what is this ant-faced thing? Biru did not bother to pay attention and turned to ask Suho, young king, may I help? Suho was still astonished. Biru, since when did you go outside? It did not answer, only tilted its head, looking straight at Jinho and said, during the time you were forgotten. Among countless humans, you participated in almost every battle the king of ours fought in. Those heroic and glorious moments must have been engraved deeply in your soul. Jinho jumped up, shouted, what? Biru pulled out a pitch-black key. A sinister light enveloped it. Better to do this than waste words explaining. Without hesitation, it pressed straight into his chest and continued. This is a gift from the Dark King, Jinho shouted. What is this? Before the words were finished, a mystical light flashed in his head. Jinho was dizzy, then realized he was no longer in the office. Before him was a vast space, covered in pure white, and in that hazy white mist, a figure suddenly appeared. Heavy footsteps echoed throughout the room, each beat thudding directly into Jinho's chest. The figure advanced step by step, slowly but decisively, without stopping. The distance between them gradually narrowed. He was startled as he realized something very familiar. Is this me? The image before him was both familiar and strange to Jinho. A warrior he never expected to bear his own face. Immediately, memories exploded, pieces crashing like a waterfall. The days beside his close brother Jinwoo. He once said, I am at level E. Right, I will protect you. Then scenes of the two standing side by side each day appeared. Hey, is the luggage too heavy? Are you okay? It's fine. I can still carry it. Then the silly things they used to say to each other appeared too. Are you always so silent? Yes. Are you always so talkative? Even the time he was accused of being a traitor, you intend to side with him and oppose us. Yet Jinho still firmly stood by his brother Jinwoo. He also saw himself as a teenager persistently pleading, boss, only 20 times. No, accompany me 19 more times. Then crying messily to hold on. Brother, please listen to me. Jinho remembered when he wore a nice outfit, looking proud and boastful. A full suit of armor crafted by the most skilled artisan in Italy. It would enhance my strength. If we intend to conquer these dungeons, at least I should prepare something, don't you think? But Jinwoo only lightly touched with his finger, and he fell over. Jinwoo's voice was cold. Take it off while I am still calm. Jinho, with tears streaming, was forced to obey. All right, I understand. Then memories rushed by, passing through a battle, and in this way, the raid had been completely successful. The two sat drinking beer together. Jinho expressed, you not only saved my life, but you also helped me during the raid. You even resemble my older brother more than my actual brother now. He slightly bowed his head, tipsy yet sincere. At that moment, Jinwoo's voice rang warmly. If you consider me like an older brother, then I also consider you like a younger brother. And with that, he lifted a cup of alcohol in front of him as if sealing a bond between the two. Returning to the present, tears had already streamed from Jinho's eyes without him noticing. He slumped down, hands covering his face, his voice choked. If that's the case, in this world, to meet Jinwoo again. This scene made Suho slightly flustered, turning to look at Baru, quietly asking, "What have you done to him?" It smiled faintly, replying, "You don't need to worry." Baru's tone was calm as always. He simply restored Jinho's memories of the previous world. In the quiet room, Jinho's sobs echoed, trembling and weak like a child. After a while, thanks to a warm cup of tea, Jinho gradually regained his composure. He looked straight at Suho, his voice deepening. "I understand now. The power Jinwoo possesses is limitless, and you, his son, also have it, right?" Suho nodded slightly. "Yes, but it's a little different." Jinho's eyes were red, staring at him intently, clearly having cried a lot. His voice trembled. "The outer gods from beyond the universe. He is protecting this world from the beings called Itarim. He truly exists in a completely different time." Suho replied firmly, "Yes, to prevent the Itarim invasion from landing on Earth. I need to become as strong as possible as quickly as I can." Jinho exhaled, then shook his head, his voice carrying a hint of reproach. "Seriously, even though the situation has become this critical, you still brought me a business proposal. You really are meticulous, just like your father." Hearing that tone, a mix of affection and reproach, Suho could only smile awkwardly, not knowing what else to say. He rubbed his forehead, then lowered his voice. "Now that I understand the situation, I should no longer treat you as a child to protect." Pausing for a moment, Jinho made a decision. "All right, I accept your proposal." Hearing this, Suho burst with excitement, leaping up and shouting, "Amazing!" But contrary to his joy, Jinho's heart felt heavy, thinking to himself, "This time Jinwoo will suffer alone again." He turned his gaze out the window, the evening sunlight illuminating his contemplations. "But the reason he allowed me to restore the memories was because he wanted to give me a chance to help, right?" He silently promised himself and his brother, "This time I will do everything to support Suho." The scene shifted to the gate. Suho donned his familiar black outfit, a mask covering half of his face, and slowly approached, his eyes cautiously scanning the people seated before him. A group of individuals, each bearing injuries, some with broken legs, some with broken arms, even some lost to alcohol, each showing scars, flaws that could not be hidden. Suho thought silently, "Is this the assault team my uncle hired?" He did an excellent job assembling the full team. A man leaning on crutches suddenly said, "You'll pay us 4 million just to join this assault team without actually entering the gate." Suho did not turn his head, simply replying, "Yes, exactly." The man was momentarily stunned, then asked. The sky was filled with dark, ominous clouds. Below, a luxurious white car stopped in front of the agency. Min-sung stepped out of the car, wearing a mask over his mouth. He reminded his subordinate, "Stay alert around here, understood, boss." Before entering, Min-sung glanced at his jet-black pupils for a moment, then thought to himself, "It's been 3 months since we last met." As soon as he stepped inside, a security guard tending to a potted plant suddenly noticed him. The guard pointed toward Min-sung and exclaimed, "I saw you appear on the news. You are Lee Min-sung, Deputy Director of the Grim Reaper Association, right?" However, he was not very pleased to be recognized and thought to himself, "Truly a gem cannot be hidden." Min-sung removed the mask from his mouth, revealing a smile that was entirely fake, continuing to think, "Well, building an image is equally important." He responded warmly to the security guard, "Thank you for recognizing me." Before leaving, Min-sung added a polite remark, "Have a good day." Hearing this, the guard was delighted, smiling and waving at him, "Hero of the hunters, I will always support you." Looking at the guard's demeanor, Min-sung suddenly recalled old faces in his memory. That's right, those jealous glances. All should look at me this way. The elite of the elite born of Eugen Construction's deputy director. That is him. The one who had long become a star and king of the advertising industry was also Min-sung. He advanced smoothly in the world of celebrities and was dubbed the Asian Prince. After the great catastrophe, Min-sung became an awakened of rank A. He had thought he would continue as one of the top hunters in the food chain as before, until his driver, Lim Tiju, became an awakened of rank S. That's right. He remembered the moment sitting in the car. The driver said, I have awakened to rank S. I am old, so I am planning to become a hunter as soon as possible. I think I will quit this driving job. Hearing these words, Min-sung gritted his teeth and glared with jealousy. Meanwhile, the driver kept asking, by the way, you're awakened by Ranka, right? The Hunter Association suggested I start a guild. Do you want to join? Min-sung did not respond, only watching the driver's back with envy, thinking to himself, I am Ranka, yet this lowly driver is rank S. From that day on, Min-sung was certain that this world would gradually edge toward collapse. Returning to the present, he pressed the elevator button, silently calculating. The structure of the pyramid was inverted after the Great Catastrophe. I have to restore it to its original state. Upon arriving, Min-sung pushed open the door and stepped inside, his eyes blazing red with killing intent, thinking to himself, even if I have to join hands with demons. He frowned, then reached up to remove the mask from his mouth. Opposite Min-sung was a group of people with fake smiles greeting him. Seeing this, he felt extreme disgust and said, wipe those nauseating smiles off before I tear the mouths of each of you. Min-sung approached one subordinate and interrogated, where is your master? He has returned, yet I do not see him come to greet me. Suddenly, a voice called out, Lee Min-sung. He immediately turned to look at the small figure in the distance, wondering, you, that hair color and those cursed pupils, are you from the alien tribe, right? The second fragment of tile folded the book in his hands and coldly stared at Min-sung with blazing yellow deadly eyes. Min-sung walked toward him, a mocking smirk at the corner of his mouth. The last time I met you, you were just a newborn. Now you've grown a lot. Even your mana has increased. You've grown according to plan. Huh. The second fragment of tile replied in an annoyed tone, I told you before. This is not just growing up. I am restoring my power. A series of old images surged back. He began to recount, to resolve the issues of time-space travel between universes. I split my original body, dividing my power and personality into many fragments, and brought them to this world. The second fragment of tile stared at the book in his hand and continued, among those fragments, the first fragment to arrive here was the weakest, my infant state. It can be said that my current self is a version merged with the second fragment that came. He continued, although my memories remain unchanged, my personality will differ from what you knew before. Min-sung, uninterested in the story, sat down on the sofa, sighing, this sounds so complicated. The second fragment of tile reminded him, simply put, I demand that you do not act too casually with me. Min-sung looked up and said, I don't care about your personality. Still remember your promise to me, right? He still remembered clearly, reciting in order, fame, wealth, and the annihilation of Rank's hunters Lim Tiju. Hearing the last words spoken, Min-sung's expression immediately turned terrifying. He praised with delight, good that you remember. The second fragment of tile asked, so, why did you come here today? He replied with a question, am I not allowed into my own house? The second fragment of tile coldly said, I reminded you not to come here without a special reason. Min-sung raised his index finger, his tone turning serious. There is a problem with the Stardust production chain. Recently, the Hyena Guild that supplies firewood and the factory in Seoul have all been destroyed. He concluded, that's why I came to request additional Stardust aid if available. The second fragment of tile inquired, were they attacked? Have you discovered the mastermind? Min-sung answered, I heard the one who destroyed the Hyena Guild is a masked hunter who wields a sword. The second fragment of tile did not take his eyes off the book in his hands as he raised a point of suspicion. Lee Min-sung, you are the one using our Stardust production method, and also the one who created the distribution system. Didn't you once promise that the system would have no problems? Min-sung raised a finger and said, Kid, if you keep worrying from one problem to another, you won't get anything done. Hearing this, the second fragment of tile shifted his blazing yellow eyes toward Min-sung, then spoke mockingly. Those words struck at the black heart within him. Min-sung rolled up his pant leg and drew a knife from his side, saying, Hey, alien. Seconds later, he teleported behind the second fragment of tile, pressing the knife against his neck in a threatening manner. Minsung's red eyes glowed with killing intent as he warned, "I am not an empty shell brainwashed like you. I am a hunter capable of taking your life before you regain your power once I get angry." The tip of his knife pressed against one cheek of the second fragment of tile as he emphasized, "The pawn is not me, it's you." Facing Minsung's threat, he calmly spoke, "Hunters of the human world determine ranking based on mana and see it as a symbol of strength." The second fragment of tile retorted sharply, "How utterly foolish." Suddenly, an invisible force shot down into the main hall below, attacking the security guard. He immediately tilted his head back, his pupils turning yellow. A strange halo appeared above his head. A supersonic power was unleashed, forming a dazzling golden seal. Feeling the immense energy, Minsung was suddenly stunned, thinking, "What mana is surging from all directions? Could it be?" Just as he thought, everyone inside the building was affected by that terrifying energy. From the top floor to the bottom, all eyes were fixed on the floor where Minsung and the second fragment of tile stood. Their eyes glowed yellow, soulless yet full of killing intent. On the building, a dazzling golden seal shone, and upon realizing this, Minsung incredulously wondered, "Have they brainwashed everyone in this building?" Back in the room, the second fragment of tile's eyes turned black. He lowered his gaze and said, "The reason my previous personality considered you useful was because you were needed for existence, but now I have the power to survive on my own." The second fragment of tile spoke with disdain, "Our relationship can change depending on the talent you possess." Everyone in the room glared at Minsung with bright eyes, weapons ready in hand, waiting for the order to attack. Seeing that he couldn't win, Minsung forced a smile, tossed the knife aside, and said, "I'm just joking, no need to get tense. I only wanted to see if you could actually kill that Rankus guy." The second fragment of tile folded the book in his hands and spoke, "Fine, since you still have some use, I will spare your life this time." Immediately after, the seal above the security guard's head disappeared, and he grabbed his head in astonishment. "My head." On this side, a woman approached, opening her suitcase, and the second fragment of tile introduced. "These are stimulants created by condensing stardust hundreds of times." Minsung picked one up to examine it and asked, "Wait, you have something like this?" The second fragment of tile replied, "Dissolve it. You can produce a large amount of stardust with it." He narrowed his eyes calculatingly and asked, "It's completely different from the stardust that only low-rank hunters can use. If you use it, it will be effective even on a hunter like you. Do you want to try it?" Minsung immediately refused, "No thanks," thinking to himself, "Who would be stupid enough to use some unknown substance like this?" Before leaving, he also thought, "I may have unleashed an unimaginable monster onto Earth, but that's not really my problem." Then he picked up the suitcase and waved, "All right, remember your promise." After Minsung left the room, the second fragment of tile threw the book straight onto the floor. He raised his hand, feeling the streams of blazing red power within his body, murmuring, "I can sense it. Another fragment will arrive soon." The second fragment of tile placed his hand on the glass and stated, "Once I merge with a power fragment, I will no longer have to hide by that time." Meanwhile, in the brutal battle on this side, the massive serpent opened its fanged mouth and let out a deafening roar. It swung its massive body, sending Isel and Gray flying into the air. The serpent looked down at the two before it, its whole body glowing with a red power, seemingly preparing to strike. On this side, Suho crouched low, tensing his leg muscles. In the next heartbeat, he launched like lightning, charging at the serpent with explosive momentum. Suho flew forward, wrapping his arms tightly around the serpent's massive body. It immediately went berserk, thrashing against the ground, sending rocks and debris flying everywhere. Seeing this, Essel shouted in worry, "Young sovereign!" Yet Suho kept resisting, gritting his teeth and focusing all his strength into his palms. His muscles tensed, and he let out a loud roar, instantly crushing the serpent's outer scales with his bare hands. Its red eyes bulged as blood streamed from their corners. The serpent opened its large mouth in pain as Suho squeezed its head until it was severed. Having defeated the monster, he immediately landed, letting the fallen serpent collapse into the rubble behind him. Meanwhile, the second fragment of tile smirked with excitement. At that moment, the invasion will officially begin. Suho exhaled wearily, finally having defeated a formidable monster. The female hunter guarding Suho cautiously asked, "This really isn't dangerous, right?" She looked at the group of people sitting before her and continued, "Just sit here until that person exits the gate and each of you will receive 5 million won. And the only condition is not to reveal anything we have seen or heard here. I can't understand why he would so easily pay us so much money." Sung-hin replied wearily, "This is already the 4th time, and have they ever promised us anything before? As hunters, closing the gate is also serving the community. It doesn't hurt anyone." Yet she still continued to voice her doubts, but something feels off. Hearing this, he said, "Then don't work for them anymore." She immediately became flustered, holding her head hesitantly. "Well, that's a bit." Although he spoke those words, inside Sung-hin shared the same thought. He murmured, "Yes, extremely suspicious. He hasn't brought any collection or excavation team at all and just sweeps the gates. But without excavation or collection, there would be no profit from the gate." Sung-hin continued thinking. At first he only entered D-rank gates, but recently he has started entering C-rank gates. What the hell is he doing in there? Meanwhile, in the dungeon, pickaxes repeatedly struck the rare mineral stones. Baru urged the dark elves to speed up, move faster, even faster. On this side, Essel looked extremely excited and asked, "The collection work requires real technique, don't you think, Gray?" He growled in response as if saying yes. At that moment, she suddenly remembered Suho and frantically looked around, murmuring, "And the new sovereign? He is fighting a C-rank boss alone. I wonder if he is okay." On this side, Suho was battling the C-rank boss, dodging every attack swiftly. Despite the boss's relentless strikes, Suho continuously moved agilely, leaping from the stone floor forward. Suho's hands gripped the venomous fang of Kasaka, concentrating his strength to strike down. Immediately after, he used the technique Storm Slash, unleashing consecutive slashes within 1 second with precision. However, the C-rank boss could fully resist the attack, and the system's voice announced, "Effect paralysis has been activated. The target possesses strong resistance, so the effect will be weakened." Hearing this, Suho was astonished and thought, "It can withstand it. I wanted to test the paralysis effect of the dagger I acquired earlier. Could it be, this doesn't work on spiders?" The item in his hand was called Kasaka's Venom Fang, rank C, dagger type, consciousness plus 25. A dagger made from the venom fang of Kasaka. The terrifying poison is retained within it, causing paralysis and hemorrhage to opponents. You can store the item in the inventory or sell it at the shop. Paralysis effect. Eventually the opponent will be paralyzed. Hemorrhage effect. The opponent loses 1% of health every second. Suho narrowed his eyes at the monster in front of him, swinging his arm to prepare a strike, and said, "Just as I thought, to deal with these bugs." Saying that, Suho paused, then lunged forward and kicked the C-rank boss in the face, sending Kasaka's venom fang flying into the air. He hovered in midair, focusing all his strength into his fist. Then he descended, delivering a punch to the C-rank boss's face that twisted it grotesquely as it roared loudly. Standing amidst the rising smoke, Suho smiled with delight, using his Suddenly, Kasaka's venom fang twitched, its entire body enveloped in a dense layer of mana. It sensed the command and simultaneously unleashed brilliant slashes to assist Suho. The C-rank boss was attacked from both sides and could no longer resist. Seeing this, Suho thought to himself, "I'm strong enough to face a C-rank boss alone. Next I can move on to a B-rank gate." The C-rank boss fell to the ground, cracking the surrounding rocks with loud noises. Suho and Kasaka's venom fang ran toward where it had fallen, and in his mind he continued, "I've also grown accustomed to using sovereign authority in combat, not just leveling up, but becoming increasingly skilled in fighting." Suddenly, Suho's expression changed as he thought, Normally I only use sovereign authority to move objects, but I'm curious what happens if I integrate invisible hands into my attack. With that thought, he kicked off the boss's face to gain momentum, leaped into the air, and spun once midair. His hands clenched tightly, channeling power into his fists. In an instant, the energy was released densely, radiating around his fists. The moment had arrived, and he immediately descended on the boss with a powerful punch, creating a massive explosion, the immense force shattering the surrounding rocks. The attack was a critical hit. The C-rank boss could not dodge and took the full brunt, its body exploding completely. Very quickly, the system panel appeared, announcing, "You have defeated the giant Arachne. You have leveled up. Sovereign Authority has been upgraded. Sovereign Authority Level 2. Active skill. Does not consume mana. Even if you do not directly touch an object, you can still move it. Fatigue accumulates based on skill usage. Fatigue 83. Lying atop the boss's hardened corpse, Suho muttered tiredly, "I suppose because I need to focus completely when using this skill, I get fatigued faster. Using this skill continuously is really difficult." After finishing, he returned to Essel and Gray, leaving them astonished. Suho calmly approached, hands in his pockets, his eyes quietly reflecting the thoughts surging within him. "There are countless ways to fight depending on how I use sovereign authority." Seeing him, Essel joyfully exclaimed, "New sovereign." She eagerly approached and asked, "Have you defeated the boss yet?" Suho smiled and replied, "I've won." Baru, standing nearby, cheerfully added, "Now you can fight alone without me by your side. I'm really impressed." Looking at him, Suho instructed, "Baru, you can now consume the magic crystals." It turned around, speaking seriously as it began reporting the situation. "We have collected all parts of the monsters' bodies." After a quick check, Suho praised it, "Well done." He immediately opened the system shop and scrolled through the items for a while. Suho smiled with delight after receiving a large amount of gold and said, "The function allowing us to sell collected materials through the shop window is really convenient." Suddenly, Baru behind him spoke, "Compared to hunters in the human world, I think you're about to reach B rank." Suho turned around and said, "Is that so? Not surprising since I level up 8 times faster anyway." The status window appeared, displaying information. Name Sung Suho, level 28, classification None, fatigue 83, title Wolf Slayer, HP 5 in 355 in 350ths, mana 564 564ths, stamina 63, endurance 48, agility 37, intelligence 37, awareness 42 plus 5, remaining points 0, passive skills, endurance level 2, martial arts level 1, active skills, sovereign authority level 2, shadow extraction level 2, 100 blades wind level 1. Then Baru pointed behind and said, "Also, I sense perhaps because you've become stronger. They've grown stronger." Essel stretched her shoulders and added, "Yes, I also feel the more we fight, the faster my strength recovers." Gray grunted in agreement. At that moment, she had a question. "How come I can recover stamina without sucking blood?" Suddenly Suho spoke. "Wait, there's one more thing." He looked at the 2 information boxes and said, "You 2 now display levels. Essel Ladier level 19, Gray level 17. Essel asked in confusion, "We have levels, really? But we're not players like you or Sung Jinwoo." Suho was stunned and asked, "You saw the system window too, right?" She replied, "I don't think so." Hearing this, he rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Even if they cannot use stats, will their stats increase with level? Although it's good that they can become stronger from now on, there are still the heirs and the teammate system. Many mysterious pieces still need explanation. Thinking this, Suho asked, "Then, shall we test if they can really level up now?" Essel asked in surprise, "How? By what method?" He smiled amicably and replied, "What other way is there? Of course we go raid the gate again." Gray growled in fright. Essel gasped and shouted, "We've already done 2 raids, why go again?" Stepping toward the gate, but with no one happy except Suho, he decided, "Then, let's leave it for next time. First let's complete the daily mission." Baru cautiously warned, "New Sovereign, You should be careful not to get addicted to anything. At that moment, the system announced, "You have entered the dark dungeon." Red light suddenly shone on Suho's face, causing him to freeze, astonished to the point of exclaiming. In front of them was a blazing red spatial gate, its immense pressure forcing those around to struggle to resist. Seeing this, Essel gasped loudly, a gate inside the dark dungeon. Suho, at the front, silently thought, "The heat is incredible. Is it coming from inside the gate?" Thinking that, he turned to Baru and asked, "Baru, can a gate appear even inside the dark dungeon?" It replied, "I'm not sure either." Suddenly, in front of him, the system panel abruptly announced an emergency quest has appeared. Spatial Rift. A spatial rift has just been detected, enters the connecting gate and eliminates the source causing the spatial rift. After reading it, Suho was momentarily stunned and thought, an emergency quest. At that thought, the corner of his mouth curled into a delighted smile. Suho immediately tossed the outfit toward the people behind him and said, "All right, Essel and Gray, take this." Gray quickly caught the item in his mouth, while Essel frowned slightly, her voice low and suspicious. "This is..." A status window appeared, showing that the item they had just received was a heat-resistant cloak. Level requirement: none. Classification: hybrid. Can block heat up to a certain degree when equipped. Price: 10 gold. Once everyone had put on the outfit, Suho exclaimed excitedly, "Perfect. I was planning to do another raid anyway. This comes at the right time. Let's enter the gate." Inside the blazing red spatial gate was a scorching desert, white sand stretching for miles. This was the Egypt-themed dungeon, the pyramid area. A muscular man named Ryo Singh, a member of the Achila Guild, currently a B-rank hunter, was furious, pointing his sword at the opposing side and shouting, "This is abuse of power. Who allowed you to drive us out of the dungeon?" "We, the Achila Guild, arrived first." The man with heterochromatic eyes responded, "Who cares who came first?" He wore a formidable suit of armor, his voice stern as he warned, "This dungeon from now on belongs to our guild. If you continue to show opposition, I will consider it a declaration of war." Ryo Singh was put in a difficult position, sweating and cursing silently. "Damn it, never in my life did I think we'd run into the Desem Wilds Guild." It turned out this man was Randolph, a member of the Desem Wilds Guild, currently an A-rank hunter, who glared and emphasized, "In the face of absolute overwhelming power, everything else is meaningless." Ryo Singh, unwilling to back down, immediately ordered his teammates behind him, everyone, to take battle positions. Seeing this, Randolph snorted coldly and closed his eyes. His teammates behind him stepped forward as well. Amid the tense battle about to unfold, Suho raised his hand to intervene. He spoke, "Hello," drawing the attention of both sides. Ryo Singh and Randolph both looked at Suho with cautious eyes. Feeling the killing intent, he hesitated and said, "Wait, my apologies." Suho awkwardly and foolishly scratched his head and asked, "May I ask, where exactly are we?" About 30 minutes earlier, after stepping into the spatial gate, Suho muttered strangely to himself, "I wonder why sand is coming out from the gate." Essel behind him continued, "Right, tell me." He looked at the desert stretching for tens of thousands of meters and said, "So it turns out the dungeon is a desert." Suddenly Baru pointed ahead and said, "I feel a strong magical power coming from that pyramid." Suho glanced at the trucks parked nearby and wondered, "But why are there things that seem out of place in the dungeon?" They quickly went to check, continuously exclaiming, "There are cars and even barbed wire fences." Suho asked suspiciously, "I heard that machines do not work in the dungeon, so why are they here?" Essel speculated, "Don't tell me, this place is not a dungeon." She looked at the logo on the car and continued, "But it is a gate that has crossed the boundary of another world." Baru immediately objected, "That cannot happen." Suho went ahead leading the way and said, "Even so, as long as the gate in front is still in the dark dungeon, there will be no problem." "I will go and check everything," she cheerfully replied. "Yes, I think that is a great idea." With that, Suho went into another spatial gate under the watch of everyone. Very quickly he returned, making everyone amazed at how fast he was. Essel curiously asked, "Your Majesty, How is it? Suho stood under the sunlight, his face pale, and said, "The gate is gone, back in the real world." Sung Jin's face suddenly turned pale, his forehead drenched in cold sweat. All the hunters guarding Suho simultaneously exclaimed. The gate has disappeared. Does that mean the boss beast has been killed? But that person has not returned yet. We need to contact the emergency liaison immediately. Back here inside the pyramid, a fierce battle was about to unfold. Suho looked around and thought, "We have entered the pyramid." He looked at the two people in front of him and guessed, "I am glad there are people. They are probably the ones who came by vehicle outside, judging by how they speak English. They came from another country." Thinking of this, Suho scratched his head awkwardly and asked, "I am at where?" In his heart, he secretly sighed in relief that he had learned English to enter university. Ryo Singh looked at Suho with a wary gaze, muttering, "A hunter. After the Hunter Guild, can an Asian take ownership of this dungeon?" Randolph curled his mouth in disdain. "Troublesome. I did not expect so many insects to gather." Suddenly his blue eyes slid down to observe Suho. A memory resurfaced in Randolph's mind. Back then a muscular man said, "It was mentioned in the old woman's prophecy. A being born from death has broken the seal. The one who possesses the power to bring the dead back to life will appear in the tomb." He leaned back in his chair and continued. Soon after the prophecy was revealed, the pyramid-style dungeon appeared in Egypt. The Egyptian pyramid tomb and death. This completely matches the prophecy. After the events according to my schedule concluded, bring me the authority to enter the dungeon so that I can raid it. Randolph lowered his eyes and asked, "If other guilds intervene, how do you want us to deal with them?" The man pulled down his sunglasses, glancing with his glowing red eyes, and asked, "Why do you bother to ask? Just use the methods of the Thap Hong Guild." Finishing the memory line, Randolph spoke to warn, "Kid, if you are a hunter pursuing this dungeon." After hearing this, Suho thought to himself, "So this is the dungeon," he continued. "This will be the final warning for you. If you agree, I will let you go." Hearing this, he had to exclaim in astonishment, "Aggressive indeed. If this is the dungeon, then I have no choice but to clear it to complete the emergency mission." Thinking this, Suho wondered, "What if I refuse?" Randolph took the handle of the weapon on his back and replied, "Simple. We will have to kill you." Finishing his words, he charged at Suho, attacking suddenly and aggressively. Seeing this, both Gray and Essel became alarmed. Ryo Singh on this side was also surprised by his decisiveness. Anticipating a fight about to unfold, Randolph swung his weapon in an arc, but Suho quickly vanished to dodge. The impact of the attack sent dirt and rocks flying. He glared down, immediately noticing Suho concentrating his spiritual power to counterattack. He growled, "You were the one who attacked first." Finishing his words, Suho immediately lunged, giving Randolph a painful punch to the stomach. The point of contact with his armor rose smoke. Suho frowned, thinking, "I don't know how much damage I will cause after increasing my power. Since I attacked his armor, he won't die, right?" After receiving the blow, Randolph gritted his teeth in anger, his face contorted horribly. He immediately retaliated with another punch, growling, "You brat." Seeing Randolph unharmed, Suho was astonished. What? Just as he steadied himself, he was hit full force by Randolph's punch, being thrown backward, smashing a large wall and sliding down. Randolph was furious, feeling utterly humiliated. He commanded, "How dare you hold back on me? Kill them all, whether they are from the Achila Guild or that Asian kid. Kill them all for me." Immediately Essel ran over, angrily wielding her weapon, and shouted, "How dare you harm the young prince?" Gray beside her also angrily charged to attack. On Ryo Singh's side, he gripped his sword, gritting his teeth as he ordered his comrades, "I guess a battle is inevitable." Meanwhile, Suho on his side struggled to get up, painfully exclaiming, "Oh God!" Just then Baru ran over worriedly, asking, "Your Majesty, are you okay?" Suho coldly replied, "Yes." He looked outside, asking, "Are the hunters fighting each other? If I want to complete the emergency mission, I have to win this brawl." "Right," Baru stated, "I think that must be done for the purpose of this raid." Suho frowned slightly and said, "The guild wearing armor attacking me is definitely the enemy." After saying that, he remained silent for a moment, focusing his power into his calves. Then he immediately leapt, returning to the unfinished battle from earlier. Suho kicked across the walls with agility, then stopped on the ceiling. As soon as he saw one of them, he immediately dove down to attack unexpectedly. Without using any weapon, Suho directly kicked him, shattering the helmet. The man's eyes widened as he looked at Suho, exclaiming in excitement, "Incredible!" He used his shield to block Suho's consecutive attacks while shouting, "I didn't expect a weak hunter to dare resist the Thap Hong Guild. You should listen to the strong." Suho did not respond and continued to attack, internally wondering, I tried to defeat him, but he still endured my attacks. How tough are these bastards? He tensed his arm muscles, focusing his energy in one spot, thinking, what if I use the new combat method with the king's authority I just learned? Suho recalled using it before to defeat a C-rank boss, hesitating internally. Can I use it on a person? Suho was charging to attack with full momentum, but suddenly froze, hesitating. On the other side, Ryo Singh gripped the sharp sword in his hand, gathering his strength, then swung down in an arc to strike the neck of the man, his unexpected assistance making Suho snap back to reality. Ryo Singh's single strike immediately finished the Thap Hong Guild member, blood spraying from his neck, eyes turning white. He then fell to the ground, and at that moment, Ryo Singh landed. Suho looked at him gratefully, saying, "Thank you." Ryo Singh placed his sword on his shoulder and replied, "I saw your skill when you dodged Randolph's attack." He glanced at him with sharp eyes and remarked, "But your hesitation earlier, you were afraid of killing someone." Suho did not reply, silently agreeing. He continued, "Monsters are not the only danger to hunters. You need the determination to protect yourself from dangerous people like unofficial hunters." Hearing this, Suho looked down at the corpse on the ground, thinking, determined, I thought fighting with my life was enough. But is that still not enough? Old images flooded back. Suho pondered, up until now, there was no need to kill anyone. Even when fighting the Hyena Guild, he could still restrain himself and fight them because their power was overwhelmingly superior. But he was not always in situations where he held the advantage. He looked at SL continuing to fight and thought, non-lethal situations could lead to one's own death or make it impossible to protect what one wants. Perhaps the incidents that had happened in this world would continue to occur. I missed that because I only thought about leveling up, he realized, forgetting that I must discard the emotions I had before the incidents. Only then. Thinking of this, Suho recalled the face of the enemy he hated most and emphasized, only then could I fight Lee Min-sung. Ryo Singh smirked, introducing himself. I am a hunter of the Achula Guild. My name is Liu Xing. He smiled and spoke without noticing a shadow rushing to strike from behind. We're having a bit of trouble with the Thap Hong Guild. Why not form an alliance with us? After saying that, Ryo Singh fell silent, eyes wide in shock as he saw Suho's fist steadily approaching. Yet he was mistaken. This punch was aimed at a member of the Thap Hong Guild striking from behind, settling the score from earlier. Suho's attack was so powerful that it sent the man flying backward, lying sprawled on the severely cracked ground. At that moment, the system window appeared, showing the skill used, King's Authority Level 2, an active skill that does not require mana. Although you do not directly touch physical objects, you can move them, and fatigue accumulates depending on how it is used. Suho glared forward with murderous intent, telling himself, I will not hesitate anymore. The man fell at Randolph's feet, immediately coughing up blood and dying on the spot. Randolph looked down at the completely distorted face of his comrade without showing any mercy. With an indifferent expression, Randolph noted to himself, he defeated a B-rank tanker with a single strike. Thinking this, he looked at Suho and smiled with amusement. Then he praised him. Interesting. Meanwhile, Suho ignored Randolph and clasped his hands respectfully, replying to Ryo Singh's. Then the Thap Hong Guild and the Asura Guild clashed head-on. One of the Thap Hong members shouted, the Asura Guild is teaming up with another hunter party. Another man arrogantly replied, 3 trees together are still just 3 trees. We surpass them in both quality and quantity. Suho calmly took out the dark key, looked into it, and announced, "We haven't unleashed our full strength yet." After the command rose, powerful darkness surged, a massive force making the Thap Hong members gape in shock. At that moment, a giant regular rank arachne appeared, rolling waves of darkness sweeping across its body. Just a few seconds later, an army of dark soldiers with grotesque skeletal forms appeared in full force. The scene left Ryo Sing astonished. Such combat ability, and yet a summoner, able to summon all of that at once. Beside him, Suho clapped his hands together and shouted with momentum, "All right, let's go." The Arakan screamed loudly, shaking the air, forcing the others to raise their shields. Randolph swung his crescent-shaped hammer, dispersing the rising dust clouds in front of him. He stepped back, temporarily maintaining balance on the tips of his toes, heels raised high. A second later, he stomped hard, propelling his entire body into the air. Randolph appeared right next to Arakan, swung the large hammer in a powerful arc, slicing the monster into multiple pieces. Then he leapt down with a proud stance, mouth wide open, saying, "Hiding too well, kid, interesting." Suho assumed a defensive stance, raised his fists, calling out to Randolph. Baru, already cautious, remarked, "Although weaker after becoming a dark soldier, he can still blow away the monster that the young king struggled with in a single strike. Humans really are the strongest here." At that moment, he turned to command Gray. "Aim perfectly, Gray. Use the link skill." Then Essel hesitated, calling out once, "Young king." He didn't hear her, so she called again loudly, "Wait, young king." Quickly, she proposed, "How about you use the link skill with me this time? We have learned a method to increase recharge speed while moving around the gate." Suho scratched his head with one hand, embarrassed, responding, "Using a skill I've never used in real combat is a bit." Essel's face fell, voice sorrowful. "This is my chance to be useful to the young king." Just as she finished, the wall behind suddenly shattered. A terrifying crashing sound followed. Humanoid monsters wrapped in bandages surged in. One person shouted loudly, "Monsters are coming." They attacked relentlessly. Ryo Sing crossed his swords to block the blows while puzzled. Are they attracted by the noise of the battle? Another group of monsters rushed in right after. Essel anxiously reported, "At the entrance too." Meanwhile, Randolph still stood calmly with arms crossed behind three hunters, internally noting undead monsters. "Now I finally understand the prophecy the boss mentioned." Those words echoed in his mind. A being born from death will break the seal. The one who possesses the power to revive the dead will rise from the grave. Now he understood clearly, if the dead refer to mummies, then that one must be inside this dungeon. The being born from death can break the seal. Randolph then looked at the passage behind. The plan calculated precisely. The boss's order is to claim ownership of the dungeon, but judging by the current guild battle, seizing the power to revive the dead would align with the boss's intentions better. Suddenly, he turned his face, his blue pupils sharp like swords. The scene of Suho fighting alone against the monsters became clear before his eyes, forcing him to hesitate. However, if he retreats now, Suho, along with the black mask, fought calmly, the blue light emitted from his pupils making him appear even stronger. Seeing this, Randolph narrowed his eyes, thoughts flashing through his mind. Ryo Sing, busy fighting, suddenly froze, his eyebrows stiffening as he saw something. At that moment, Randolph raised his iron shield high, shouting loudly, "Thap Hong Guild, follow me, ignore the hunters and head straight to the boss's chamber." As soon as he finished, he immediately gave the order, and Thap Hong Guild headed for the boss's chamber, stopping them. He ran forward, and a group of undead monsters appeared to block the way. Ryo Sing gritted his teeth in anger, shouting, "Are they trying to use the monsters to stop us? Why does the path have to go that way?" Suho, worried now, thought, "At this rate, the rewards will all be snatched." Without any hesitation, he called Gray, his whole body immediately signaling. Right after, Gray transformed into a large form, his bulging muscles appearing along with an overwhelming aura. Without any command, Gray raised his claws as soon as his body fully transformed. Moments later, he wildly raised his arms and slammed them onto the ground. Within seconds, Gray swept away all the monsters blocking the way. Suho stood proudly in the middle, surrounded by waves of blood spraying from the monsters. The horrifying sight left Ryo-Sing frozen in place. By now, Suho's appearance had also changed, his cold eyes glancing back, emphasizing each word, cleaning this place up and chasing after them. Behind him, Ryo-Sing's face was contorted in shock, not only able to summon but also merge with them. "Suho, who are you?" Beside him, Essel, tears streaming, said bitterly, "This is my chance to participate." Not long after, in a dark corridor, sturdy pillars stood. Ahead was the form of an undead guard monster. Suddenly, a monster was slashed across the neck, dying instantly. Its body fell flat, blood spurting. Ahead were the fierce faces of the Thap Hong members. At that moment, Randolph stared down thoughtfully, inwardly wishing that kid. Not only can he do that, I want to face him as soon as I gain the power to revive the dead. Thinking this, he moved his gaze upward, silently observing the scene. The large door appeared nearby. He asked aloud, "Is this the boss's chamber?" Very quickly after, a crack in the door opened, long-standing dust rising. The door swung wide. Footsteps began entering. The Thap Hong members led by Randolph froze for a few seconds. Before them was a massive body held tightly by red chains. Two overly curious soldiers alternated in asking, "It looks like the boss, is it sleeping?" He said nothing, silently observing the creature before him, questioning within. The monster is chained. The prophecy said the being born from death only appears after breaking the seal. At that moment, the Amut monster cautiously opened its mouth, uttering some words in an unknown language. It kept murmuring there, making them curious and ask each other, "The language of the monster, is it talking to us?" After a few words, it suddenly closed its mouth, remaining silent for a few seconds. Amut's large hands began to swing, each word followed by its deep voice. Soon after, the rigid red chains snapped under Amut's immense strength. Just as it acted, Randolph shouted loudly, "Everyone, prepare for battle." Each large chain broke free from its body over time. Once free, Amut stood up, throwing the pile of chains forcefully forward with one muscular arm. The chains flew, smashing the bodies of the armored Thap Hong guards. A few remaining chains were not spared, and it threw another strong wave. Then the space fell silent, the heavy clanging of the chains echoing through the room. With two chains still in hand, Amut stomped forcefully step by step toward Randolph. He froze in place, his eyes glancing at the soldiers behind him, feeling anxious and uneasy. "What is this? The guards from my guild are strong, yet a single chain swing can take them all down." While he was still stunned, Amut spread its arms wide, standing completely still. That action terrified Randolph further, but also raised a suspicion. Is it calling for me to attack it? Immediately after, he gritted his teeth and angrily shouted, "From this one to the next, they all underestimate me." Without overthinking, he braced himself, activating the giant guard skill. Randolph's eyes carried a sharp, intense aura, his face gradually darkening. He charged straight at Amut, gripping his weapon with both hands, swinging it powerfully backward. A fierce strike landed on Amut's chest, yet its body did not move, its mouth wide open. Randolph began to feel uneasy, realizing that he had poured all his strength into this strike, yet it was still not enough to make a dent. He withdrew his weapon, and at the same time, Amut leaned forward, uttering sounds similar to those from outside water. Just as Amut raised its fist violently, Randolph silently thought, "I'm sorry, boss, I should have waited for you." A resounding punch was thrown, collapsing the ground where he stood into a long line. Within seconds, fresh blood soaked the floor, the metallic stench mixing with the grim atmosphere. Amut sat cross-legged on the ground, raising its hand to scratch its head, eyes fixed on the body of Randolph, who had just been slammed against the wall. It felt a little disappointed with the fight and said aloud, "I didn't expect the first living creature to find me to die so quickly." Suddenly realizing something, it slowly stood up. Amut's massive body. At that moment, outside, the battle raged fiercely, the fight between humans and undead monsters. Suho jumped alone, legs spread wide, kicking a massive monster aside. After a while of confronting them, he finally took a moment to seriously assess the situation. They kept charging endlessly, so if that's the case, Suho's command to rise echoed, and the darkness within the undead hovered beside him, accompanied by a system notification. Unable to extract ancient souls. He looked at his palm, frustration surging as he exclaimed, "Unable to extract ancient souls. I can't even use it on demons. There are more limitations than I expected." No sooner had he finished speaking, the ground beneath him shook violently. The earth and stone in front of Suho suddenly cracked apart. The ground beneath the other hunters also collapsed, forcing everyone to tilt and stagger. Rocks and dust flew high, thick dust choking the air. After the chaos, a massive centipede-like creature burst from the ground, appearing clearly before everyone. Its two heads glared viciously downward, causing someone to scream in panic. A monstrous centipede. Damn it, the mummies alone were already exhausting. In the tense atmosphere, Dian lowered its heads to the ground, sharp teeth gaping wide. Its entire body slithered forward, breaking the ground, forcing everyone to quickly leap from their positions. Beside its massive body, small Essel dashed forward, flying in parallel. She leapt upward, stabbing her sharp spear straight into it. Landing, she planted her feet on Dian's body, both hands driving the spear downward with all her strength. After exerting herself, Essel cautiously announced, "It's too tough. My attack isn't effective." At that moment, Ryo Singh expressed his concern. "Suho, these monsters pouring in like this are very dangerous. I'm furious at the Thap Hong Guild for stealing ownership of the field dungeon, but I think we should retreat." Suho went on the offensive, replying in agreement, "I think so too." Yet he hesitated, recalling the system panel. The emergency mission required him to resolve the cause of the time-space crack, and there was no guarantee the Thap Hong Guild fighting the boss would allow him to complete the mission. Would retreating be okay? On the floor, a rare safe patch remained, surrounded only by thick dust. Very quickly, that small intact floor shattered under a massive rough foot that stomped down. Ryo Singh's eyes shifted to the source of the sound, his face revealing clear panic. On the other side, the vicious Amut slowly advanced, its sharp claws crushing stones along the path. Ryo Singh gaped, shouting in alarm, "That path is where the Thap Hong Guild entered, and a new monster is coming out from there." Suho's black mask trembled violently, a shiver running through him. Perhaps his senses had heightened from leveling up, allowing him to perceive it. The terrifying image of Amut's tomb prisoner appeared in Suho's mind. At that moment it looked no different from a fierce beast. Seeing its massive body step forward, he was shocked to realize that the red-named monster was a disaster completely unlike the other monsters. After a stretch of movement, it slowly opened its mouth with two sharp jaws. The phrase "disappear" was uttered in Amut's deep voice, and the undead monsters were simultaneously startled. Immediately after, they obeyed the command, all turning their heads and moving in the same direction. Essel watched the movements of the undead, stammering, "I heard the voice of that monster telling them to disappear." The mummies returned after hearing it. At that moment, Amut leapt in front of her, and she had just asked in her mind, "What is that?" Seeing her teammates in danger, Suho shouted in shock, "Essel." At that moment, she spoke to Essel. Just now that was the monster's language. "Can you understand what I am saying?" She looked up. Though very frightened, she answered clearly, "Yes, because I am of the demon tribe." Before she could finish, it laughed heartily. Its excited tone said, "The only thing I see here every day is stupid corpses and scattered insects across the desert. It's been a long time since I met someone who can talk to me." At that moment, Dian lunged from behind Essel, its mouth wide open preparing to strike. She was still dazed, whispering, "He looks friendlier than he appears." The centipede monster shattered into hundreds of pieces with a single light swing of Amut's hand. She gaped, watching layers of hard skin fly into the air, wondering, did he kill the centipede monster with just one blow? Dian fell with a thud. Amut felt guilty, immediately blaming itself. Before we talk, perhaps I must clear the monsters who do not understand me first. Finishing, it leapt, vanishing from her sight in an instant. Amut soared through the air like the wind, one swing of its hand striking off the tail of the massive monster. Dian's tail separated. It also jumped down. Below were rows of stunned faces. Suho followed with his eyes wide, asking, "A monster killing a monster." Amut still hovered in the air. Dian, full of rage, charged from behind. It lunged with 6 glowing red eyes, 2 sharp jaws biting tightly. Suddenly, the centipede's neck was struck with a powerful hit. It shrieked, frozen in place. Amut's strong hands surged forward, piercing straight through the hard shell into the flesh. Moments later, green blood from the monster spouted like a volcano. It withdrew its hands. Dian's colossal body fell, dying miserably. Blood poured like rain, dripping onto Amut's cold, grim face. At that moment it declared, "I hate insects." The hunters of the Asura Guild all froze, eyes turned toward the fallen centipede. Ryo Singh went rigid, stammering, "What is this monster doing here? Strong enough to kill countless centipede monsters in an instant. This field dungeon is supposedly only rank C or B according to investigation." At that moment, Amut's foot landed on the shattered floor. As it stepped it spoke, "It seems there are many I cannot communicate with." It leapt, its fierce momentum charging straight at where he was standing, shouting loudly 2 words, "Die." Ryo Singh prepared to face it, crossing his twin swords before his grim face. At that moment, Suho sprang up, a kick striking straight into the massive face of Amut. He quickly pulled back his leg, scolding in tone, "Killing just because we cannot communicate with you. What is wrong with your sense of values?" The kick left a trail of smoke. Amut's attention was drawn. "A human can speak with me." It poured its strength into its legs, the ground beneath crushed, alongside a question, "You speak of values." It boldly surged forward, declaring firmly, "I have never thought of that." Its fierce momentum shattered much of the floor, layers of stone rising before everyone. At this moment, Suho had been blasted into the cliff, his fragile body and blood from his mouth pouring out. Essel teared up, crying desperately, "Little lord." Overcome with rage, she grabbed her spear and shouted, "You bastard! How dare you harm the little lord?" At this moment, Amut realized, "He is your teammate." Then he calmly uttered a few words, not exactly an apology, "But I will not kill you. If you are of the demon tribe, then you must know much. You can answer my questions well. Has the battle between the Dark Lord and the other lords ended? And if so, who won?" She held her spear tightly, unease and questions rising. What is wrong with this monster? Does it know about the battle between the lords? Meanwhile, Gray was secretly transmitting energy to Suho. It still spoke to Essel. "You, not going to answer? If so, then so be it." At this time, Gray lay sprawled on the ground, its tongue curled out of its mouth. Little Baru flew to Suho's ear, repeatedly calling, "Little lord, little lord." Essel, tears streaming in distress. Amut still with its calm demeanor spoke, "Whether a monster does not understand language or a demon refuses to answer me, if you do not communicate with me, you are all the same." It raised one leg, having made a decision, emphasizing 2 words, "Die." At that moment, Suho's mouth spewed blood as he muttered something. Then, as he read aloud, "Received reward, restored stats," a blue light spread out, powerfully shining from behind Amut. Suho stood up with momentum, legs apart, hands on his shoulders, then said, "Lucky that I did not affect the daily mission reward. If you ask about the great battle among the lords, I know a little." He raised his face proudly, answering its previous question, "All the lords have perished under the hand of the Dark Lord." Finishing, Essel happily cried out, "Little lord." Amut turned his face in surprise, mouth agape, asking, "Really? You mean while I was trapped here, the great battle among the lords has already ended?" He replied simply, "Yes," then inwardly thought, "If it asks about the great battle among the lords, perhaps it is a subordinate of some lord. The strength of this crocodile monster is at least rank S. Just anger it a little and I am done for." At this moment, it turned and stepped towards Suho and said, "Finally, the Dark Lord has won." His face twisted, caution clear as he heard the next words, "if he had killed all the lords." At this time, Amut raised its fist high, speaking its deduction, meaning the Lord Tarnak had also perished at his hands. It stood opposite Suho, pointing its hand straight at his face and asking, "So does that mean the corporeal Lord Tarnak also perished at his hands?" At that moment, the words "the prisoner of the tomb," Amut, appeared above its head. He noticed, bowing his head cautiously as he realized, this monster is Amut, and it seems to be a corporeal type subordinate of a corporeal lord. If it knew who his father was, it might attack him immediately. As he finished that line of reasoning, the sole of its foot appeared right above his head. Essel did not take her eyes off it, and upon seeing it she shouted, "Young lord." Amut did not hesitate in the slightest and stomped hard on the spot where Suho was standing. Fortunately, he reacted in time, his body bouncing backwards several times to escape death. After creating some distance, he immediately asked, "What are you doing?" It angrily raised its fist before speaking. You answer slowly as if thinking, "Surely you want to deceive me. If you do not answer quickly, I will kill you." Its words made Suho slightly wary. It seemed this monster was quite intelligent. Amut tried to remain calm, speaking again to repeat the earlier question. "I ask you again, the corporeal lord perished at the hands of the Dark Lord, correct?" Suho responded immediately, "Yes, he defeated all the lords," his mind quietly betting, if he can say it like that, then he will not fly into a rage and attack. At that moment, it said something that made him utterly shocked. I was very puzzled why he did not come to meet me anymore. Amut believed those words, opening its mouth to laugh heartily, "Ha ha," in a delighted tone, "so he has been destroyed. It seems I should thank the Dark Lord." Suho wondered to himself, is it happy? Then he swung one hand and asked, "So you are not acquainted or related to the corporeal lord?" It replied calmly, "What relation would I have with him?" It once again prepared to attack, its fist tightly clenched. Its brutal voice said, "I do not like it when you say that." Amut shouted the words "die," and Suho, flustered, raised his hands to defend. Suddenly, its fist, raised aggressively, froze in midair, and a series of red chains appeared from its wrists. It strained its arm forward but could not reach, and he still asked in confusion, "Chains?" At this moment, the two sides were separated by a layer of illusory barrier in front of Amut. It sighed and said to itself, "These chains have restrained me already. It seems I cannot reach him." The series of chains now jerked strongly in one direction. Amut's legs were also pulled, and in a moment it was dragged back a distance. Its body was stretched across the floor, smashing the stones wherever it passed. "Those damn chains," as the chains were pulled into the room, Amut cursed, "Damn Tarnak, your spell has harmed me too much." When the door slammed shut, its cursing still echoed, "Damn." Suho froze in shock at the situation just now, knowing in his heart, so it had been pulled away by those chains. Then he muttered. At that moment, Essel ran over to check. "Young lord, are you okay?" He replied briefly, "I'm fine." Gray lay on the floor with tears. Beside him Suho noted, "Now I know the presence of those monsters here, so I need to be careful, and while I can, I should quickly heal the Asura Guild members." His words were suddenly cut off as he noticed something horrifying. At that moment, the emergency mission, Temporal Crack, had discovered a temporal crack. Step into the door connected to that place and remove the cause of the crack was blurred. He immediately realized, what is happening with this mission, young lord? At that time Essel also ran back to ask, what's going on? He pointed tremblingly at the screen and said, the emergency mission has changed. Now it says that one is a descendant of the corporeal. On it, it says, the emergency mission temporal crack has discovered a temporal crack. Step into the door connected to that place and release the descendant of the corporeal Amut from the pyramid. Inside the room where Amut was imprisoned, pools of blood had spread across the floor, next to human armor accessories. The space was oppressively silent, the corpses of soldiers lying on the ground. Suho and Essel moved in together, she gripping her spear tightly. He quietly noting, "They are members of the Decayed Guild, so they were killed by that monster here." After looking around for a while, his eyes settled on what was ahead. Opposite, Amut was restrained by a series of red chains, speaking with admiration. "I can't believe you dared come here. Truly a brave human." He quickly explained, "I came to talk to you." It immediately questioned, "We just talked a moment ago." So Suho quickly retorted, "If you were going to kill me like that, how could I talk to you?" He simply responded with 2 short words, "Yes." In a cold, detached tone, Amut refused. "I learned that from Tarnak. If you have any opinions, go speak to him." Suho felt briefly awkward, realizing this being seems to have the soul of a child, fond of violent and straightforward talk. "I didn't think I'd have to recruit someone like this." And then he spoke, seemingly shifting the topic. "It seems you don't like the corporeal lord. Can you tell me why?" Very quickly, Amut responded, "You came here curious about that. It seems I am too tired of being bound by these chains, so I will tell you." Brimming with aura, it proudly introduced itself. "I am Amut. I was created by the corporeal Lord Tarnak and a mage. Then they abandoned me here." Upon hearing this, Suho asked, "You mean those 2 created you?" It nodded in agreement. "Yes, those 2 transformed me from an ordinary person into this. Then I was bound by these chains and left here." He continued with another question, "You cannot break those chains, can you?" In a weary tone, Amut explained briefly, "These chains are made of magic. Even if I try to break them, I cannot do anything to them. Because of these chains I have been trapped here for so long." But it flexed its aura. Learning this, Suho realized his task was to free it. He needed to remove these chains first. He glanced at the place the chains emanated from, then thought, "But if they keep appearing continuously, how can I do this?" At first glance it seems I just need to pull out a few copper nails from the wall. But wait. Remembering the important matter, he immediately asked Amut, "Were the monsters here with you when you were sealed?" Amut answered instantly, "Yes." In Essel's stunned expression, the questioning continued with Suho's inquiry, "So you are just a prisoner, not the master of this place?" It replied matter-of-factly, "Of course I am not the master here." Another question arose, "Have you ever seen a room with a large iron door in here?" Amut honestly replied, "I cannot go too far from this spot because of these chains." Then it angrily asked again, "Why do you keep asking me those damn questions?" At that moment, Suho was deep in thought, curiosity and wonder filling his mind. Why did those 2 have to bind it here? Why not let it wander the dungeon to guard this place, if my reasoning is correct? After thinking for a while, he dared to question, "Hey, if I free you, will you follow one request of mine?" Those words made Amut suspicious. "You intend to free me from these chains?" And then it immediately asked in a flurry, "If you help me escape, I will do anything you want. So are you going to remove the spell that imprisons me, or go find the remaining mage whose location I do not know to kill him, if you dare to toy with me?" At that moment, streams of blue spiritual energy began radiating from Amut, and the chains started to crack. Once again, it was free, temporarily escaping its restraints, and it spat out bitter words, "You will see what awaits you." Seeing its fierce expression, Essel anxiously asked Little Lord. Before she could finish, Suho interjected with a suggestion to Amut, "Listen to me before you do anything." Then he uttered words that made it momentarily startled, "I will make this dungeon collapse." His face didn't show full confidence, but he proudly continued with a strategy. "You said you cannot go deeper inside due to the chains. If that was the sealing mage's intent, it seems he feared you might kill the master of this place. So if the dungeon collapses, the master here will also have difficulty escaping." Amut was no longer frenzied. He listened seriously to his words. "You think what will happen if these chains—" After Suho had spoken these careful words, Amut remained silent for a long moment. Then it bared its sharp teeth in a grotesque smile, praising, "Indeed, that's a clever idea." Not long after, in the dark corridor, streams of dark energy began to appear. At that time, Baru with tears in her eyes squeaked, "Little Lord." She ran around the top of Amut, asking tragically, "Why did you choose to save that monster? There are already loyal followers beside you." She raised her hands in the circle and reminded, "All right, stop circling above my head." Beru panted and ran in front of it, shouting, "What did you say? You must be crazy," it casually said. "Isn't that right?" Unexpectedly, that kid turned out to be the descendant of the Dark Lord. At that moment, Amut placed his hand on the floor and thought to himself, "I can only reach this far in the tomb. The descendant of the Dark Lord has already advanced." Its massive body slowly rose, a grim outcome appearing in its thoughts. If he cannot defeat the dungeon's master, it means everything will fail. And if the dungeon collapses while I cannot break free of these chains, I will die. However, Amut sensed Suho's confidence and complete trust, because earlier he had jokingly said, "If I help you escape, you must follow my orders." After a long series of thoughts, it quietly lowered its head. Amut recalled Tarnak and silently wanted to send a message. "You once said that physical power is true power, and that is how you created me. But now there are weaker beings than us who have achieved miraculous things." While Suho was tirelessly fighting, it secretly entrusted its fate. "If it's that child, then I believe he can free me from this place." At that moment, Suho raised his fist high, launching a series of attacks straight into the stone-like monster. The monster's clay-like face shattered completely. Its head fell, the body collapsed, and Suho followed up by kicking its body. After a series of attacks, he spat, his cold gaze sweeping through the space. Beside him, Essel had lowered her spear, her eyes cautiously fixed on one direction. Both of them pressed the attack together. Suho stood in front at a distance and announced, "Now only one remains." At that moment, in the dark dungeon, a shadow still sat upright high above. Dusty wind blew past, yet the figure remained on its golden throne. Not long before, Amut's muscular fist surged upward, pulling along the mass of chains. It couldn't take a single step toward the teleportation gate in front of it. Suho at that moment spoke with full disappointment, as expected. "The chains appear even when you enter the dark dungeon." It raised its hand and crushed a chain, honestly expressing frustration. "As soon as I think of leaving here, the chains will immediately restrain me." Suho sighed to himself, "What a troublesome magic," then immediately reassured it. "Anyway, I am just testing to see if this method works." Then he began to remind us of the plan this time. "We need to do two things first. One is I and Essel must defeat the boss to make the dungeon collapse. Once that is completed, everyone will move to the second task, which is to neutralize the chains when the pillars are destroyed. Third, Amut will be freed from the chains and reunited with Beru and everyone, finally entering the dark dungeon to escape the collapsing dungeon." After clearly hearing the plan, Amut expressed his concern that, if one of the two tasks fails, wouldn't the whole plan be ruined? Suho quickly responded, "I still have a backup plan." It did not bother to ask and said indifferently, "Fine, better than being trapped here." Back to the present, at this moment the sand in the dungeon was being controlled to surge toward one side. The sand concentrated on Shika's shoulders as it stood up, one hand placing the glowing orb on its shoulder. Moments later, the sand molded into mindless creatures. While they had not yet fully formed, Suho leapt up with the sharp sword in his hand. The energy in his eyes became increasingly obvious, his arm simultaneously swinging the sword behind him. A series of fierce slashes were unleashed, and the sand monsters were shattered. He glided through the sand monsters like the wind, appearing full of courage in the air. Suho landed on the ground, the sand behind him having reached close. Individual grains wrapped around his body, forcing him to stop, his gaze angrily looking upward. He looked at the boss holding the sand orb in hand, judging in his mind, to reach the tomb guardian Shika. "I cannot approach him because of the sand. Its red aura shows it must be at least rank A." Suho reached out and pulled the sand on the surface down, quickly making a decision. "If this continues, I will run out of mana. I have to finish as soon as possible." Then he spread his legs wide, standing at a sufficient distance. At the same time, Essel leapt and threw the spear forward. His fingers, carrying Suho's spiritual energy, were now reaching out through the sand. Although the spinning sand obstructed a lot, He still firmly stretched his hand forward to catch the spear. Suddenly, the spear was redirected by a control skill, the blue energy surrounding it, and the weapon shot forward like the wind in a direction. As soon as it arrived, it was struck and spun through the air. The one delivering the blow was the final obstacle, Shika. An unexpected situation occurred, and Suho hurriedly leapt out of the sand. She responded quickly and succinctly, "Yes, Your Majesty," while inwardly rejoicing. Finally, Essel quickly raised both hands to form a black-red magical orb. At that moment, thinking to herself that the energy required to use the combination skill she learned while traveling with the young monarch across the gates, if she killed monsters, she would absorb their souls to increase the charging speed of the combination skill. The orb was extended forward, each stream of magical energy spreading throughout the space along with her overwhelming joy. Finally having a chance to demonstrate the results of the goblin hunt in the dark dungeon. The magical energy surged like the wind, instantly filling the entire space. The energy clung tightly to Suho's hands, carrying that fierce momentum to launch him forward. Immediately after, he leapt high, streams of black-red spiritual energy surrounding his entire body, looking extraordinarily magnificent. Opposite him, Shika was also clenching its fists tightly, maintaining a calm and composed demeanor. At this moment, Essel had leaned forward, collapsing onto the floor with a thud. Her eyes still held traces of blood, slightly disappointed at the current situation, thinking, "I let the young monarch witness my pitiful state again." While the two prepared for battle, she silently prayed that the combination skill would be useful for him. At that moment, Suho thrust his fist forward, together with the combination skill of the demon servant, at 67% energy, drawing energy from the descendant of the white flame and launching a powerful strike, telling himself that he would pour everything into this attack. Both sides simultaneously threw punches. Shika missed, and Suho easily drove his fist deep into it. A second later, its entire body split in half, streams of blood swirling into circles. At that moment, Baru felt the surrounding sway, sand gradually falling overhead. Amid the tremor, both it and Amut looked up. After a while, Baru suddenly realized that the dungeon was collapsing. Amut beside him excitedly shouted, "We have successfully defeated the dungeon master." Following the collapse, the posts securing the chains began to shake violently. Very quickly, they completely detached from the walls. Each fell with a clatter, the chains dropping along with them. Baru took advantage of the moment, urging Amut to follow the next step of the plan. "Hey, crocodile, follow me. We are going to the young monarch." After a few steps, it suddenly froze, thinking, "Without the chains, I will be freed from Tarnak." Even now, it still did not understand why Tarnak and the wizard experimented on an ordinary demon like it. All it could recall were fragments of excruciating memories from being destroyed and recreated continuously. Tarnak would destroy Amut's body. Then the wizard would immediately reconstruct it. The more they experimented, the stronger its body became according to their plan. Yet its mind could not endure the pain, so it deliberately gouged its eyes and gradually evolved to enjoy the suffering. Throughout that terrifying period, Amut had only one wish to prevent itself from collapsing, the wish to live again, to feel the majesty of nature it once saw as a child. Such painful memories surged, and it lifted its foot immediately afterward. Each step forward, it whispered to itself, "If I can make that happen." A stream of thoughts was abruptly interrupted as a chain stake suddenly slammed straight into Amut's chest. Baru flinched at what had just happened, stammering the crocodile's name. Blood gushed from where the stake pierced him, and he was stunned, asking, were the stakes flying toward him? The swift attack made blood pour uncontrollably from his throat. Just as a barrage of other stakes rushed in, Amut braced himself and shouted loudly, "Tarnak, you cursed sorcerer." Blood still flowed from his throat, but he didn't care, opening his mouth wide to scream, "Would you rather kill me than let me escape?" As the stakes drew near, Suho appeared in front of Amut, a single kick sending them all flying. Baru, seeing him, was so happy that tears fell, sobbing loudly, "Young king." At that moment, his pants were partially torn, blood spilling, but he could only cry out in his heart, "The stakes are damn hard." Just after being kicked away, a sharp stake changed direction and lunged again. Suho summoned the dark crescent blade, leaning forward while asking, "Are they attacking again if the chains won't let Amut go?" He planted one foot, creating a teleportation portal to the dungeon ahead, shouting clearly, "Then I'll have to push you away." The chains were pulled in by the magnetic field, unable to escape. Thus the spiked chain stakes were drawn into the dungeon. In an instant, they all appeared in the heart of the ruined city. Suho's noble act made Amut tremble, questioning himself greatly. "Sung Suho, why did you do that?" Seeing him fight recklessly, he truly didn't understand. "How far do you want me to go that you let yourself get hurt like that?" After a frantic surge, his pupil spun as he felt his bones could no longer bear it. Just as he complained, his large body leapt to intercept a blow. He spoke a line that left him stunned. "Finally, I understand why Tarnak, oh no, all the kings have already failed before the Dark King." Then Suho called Amut's name, but he didn't respond, instead immediately asking, "We just need to push the stakes into the portal, right?" Even with a wooden stake deeply lodged in his chest, he resolutely shouted, "Give it all you got, Sung Suho." The stakes continued to rush in. Amut erupted with energy, calling out the title loudly, "Young King." Long after, Essel, exhausted in her body, was still sleeping soundly. Then she slowly opened her eyes, vision still hazy. Seeing this, Baru asked, "Awake now?" She sat up, curiously calling Baru's name. Essel pressed her hands to the ground, anxiously asking loudly, "Did the young king push me to the dark dungeon because I ran out of energy? How is he, and Amut too?" He immediately gestured, silence. When he gave the answer, they were resting. She opened her eyes wide, expression. After the long battle, Suho had slept deeply for a long time. He leaned back on Amut's bicep, the two resting together in a quiet corner, accompanied by system notifications. "You have successfully recruited the descendant of the relic as an ally. You have completed the emergency mission of the space crack. You have leveled up, received mission rewards. Do you want to check the rewards, yes or no?" In a silent space, with a hot cup of tea placed on the table. In an office, the president of the Hunters Association, Jin Cheol, sat pensively in his chair. He held a tablet displaying brief information about Suho. Everything began to unfold after the disappearance of the hunter Sung Jinwoo. Hunters and the gate started to reappear. Thanks to the memories of the old world that Sung Jinwoo had passed on, he was able to quickly establish the Hunters Association and prevent the chaos of the Great Catastrophe. And now, Stardust, something that had never appeared in the old world, was emerging here, a stimulant that didn't exist before, yet could enhance the mana of low-level hunters without any side effects. All they knew so far was that the person behind the distribution of the Stardust was Lee Min-sung, vice president of the Grim Guild. That he carried out these actions while Lim Tiju, the guild president, was away on business, proved he was acting alone. In the old world, Lee Min-sung did not have the capability to distribute at this level, and these connections gave the association president the sense that a mastermind was orchestrating this behind the scenes. At that moment, the phone on Jin Cheol's desk rang. He picked up and immediately spoke. "It's rare to hear you call me," said the person on the other end nervously. "President of the association, I apologize for calling you suddenly like this." He replied warmly, "Feel free to contact me anytime. You've helped the Hunters Association a lot in its early years." Jinho, the one contacting Jin Cheol, spoke honestly. "Actually, I'm reaching out because I need the association's help." Curiously, Jin Cheol asked, "Help from us?" He hesitated, then said a few words, "My grandson." Then he continued in a rush, tears streaming. "The boy has awakened as a hunter. I think he's trapped in the gate. Please help him, Jin Cheol." Hearing this, he began to sweat, lips moving as he asked, "Jinho, your grandson is—" His face turned pale, eyebrows furrowing as he exclaimed, "Is it Suho?" The sunset cast a dim golden light over the pickup trucks parked along the road. Inside one of the vehicles, Ryo Singh was asleep in the driver's seat, while the passenger seats held hunters from the Asura Guild. Suddenly, Ryo Singh kept being called repeatedly by someone. At that moment, Suho stood by the driver's window, arms crossed, calling out loudly, waking up. He looked groggily over, curious, calling his name, Suho. Suho smiled, giving a brief notification and a request. We've finished clearing that dungeon, and by the way, may I borrow your phone for a moment? He was still half asleep, tilting his head as he counted things over. That dungeon. The quiet space was instantly shattered when Ryo Singh shouted, "Finished clearing that dungeon." Amid the layers of orange and gold clouds, an airplane sliced through the wind at high speed. At the airport, Ryo Singh represented his guild, saying, "Suho, I will never forget how you saved us at the pyramid. Stay in touch even after you return to Korea." Suho replied respectfully, "Yes, thank you very much for helping me get a flight back to Korea and for helping me contact my uncle." Earlier, Jinho had jumped with excitement after speaking with him. "What? You went to Egypt for a gate? Are you okay?" "I'm so glad. I was worried something bad might have happened to you." Suho, recalling this, immediately thought, "My uncle said he reported this to a contact in the Hunters Association. So soon I'll probably have to visit the Hunters Association." At that moment, Ryo Singh stroked his chin suspiciously. But this was too much. A demon seemingly ranked S or higher withdrawing and letting the dungeon collapse. Suho flinched slightly, stammering in response, "Yes, that is strange indeed." He forced a smile, still trying to appear casual, thinking to himself, "I can't tell him what really happened with Amut." Previously, both of Amut's hands had been tightly bound by chains. Suho and his group approached him, seriously asking, "In the end, you still couldn't remove Amut's chains? You didn't leave the dark dungeon because of those chains? Since I didn't release your seal, are you going to break your promise to me?" Amut opened his mouth, giving an answer without hesitation. "Don't worry unnecessarily. You kept your original promise to take me out of the tomb." Still appearing relaxed, Amut continued lightly, "Perhaps because the stakes were everywhere. But here I can move more freely. This is much more comfortable than that tiny tomb, like a nostril." Suho froze for a moment. Each of Amut's words made him realize how much Amut's presence was changing him. At that moment, Amut spoke 2 words and simultaneously reached out to pull him up. Suddenly, it grabbed him and leapt high into the air, each chain trailing behind, and Essel screamed in panic, "Young Commander." Then Amut landed on an ordinary floor. The moonlight shone through the layers of clouds, illuminating everything below. Now, a magnificent scene unfolded before him. Closest was the city, and beyond that, dense forests, which delighted him immensely. Returning to reality, before leaving, Suho waved to the hunter uncle. "See you later, Ryo Singh." Thinking at the same time, a gate opened in the dark dungeon and an emergency mission appeared, probably so I can meet Amut as my teammate. Watching his departing back, he couldn't help but wonder, Sung Suho, he can summon monsters, fight, and even transform, even though he's only a rank B hunter. Then he immediately thought, I must contact my guild and have them scout him. At that moment, Baru flew out and said, "It's been a long time since I've flown," and Suho, with similar regret, thought, well, it's fine, the gate connecting to Korea has closed anyway. The status window appeared after his affirmation. I can level up 7 times faster by defeating a boss and completing an emergency mission. It showed, name Sung Suho, level 34, occupation none, fatigue 0, title Beast Slayer, HP 7000, mana 650, strength 70, intelligence 55, agility 44, perception 49 plus 5, remaining points 0. After observing it, he curiously asked, Baru, given my current condition, what hunter rank do you think I am? Baru answered honestly, I think you're probably rank A. This truly surprised Suho, rank A now. His gaze hardened, seriously acknowledging, it seems my preparations are nearly complete. He raised his palms, reminding himself of something important. It's time to counterattack Lee Min-sung and the disciples of Itarim. That night, the dim moonlight shone down, and by chance, a striking purple hue reflected. At night, the city center became lively again, lights from skyscrapers illuminating in turn. Meanwhile, in the office of the Knights Guild, someone's voice announced, "Our guild is truly growing very strong." The man sitting in the center continued reporting, "Previously we were just a guild of rank C hunters, but now we have access to a rank B gate in Incheon." A fellow guild member added, "That's right. And now we also have a much larger office." The man who had just reported smirked cynically, holding up a stardust orb along with some flattering words about it. "All thanks to the stardust. Because of it, we can enter a rank B gate even though most of us are rank C hunters." Another hunter remarked proudly, "It's becoming easier to get on the black market and even cheaper. I don't know who made this, but I'm very grateful to them." Kim Sung-soo, a rank B hunter with blonde hair standing nearby, spoke suspiciously, "Is it really that good? I feel there's something shady about it." Just as he finished speaking, someone rudely interrupted, "From the start, you're already a rank B hunter. You'll never understand how we feel." He looked embarrassed but kept worrying aloud. "I heard the Hunters Association is considering passing a law to ban the use of stardust." At that moment, a step entered. While the others still wondered, "What are they doing?" Sung-soo raised a can of Coke to drink, unaware of a shadow at the door, still complaining, "Even if you complain to me, what can I do about it?" Noticing everyone looking toward one side, he curiously looked along. Dajin entered with a man and a woman behind him, calmly announcing to them, "This is the Knights Guild." Then he raised his face darkly and asked, "Are you the guild with access to the gate that appeared in Incheon before?" Sung-soo leaned closer, curiously asking, "Kids, this is the Knights Guild. What wind blew you here?" He bluntly demanded, "Hand over that gate to me." When Dajin shouted again, I said, "Hand over that gate to me." Above the hunters appeared a golden crescent moon and a plus sign. Everyone bowed, some even folding fully to report, "Sir, we will obey you." Sung-soo, flinging his can of drink aside, asked in shock, "What kind of joke are you playing?" He gaped, asking rapidly, "Why is everyone suddenly standing up and bowing to him?" Dajin beside him remarked, "Were there hunters before who didn't use stardust?" "Perfect." The two people walking behind him said nothing, only silent with a gesture over their heads. The remaining hunters had their ears covered at his command. "From now on, I do not allow any of you to use sight or hearing." The scene increasingly confused Sung-soo. Why is everyone obeying this kid? Dajin casually sat on the table, looked at him, and said, "I want to talk to the other humans, not that bastard." A light flashed in his pupils as he spoke words full of strangeness. "My creator wishes to have dominion over this unclaimed world. I have come to this earth to fulfill his will." Sung-soo panicked, placing his hand on the hilt of his sword and asked, "What are you saying?" Dajin did not answer, continuing to utter more bizarre words, "But after arriving here I have a few questions." His hand reached for the sword, each strange word spilling out. "Creatures are entities made by the Creator to fulfill their wishes. But you humans have obtained other goals and act on your own. What wish of your Creator are you fulfilling?" Sung-soo, furious, swung his sword forward, bluntly demanding, "Who is this Creator? Restore everyone as they were. You may be just a kid, but if you continue your tricks, I will not let you do as you please." Then, when he repeated the words religious cult, Sung-soo's face went pale, bloodless with horror. Dajin's whole body exuded overwhelming presence. He placed his hand on the sword, angrily asking, "Did you just insult my Creator?" Two fingers were raised, and after giving a command to amplify, a stream of blinding light shot from his hand. Sung-soo, without hesitation, wildly charged, gripping his sword with both hands and swinging it back. Just as he leapt, Dajin struck fiercely, cutting him in half. The slash was so powerful it cut through the floor, while two subordinates under Dajin's control covered their ears. A hunter from the guild acted similarly, but unfortunately, the sword pierced his forehead. Blood sprayed endlessly, yet Dajin's face remained cold and detached amidst the horror. Sung-soo, now lifeless, collapsed to the floor. and Dajin rose from the table. He proudly stepped on his subordinate to walk and issued one command. All of you, I will allow you to see and hear again. Clean this place up. Dajin and his 2 bodyguards strolled outside, while the other hunters arrived and asked each other, what was that sound just now? Another hunter wrecked the place again. He passed by them, using hypnotic techniques to demand, forget everything you just saw. His pupils shone golden, and thoughts arose within him. What is free will? The Creator made all creatures merely to fulfill their wishes. Yet the creations of this universe can choose to kill their own Creator. Dajin moved to a place surrounded by many people under the control of that classic skill. In the center was a monster restrained by luminous spikes. Its eyes glowed red, nostrils exhaling heavy breaths. He observed briefly, then spoke. A monster, no, call it a spatial refugee, is wandering through the spatial cracks. More accurately, a fragment of a star was summoned by him, speaking casually with cunning. To wander like this after losing its home must be painful. I will give you a chance to vent your anger. Go out and wreak havoc. Thanks to that star fragment, the monster began to move and transform. Dajin watched carefully, reminding himself, I need to At the airport, the sky gradually turned gray, and the air felt somewhat still. Around the few vehicles, many bodyguards were standing guard strictly. They talked among themselves. This situation is really dangerous. 3 people standing in front of the runway could not help but discuss, based on the amount of mana being emitted from the portal, if we do not defeat the boss immediately, I think a dungeon collapse is inevitable. If that happens, I am afraid this airport will suffer extremely serious damage. In that case, we will report to the Hunter Association that everything is fine. Scribe. The gaze of one person swept across. Looking extremely serious, he said, Creation. The words made those around curious and listen. It was born to fulfill the will of the Creator. The gaze of the second fragment of tile showed no emotion except coldness. Suddenly, in front of them, a strange scene appeared. Red light covered the black smoke, and in the middle were anomalies. Creations are beings created to fulfill the wishes of the Creator. If he feels bored, they will carry out conquests. If he wants something, they will go to any lengths to provoke battles. That is the reason for their existence, the creations. But one day, the Creator, the God, decreed that one of his peers in another dimension had fallen. He gave a holy cup to the creations and demanded, take this and seize control of the unclaimed world for me. They followed the God's orders, gathered countless followers in their world, and the God's army set out toward the unclaimed world. The energy beyond imagination was necessary to transfer such a massive army. The passage through dimensions was too small to contain such huge energy. Therefore, the God's army spent a lot of time crossing that space gate. But the army did not give up because of the hardship, and finally set foot in the unclaimed world. At that moment, the scene was a sky filled with the wings of the creations, and the God of Darkness stood looking up. They thought they saw darkness. This familiar image was none other than the Shadow Monarch Sung Jinwoo. An immeasurable dark aura radiated from him. That immeasurable darkness was extremely powerful, capable of summoning and controlling everything. The night sky had sparkling stars, extremely beautiful, but in reality, it was not as beautiful as it looked. Inside was an entire army ready to appear at any moment if given the command. The power of that dark god was immense, so great that it was difficult for any enemy to resist. With just one signal, that vast army could appear immediately and rise. Indeed, both the darkness and its army possessed terrifying power. A sword was launched straight into the chest of the creations. Darkness was something frightening in many ways. If the soldiers of the outer god fought and fell before the darkness, they would be possessed by the darkness and turn against the creation's army. As the battle dragged on, more and more soldiers fell, and the power of the darkness grew beyond imagination. The army of the outer god was overwhelmed by that momentum, and the battle in the unclaimed world quickly exceeded the boundaries of the dimension. The outer god's army fell into despair, unable to pierce the darkness for a long time. At this point, the messenger of the outer god, Tile, said, This is an opportunity, just as it took us a long time to leave that place. Those who have escaped the darkness in the unclaimed world will also find it difficult to return due to the enormous mana they now possess. I cannot sense mana from the inhabitants of the unclaimed world. So if we use Mist Fire, I believe we can destroy their world from within. Mist Fire, those bearing the title of the lowest believers, are burned by the flame of faith, yet continue to execute the will of the god, weak as they are. But their ability to spread faith is extremely dangerous to those without mana. The god's army believed that as faith spreads in the unclaimed world and the number of believers increases, they could create sanctuaries and miracles, so all agreed with Tile's strategy. He then used his power to split the source of strength into 5 fragments. He left the weakest fragment carrying the flame of the Mist Fire to enter the unclaimed world. As planned, the weakest fragment was not detected by the darkness and successfully entered the unclaimed world. That fragment carried a dazzling light and flew rapidly through the darkness. However, the first fragment of Tile to reach that world encountered unexpected variables. At that moment, the fragment observed from above the humans below preparing to enter the dungeon. The creatures without mana in the unclaimed world had gained mana upon awakening. Then he discovered that mana appeared in this world along with the great catastrophe. The first fragment decided to wait for the other fragments and successfully merged with the second fragment, forming Tile Second. Unexpectedly, they could shift in such a favorable direction during the battle. Surely there was someone behind this plan. Other failures must absolutely not occur in my plan, humans among them. It is crucial to fully understand the maximum potential of the entities called hunters, those who possess mana, so that I can complete my mission as a fragment of Tile. He stood for a long time, gazing at the chaotic world. The wind began to rise, and the sky darkened. Those around him now all noticed the terrifying scene before them, each tense and fearful. A giant monster carrying a large club smashed through the wall and charged in, accompanied by a horde of bloodthirsty creatures. They were terrified of the massive bodies and sharp teeth of the monsters, only able to stammer out, "Monster." The monsters began attacking humans. They were too frightened to escape in time and quickly became their victims. A hunter could only scream helplessly, "This is a dungeon collapse. Contact the Hunter Association immediately." Tile Second stood in the corner, thinking to himself, if these monsters with enormous mana start rampaging, then high-ranking hunters will surely appear. If possible, I want to see just how strong an S-rank hunter can be. Meanwhile, the nearby hunter was also panicking and running around, wondering why a dungeon collapse had occurred. He frantically sought a solution, still curious, hadn't a team already been assigned to guard the gate in this area? He paid attention to his own words. The hunters were at the gate. Tile Second thought to himself, all of them are users of star magic. Star magic is a stimulant created by melting the faith of Mist Fire, while the faint traces of faith accumulated in their bodies usually have no significant effect. His eyes brightened with a strange symbol. If we use Tile's amplification ability to amplify their faith. A halo of Tile's faith appeared above the hunter's head, hypnotizing him so that his eyes darkened and a golden dot flashed, and he froze immediately afterward. Tile Second pointed at the two people and ordered, "You are obstructing us, step back." And he immediately withdrew his sword and replied, "Yes, Apostle." Over there, a monster charged forward, wielding a sharp sword that stabbed straight into the back of a girl, causing blood to spurt and a scream to pierce the air. Her body and the goblin collapsed right before him. She weakly raised her trembling hand toward Tile Second, crying out, "Save me." But he paid no attention, thinking to himself, creations exist for the creator, the god. Therefore, I had once thought that the reason for life was simply to fulfill his will. Tile Second's eyes shone as he wondered, but why do humans have desires? These creations bear desires, something only the creator is allowed to have. He looked at the scene of the monsters recklessly slaughtering humans and questioned himself, do these weak humans think they are superior to us? While others were panicking and fleeing from the area, a strange person appeared and moved inside. The familiar aura of darkness appeared along with a deep voice. A dungeon collapse. I can't believe this is happening just as I set foot in Korea. Over there, a man fell while fleeing, fearfully looking back at the monsters behind him and shouted. The giant monster with glowing red eyes full of death was charging, holding a large staff ready to strike down, and he could only raise his hands helplessly and scream. At that moment, Suho appeared coldly, jumped and kneed the monster, making it fall backward. Then he landed and coldly said to the man, I will hold the monsters off, run now. His voice and presence caught Tile Second's attention, who turned his gaze toward him. There, Suho continued with a straight kick to the face of the goblin. Then he used the power of the ruler, controlling his blade to sweep through the monsters, decapitating them, splitting their bodies into pieces. Suho did not reveal his face. He used darkness extraction to create a mask, only exposing his sharp eyes. Tile Second watched him and recalled what Minsung had said. I heard a hunter wearing a black mask wiped out the hyena guild. He thought to himself, a hunter with a black mask. Tile Second looked at the young man before him. The scene remained utterly chaotic. The monsters continued attacking humans with sharp weapons, becoming more aggressive with each strike. Each one looked extremely fierce, with razor-sharp fangs and long, winding tongues. Immediately, a beam of light streaked across them. Suho attacked with his fists and used the power skill of the ruler to control weapons, quickly taking them down. He paused for a moment, adjusted his hood, and wondered, the Hunter Association would never allow a dungeon collapse to happen in a place with such high casualties. What exactly happened here? Suho extended his hand toward the monsters lying scattered on the floor, thinking to himself, I need to get everyone out of here first. Tile Second watched him and assessed. The faith of the fire sect does not exist in him. This black-masked man does not use star dust. His magic is on par with Lee Min-sung or slightly higher. Suho extended his hand forward, and a blue smoke appeared, spreading around, murmuring the command, rise. Immediately, the dark monsters were summoned, and Suho said to them, I want you to help those who haven't evacuated yet. Witnessing this, Tile Second froze, his eyes flashing with concern. The image of Jinwoo appeared in his mind, along with the question, is this the power of using darkness? He looked at Suho, surprised, thinking, it's unbelievable that a human can use the power of darkness. If that human is connected to the darkness, then his attack on the Hyena Guild and the Star Dust Factory to disrupt our plans makes sense. But at that moment, Tile Second's suspicious behavior caught Suho's attention. He quickly turned his face away, thinking to himself, I need to conceal myself now. Tile Second walked on, reminding himself, do not let him notice our existence in this world. But at that moment, a truck was flying toward him from behind. Immediately after, a massive explosion occurred, smoke and fire everywhere, shattered glass scattering in all directions. Tile Second turned abruptly, and a person was standing in front of him, saying, a truck flew out of nowhere. It turned out Suho had leapt out and stopped the truck, his clothes scorched, but he still asked, hey kid, are you okay? Before receiving an answer, his eyes flickered with caution, focusing forward. A giant monster appeared just behind the broken wall, with horns and glowing eyes. It stood there and roared at Suho, its breath causing turbulence. In the eyes of this horned beast, Tile's familiar symbol appeared. It was being controlled by the second fragment. He wondered if the boss of the monsters. Baru beside him immediately replied, Missing King, I can sense Itarim's energy radiating from that monster. Suho assessed, if that's the case, then this dungeon collapse is definitely connected to Itarim. Suddenly, Baru flinched and glanced to the side, his expression showing slight surprise. After seeing Tile Second, before he could get an answer, the monster in front of him roared, preparing to throw a punch. Suho quickly leapt up, thinking to himself, I will channel all the stats I gained upon reaching level 35 into strength 70 increasing to 77. Immediately after, the two fists collided, their sizes differing but the true force yet unknown. Tile Second stood there watching, wondering, is he saving me? It seems he thinks I am just a human child. Observing Suho's fight, Tile Second silently evaluated. Although he uses the power of darkness, he is very weak compared to darkness. He looked at Suho and concluded, for now, I cannot determine his potential. Tile Second decided, luckily I encountered him here, I will eliminate him. At that moment, someone with shiny black shoes stepped forward and said, I am late. He extended his hand, generating firepower, his voice low, quickly ending this. He then swung his hand, directing a stream of fire at the monsters ahead. The monsters, dazed with their wide eyes, looked up but did not yet realize the danger before them. Tile Second looked up, astonished as fireballs flew past his head. After striking the giant monster, Suho landed and noticed it was on fire. The newly arrived man, wearing a long vest, stepped forward to face the monsters. He frowned, staring at them with sharp, glowing red eyes, then clenched his fist. Immediately, the fireballs exploded, incinerating the monsters. Suho looked on, thinking. A fireball suddenly appeared and attacked the monsters. Watching them burn so quickly, he was astonished, thinking, it's hard to believe so many monsters were killed at once. He looked at the newly arrived, elegantly standing there, wondering, a hunter controlling fire, could it be? The newcomer was S-rank hunter Choi Jungin. He glanced at Suho, smiled gently, and let out an "oh." He spoke about the massive monster behind Suho, saying, you withstood that attack. Stubborn one. Jungin immediately swung his hand again, controlling the fireball, his voice slightly hesitant. If so then, the fire in his hand transformed into the shape of a bow, and he drew his hand back like pulling a bowstring. A large bow formed with a long arrow ready to launch. The monster sensed danger and immediately leapt off the ground. In an instant, it jumped toward Jungin, opening its mouth wide, but awaiting it was a drawn arrow. Then, a massive explosion occurred, the blast so strong it pierced the thick airport wall, the arrow flying with a trail of fire and the monster's shadow. A large section of the wall collapsed, the size matching the giant monster. The red flames on the ground gradually subsided. Then, they were sucked upward by some force. Jungin raised his hand to absorb the remaining fire energy, his voice cold as he said, all right, everything has been resolved smoothly. The voices of the nearby civilians expressed relief and admiration. Hunter Choi, truly the weapon of humanity, thank you. He glanced to the side, thinking to himself, it seems I just saw a child around here. Jungin held the scorched clothes in his hand, wondering, did that hunter fight until I arrived without seeking any credit? Why would he do that? Suho, hiding to the side, thought to himself, luckily he arrived. I must not reveal my identity. I need to leave immediately. He silently reminded himself, besides, Iterum always acts in secret without anyone knowing. It's unbelievable that they just attacked civilians in such a crowded place. What could their scheme be? The scene shifted, dusk gradually fell, the sunlight fading to a crimson hue. Soon, darkness covered the city. From a luxurious apartment, someone stood looking out the window, gazing at the city at night. That person was Tile Second, standing there deep in thought with many streams of reflection. At that moment, beside him was a black sphere, which then began to emit light. Tile Second spoke, you have arrived, third fragment. The other immediately replied, long time no see, second fragment. He stood there solemnly, saying, before I hand this body over to you, I will briefly summarize for you. Tile Second recalled the image of Suho wearing the black mask and recounted, among the humans and creatures in this world, those who possess magical power are called hunters. Among the hunters, there are S-rank entities with enormous magical power, and we must be cautious of them. There is also a variable in this world we must eliminate. The sphere now shone completely, issuing a command, stop. I will review the memories after taking control of the body to gather detailed information. The one who completed the mission will be absorbed according to my plan. Suddenly, Tile Second froze, his eyes expressing disagreement. The third fragment asked, what's wrong? Second fragment, any problem? Tile Second replied, nothing, I will leave everything to you. He pondered, I feel sorrow because I will disappear from this world and a new personality will control the body, but it cannot be helped. After all, fulfilling the desires of the divine must remain the top priority in this world. Tile second concluded, all for the sake of the great creator. Then, the sphere of the third fragment slowly entered his body, appearing at his chest along with a magic circle, emitting a dazzling light. During the fusion process, Tile second's whole body glowed. That strange light illuminated an entire floor and spilled outward. Then black smoke appeared along with traces of red. When everything cleared, his shadow appeared pitch black, accompanied by a golden energy radiating outward. The third fragment of Tile manifested, taller than the second fragment, standing there muttering, this memory, the variable that the second fragment mentioned. The image of Suho with the black mask appeared in his mind along with an exclamation. Unexpectedly, there is someone here who can wield power similar to darkness. He clenched his fist, his tone excited. Second fragment, your final decision was wrong. Eliminating him would be a waste. The third fragment laughed coldly and continued, because if we turn him into a follower, then we can control even death. The scene shifted to the familiar mansion, the lights still on inside. Suho was sitting on a chair, leaning his head back and sighing wearily. Baru beside him glanced over and asked, you look tired, young king. He replied with a hint of frustration, of course. Suho lamented, that guy just gave me a serious scolding. The image of Uncle Jinho with a red face and scolding came to mind. You're trying to protect the earth, that's good. But your own safety must come first. If something happens to you, I know how to face your parents. He smiled, looking up, reflecting for a moment, then asked Baru, my father and mother must be worried about me the same way, right? Finishing his words, Suho stood up, tossed a towel onto the chair, and continued, let's head to the dark dungeon. Baru immediately suggested, I think you should rest a bit. He responded bluntly, resting can wait. Suho turned, determined in his voice, I hurried back and couldn't complete my daily mission. I cannot afford to miss the daily rewards anymore. This made Baru think, it seems he's become excessively addicted to becoming stronger. The scene transitioned to inside the dark dungeon, the familiar ruined scenery dominated by darkness. Suho looked at the system screen, frowning, and exclaimed, what, the daily mission is gone. A warning appeared, you have eliminated all the foreign world residents in the dark dungeon. The upcoming daily mission is now complete. He looked puzzled, what the hell happened here? Essel stood nearby, slightly embarrassed, then immediately explained, Amut killed all the goblins in the dark dungeon last night. Hearing this, he threw his head back and replied, I simply cleaned up those disgusting Tarnak servants I saw in the young king's territory. As promised, I didn't kill anyone. Suho groaned, covering his face, you killed so many goblins, now without the daily mission. My growth rate will soon slow down. Amut immediately suggested, if what you want is to become stronger, I can train you. Hearing this, Suho perked up. He asked, can you? Amut replied confidently, I wasn't strong at the beginning either. I know exactly how to cultivate. I will train you and make you stronger. A new mission notification appeared, daily mission. The training process to become stronger has appeared. Do you accept? Suho thought, another daily mission. I have to accept. After accepting, the screen flashed, and he said to Amut, all right, I'll rely on you. Suho looked at the screen indifferently and read aloud. Let's see, mission log. 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and run 10 kilometers. Is this the path to becoming stronger? Suddenly, Amut's voice deepened. That alone is not enough. He patted his chest and continued, you will have to carry me while doing all of that. Immediately, the mission information was updated. Daily mission, the process of training to become stronger. Objectives, push-ups, sit-ups, squats, running. You must carry Amut while completing the mission. Suho looked at the massive creature in front of him in astonishment and exclaimed, you want me to carry you while doing the daily mission? It immediately replied, perhaps my current body will make it difficult for you to carry me. Amut's form shifted slightly. It continued, "It's fine, because my body has been destroyed and reconstructed by Tarnak so many times, I can now transform my body." The giant shadow it cast on the ground gradually shrank, to the amazement of Suho and Essel. Once fully reduced, it slowly stepped toward him. Amut placed its hand on Suho's shoulder and said, "This should be fine now, my current size is only human-sized." Suho thought in astonishment. Amut had shrunk. It stood there and said in a deep voice, "Let's begin training, young king." Suho quickly started push-ups and replied, "All right, let's do it, Amut." The system warned, due to the huge gap in combat ability between the player and Amut, the descendant of the object, the connection skill will be sealed. Increase your level to unlock the connection skill, required level 80. Reading this, Suho thought, perhaps the gap in strength between us is too large, so we must meet the conditions to unlock the connection skill for both of us. I can gain a teammate through a mission. Actually, that's not bad. Immediately, its weight cut across his thoughts as Amut directly jumped onto his back, pinning Suho down, cracking the ground beneath him. Its voice rang out as the remaining dark creatures looked on with concern. Forgot to mention, although I can shrink my body, I cannot reduce my weight. Essel called anxiously, "Young king." He gripped the ground tightly, trying to endure, wondering, do I really have to do 100 push-ups like this? My arms feel like they're about to break. Amut rubbed its chin and said, "I know it's very difficult, but you must persist. Destruction and reconstruction of oneself is the only way I know to become stronger." The scene shifted near Paju, in an environmental dungeon. The face of a creature appeared, roaring fiercely, with the familiar glow of stardust. Minsung stood there, looking at a large test tube containing 2 stardust creatures, and said, "You finally revealed yourself." He took a drag from a cigarette and continued, "How long do I have to keep doing this?" The mysterious figure with 4 red spots on his face replied, "Human, you should feel honored to be part of this." He continued, "The Chosen One saved us from that filthy life, didn't he? This one is the demon Mermu, supervisor of the Stardust Factory." Minsung flicked the cigarette ash down and asked, "Filthy life?" He swung his hand, cutting off a few of the demon's whiskers to its surprise. Minsung gritted his teeth and scolded, "A mediocre creature like you dares to judge my life. Do you want to die?" Mermu looked at the weapon in his hand and immediately fell silent. Minsung retracted his blade and asked in a deep voice, "Where is the child?" It replied, "The disciple is busy." Hearing this, he continued, "Lim Tiju will soon return to Korea. Tell him to keep his promise." Mermu took out a yellow fragment and asked, "Human, you must have received this already. Why haven't you used it?" Mermu recalled, thanks to the one who transformed the blood frenzy, stardust was able to spread throughout the demon realm, allowing them to defeat the traitors, the Ladier family. Mermu continued speaking, "If you submit to him, you could gain power beyond what you currently possess. You could even defeat the one you call Lim Tiju." Minsung threw his cigarette down hard and replied, "What do you know about the S rank? Don't act like you know everything." He walked away, leaving a message, "Stop talking to me about that cult. I will not use it." Mermu stood there mocking, "Human, you are truly foolish. That is why you will always remain a failure." Minsung then walked out of the gate and went to the waiting car. His expression darkened, his tone irritated. "I just need to endure everything until that child kills Lim Tiju. Then I will report everything to the Hunter Association, and they will deal with them." Minsung recalled and thought to himself, "I am returning everything to how it was, back to the wonderful human I once was." After the car started and drove away, a woman watched silently from above. After confirming the information, she raised a communication device. The masked woman reported, "Chairman of the association, Lee Minsung has just left the environmental dungeon in Paju." On the other side, Jin Cheol listened attentively. "I guess that's where Stardust was created." Then he responded, "All right, continue monitoring him, Hunter Miho." After the call ended, the phone was placed on the table. Jungin was sitting there, seemingly having heard the call, and said, "It seems we are about to uncover Lee Minsung's plot, Chairman Wu." Recalling the incident at the airport, Jungin continued, during the airport dungeon breach, all personnel managing the nearby gates reported that they lost their memories at the same time. All of them are hunters who absorbed stardust. Throwing the newspaper onto the table, he stood and added, "We have discovered hunters behaving strangely in many places. All of them share one thing in common. They absorbed stardust." Jin Chio responded, "Due to suspicious situations, the Hunter Association intends to ban the use of stardust." Jungin immediately asked, "How will you handle Lee Min-sung?" He furrowed his brows, eyes sharp, voice deep. "We must capture him and those behind him." Jungin adjusted his glasses, eyes glowing red, and replied, "The hunters in our association will support you." Jin Cheol looked at the photo on the table and thought, "Chairman Yu told me that Suho has returned safely. It's a photo he took with Jinwoo when he was young." Jin Cheol thought to himself, if Suho is also a growth-type hunter like his father, then it is highly likely the system will obstruct him just as it did his father. "Sung Hunter, I will do everything I can to help Suho." Meanwhile, in the dark dungeon, Suho was pushing himself with all his strength, frowning with determination despite sweating profusely, counting to 99. The moment he reached 100, his arm cracked and split in a large section, blood flowing out. He lay face down on the ground, arm covered in wounds, while Amut remained calmly sitting on his back. Amut, showing no concern, stepped down and said, "Young king, are you done? You've only completed today's push-ups." Gray and Essel ran over worriedly, exclaiming, "The young king's arm is broken." Baru was also shocked, shouting in astonishment. Then he shouted at Amut, "You damn crocodile! What did you do to the fragile young king? We have to stop the training." Meanwhile, Suho tried to raise his heavily wounded arm toward the status window. He quickly tapped the command line on the screen. The nearby dark monsters looked on, completely surprised. A healing potion was thrown to the ground after use, accompanied by Suho's voice. "Amazingly, actually I wanted to become stronger even before fighting Lee Min-sung." Amut stood there speechless, listening to him speak each word. After Suho's confident words, the numbers continued to echo throughout the dungeon, much to the astonishment of Essel and Baru. He was doing sit-ups with Amut sitting on top, causing the ground around them to crack and crumble. With each repetition, even normal hearing could catch the sound of Suho's bones cracking. After completing each exercise, healing potions were quickly used and thrown to the ground. Next came the squats. Amut skillfully shrank his body and sat on Suho's shoulders to facilitate the exercise. Suho, still showing a strained expression but full of determination, counted each repetition. The number of healing potions on the ground kept increasing. Then it was time for running. Each step he took shook and cracked the ground beneath him. Amut sat on his shoulders, enjoying it and thinking that although Suho still needed to use his skills to get through the muscle training, he hadn't expected him to manage it before. He looked at the young man and assessed that the young king would never give up and would always find a solution, perhaps one day surpassing Tarnak or the remaining monarchs. After some time in the dark dungeon, Suho's shout rang out, "My back, get medicine." Gray was lying there, clutching his young master and crying. Suho lay there too, exhausted and dazed, as if his soul had left his body. A notification appeared, "Your mission reward has arrived. Do you want to check your reward? Yes or no?" At that moment, he was too exhausted to tap the screen. Aesel anxiously called out, "Young king," while Baru breathed a sigh of relief, saying, "That's the end of today's training." After a while, Suho lifted his arm to claim the reward, speaking tiredly, "Although the training was grueling, with the daily mission reward and my effort in training, I will be able to increase my endurance, skill, and strength by 1 level, strength increasing from 77 to 78, endurance level 3, physical defense from 40 to 60%. Suho thought to himself, "I'm not sure if this is more effective yet, but if I can complete daily missions more easily, then I will surely become stronger." He raised his hand in a light gesture and said, "Amut, tomorrow I'll rely on you again." It calmly replied, "All right, young king." Transitioning outside the dungeon, Baru gently lifted a thin blanket and covered the young king, Suho, who was lying on the sofa asleep, exhausted from the day. Baru looked at him affectionately and said, "As soon as you got home, you just collapsed to sleep. Young king, you were amazing today." Then it snapped its fingers, and the TV screen lit up. Finally, some private time. Let's see the broadcast. The first news report made Baru slightly startled. The Hunter Association announced a new regulation regarding environmental dungeons due to the dungeon explosion following the airport dungeon incident. On the broadcast, the anchor continued, "Unlike dungeons inside the gates, environmental dungeons allow collecting materials like magical beast essence crystals, so the association grants ownership of environmental dungeons to smaller guilds for profit. However, due to the recent incident, the Hunter Association will quickly take measures against the Death God Guild and other guilds possessing high-level environmental dungeons." Transitioning to another scene, Min-sung was staring intently at a piece of paper. He frowned, looked ahead, and gritted his teeth, asking, "What is this?" The Hunter Association agents reported, "Hunter Lee Min-sung, the Death God Guild possesses too many environmental dungeons. We cannot allow these environmental dungeons to cause serious damage to the world in the current situation." Another person added, "By order of the Hunter Association superiors, the B-rank environmental dungeon in Paju, belonging to the Death God Guild, must be destroyed." Min-sung sat there, listening quietly. "Furthermore, over the past 6 months, you have not completed any hunter tasks. You need to participate in the Paju raid if you want to keep your hunter license." He immediately connected his thoughts. This must be President Jin Cheol targeting him. It is unbelievable, of all places. They chose the largest production facility in Paju. I have to refuse this task even if it makes the Hunter Association my enemy. Another man in the room spoke up, saying, "We will comply with the association's request." The association member smiled and replied, "Thank you for agreeing, Guild Master." He was S-rank Hunter Lim Tiju of the Death God Guild. He raised the notice and continued, "Of course, we must follow the orders of the Hunter Association." This made Min-sung a little dissatisfied. He frowned, grinding his teeth and thought, "Guild Master Lim Tiju." Meanwhile, the Guild Master appeared completely calm. After the others left the office, Min-sung held his face in frustration. He said, "Please form a team with them." Lim Tiju replied with a question, "Do you know how valuable environmental dungeons are?" His voice continued to echo, much to Min-sung's astonishment. "Do you think the Hunter Association's real goal is to destroy the environmental dungeon? Perhaps they realized what you are secretly doing. Didn't I warn you not to underestimate them? Yet you ignored my warning and even dared to use the guild members when I was away." Tiju was furious, radiating dense mana and growling, "Min-sung, do you still think I am some ordinary driver serving you?" Min-sung's expression changed, a little scared, eyes wide open, veins bulging. At that moment, Tiju's phone rang, cutting through the tense atmosphere. He opened the phone and a giant question mark appeared in his mind. He slammed the phone down on the table. Tiju said, "A recruiter just called me a moment ago. He said a new S-rank hunter has appeared in Korea. I will go to the Hunter Association. I want you to prepare the contract and salary." He then stood up, coldly calling Min-sung's name, before leaving him alone in the room and slamming the door. Tiju reminded, "Perhaps you still have a chance to turn back, so do your best to clean up that mess." Min-sung was furious, anger consuming him. His eyes turned red with malice. He thought to himself, "Another S-rank. Each one only reached S-rank by luck, yet they always show off." Min-sung wondered, thinking of the image of the second fragment. When will that damn alien kid grow up? When will that fragment appear again? His anger made the blood vessels in his eyes bulge. He nearly lost his mind thinking, and quickly killed Lim Tiju. Min-sung looked down at his phone, thinking, "He must die for me to proceed." Instantly, his face returned to normal. Then he smirked mysteriously, showing crooked teeth, his face twisted with malice. So the S-rank hunter that Tiju mentioned was actually the fragment. Min-sung muttered, "That expression of his is so annoying. Surely he is planning something interesting." The scene shifted to the building of the Korean Hunter Association, the scenery as usual. But today there was a special event, attracting many reporters, as the third fragment was approaching. People there were extremely surprised. That person is Korea's new S-rank hunter. His name is, with an appearance resembling Tile Second, but as a larger version. Everyone who saw him was astonished. Suddenly, he glanced to the side. Someone spoke. Congratulations on becoming Korea's newest rank hunter, Hunter Park Dojin. Seeing him, the people around gasped. Choi Jungin, that is Hunter Jungin of the Hunter Association. Upon seeing him, his gaze involuntarily paused. Jungin rubbed his chin, wondering, have we met before? I feel like I've seen you before, Dojin replied. We've never met, but I know you, he responded. I see. Sorry for mistaking you for someone else. Jungin then waved it off and asked, putting that aside, do you want to sign a contract with the Hunter Association? Dojin answered frankly, thank you for the offer. He pointed forward and continued, but I already have an association I want to join, so I will not be joining with you. At that moment, someone stepped forward and asked, I'm here, is it a good time? No one else but Tiju, S-rank hunter of the Death God Guild. He stood there, adjusting his tie, breathing heavily, sweat pouring from rushing over. Dojin stood there, pointing at Tiju after speaking to Jungin. A week later, at the Paju Environmental Dungeon, a girl raised her hand in greeting, smiling brightly, introducing herself. I'm here to participate in the Paju raid at the request of the Hunter Association. I'm Beak Miho of the White Tiger Guild, a rank hunter. She was greeted with a slightly friendlier response than usual. I am Lee Min-sung, thank you for coming. It seems the environmental dungeon is forcing you to work overtime. Miho replied, it's nothing. Helping is only natural, she thought to herself. It's probably not a coincidence he's a good actor. Miho observed his expression, assessing. Inside he is completely rotten, yet outside he plays kindness excessively. Anyway, everything happening inside Paju will be exposed today. I will personally unmask him. The other team members smiled, reminding each other to be careful not to get hurt during the raid. Miho glanced aside, reminding herself, if an unexpected variable appears, it will be, she assessed Dojin, the newly joined S-rank hunter of the Death God Guild. Park Dojin was also participating in the raid. He then stood alongside Min-sung, the two Death God Guild members. Miho reassured herself, well, if anything unusual happens, I already have that. The other members belong to the Hunter Association. Immediately after the declaration, all members of the extraction team with protective gear and pickaxes quickly ran in. Reminders continued. Everyone, take a pickaxe. Among the extraction team was a familiar hunter. Suho stood. The scene shifted. Recalling a few days earlier, Min-sung sat there, arms crossed over his chest, commenting, I didn't expect that after such a short time apart, you could grow this quickly. He added, I guess all aliens are like that, right? Dojin sat across from him, holding a cup of tea, replying, I simply chose a small and young body to survive more easily in the early stages. After collecting more fragments and regaining my strength, I have no reason to worry about my body's appearance. Min-sung asked further, what about the name Park Dojin? And also, you've decided to become a hunter. What are your intentions? He smiled coldly and replied, that's the name I use publicly, and becoming a hunter will just allow me to accomplish more things. Min-sung continued, because of the incident you caused at the airport, the Hunter Association has begun pursuing me under the pretext that I caused damage to civilians. If things continue like this, the factory at the Paju training ground will be discovered, and then we're finished. Dojin immediately reassured him, don't worry, Lee Min-sung, I joined the Death God Guild to prevent that from happening. He declared coldly, I will turn all hunters participating in the raid into followers, and then they won't find anything at all. Min-sung slightly bowed his head, speaking with doubt, a bold step from the start. But do you think you can handle the S-rank hunter, Lim Tiju, yet? He immediately asked, are you referring to my promise to help you eliminate him? Now I'm certain after meeting him. Min-sung sat there, silently listening. If I fight an S-rank hunter now, Without letting him finish, Min-sung laughed coldly. I don't care who dies, just keep your promise. The scene shifted to the office of the Hunter Association. Jin Cheol sat there, murmuring, the Paju training ground raid is about to begin. He interlaced his fingers in front of him, deep in thought. Lee Min-sung and Stardust. We need to gather more evidence during this raid. Jin Cheol's thoughts extended to each participant in the raid. Thanks to the help of the White Tiger Guild, a rank hunter Beak Miho joined the raid. So currently I don't need to worry about the other hunters participating. In case something happens, there are still Hunter Choi Jungen and other S-rank hunters awaiting orders. Images of Dajin and Min-sung appeared, one light and one dark, the two members of the Death God Guild, which made Jin Cheol concerned. However, the newly appeared S-rank Hunter Park Dajin could very well be an unexpected variable, because he joined the Death God Guild just as we began the Paju training ground raid. So I can't stop thinking that everything might tilt in favor of Lee Min-sung. His eyes narrowed as he looked at the remaining information, reassuring himself, and there's one more thing that worries me. Jin Cheol looked at Suho's information, noting that Suho is also participating as a member of the extraction team. He thought to himself, I don't know if this is coincidence or fate. Although I approved of the boy joining the extraction team, I don't know if that was the right decision. Jin Cheol sat there with a dozen thoughts. If all of this is part of Suho's plan, then I will support him fully. The scene shifted inside the dungeon. A blazing red monster was breathing out red fire. The frontline tank members raised their shields to block its fire. One member of the team shouted worriedly, "This attack team, I can't hold on much longer." At that moment, Miho stepped forward and tapped his armor. This made the monster was still there, continuing to breathe fire. Miho leapt straight forward and delivered a powerful punch. The monster immediately extinguished its fire and flew straight into the wall, raising clouds of dust. It was hit so hard it became deformed. The hook punch caused green blood to spurt out. Her eyes flashed with a yellow lightning streak. Miho did not hesitate and dashed forward to deliver a decisive blow. She lightly jumped to dodge its claw, using the momentum to flip backward. Miho's figure suddenly disappeared in an unexpected manner. She kicked off the dome of the dungeon to gain speed, then kicked hard and lunged downward at very high speed. In the monster's blazing red eyes, Miho was preparing to deliver a deadly punch. Just a second later, she struck it in the face, causing the monster to scream in pain. The force was so strong that its head was flattened against the ground and the surrounding earth and rocks shattered. Then the monster's massive body slowly collapsed. Miho stood there with the bodies of two monsters beside her, their bodies still showing the marks of her punches. Miho furrowed her brows and glanced back to assess the situation. She looked at him and wondered, Lee Min-sung is not fighting. How shameful that he was awakened as a rank hunter. Miho sighed, does he think being a hunter is a joke? At that moment, another monster suddenly jumped from behind to attack her. Regaining her focus, Miho turned to face it and thought, I got distracted. Before she could react, Dajin appeared, tapped lightly, and easily defeated the monster. He stood there with a completely calm expression, still cold and indifferent. Then he turned to look elsewhere and reminded Hunter Miho, please be more careful. She stood there thinking, can he defeat a salamander with a single strike? Hunter Park Dajin. Because he wore normal clothes during the raid, I assumed he was still a kid even if he's an S-rank hunter. His eyes lit up, and he lifted his coat slightly to cover his face. Then a streak of yellow energy swept through, slicing off the heads of the salamanders. Miho looked at the pile of monster corpses before her and silently assessed. It seems S-rank hunters are truly on a completely different level. At this moment, the dungeon was almost in ruins. Monster blood spread everywhere. Everyone stood looking at each other, commenting that everything seemed finished and ended faster than expected. Miho was slightly puzzled, but I didn't expect the Paju. He smiled and continued, our guild regularly cleans up monsters in the dungeons we own. That's why this place is not a threat to the outside world. She kept her head down, thinking to herself, cleaning monsters regularly, since there's no need to enter the dungeon every day. Other guilds usually don't care about this issue, but surely something is off here. Then Minsung pointed forward and announced, "All right, the boss's room is just over there." His eyes glowed red, a sinister smile spreading across his face. "No matter how hard you try to search, you won't find anything to catch me." The demons dismantled the factory and hid somewhere in this Paju training ground. Dajin silently walked behind Miho, while Minsung kept calculating, so don't even think about finding traces of the factory or escaping from here with a normal mindset. Along with that, Dajin had a meaningful smile. At this moment, the scene shifted to Murmu, who was standing there stroking his octopus-like beard, with two other demons behind him. He looked regretful. What a shame, truly a wasted opportunity. Murmu looked at the demon army below and continued, "I can't believe we won't get to see the disciple even though he's right here. The ones below have been corrupted and lost their consciousness." He continued, "We could have created a whole bunch of stardust during this downtime. It's such a waste to leave the materials gathered here." At the same time, the familiar feet of Suho appeared in front of the steel door. He spoke in a deep voice, "Baru, you said you sensed a demon's presence here, right?" She replied, "Yes, Your Majesty." Suho raised his hand, gently pushed the door, and opened it. Once the door swung open, his figure appeared in the doorway, surprising the demons inside. Murmu looked in shock and exclaimed, "Who is that?" Before he could even see anything, Suho delivered a straight punch to his face, using darkness to form a mask along with sturdy gloves. The punch made Murmu spurt blood in excruciating pain. He was knocked backward, astonishing the remaining two demons. Suho kept his fist clenched and focused intently on them. Baru appeared and exclaimed, "Your Majesty, I didn't expect you could punch a demon's head off in a single strike. It seems doing daily tasks with that damn crocodile worked after all." He thought to himself, "These people are completely insane. Paju Training Ground really is a stardust factory." At that moment, the demon's voice rang out, "Black Mask." Suho immediately furrowed his brow and looked over. Murmu's body was showing signs of recovery and said, "I didn't think that a human interfering with our plan that the disciple mentioned would actually come here." His tentacles reappeared along with a source of demonic red energy. Suho stood there looking up at the huge shadow before him. Murmu, now in his original form, looked at him and remarked, "Very well, then you will become a perfect gift." The scene shifted to another part of the dungeon. The sound of pickaxes striking monostones echoed repeatedly. Two members of the mining team were working, and one asked in curiosity, "Digging endlessly and still not done. How can a dungeon managed by a guild have so many monocrystals? Do they still need to make money some other way? Selling this pile of crystals alone would earn a fortune." He wiped his sweat and continued, "Put that aside. I heard there's an E-rank member with us. Did you see him? I can't believe they allowed an E-rank hunter into a B-rank dungeon like this. What were they thinking?" The other replied, "Don't be too harsh on him. He's still young. Don't you feel happy seeing someone so young working diligently?" The young man in the gray shirt probed, "Don't tell me. You assigned that rookie to work at the dungeon entrance, that safe spot, right?" The other smiled and replied, "You noticed, but you always push me into dangerous areas." The image of a pile of harvested monostones appeared, along with the two voices echoing. "It seems his cart can carry 4 times the normal load. When we're done here we should go help him. You're too kind." At the dungeon entrance and exit, carts filled with harvested monostones were neatly stacked. The scene returned to where Suho was confronting the demon Murmu and its minions. Baru looked cautious. "Your Majesty, the magic power of that one." Suho replied, "My consciousness has increased, so I can sense it too." He assessed Murmu. At least he should be on par with an O-rank hunter, like Randolph when we met at the Pyramid Training Ground. Adjusting his wrist, he thought to himself, "I figured there must be a reason the Hunter Association sent the Death Guild to raid this training ground. That's why I signed up for the extraction team. Could it be that the association discovered something about the Stardust?" Suho focused on evaluating. if the association is interested in Lee Min-sung's abnormal development, it will be very difficult for me to gather information about the disciple Itarim from him. He loudly asked Murmu, "Where is that disciple?" Murmu thought silently, just like the disciple is chasing the black mask, he is also looking for him. It immediately launched its tentacles to wrap around Suho's legs and said, "You will meet him soon." Murmu declared confidently, "Because I'm about to crush you to offer to him." It quickly wrapped around Suho's entire body and asserted, "Now my tentacles have caught you. You won't escape my overwhelming power." Suho remained calm and responded with a question, "Overwhelming power?" Flashing back a bit, Suho's muscular, well-built body appeared, drenched in sweat. While the others were astonished, Ahmed remained composed and praised, "Impressive. I didn't think you could complete my training course in just 5 days." Its praising voice echoed, "Your Majesty, your body has become much more muscular than before." Suho turned around, breathing heavily, and asked, "Is that so?" Then exhaustion showed clearly on his face as he furrowed his brow and gave a faint smile. Suho collapsed onto the ground while his subordinates stood around, worriedly watching him. Despite being tired, he still smiled with satisfaction. It was truly worth it to add all the points earned from the daily missions into. Back in the present, the tentacles that had wrapped around Suho were shattered, flying across the room to Murmu's astonishment. I was completely shocked and exclaimed, "What?" Suho stood there holding the destroyed tentacles. Green blood splattered across the room. His current power was 120. Suho furrowed his brow and looked at it. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from his position and immediately delivered an extremely powerful punch to Murmu's minion. The other minion was unable to avoid a similar fate, taking a heavy blow to its abdomen and spewing blood. In a flash, Suho defeated the 2 minions and stood before Murmu, his voice deep as he said, "I will ask you one more time." Suho tilted his head up and asked directly, "Where is disciple Itarim?" Murmu stubbornly responded, throwing a punch and saying, "I will never tell you." Suho immediately grabbed its face and snapped sharply, "Is that so?" As soon as he finished, Suho severed its head. Then he took out his sharp weapon and coldly unleashed Wind Blade Sever, cutting Murmu's body into pieces. Although only the head remained, Murmu's demonic nature kept it alive. I wondered, who is this guy? The sense of unease from him is like, Suho's eyes glinted, cutting off its thoughts. Then I will find out myself. You don't need to say anything. He immediately tossed Murmu's head and called Baru, who promptly responded, "Yes, Your Majesty." Murmu's final lingering thought was, "Disciple, it's a pity I won't see the painting you are creating." Meanwhile, Baru opened its mouth wide, and the demon, satisfied in its thoughts, reflected. "But thanks to your help, we can annihilate the Latier family, the despicable traitors of the demon race, and that is enough for me." A snap of jaws and bursts of demon blood splattered across the room. Essel tilted her ears, listening to the echoes. She was standing guard outside, commenting, "What's happening? My body suddenly feels lighter." Baru puffed its cheeks, and although its expression seemed pleased, it still spoke critically, "That octopus is pretty tough." Suho stepped forward and asked, "Baru, have you found any information about the Apostle Itarim?" "No," it hesitated while chewing, "about that matter." After swallowing, Baru continued, "He regards the Apostle Itarim as a brilliant light. However, I could not find much information about him." He thought to himself, "Another dead end. Could it be that I have no choice but to get information from Lee Min-sung, the one in charge of the entire Stardust factory?" Suho came to a decision. "I need to start evacuating the people here first, from the outside. This ruined place looks peaceful." The scene shifted to Dajin. He glanced over as he noticed something unusual. Dajin pondered, the presence of the demon. After everyone arrived in front of a large door, Min-sung said, "This is the boss monster room of the Paju environment." Miho felt slightly worried, thinking to herself, "On the way here I couldn't find anything. It isn't the Paju environment where Stardust is produced." Min-sung smiled dangerously and speculated. It seemed she was confused about why she couldn't find anything. He whispered to Dajin standing beside him, We will cancel the plan to brainwash the hunters. If everything ends without any problems, it will be better for us." He appeared indifferent, standing silently without saying a word. Then he muttered, "That does not suit me at all." Miho still stood there thinking, perhaps, on the mainland instead, there is no other way, I will have to check after clearing the monsters. Then she said to everyone in the assault team, "Let's go in." Suddenly, Min-sung froze, his face ashen and full of astonishment. He anxiously glanced to the side and asked, "What are you doing?" Dajin, standing behind, replied, "Simply put, all the hunters in this group will become my followers." After saying this, Dajin's hand inserted the yellow crystal into Min-sung. While the stone was going in, he continued in a deep voice, "The person we choose to side with must have a certain value. Cooperating with an A-rank hunter like you to kill an S-rank hunter like Lim Tiju was a proposal from the start." Dajin stepped closer and whispered into Min-sung's ear, "To catch Lim Tiju I will have to use you." These words left Min-sung wide-eyed in shock. He clenched his teeth and growled, bringing up the S-rank matter again. Min-sung suddenly turned with red eyes and shouted, "Do you think I will be brainwashed by someone like you?" Just as he prepared to throw a punch, a bright yellow light suddenly enveloped Min-sung. He tilted his head back and stared blankly, his eyes wide open. What Min-sung saw was a symbol, and the symbol was gradually appearing in his pupils. It shot straight down to where he was standing, along with the command, acting according to the will of the Supreme Being. Then, in reality, Min-sung stood there with a darkened face. Dajin remained calm, hands in his pockets, and stepped toward him. Dajin placed his hand on Min-sung's shoulder. On Min-sung's head, the symbol of a follower appeared, while he looked forward with a half-smile. Dajin directed his attention to Miho standing in front and thought to himself, "Now, let's move on." The scene shifted outside the dungeon, where a car had been parked for an unknown amount of time. Inside, someone controlling the Firebird in their hand spoke, "If this summoning disappears, it means the team has run into trouble." That person was Jungin, who continued, "The summoned creature of a summoner reports the situation to us. It's amazing that this can solve the problem of devices being unusable inside the dungeon like this. Truly a brilliant idea." Jungin still felt a bit apprehensive, hoping the S-rank hunters wouldn't interfere. He looked at the person opposite him and asked, "Hopefully Lee Min-sung won't cause any more trouble, Hunter Lim Tiju. You're worried, aren't you?" Tiju replied, "Are you trying to annoy me?" Jungin quickly dodged, "Of course not." Tiju smiled and continued, "I guess you're jealous because S-rank hunter Park Dajin joined the Death Guild, right?" Jungin responded with a smile and a cryptic remark, "Not really, we already have many talented hunters." Tiju pursed his lips, unable to argue further. He then let out a long sigh. Tiju held his face in frustration. "I can't believe Min-sung is the main culprit behind distributing unverified stimulants. As the guild leader, I am responsible for what happened." His voice continued, "If anything happens, I trust you will keep your promise not to intervene if I can control the situation." Jungin replied, "I would be glad if you did, because I don't like hurting others." Inside the dungeon, the massive salamander continued to spew fire. Below, the hunter team struggled to resist the frontline tanker, while behind them archers and mages continuously attacked from a distance. As the flames engulfed the front line, Min-sung rushed from the rear with weapons in hand. This action caught Miho's attention, and she turned to look back. Dajin remained there calmly, arms crossed. Seeing this, she thought, acting like an S-rank hunter and letting others do the work. After all, we are still his seniors. Looking at Min-sung ahead, Miho was slightly surprised and puzzled. Moreover, she didn't understand what was happening. Since entering the boss room, Lee Min-sung had been fighting fiercely. Dajin observed from behind and seemed satisfied. With this, I am certain. He followed Min-sung's every step and assessed, although Stardust is useless for hunters ranked B and above. Dajin watched him charge forward frantically and seemed quite satisfied. But the star fragment was a condensed form of Stardust, capable of boosting them to S-rank hunter level. The salamander writhed in pain from Min-sung's slashes, its blue blood spilling out continuously. Miho, witnessing this, was utterly astonished. The fire in the creature's mouth gradually extinguished. It suddenly became ferocious, lunging with its sharp teeth and massive jaws toward him. With a single strike, Minsung was thrown back and slid a long distance. Dajin remained standing, observing, and thought to himself, "It's truly difficult for an A-rank hunter to fight at S-rank level with only the awakening effect from a star fragment." He immediately touched his fingers together, and a dense yellow light appeared. One of the 5 abilities of Tile, one of the main body fragments, carried the blessing of enhancement that amplified the distinctive traits of the person it merged with. All the trust of Fire Mist was stored in Stardust, and the unique traits of the weapon, everything would be amplified. Currently, the special trait that Lee Min-sung possessed was Mana Amplification, and the special trait of his weapon was Slash Enhancement. Dajin, full of calculation, thought, "If that's the case, Lee Min-sung, let me see. Can you reach the level you desire after receiving the blessing?" The salamander lunged at him, along with Dajin's thought, "The S-rank hunter level you've longed for." At this moment, Min-sung's body and weapon had been enhanced, and he aimed the tip of his sword at the creature. In his eyes, the symbol of the disciple shone brightly. Min-sung stood there, unleashing a force from the sword tip, shooting straight through the massive salamander. The energy from the strike shook the entire room, and everything it hit almost shattered. The upward strike caused the ground above to crack and emit the familiar yellow light. Outside, the 2 S-rank hunters, Jiju and Jungin, were both utterly astonished. Miho also stood in shock, muttering unconsciously, "What the hell is this?" A huge hole pierced from the bottom of the dungeon straight up to the surface, while Min-sung stood there coldly and enigmatically. He then remained motionless as footsteps approached. Dajin stepped past Min-sung, thinking, "The fatigue caused by boosting a rank hunters is immense. You can only maintain rank for a very short time, and most enhancement effects have faded." His voice rang out, "A pity, Lee Min-sung. It seems you are not capable of containing the power of an S-rank hunter." These words unintentionally jolted him awake, and the black streaks gradually overtook Min-sung's eyes, replacing the yellow. Miho looked up, silently evaluating that attack is not something an A-rank hunter could perform. She glanced at the 2 members of the Death Guild, thinking, "Isn't Stardust useless against high-rank hunters? Or is there another stimulant besides Stardust?" Her thoughts were abruptly interrupted by Min-sung's sudden action. He directly thrust his sword through Dajin's body. His face turned pale, his voice weakly calling Lee Min-sung's name, blood continuously flowing from Dajin's chest. Min-sung's voice deepened. "I told you already, didn't I?" He smiled wickedly and continued, saying, "I will not be brainwashed by someone like..." As he finished speaking, Dajin's body collapsed to the ground, to the astonishment of the entire hunter team in the dungeon. Miho angrily shouted, "Lee Min-sung, why did you attack a fellow hunter? Are you on drugs?" He held his face and replied, "Damn, so this is how it ends." A cross symbol with a surrounding circle appeared in his eyes. Min-sung thought to himself, "I hear endless voices, because there are S-rank hunters waiting outside under the Hunters Guild's orders. If I don't get out quickly, I won't be able to leave. I must escape fast." On this side, while the others were worried, Miho loudly commanded, "Don't let him escape." Min-sung gritted his teeth, glaring at them. He shouted wildly, "Get out of my way if you don't want to die." In a flash, Min-sung dashed toward the hunter team at incredible speed, gliding past and leaving a streak of light behind them. Reaching the large hole he had created, he stomped and leaped straight up. The others could only clutch their injured comrades, cursing, "Damn it." Miho turned and ordered Hunter Lee Cheol-seung, "Send a signal to the S-rank hunters outside." He immediately followed the order. Then she was startled to notice Dajin had stood up at some point, still clutching his chest. He suddenly spoke, "As long as someone has a strong enough mind, they can resist the divine power of Fire Mist regardless of how much mana they have." "Right, very good." Miho still didn't understand the situation and immediately asked, Hunter Park, you're still alive, aren't you? That attack just pierced your heart. Dajin calmly held his head, his eyes lighting up as he sensed. On this side, Minsung was running at incredible speed, cursing, damn it. He ran through the nearby forest, muttering, I gained the power of an S-rank hunter, yet I always have to run away, ridiculous. Minsung's vicious thoughts continued, that annoying alien, the Grim Reaper Hunters Guild. There's no one I can trust, now I have to escape to the nearest city. At that moment, a ranged weapon was fired, blocking Minsung's path and surprising him. He looked up, dumbfounded, asking, what is that? From the shadows of the forest, a familiar voice sounded. I was wondering why there was a sudden explosion. I didn't expect you to come out on your own. The familiar figure of Suho appeared and approached him. Suho stepped forward and asked, Baru, have you found any information about the Apostle Iterum? No, it hesitated while chewing, about that matter. After swallowing, Baru continued, he regards Apostle Iterum as a brilliant light. However, I could not find much information about him. Minsung entered a defensive stance, a series of questions forming in his mind. Not only did he know about Stardust, but also about the disciples and outer gods. Could they really exist? Immediately after, he had other suspicions, only now noticing. I heard that the one who defeated Brocky and disrupted the Stardust supply wore a black mask. Could it be him? Then he paid no mind to the gravity of the situation. Whatever, if he delays me here, those hunters will catch up. Minsung gripped his sword with both hands, trusting that based on the amount of mana he sensed from Suho, he was not a match. With fierce momentum, he thrust the blazing red sword straight at Suho with the words, Die. Facing this sudden situation, Suho remained composed, initially standing silently in place. As the sword blade drove forward, he dodged to the side, holding the sword steady in midair with his right hand. This made Minsung suspicious. He blocked my attack. I cannot pull the sword back. Exactly how strong is he? While Minsung was still puzzled, Suho twisted his body, extending a leg straight and kicking him high into the air. A straight kick to the throat sent blood gushing from Minsung's face. Suho then bent his leg, while Minsung remained shocked. He has less mana than me. How could he do this? At that moment, Baru offered a rational explanation. His surprise is normal. After all, a hunter's rank is ultimately determined by the amount of mana they carry. The two continued to clash, confirming one thing internally. I, one who can sense true strength, know immediately that although the young lord has grown stronger due to increased stats, thanks to training with Ammit before, his power has already reached its maximum, and a rank hunter cannot match his physical strength. Currently, Minsung was blocking the sword in front of him, struggling to resist the force from Suho's wrist. Not far away, the large hole from the previous battle still had some lingering dust and smoke. Miho stared at Dajin's wound, raising a question in shock. Hunter Park, how are you still alive? That attack pierced your heart. He did not answer immediately, standing still, pondering something for a long moment. Then he began to crush the Stardust fragment in his palm, while replying, about that matter. The words were barely out when she suddenly flinched in shock. At that moment, Dajin glared with his dazzling golden eyes, and she quickly turned her face back upon hearing the question. Hunter Beak Miho, what happened there just now? Just as she spotted someone above, she smiled brightly and announced, Look who's here. Two hunters appeared from above, one by one called out by Miho, Hunter Choi Jungin and Hunter Lim Tiju. Dajin hastily put away the Stardust fragment, thinking to himself, 2S rank hunters, temporarily. At that moment, Jungin leaned forward, stepping lightly on the ground, then jumped down in front of everyone, asking. Miho replied calmly, this was caused by Lee Minsung. Upon hearing this, he raised an eyebrow in suspicion, and a rank hunter Lee Minsung has skills like that. She recounted everything in a terrified stance. He emitted a massive amount of mana, as if he had used stimulants beforehand, and it seemed because of the drug's effect he attacked Hunter Park Dajin. Knowing this, Jungin had another major question. Despite being injured, Hunter Park Dojin looked quite fine. He smirked, offering a haughty explanation. I have healing skills. He approached to observe, involuntarily marveling. Interesting. You have quite advanced healing skills. Just as he finished, Miho worriedly suggested, setting that aside, we need to quickly pursue Lee Min-sung. If we leave things like this, he might reach the city and hide there. Jungin agreed, then turned to ask, that's right, Hunter Lim, you heard that, right? He scanned the chaotic battlefield, muttering a few words, as if Hunter Lee Min-sung caused trouble, as promised. Then Jungin frowned in horror as a thought struck him. Don't tell me. At that moment, a surge of energy flowed through Dojin as he thought, not good, I haven't disconnected from Lee Min-sung yet. I didn't expect he could resist faith. Human desire is truly compelling. It's likely no one will believe what Lee Min-sung says, but if I do nothing, they'll suspect me for no reason. While he was still pondering, everyone began to act. Miho also reminded him, Hunter Park, if you're still not okay, you should rest here. After some contemplation, Dojin decided to clench his teeth. Fine then, I'll abandon Lee Min-sung. I have to seize his body and force him to commit suicide, even though it will consume a lot of divine power, because he's only a rank hunter. I just need to find another rank hunter. At that moment, his observing eye began to open gradually. When the scene appeared, Dojin was shocked and asked, what is this? Is he actually fighting? Suho's face became clearly visible in his sight, still thinking in confusion. Don't tell me Lee Min-sung is already clashing with an S-rank hunter. Looking more carefully again, his eyes widened in shock, the golden glow still dazzling. Dojin stared blankly to one side, a flood of questions running through his mind. What is that black-masked person doing here? Could it be that the black-masked person is also chasing Lee Min-sung? He pulled his coat up to cover his face while continuing his chain of thoughts. The S-rank existences in this world, Lee Min-sung, someone who can resist the faith of the fire and frost. Ever since we set foot in this world, nothing has gone according to plan. Everything is different from the times when everything was completed according to the holy decree. At that moment, he broke into a twisted smile and asked himself, why am I smiling? Meanwhile, at Suho's location, he was still frantically charging in attack. Min-sung blocked the attacks without difficulty, swinging his sword wildly, reminding himself that he could not allow this person to hold him back here any longer. While Suho was leaping into the air, preparing for another wave of attacks, Min-sung shouted a single word, wait. Suho landed on the ground, and Min-sung immediately asked, can you let me go if I give you the answer to your question? Suho froze for a moment, then shouted back immediately, suddenly, what did you just say? Are you colluding with the disciples of Itarim? He glared with deep red eyes. That bastard stabbed me in the back. Suho paused and whispered, someone stabbed him in the back. Did they fall out? Then he immediately asked, so, why did you help him distribute the stardust? Min-sung replied very quickly, because he said he would kill the person I wanted dead for me. Suho had another question. You're working with Itarim to kill someone. He stretched out his large hands, anger clear in his words. After the great catastrophe, everything I built in my life changed. Someone who was once an insignificant nobody before the disaster, then became an S-rank hunter and started looking down on me. He resolved firmly, speaking honestly, for me to live as myself, I have to kill this person. Then, when Min-sung asked, aren't you also planning to kill that outer god? Suho's heart skipped a beat. Then he quickly countered, no, I have no intention of killing him if we talk. Upon hearing this, he curled his lips into a sneer, unafraid to mock. You have no intention of killing him. Even though outer god is here to invade this world, you have the personality that disgusted me when I was an actor. His pupils glinted eerily, his words full of malice. A character who only hopes but has no humanity. Each word Min-sung spoke next truly unsettled Suho's mind. Kindness and morality, they are just social choices granted by others. You don't. His entire body surged with bursts of energy, a twisted smile appearing as he spoke taunting words. If you hadn't been lucky enough to gain that power earlier, you would have spent your life as nothing more than a leftover. Gradually, A time would come when you'd be drawn into a situation and forced to make a decision. Minsung's face had now twisted grotesquely, every deceitful word ringing out. I will create that situation for you. The identity of the person you must kill is. At that moment, a pair of hands formed a cage, and inside that cage was Minsung himself. Dajin looked at him, small in his hands, each word spoken with emphasis as a command. Lee Minsung, I will not let you speak anymore. The corners of his lips curled into a cruel smile, every deceitful word slipping out. I thank you. I have gained so much because of you. I will take back my previous words that you are useless and incompetent. Minsung's black eyes looked upward, the words ringing in his ears. I will use that body of yours one last time. He furrowed his brows, startled, shouting, What? I will not let you do that. As soon as the words ended, Dajin decided, interlocking his fingers tightly as he closed his hands. At that moment, Minsung's entire body erupted with a fierce surge of energy, illuminating the entire space. Suho had to raise both hands to block the light, exclaiming in astonishment, that is. Baru also spoke out in admiration, that Itarim energy is even stronger than Braki's Itarim energy. During Dajin's initial infiltration into Minsung's body, the first signs were cracks forming on the surface. Following that, a magnificent sword hilt appeared right in his grasp. He snatched it, the curved, razor-sharp blade gradually appearing amidst the stream of light. Gradually, a pair of pure white wings sprouted from his shoulders. The terrifying transformation twisted the space, almost causing Suho to lose his footing. Suddenly, a voice rang out, forcing him to pay attention. I understand. A fully Dajin-infiltrated Minsung appeared before him, followed by the words, the attack on the Stardust Factory. Your pursuit of Lee Minsung. I never expected you did all of that just to meet me. He announced this with a proud air. I've wanted to meet you for a long time. Black Masked Destroyer. Both corners of their mouths twitched into grim smiles. One side, Dajin's white wings spread wide on both sides. The tip of the sword on his hand pointed straight along with the declaration, I also want to meet you, Black Masked Destroyer. Suho looked serious ahead. In his mind many deductions appeared. Lee Minsung suddenly transformed, and based on the way he spoke. Just thinking of this, he immediately asked, Are you the apostle sent by the god from another world? He laughed heartily, at this moment finally confirmed for sure. Indeed, you have known about our existence. The tip of the sword was still pointed straight. The confirmation poured out. Yes, I came here to declare sovereignty over this world. The fury in Suho's heart was rising when he thought about how his father could not return because of these guys. He did not hesitate, clenched his fists, instantly raised the energy, shouted loudly, Right, the one I want to meet. At the same time, a cascade of pure black hair appeared. As the two were about to engage in battle, the atmosphere suddenly became suppressed when enough words were spoken. Suho and Minsung looked at each other. By the ear was the declaration, From now on, neither of you may move unless I allow. Anyone who tries to do something will be pierced. At that moment Tiju was aiming his bow above. The words just now were also spoken by him. The arrow was increasingly drawn tight as he interrogated Lee Minsung. What are you really? What have you been doing all this time? Tiju's face at that moment darkened, his eyes sharp, staring straight ahead. Suho's eyes widened in shock when he realized he was facing S-rank hunter Lim Tiju. Dajin appeared much calmer, spoke. He turned his body. A cunning smile appeared along with a meeting. Let's meet at a higher area in this zone, Black Mask. As he acted, Tiju from afar shouted a reminder. Where do you think you are going, Minsung? A powerful arrow was shot from above. He shouted loudly again. I said do not move unless I allow. The sharp arrow flew swiftly down, almost reaching Dajin. He lightly arched his body to dodge the attack. Suho behind did the same action. After one arrow, Dajin and Suho together leaped high. He followed with his eyes, immediately summoning 3 arrows from the void. Then, the 3 arrows were simultaneously pulled taut, the bow drawn straight up. Without a second of hesitation, Tiju released, and the 3 arrows rushed forward like the wind. In that tense situation, he still remained calm, dodging while a sinister smile appeared. On another side of the ground, Suho was also leaping from here to there to dodge the arrows. He slid through the arrows, and at that moment realized, damn, it seems Lim Tiju is also here to catch Lee Min-sung. Baru flew alongside, immediately asked, "Aren't you going to counterattack?" Suho immediately spoke his deduction, judging by the reaction. Lim Tiju does not seem connected to the apostles of Itarum. Also, he has not yet shown his true skill. After the previous shot, he angrily said, "Those bastards avoid my name as if it's natural." This time, he drew a single arrow taut, his aura more than twice as strong as before, along with a reminder to himself, right now, the priority is to take down Lee Min-sung. No need to worry about the other guy. Tiju concentrated energy into this bow. He was shocked, his face contorted as he realized that mana is too dangerous. Just as he was about to unleash a move, tiny dark shadows appeared beside Tiju. With his sharp instincts, he immediately sensed something unusual. Instantly, the arrow changed direction. Now right in front of him, a goofy goblin was walking out of the forest. It scratched its head with one hand, pointed to its chin with the other, tears already appearing. At that moment, he was dumbfounded, asking, "Why is there a goblin here?" A few seconds later, he suddenly remembered something important, cursed, and immediately spun around. Tiju withdrew the glowing arrow. The bow was lowered as he saw the scene before him. In the vast space, all around were decayed tree trunks. He was the only one standing there, cursing, "Damn it." Tiju looked up, helplessly asked Lee Min-sung, "What the hell are you thinking?" At that moment, the phone on the desk rang. A hand snatched it immediately. Jin Cheol pressed the phone to his ear. The news was delivered quickly. He also received it concisely. So Lee Min-sung has escaped. On the other hand, Tiju was embarrassed, apologizing. "President of the association, it was my mistake. Lee Min-sung's appearance was abnormal, possibly due to drugs. Moreover, there was another hunter, a black-masked hunter with him." Hearing this, sweat ran down Jungin's face, his shock evident. He immediately asked loudly, "If it's the black-masked hunter, is he the one who looks like a brawler?" Tiju lowered the phone, unexpectedly asked, "How do you know?" In a panicked tone, Jungin reported, "The hunter I saw at the airport dungeon outbreak also wore a black mask. He single-handedly stopped the magical monsters from running wild, along with the dark magic monsters." Jin Cheol, upon hearing this, immediately deduced, if they are dark magic monsters, then they belong to Hunter Sung Jinwoo. The call ended. He sat alone reasoning. Had the missing hunter Sung Jinwoo returned? No. If it's him, he would quickly handle the situation. So could it be? At that moment, the golden sunlight of dusk gradually descended on a high rock ledge formed by large and small stone slabs. On it, a pair of confident legs stepped forward with heavy steps. At that moment, Suho's sharp eyes appeared, the golden sunlight shining directly onto his darkened face. Across from him, Dojin could see the long, sinister smile creeping up to his ears. He walked on the ground while Min-sung, along with his white wings, stood on a high ledge. He rudely pointed his sword forward, curiously asking, "I never expected. Why are you helping me?" Suho's legs continued to stride. His calm voice followed, "Of course, wouldn't you discard Lee Min-sung's body and disappear if it became too dangerous?" His cold expression remained, his bullet-shaped eyes appearing along with his venomous words. "It seems you have many questions, but I see no reason to tell you. I will crush you and use that way to extract information." Just after arrogantly declaring this, Biru worriedly announced, "Be careful, young monarch. I cannot assess Lee Min-sung's strength while Itarim's disciple has taken over his body." Suho paused, silently declaring to her, "Don't worry, Biru. I have prepared something for this moment." The name Arise was called out loudly, like a command. A fierce stream of darkness burst from behind him. Dojin said nothing, silently smirking and confirming in his mind, "It's certain. It's exactly the power of darkness I witnessed on the battlefield." At that moment, successive waves of darkness rose high, alongside a powerful stream of magic. Within just a few seconds, the dark army with terrifying forms fully appeared behind Suho. First, the long-bodied creature with a wide-open mouth was the Swamp King Kasaka, common grade. Next, the six-eyed green venom fangs, also common grade, had been transformed from the Dian creature earlier. The only creature with red skin was the high-grade troll, common grade. Finally, the creature closest to Suho, with a posture most similar to his own, was the elite-grade Tomb Keeper Siga. The electro-absorbing darkness was held firmly in Suho's hands. Isil appeared instantly at his side, clapping his hands together and shouting a declaration of war. All of these are the corpses I have reserved for today, fighting with everything we have. Now, as his hair stood on end, the black cross mark on his forehead appeared clearly. Across from him, Dajin also curved his lips into a smile, his face showing his extreme excitement. The smile on Dajin's lips grew increasingly sinister, followed by a system announcement that an emergency mission had appeared. This time, the emergency mission for Suho was to defeat Lee Min-sung, who had been possessed by Itarim's disciple, and seize his memories. He cast a sharp, bright gaze straight ahead, thinking to himself, the mission is to defeat Lee Min-sung. It has finally come, the moment I have to kill someone else. The sharp dark weapon was raised, and in front of him was still Dajin's sword pointed straight. Outside, Min-sung's puppet was like that, while inside, Dajin clasped his hands, pondering, and after understanding what emotions were, the changes happening inside himself felt strange. The memories of the original body, when in a fragment, he thought he had understood what it felt like to encounter darkness. A sense of curiosity toward a strong one, someone from another space, possessing power capable of stopping an entire legion from an external world. He was curious about Sung Jinwoo, a solitary figure standing amidst his own army. Dajin opened his gleaming golden eyes, genuinely puzzled, wondering if he could get answers from him. At that moment, Kasaka lunged to attack, its long body twisting several times, its wide-open mouth appearing right before Dajin. The massive dark creature slammed hard into the ground beside him. As Kasaka drew near, he swung a sword, instantly slicing its body in two. Its body fell to either side, leaving Dajin standing in the center. At that moment, through the gap in the layers of feathers, he could easily see Suho's eyes behind. Seeing this, his expression turned serious, and his wings slowly lifted. Suho was secretly surging forward with fierce momentum, clenching his fist behind him to gather energy. The moment the punch was about to land, Dajin immediately spun around, the sharp blade raised to block. This clash caused the surrounding air to stir, and he silently questioned, did he use the soldiers to distract me while he charges to fight directly? Is he really that confident in close combat? After a moment of parrying, Dajin swung his sword in a sharp arc to counterattack. The sword strike was launched, and Suho easily arched backward to dodge. However, that attack coincidentally severed the large body of the green venom-fanged creature. The fight continued as Essel leapt up with a sharp spear, appearing right behind Dajin. She exerted all her strength, her body pressed low, and then thrust the spear straight upward. That instantaneous attack failed completely, as he easily tilted his head to dodge the spear. Not stopping there, he grasped the spear tightly with his hand. Essel's hand could not release it and was now completely suspended under Dajin's grip, and he remarked, "You're not a dark soldier, are you?" Tears welled in her eyes, her whole body trembling, unable to respond. Fortunately, Suho appeared in time, delivering a brutal kick straight into Dajin's face. At his jaw, large and small cracks appeared after that kick. He spun around, his golden eyes sweeping across the space. Both of them landed on the ground, and Dajin simultaneously spoke, asking why you don't use dark soldiers in a battle. Suho muttered to himself, "Dark soldiers." As Suho's answer rang out, "If you want to see that much, then look at this." At the same time, Siga's dark-handed grip reached toward him from behind. Dajin didn't move, standing proudly amid the surrounding sand. Layers of sand whirled around him, just as Siga's hands snatched at him. The sand didn't stop, continuing to rise and cover his face. After the dark soldiers had held Dojin tightly, Suho began raising his fists, gathering bursts of energy. His energy-filled fists swung back forcefully, the attack ready. Dojin still didn't budge, his cold expression fixed amid the strange sand. Suddenly, from where he stood, a massive explosion occurred, sand flying in all directions, the scene instantly suffocating. Suho's eyes could no longer maintain calm, his hands raised to block the sudden situation. The explosion abruptly ceased, the sand now concentrated in one spot. He bent forward, panting heavily with a major question, and all that sand covering him exploded. At that moment, amid the rolling sand, a blurred figure appeared, its golden eyes shining brightly. A sharp sword strike suddenly swung out, rushing straight toward him, accompanied by the voice saying, "It seems I can no longer feel the excitement I once did." The sword strike extended straight to Essel, cutting her 2 spears and severing the troll's arm. The arc of the strike swept past Essel, leaving a long scratch across her shoulder. The troll's lower half was gradually cut apart by the lightning-fast attacks. Suho's hands were still raised before him, the armor layer cracking. After a series of terrifying sword strikes, Dojin arrogantly scoffed, truly disappointing. Relaxing slightly, he continued with a chain of sarcasm. "The soldiers of that Dark One are all experienced warriors with their own will. As if a meticulously trained legion, your strength may resemble his, but your abilities are worlds apart." Suho silently observed Essel's condition, while sarcastic words echoed in his ears. "I truly cannot believe it. You possess such a power yet cannot win. You are too weak." Hearing this, he spun his face to look, worried clear in his expression. Damn it. Because Itarim's disciple has possessed Lee Min-sung's body, everything has become much more difficult. His power nearly equals that of an S-rank hunter. At that moment, Dojin leapt, his white wings flapping as he surged forward. As he launched the attack, he added a few words. "The reason the Dark One appears so solitary is that no existence in this world is his equal. After all, who could truly understand someone with absolute power?" He swung several sword strikes. Suho raised both hands to block, silently wondering at that moment, was his father really that lonely? The fierce sword strikes came in succession, the armor on his hands showing cracks. A few seconds later, fragments fell along with a system notification. The Vulcan horn item has been destroyed. While he was still stunned, Dojin's sword pierced through his abdomen, fresh blood gushing out. Essel was utterly shocked, her mouth opening as she shouted, "Your Majesty!" At that time, he still hadn't ceased his contempt. "You know nothing about the power you possess." That is why he thought he would take the dark power Suho holds. Dojin wanted to turn him into a disciple, and then he would do whatever necessary to seize that power, believing that by doing so, he would understand the feeling of darkness. The sword still plunged deep. Suho forced himself to grab it. His entire body trembled in waves, sweat and blood mixing on his face. He asked himself, "Do I know nothing of the power I hold?" recalling that Lee Min-sung had said the same. Before Dojin took over his body, he had expressed that you are the type to always seem full of hope, yet have no real personality. Kindness and morality, those are merely choices imposed by society and others. You don't even know what you truly want. Even in that transforming moment, similar words echoed. If you weren't lucky and didn't possess that power, you would live as an extra in your own life, and there will come a time when you must face a situation forcing you to make your own decision. Remembering this, Suho pessimistically questioned himself. Do I need something beyond my stats and skills to become stronger? Earlier, Baru had been eating popcorn and asked, "Your Majesty, why don't you use weapon manifestation?" Suho looked at him, replying tersely, "It's because the Vulcan horn has greater attack power." Then he rubbed his chin in thought, also noting it's difficult for him to simultaneously use link skill and kingly authority while commanding dark soldiers in a battle like this. Moreover, he wasn't confident he could effectively use weapon manifestation. Seeing his pessimism, Baru reassured, "You are a genius. I believe you can do it. I, Baru, stand as your guarantee." Still, Suho remained steadfast in his grim thoughts. Besides, Didn't you say father also doesn't always use weapon manifestation in battle? There must be a reason he doesn't. So I think something might go wrong if I use it. Hearing this, Baru said nothing further. If you think so, then so be it. The hands holding the pencil appeared in his consciousness, Suho silently questioning himself. When did this start? When did I begin so easily imposing limits on myself? The image of himself hunched over drawing surfaced. He kept passing judgment. Was it the habit of easily accepting failure from when he hadn't yet awakened? Those questions kept pressing, making Suho's mind spin continuously. Thinking back, how long has it been since I last drew after awakening? I truly love to draw. Minsung's words appeared again. You don't even know what you want. If you weren't lucky and didn't possess that power, you would live as an extra in your own life. Then came a wave of pessimism from himself, thoughts no longer trusting in himself. Yes, just as he said, I entrusted the system with meeting my father again, and finding my mother has always been something I wanted to do once I became stronger. The reason I want to be strong is because I couldn't find power within myself. Suho felt like a pale shadow of Jinwoo in comparison, always asking himself why he was trying to follow in his father's footsteps. But what his father needed was not a copy of him. The pencil snapped, facing the reflection of darkness. Now he had resolved on one thing. I must find something only I can do. After a long reflection on past events, Suho's lips gradually parted. His palms were still soaked with blood, wrists trembling, yet he still reached forward. His hands stretched toward Dajin's white wings, his weak body collapsing as he managed to utter the word, "Arise." Dajin barely paid attention, in his mind only noting that, thinking back, aren't dark soldiers immortal beings? They will revive even after death. Immediately after, he calmly declared, but no matter how your soldiers attack me, they will never stand a chance. At that moment, Suho's dark soldiers were gathering into one corner, each connecting to form a single dark shadow. Dajin's eyes widened in surprise at this strange occurrence. Are they fusing together? I've never seen this happen in battle with darkness. The dark soldiers took on a fierce skeletal form, and he asked himself, a chimera. At that moment, Gray let out a roar, its lower half transforming into a stream of smoke. Suho's sharp gaze appeared, the dark shadow coiling. Childhood memories suddenly surged back, on a Christmas night many years ago. The three members of Suho's family were walking down a crowded street, and little Suho innocently declared, I want to become a police officer like Dad. Is that okay? Because Dad looks so cool. His parents fell silent, listening attentively to his next words. Or I could be an athlete like Mom too, right? I could be as strong as Mom, right? When Suho spoke, was that okay, Mom? She gently smiled, reaching out to stroke his hair and said, Suho, your father and I agreed from the moment you were born. We will not stop your dreams, just do whatever you like. Suho puffed his cheeks, finally voicing the wish he had held for so long. But I want to be cool like Dad and strong like Mom. Her voice was gentle when giving encouragement. Then do your best to become like us. Just make sure that is what I wish. At this scene, Suho asked himself, not knowing why he suddenly remembered what Mom said. But through that he realized he had not pursued his own dream. He had only followed his father's footsteps, his own strengths or interests. Then as he grew older, while Suho immersed himself in drawing, Dajun constantly teased, are you drawing ants again? Your skill will not improve if you just draw the same thing. Suho, though embarrassed, still tried to explain, hey, if you look carefully, there is a little. He tried to finish, but he was interrupted. Then his drawing was special, okay? That series of drawings made Dajun repeatedly remind him, usually, when you draw the same thing too many times, you will be stuck in a loop, but it feels like you are drawing better. He pointed to the drawing Suho was making, an extremely realistic example, like this. Looking at the dark and light ink marks on the paper, he asked, is this still an ant? At that moment, Suho hung his head, heart aching to admit. The reason I learned to transform faster than Dad is because the system has adapted to my body. I will not underestimate it again. Combat style using the King transformation, with the ability to retract shadows without limit. After this chain of thought, the smoky forms forming the dark warrior body began to stir. Dojin still held the sword piercing straight into Suho's left chest, unaware that the warriors behind him had begun to act. Baru quickly noticed the situation. Darkness had been gathering toward the master, and it was increasingly difficult to maintain form. At that moment, Essel reached out, panicked, asking Baru what was happening at the master's side. He hummed a little, then replied quickly, "I do not know, but surely the master is evolving." Suho still had not acted, remaining quietly in place, while each dark warrior cautiously approached. Dojin frowned, eyes observing the enemy carefully. While a sharp demonic spear was just being swung, he wondered inwardly, is he awakening potential trouble? I need to strike him quickly and force the transfer of the star shard and the body. Suho regained focus astonishingly, and waves of aura surged powerfully. Across from him, Dojin, after slashing the demonic spear, leapt quickly away, retreating. A great doubt arose. What is this? As far as I know, a hunter's ability. A few short seconds passed, and his body no longer had a single scratch. His sharp gaze appeared, as lines of magical energy ran across Suho's body. He extended his clawed hand, and immediately pure black magical energy appeared. A dark warrior was rushing toward him from behind. Suho still stared with his bullet-shaped eyes raised, his shoulders beginning to transform. Drops of sweat still clung to his face, and in his mind he thought, is this dark form a weaponized manifestation of dark power? Thanks to the flexible nature of darkness, I can transform it in many ways. While Dojin was still naive, Suho's dark soldier charged like a fierce beast, its mouth wide open to hunt. But in just a swing of the sword, the soldier was cut in half by him. At that moment, a high-level dark troll appeared in his hand, swinging a spiked club forcefully backward. Its sharp claws crept toward Dojin, who was pointing the sword. Instantly, it spun in a half-arc, smashing the spiked club downward. The troll's jaws suddenly clenched, its face showing clear shock. The spiked club was completely stopped midair by the sword in Dojin's hand, and he declared triumphantly, I told you, these small fry can't do anything to me. It quickly retreated far backward, but in the blink of an eye, he spun around, unleashing a series of slashes. Just as he paused, Dojin was briefly surprised to see deep red energy in front of him. At that moment, Suho stepped forward with a dignified posture, waves of aura surging around him, red energy wrapping around his arms, and he quietly announced, in that case, I still have this. Dojin remained in place, just as the system panel displayed that the connection skill, Devil Strike, had been activated. A massive shockwave erupted, earth flying in all directions. In the middle of the battle, Suho leapt up with peak momentum, while Dojin recoiled, keeping one leg stretched and one bent to retreat easily. Inside Minsung's body, he seriously assessed that Mana Stream is quite dangerous, but I won't make so many openings in one strike. After that statement, he counterattacked, sending slashes one after another towards Suho, instantly cutting across his shoulder. Suho raised his head, blood beginning to spurt from his body. Inside that body, Dojin now grew even more confident, remarking, Don't worry, you haven't lost your power, only one leg is gone. Suho's eyes suddenly deepened, leaving only a pure black color visible. Immediately after, he gasped. A bright yellow gleamed, replacing the pupil. Each of his soldiers charged from behind Dojin, accompanied by his rapid exclamation. So the battered figure of him sitting flattened in the distance. On this side stood Suho with a heroic stance, accompanied by his elite shadow. Blood was already flowing on Dojin's face, and after taking that blow, he spoke, transferring the skill to my subordinate. His eyes gradually became hollow, his body almost unable to stand as he finished speaking, a kind of new power for me. At that moment, Dojin reached to pull Minsung's jaw and a tooth fell out, immediately recognizing. No sound could come out anymore, perhaps his jaw was broken. His entire body collapsed, yet he still calmly reminded himself, but my body can still move. I can hold on a little longer if I sacrifice him. From now on I must not be careless. The jaw was still wide open. Half of Minsung's face had returned along with the questions. What the hell is this? That damn guy has done this to me. Dojin froze for a moment, his face showing horror, shouting, "Lee Min-sung." After regaining his thoughts, he stood up, speaking disdainfully. Did the impact from that previous strike awaken him? A strong level 5 hunter being pummeled by a subordinate. Dojin angrily yelled, "Lee Min-sung, if you don't shut up." He curled the corners of his lips, his tone arrogant. "So what? I can still be worse. Do you think I fear death?" Min-sung began moving his limbs, simultaneously expressing his feelings. "I hate being underestimated. I hate being ignored." Then he pressed his hands strongly against his chest, his inner voice screaming, "If I could give those bastards a taste of suffering, I would." His frenzied actions suddenly stopped. Min-sung's eyes widened, staring ahead. At that moment, Suho's confident steps slowly advanced, and he taunted silently, "Come here, you bastard." Even though he couldn't hear a word, his inner self was still screaming in bursts. "Even if I can't be the main character, I will still perform my role completely." With that, Min-sung tensed, the rigid armor on his body shattering into pieces. He shouted loudly in his mind, "Taste the ultimate power of a villain." The fragments of his iron armor flew right in front of Suho. Suho's eyes began to shine with light, his fist coiling tightly with classic power. Without hesitation for a second, he dashed forward like lightning, instantly striking Min-sung in the stomach with a powerful blow. He stood there taking the full punch, his whole body collapsing, blood gushing continuously from his throat. At that moment, Suho slowly withdrew his fist, fresh streaks of blood still dripping down. The eye sockets holding his wide-open jaw showed large cracks. Within a few seconds, the eye sockets were completely shattered. Min-sung's weak hands rose, his throat straining, his hands trying to keep his jaw open. His mind gradually fell into despair as he thought of the scene. "So bad that now I have a hole in my stomach, and now my jaw is broken. Can't I even say my last words?" Large and small pools of blood spurted endlessly, and he thought to himself, "When that bastard from another planet appeared before me, I thought the chance to change this damn world had finally come. Yet this is my fate. Ever since the disastrous event, my life has been like a dead dog's." The memory of the first day meeting Tiju appeared in his mind, his gentle voice lingering. "Min-sung, do you want to work with me?" It made him furious. Damn it. Why would I think of that bastard Tiju at the last moment of my life? Even though he was near death, he still raised his hand proudly, declaring to himself, "Don't you dare look down on me from above. I am Lee Min-sung, a superstar." Despite the blood continuously flowing from his throat, a crooked smile appeared clearly on his face. The smile faded. Min-sung's pupils dilated to the maximum with the thought, "But why does that kid look like he's pitying me?" Right now, in front of him, Suho was closing in, his bright eyes fixed intently on his opponent. Then Min-sung's veiny arms relaxed and fell down. It was also when a series of notifications appeared together, notifying you have gained experience, you have leveled up, urgent mission, defeat Lee Min-sung, Itorim's disciple. Defeat Lee Min-sung, who had been possessed by Itorim's disciple and had his memories taken. The final notification appeared, you have completed the mission. It was also when Suho showed compassion, kneeling beside his dead body. At that moment, Essel stepped forward with a worried expression. "Your Majesty, you did it." Baru beside him also exclaimed, "I knew you would defeat Itorim's disciple." Suho did not respond, his thoughtful eyes fixed on the person below. After a few seconds of contemplation, Suho concluded, the person smiling in the final moment must have been Lee Min-sung, not Itorim's disciple. His empathy was revealed through the next words. Although there was not much conversation, he gave the impression of someone who had devoted himself completely to his desire. Seeing his expression, Baru silently speculated, "This must be the first time the king has killed a fellow being. Is he in shock?" Suho remained seated there, his contemplative voice rising. "Thanks to Lee Min-sung, I realized one thing." First, he recalled his original wish. After becoming a player, his purpose in life was only to find his mother. and become someone who could help his father. Next came what he had observed in reality, but now thinking back, he had no goal of his own. That must be why Lee Min-sung said he didn't even know what he wanted. Pieces of memories kept flooding back into his mind, prompting Suho to confide immediately. Suddenly remembering the battle with his father at the end of the training, the opponent harbored no grudges. The battle ended meaningfully with sincere words for him. Even though you are the enemy, I still respect you. Recalling his own terrified expression at the time, along with his father's opponent's words of regret, wishing he could be as strong as him, Suho collapsed his face into his hands, continuing the chain of confessions. At that moment, he had truly desired victory, so he also felt extremely disheartened. At that point, he straightened his back, eyes lifted to the clouds, saying, I don't know when my father became so distant and great, a person I could not even imagine reaching. I think I need to say this. Suho turned to look at Baru, Gray, and Essal, implicitly asking, having great ambition is a good thing, right? Then he raised a single finger, honestly expressing his inner desire. The stronger I become, the more I crave to be the strongest. Once again, he looked up at the golden-tinged clouds, resolute as he spoke of the future. I will surpass Itarim's disciple, the monarchs, and even my father. Then Suho looked back at his teammates, delivering his final short conclusion, that is the model I want to become. After hearing his words, Essel hesitated and said, Your Majesty. She fell silent, leaving space for Baru to speak, though I think it may be impossible, I will still support you. Gray also gave his opinion, I think becoming stronger than the Dark Monarch is extremely difficult. Suho, feeling exasperated, responded, Thanks for ruining the atmosphere, everyone. Although not fully supported, he calmed himself, thinking, well, it's understandable they feel that way, but never mind, let's check the rewards first. A series of notifications appeared from the system. You have received a reward. You have gained experience. You have leveled up. You have leveled up. The player has reached the required level. You will receive an advanced mission. Do you want to accept the advanced mission? Suho stared blankly at the system board in front of him, asking, Advanced mission. Looks like special rank 40 will allow me to receive the advanced mission. The status window appeared with information. Level 40, Mana 780, Passive Skill Endurance Level 3, Martial Arts Level 2, Strength Enhancement Level 1, Active Skill Royal Authority Level 2, Shadow Extraction Level 2, Storm Strike Level 1. Glancing over the list, Suho silently noted, Finally, I'm about to receive my profession. While he was still focusing on the system, 4 fingers from afar formed a rectangular frame, with his portrait clearly appearing in the center. As Suho's relaxed back emerged, those long, slender hands began to lower. From the middle of the air, the 2 hands moved. Everything that had just happened originated from Dajin, and now he spread his arms wide, his white wings fluttering to maintain balance in midair. One hand he raised to his forehead, at which point he admitted, It seems I've let my guard down. I didn't expect that masked black man to have such great potential. His sharp eyes gleamed brightly, decisively thinking, I have to make him my own. One of the powers Dajin inadvertently gained when collecting fragments of himself was the equivalent exchange scale. It allowed him to trade something of his own to obtain another item of equal value. His golden pupils began to oscillate violently. At that moment, Dajin declared, I will convert the life force of the surrounding disciples into mana. As soon as he finished speaking, the disciples collapsed on the ground, screaming incomprehensibly, their spiritual energy converging in one place. Above, his entire body radiated fiercely, his figure appearing extremely majestic. Dajin closed his fingers, a strong aura emanating continuously as he said, It will be something like this. He deftly manipulated his knuckles, forming a sparkling crystal at the center. Dajin shifted his stance, left hand drawing the energy taut, right hand holding the gem steady, arranged like a bow and arrow. He opened his eyes and smiled arrogantly, blood at the corner of his mouth. At that moment, Baru hesitated, calling out, Your Majesty. Then she said to him, Now I will try to search for information about Etarim's disciple within Lee Min-sung's memories. Suho, unaware, entrusted the responsibility to her, relying on her and that person, Baru. Before the truth was revealed, Suho stood there guessing, thinking, could it be that Lee Min-sung hates the world after the great disaster? If I don't become a player then? Suddenly, his eyes widened, pupils shrinking to tiny points. A fragment of a star pierced through Suho's stomach like a bullet, spiritual energy and blood gushing out simultaneously. Gray, Essel, and Baru were all stunned, staring at him. His body gradually weakened. He forced his eyes to look back, questioning in his mind, a single attack? From where? Not far in midair, Dojin had just launched the strike and was hovering there. After executing a precise attack, he curled his lips into a satisfied smile. The star fragment did not fly away from Suho, but remained lodged in a hole, spinning rapidly in multiple rotations. Streams of spiritual energy surged violently from the hole in Suho's body, and he collapsed, a scream tearing through the sky. He lifted his face and shouted out with fierce sounds, then realized that something was invading his mind. Followed by a flood of system messages, passive effect longevity, you will be immune to all diseases, toxins, and status effects, and gain extreme regeneration while sleeping. 3, 2, 1. Abnormal status removal failed. Longevity is analyzing the abnormal status. 3, 2, 1. Longevity confirms this abnormal status is similar to silent flame infection. Longevity will attempt to remove the abnormal status using silent flame data. 3, 2, 1. Experiment failed due to the presence of foreign substances. The system became unstable. Longevity will attempt to treat you. At that moment, at Dojin's place, he was still laughing contentedly, feeling that with it, they would gain the power of darkness. Suddenly, he fell silent, his eyes widening. Suho's teammates were struggling to lift his spirit, accompanied by good news from the system. 3, 2, 1. Abnormal status analysis successful. Longevity's effect removed the abnormal status. System recovery process initiated. Disciple transformation halted in the star field. At that moment, Baru called out loudly, "Your Majesty, are you okay?" He did not reply, silently thinking, longevity has successfully activated. I need to use darkness to cover. The worried faces of his teammates appeared clearly in Suho's eyes. The HP bar was reported to be rapidly increasing and decreasing uncontrollably. He muttered inwardly, "My wounds, my blood are still dropping. At this rate, I have to find a solution quickly." His index finger trembled as he reached out. There was no time to hesitate, and he immediately pressed the consent button. The system panel Suho touched displayed the question, "Do you want to accept the advanced mission?" Moments later, the notification for starting the advanced mission appeared, with a strange swirl visible before him. Very quickly, the system displayed the rules. Only players can enter the advanced mission. To seamlessly link your teammates, the descendants of the kings will be teleported to the dark dungeon. Dojin's mood was now unsettled, his gaze betraying his thoughts after the recent events. Suho fell into a weakened state, yet he still forced himself to look up. He entered the teleportation gate, and a dazzling light spread across the sky. Blue flames flickered in the mission execution area. At first, Suho closed his eyes, 1,000 questions racing through his mind. Too dark, I can't see anything. Am I dead? It hurts. I can feel heat somewhere nearby. But if my stomach hurts this much, does that mean I'm still alive? If so. Then he finally opened his eyes seriously, first wiping the sweat streaming down. Suddenly, Suho froze, astonished, staring at the empty space around him. The dark corridor was lit by scattered lamps, and he silently speculated, "This place is..." At that time outside, Suho's team had already vanished silently. Dojin's footsteps landed on the ground. The white wings began to droop. The white wings disappeared. He slowly stepped toward Min-sung's mangled corpse. He froze for a moment, thinking to himself, "There is no magic left around me." Suddenly a portal opened and took the black masked figure and the soldiers away. His gaze passed over Min-sung's body. Dojin silently noted, but it did not take Lee Min-sung, meaning only he and his allies could use the portal. Blood still on his lips, he slightly curled the corner of his mouth into a smirk. A sinister smile appeared on his face, thinking to himself, darkness and the black mask. Every time I fight them it always surprises me. Interesting indeed. Meanwhile, at Suho's place, his firm hands were pressing on the floor, every drop of sweat falling. He held a reverse stance, one hand supporting, the other stretched out. The sweat on Suho's body was sticky. He told himself that after arriving here, the hole in his stomach had completely healed, meaning his body had recovered. He turned 180 degrees, his feet firmly on the floor, muttering about the issue. At that moment, the system screen appeared before Suho with a line of text. The advanced mission does not allow other royal descendants to participate. The dark dungeon key cannot be used. He immediately concluded, meaning he could not use connection skills or the key to enter the dark dungeon. He looked at the place he was in and immediately realized, this must be the dungeon guide. This is exactly the dungeon that Suho's father created for him. Although when he had grown up the place no longer existed, the memories there remained. The days carrying giant weapons of all types and shapes, or the time he equipped armor to fight a deadly battle were all meticulously remembered. At that moment, he was walking down the corridor, his mouth constantly murmuring. But there were no knights left to defeat and no weapons to take. So why did he have to choose now just as the Vulcan horn had broken? He glanced coldly across the space, thinking to himself, why is there no detailed explanation of the mission? Do I have to open the gate and climb the tower like before? The further he went, the more doubts rose in Suho's mind. Does it mean I have to complete everything without using weapons or connection skills? Is this place always such a maze? His gaze stopped at a blazing torch. His chain of thoughts continued. This place feels both strange and familiar, with noises coming from everywhere. Then he suddenly froze when he saw something directly ahead. A majestic door set between two dark walls, making the symmetrical details stand out even more. Suho stepped up to the door, nervously scratching his head. The path was still there. But why did a boss room suddenly appear? Was the advanced mission half prepared? He stood there staring at the door, scratching his head for a long time. His firm hands pressed on the door, using just the double doors opened wide, and at that moment in his mind, there was a doubt. What will be behind the door? Once the advanced mission ends, will I become stronger like I once was? The first thing Suho had ever encountered in the dungeon was a knight. He did not hesitate, decisively taking long strides into the dark space ahead. After walking a while, he began to feel anxious. It was too dark. He could not see anything. From above, a faint silhouette appeared, and Suho noticed in time that there was someone over there. Wearing rigid armor, the figure seated above slowly pushed himself up with his hands. The moment Suho saw the figure's shape, his face turned pale, his pupils dilated. He froze, his feet stuck to the floor, unable to lift them. Opposite him, a shadow identical to himself appeared, radiating an extremely strong aura. Suho froze on the spot, watching another version of himself stepping forward from the front. The icy face of that figure struck his eyes, and he was utterly shocked to realize that this was himself from the tutorial in the past. His face turned purple. Unease surged. Must I fight myself? He thought. Back then I could even fully overpower Baru. The battle from that day replayed in his mind. Suho grew more and more worried. He had defeated Baru. While he was still hesitating, the tutorial figure clenched his fist, spiritual energy surging violently. With the rising momentum, he released the energy, and the floor beneath him shattered into pieces. Just a second later, the tutorial's power reached its peak, each wave of energy spreading as if it could tear the space apart. Frenzied spiritual energy combined with dark red aura surged towards Suho. Blood shot up to his face, and he panicked, calling out, "Wait!" Before he could react, a large hole appeared, and blood sprayed out in a circular arc. The tutorial struck without hesitation, putting all its strength into the classic punch. The 3 green torches, as usual, burned with intense heat. Suddenly, The first torch was extinguished, the light disappearing in an instant. On the battlefield, Suho could no longer stand firmly, his feet losing balance as he fell, his arms straining to support himself. In the dark space, his figure appeared very small. Sweat dripped stickily from his face. His eyes could not maintain calm as he asked, "Will I respawn here if I die?" He reached out, breathing heavily, doubt constantly emerging. Why must I fight myself in the boss room? Could the advanced mission really be to defeat my past self? Is that even possible? At this point, Suho suddenly went silent. His lips slightly parted. He closed his mouth, sweat running down to his jawline. He sprang up with the hole in his body, moving forward with the thought, "No, the system was created to make me stronger. If my mission is to defeat what is behind the door, then that means there must be a way to do it. Unlike the tutorial dungeon, perhaps elsewhere, there is another door." Carrying those thoughts, Suho walked a long distance and then quietly muttered, "I knew it." The door and its patterns appeared exactly the same, and he told himself, "There is another boss room." His steps barely lifted before he froze, hesitating, wondering, "Wait, what will be in this room?" Suho decided to step forward, telling himself, "Don't think about it anymore, whatever it is, it's still better than facing my past self." As usual, he quickly pushed the door open with both hands. Light from outside poured in, revealing a mess of children's toys, causing him to pause for a moment. Among all the toys, a small Suho was playing alone. His face showed no innocence, his sharp gaze turning to look shortly afterward. Suho was shocked, frozen in place, letting go of his hands, unable to believe the image before him. "Is that me as a child? What kind of dungeon is this?" The toys began to be controlled to float up. While he stood there, his mind struggling violently. Must I fight myself as a child? Even if it is myself, fighting a child is still wrong. At this moment, numerous toys in the room were levitated by the boy. Suho stood still, watching everything unfold before him, his mind in turmoil, unable to move, that is, the power of the ruler. The young version moved only one finger, energy radiating from it. Next, he swung his finger sideways, drawing a streak of energy. Finally, he pointed straight ahead, his finger sharp as if with a dagger. The surrounding air began to swirl, the scene blurry and dreamlike. Toys fell clattering to the floor, Suho's eyelids slowly closing. Following the first torch, the second torch was extinguished, leaving only the flame in the middle burning fiercely. Suho regained awareness once more, quickly forcing himself to stand, hands raised to hold his dizzy head. His face was purple, still horrified by what had just happened. "That's me as a child, breaking necks and killing me instantly. Now I cannot face both other versions. How am I supposed to complete this mission?" His eyes suddenly widened, staring in unmatched shock. Suho looked up in anger, now realizing the seriousness of the problem. "Wait, if I only have 3 lives, and in the tutorial I already died twice." Only one torch remained burning, Suho now realized. That means I only have 1 life left. Suddenly, the wall where the 3 torches were placed revealed countless other torches burning. The vaulted ceiling also sprouted clusters of blue flames. He instinctively looked up. The light poured downward, shining on his shocked face. What the hell? The flames flared one after another. Next to it, the system message appeared. Parallel world copy. Due to interference, the system encountered an error. Defeated the entity behind the door with the remaining lives. Until the advanced mission is completed, you cannot leave the dungeon. Suho did not dare to blink, thousands of questions racing through his mind. "Don't tell me, all these flames represent the number of lives I have. Is this a good thing?" Immediately after, he froze as he remembered something. But there is no way to level up here. He spun around, a notification ringing in his ear. Due to the presence of foreign substances, the system has become unstable, and he judged to himself, the reason for receiving such an absurd mission is because the system is malfunctioning. At that moment, the mission was sent. Defeat the creature behind the door with your remaining lives. Until you complete the advanced mission, you cannot leave the dungeon. Suho swallowed nervously, trying to steady himself. If that is the case, there is no guarantee that those flames really represent my lives. Nevertheless, his steps continued forward confidently, resolutely affirming one thing: I cannot give up here. The only choice I have is to move forward. His imposing figure advanced, despite all the strange darkness that remained unexplained. The seemingly random paths and the sudden appearance of boss rooms. Suho moved along the corridor, eyes scanning around, then concluded, then it is highly likely that there are still other rooms, but the problem is, I have no idea how vast this maze is. In his anxiety, he still tried to speak words to calm himself, because I have plenty of time, so if I search slowly, it should be fine. His words abruptly stopped. Suho stared into the dark corridor in front of him, feeling there must be something over there. In the pitch-black space, a few tiny parts of a green dinosaur appeared faintly. The toy dinosaur appeared clearly shortly after, its sharp teeth gleaming in a sinister smile. The green dinosaur grew larger. The young self and other toys also floated into view beside it. On one side, the young version's pupils flashed brightly, his mouth opening wide to scream. On the other side, the real Suho's face darkened, only able to exhale a gasp internally. He stepped back a few paces, shocked, loudly asking, "Why is my childhood self here? Could it have come out into the corridor through the door I just opened?" Without hesitation, Suho angrily turned back, sprinting forward with the thought, I have to run immediately. Suddenly, his knee was struck by an attack, the skin splitting, blood gushing out. The pain shot to his brain. Suho froze, eyes looking down. His calf was completely severed. He collapsed, screaming, while the young self continued to charge. He looked at the flying dinosaur along with the blood, unable to comprehend what had happened. Just hit by a toy and his leg exploded. Suho's hollow eyes glanced at his younger self, with a question in his mind: can royal authority create such terrifying speed? How am I supposed to complete this mission in this state? While he was still in turmoil, the footsteps accompanied by the surging aura of the tutorial self, until the dark magic from Suho's body flared, his sharp gaze fixed downward. He finally turned to confirm, his face completely purple, stammering, truly absurd. Just as he finished speaking, the tutorial self immediately kicked straight, sending Suho's head flying off his neck for a few brief seconds. Once he regained consciousness, Suho was slammed hard onto the floor by a punch. His other hand reached up to rub his head, shouting angrily, letting the boss roam the corridor like this is outright cheating. Why is it so difficult? Did my father also go through advanced missions like this? A smile spread across his lips. He regained his composure upon realizing, however, the fact that he was still alive proved that those flames were indeed his remaining lives. If the condition to complete the mission was to defeat the creatures in the room, then he did not need to engage them directly. He just needed to continuously challenge and find another room. Thus, Suho, the tutorial self, gave him more chances to attack, each time charging forward with momentum. He went mad under the intense punches of the tutorial self and the young self, for in Suho's heart at this moment, it didn't matter if he died. Despite going through countless painful deaths, losing limbs again and again, he still shouted once and repeated the cycle. From one attempt to another, Suho still hazily thought, after all, I have nearly infinite lives. His body kept deteriorating, yet he was determined that as long as he continued the challenge, he would surely find another boss room. Everything continued like this. He perished under the power of the two selves without rest. Pools of blood, large and small, gushed throughout the space. Every drop stained the floor, shattering it into fragments. After a long while, gradually growing weary of this path, Suho froze and asked, "But what will I do if, due to a system error, no other room exists here?" His eyes spun around, now realizing the gravity, infinite lives, but facing undefeatable enemies, and no way to level up. Isn't this hell on earth? The words he had spoken earlier echoed in his ears. The stronger I become, the more I crave to be the strongest. Remembering this, Suho gritted his teeth. the grinding sound ringing sharply. He wiped the blood from his mouth, scolding himself. The very words I spoke have become shackles forcing me to move forward. Damn it. The blood trail stretched across the floor. At that moment he made a clear decision. All right, then, I will redraw the dungeon map every time I die. Suho rummaged through his memory to draw it, resolving in his heart, I must do everything I can. At the same time, in the outside world, breaking news was being updated among the youth. The Hunters Association announced a ban on the use of stardust, which was once a popular substance among hunters as it was believed to have no side effects. But most users have shown symptoms of memory loss, and currently hunters who had used stardust are undergoing medical examinations. In another report, the vice president of the Deaf Guild, head of stardust distribution, was recently found dead at the foot of a mountain by a group of climbers this morning. A former star once considered a hero among hunters has now shocked the world as his crimes were exposed, and the Deaf Guild will face an investigation by the Hunters Association. Tiju ran his hand through his hair, his face full of remorse as he spoke. It's all my fault. In the large room with the other men, he continued to take responsibility. If I hadn't let Lee Min-sung escape back then, this wouldn't have happened. The man sitting on the other side of the table reassured him, Hunter Tiju, don't blame yourself like that. He could not hide his worry, lowering his head as he voiced his doubts. Yet there were still a few things troubling him. When I found Min-sung, he didn't look normal. He never had the skill to change his appearance like that. Jungin then offered a hypothesis. Could it be a skill created through stardust? Tiju's face still scrunched up, his heavy words answering, I'm not sure, but it's true that such a skill exists. Then he brought up another matter. Besides, the hunter in the black mask fought Lee Min-sung. Jungin continued to speculate. Could it be that this person was the one who killed Lee Min-sung? Jincheol muttered to himself, the hunter in the black mask. At that moment, Jungin reached into his jacket pocket, his face serious as he announced, just remembered, a minor in the group was reported missing. A portrait of Suho was thrown out along with a few brief words. His name is Sung Suho, registered as a D-rank hunter, but looking at the current situation, it's possible he is an imposter. Dajin, sitting at the corner of the table, spoke up. Can I see a picture of that person? He immediately agreed. Of course, after all, you're involved in this case. His cold, pale face appeared along with a pointed reminder from Jungin, Hunter Park Dajin. Soon after, the portrait was held in his hand. Before any confirmation, Jincheol silently suspected. It's highly likely Suho is the hunter in the black mask. Thousands of questions swirled in his head, but the boy is missing too. Hunter Sung Jinwoo, what exactly is happening to Suho? I hope the boy is safe. At that moment, a finger was placed over the portrait, covering half of Suho's face. Seeing the familiar face, Dajin could not hide his expression, curling his lips into a small smile. Meanwhile, at Suho's location, his dark pupils appeared clearly. The imagined map based on his memory was completed, resembling a maze with no escape. The maze grew larger day by day with each bloodstain, the structure repeating itself. After so much effort and struggle, everything still led to a dead end. The map had grown so large it nearly covered the entire floor. Suho froze for a moment, his gaze thoughtfully fixed on the strange maze. Then he lifted his head, a strange circle of light shining in, illuminating him. At the same time, Amit snapped, calling out, "Hey!" Its stance was proud, arms crossed as it spoke. Flying around won't bring the young monarch back. Why don't you calm down? Baru kept pacing in place, responding harshly, cold-blooded reptile. How can you tell me to calm down when no one knows how the young monarch is right now? Its eyes filled with tears, its voice rising in despair. Young monarch, I, Baru, am so worried I cannot sleep. Essel's mood was no better. She spoke up to soothe it. I understand why Baru is acting this way. 2 weeks have passed since the young monarch entered the gate. Amut could only mutter one sentence. You seem worried for the young monarch as well. She looked up at it, immediately rebutting, Aren't you too cold? You are just a companion like us. Amut's tone remained indifferent as it replied, "Then, are you truly looking at the young monarch? I understand that in your eyes, compared to the grand existence called the Dark Monarch, the young monarch is just a child, yet I have never met that Dark Monarch." At that moment, Suho was diligently inhaling the earth, unaware of Amut's comforting words. "I only know the young monarch, who has never uttered surrender, even if his bones are shattered, flesh torn, or spirit pushed to the limit." It looked up at the sky, its cold expression now explained. "I am certain that no matter what challenge he faces, he will remain safe." Baru regained some composure after its words, muttering 3 words, "Cold-blooded reptile." Essel smiled in relief, agreeing with a single word, "You are not wrong. All we can do is trust the young monarch." At Suho's place, after a period of intense training, he decided to rush forward to face his own powerful fist. His fist raised directly in front of the guide, he poured his strength into it and shouted, "Do you think I will continue dying under your hand?" All his efforts again proved futile. Suho merely raised his hand to block the strike and had to die as his body exploded. In another revival, he turned to the younger version, his long legs pushing off the walls to leap high. He assumed a stance with one leg raised, preparing to unleash an extremely fierce kick. The space fell silent as Suho's soul detached from his body after the blood spilled. At that moment, he muttered to himself, "I stopped counting how many dozens or hundreds of times I've died long ago. In these repeated deaths, I realized I could see their status windows. My younger self, even capable of tearing someone apart with psychic power. Little Sung Suho has no player level, yet his ruler's hand skill had reached maximum level." At that moment, the younger version remained seated cross-legged, using only the ruler's hand skill to finish the fight. In brief, it had a maximum level ability to control objects with power without touching them. Speaking of Suho's guide version, the one who could destroy everything with a single touch, the novice Sung Suho's profession is a pseudo-battle spirit. At the same moment, Amut snapped, "Hey!" Its stance was upright, arms crossed, asking, "Flying around won't bring the little monarch back. Why don't you calm down?" Baru kept pacing in place, huffing in reply, "Cold-blooded reptile, how can you tell me to calm down when no one knows where the missing monarch is?" Its eyes were filled with tears, voice pitifully rising, "Little monarch, Baru, am so worried I cannot sleep." Essel's mood was no better. She spoke up to soothe it. "I understand why Baru acted that way. It has been 2 weeks since the little monarch entered the gate." Amut only said, "You also seem worried about the little monarch." She looked up at it, immediately rebutting, "Aren't you too cold? You are just a companion like us." Amut's tone remained indifferent, replying, "If so, are you truly looking straight at the little monarch? I understand that in your eyes, compared to the great existence called the Dark Monarch, the little monarch is no different from a child, but I have never met that Dark Monarch." At that moment, Suho was diligently inhaling the floor, unaware of Amut's kind words. "I only know the little monarch, the one who has never spoken of giving up, whether bones are broken, flesh torn, or spirit pushed to the limit." He looked up at the high sky. The previously cold demeanor explained, "I am sure that no matter what challenge he faces, he will be safe." Baru regained some composure after those words, muttering 3 words, "Cold-blooded reptile." Essel smiled in relief, agreeing, "You are right. All we can do is trust the little monarch." At Suho's place, after a long period of training, he resolutely rushed up to confront with his strong fist. He raised his fist directly in front of the guide, while gathering strength and shouting, "You think I will continue to die at your hands?" All efforts failed once again. Suho only blocked the strike with his hand and his body exploded into pieces. In another resurrection, he turned toward his younger self, pushing off the walls with his long legs to jump high. He raised one leg high, ready to deliver an extremely powerful kick. The space fell silent. Suho's soul detached from his body amid the spurting blood, and at that moment he muttered to himself, "I stopped counting how many dozens or hundreds of times I have died long ago. In these repeated deaths, I realized I could see their status. The young version of me, though able to tear a person apart with psychic power. Sung Suho had no player level, yet his ruler hand skill had reached maximum level. At this moment, the younger version sat cross-legged, only using the ruler hand skill to finish off. Briefly, it had maximum level ability to manipulate objects without touching. As for Suho's guide version, one who could destroy everything with a touch. The novice Sung Suho's class was Pseudo Battle Spirit, and he was a level 99 monster. A surge of aura radiated from him. Suho glanced back, muttering a curse, "Damn it." He maintained a cold expression, yet his momentum continued to surge. After contemplating something, the guide stepped forward firmly. Then suddenly, he vanished from his standing position, shooting forward at lightning speed. Everywhere the guide passed, abundant force and radiant red energy lit up brightly, and Suho now had the gate wide open. A few seconds later, armored hands reached out from the guide. At that moment, he had stepped inside, slamming the door shut with both powerful hands. After the door closed, he finally had a moment to breathe heavily. Then, Suho slowly lifted his gaze, temporarily frozen for a moment to observe. Looking at the sturdy gate before him, he quietly asked himself, "He cannot pass through this gate, right?" Placing both fists on the door, he bowed his head, silently rejoicing. "Finally, I've escaped those bastards." Immediately after, Suho reminded himself that it still wasn't over, the important thing being the entity inside this room. Considering the two previous ones, it was highly likely that the being here was a past version of himself. The only ones he could think of were his versions from the beginning of the guide. At this moment, he carried the heaviest weaponry on him, along with his speculations, or perhaps at that time, if not one of the two, then who would appear this time? While he was still reasoning, a figure stepped up from behind. Suho turned his face to look, facing himself, this time armed with dual swords. He placed his hand on his shoulder, furrowing his brows, asking himself, "Is this round against the version of me with dual swords?" He glanced at himself in front of him, then noted that Sung Suho the guide and young Sung Suho were different past versions of himself, and the weapon he was holding was Raken's Fang and another sword called the Vulcan Horn. The red sword with curved engravings in his hand was the Vulcan Horn, classified as a sword. Suho stared at the system panel, feeling a bit uneasy, wondering, did this guy appear due to some glitch? His stats are. His train of thought was abruptly cut off as he noticed something on the system screen. Unexpectedly, a sinister smile appeared on Suho's lips. Without hesitation, he dashed forward. He stomped one foot hard, the other immediately crossing dual swords to block the strike. Both were thrown back in opposite directions, the dual swords landing on the ground, and Suho leaped high. His eyes gleamed sharply, extremely confident as he realized, finally, a worthy opponent has appeared. My rank and stats are far above his, especially my strength. In that guy's status window, the level showed 32, strength 75, stamina 41, agility 41, intelligence 41, reflex 41. Suho's lips curled further as his own status window appeared. Level 40, strength 1288, exceeding his by 1213, followed by stamina 41, agility 49, intelligence 49, reflex 54. At that moment, the dual sword version's pupils flashed sharply. He stepped forward with imposing momentum. Beside him a series of system notifications. Body enhancement skill activated. Attack and defense power of the player amplified. Wind skill of the planes activated. Movement speed and attack speed increased. Human resistance armor skill activated. Defense power enhanced. Sweat rolled down Suho's cheek. Doubts forming in his mind. Body enhancement. That's the skill Amit used. And why does he have so many buff effects? Before he could resolve his doubts, the dual sword version leapt and slashed repeatedly, and Suho naturally didn't hesitate, his body agilely twisting to dodge each sword strike. At that moment, the system reported another notification. Windstorm/skill activated for the dual sword version. Suho also reached for his blade, charging forward, muttering to himself, he even has a windstorm/. The two clashed head-on, simultaneously unleashing the windstorm/slash technique. Layers of energy surged and collided, tearing the surrounding air apart. A scratch appeared on Suho's face. He extended his blade and muttered to himself, "Good thing I kept this just in case my weapon breaks." At this moment, on the scratch, mixed with fresh blood, mysterious red spiritual energy glowed. An image of Braki screaming in agony, his body covered in countless slash marks, appeared. The one finishing him off was no stranger. It was Suho wielding dual swords at this moment. He was immediately shocked, stunned for a moment as he realized, what are these memories? This isn't the memory of me defeating Braki. Is this a mental attack? While he was still confused, the dual sword version seized the opportunity to strike. A sword swung, leaving a cut on Suho's forearm. The scene of him pointing and urging a female friend appeared. "All right, let's go, hurry up." That made him anxious. Yet another memory not his own. Could it be that he would receive more mental attacks every time this version harmed him? After the clash just now, both leapt apart, the dual sword version standing to one side. At a distance, young Suho was continuously retreating. At this moment, he hardened his expression, his eyes still sharp. Suddenly, the dual sword version slightly opened his mouth and whispered the name, "Arise." Instantly, from behind him, powerful dark spiritual energy erupted. The dark warrior just summoned had appeared. It charged forward, directly confronting Suho, shattering the ground with each attack. Up in the air, then back to the ground, they exchanged blows continuously. At that moment, Suho retreated to one side, Arise charging fiercely without a moment's rest. Their blades clashed with force, Suho tensed to confront, his face calm. Immediately after, a proud smile appeared, arrogance showing on his face along with a status notification, Knight rank. While still confused by this notice, yes, Knight rank, the dual sword version seized the opportunity and leapt forward. He rushed and swung a sword. Suho tilted to dodge, his blade following his opponent. He was fighting both Arise and the dual sword version alone, still questioning in his mind. If he can summon a dark warrior from nothing, does that mean he can store shadows at level 32? One side of Suho was gritting his teeth at the difficult situation, while the other side of the dual sword version looked very pleased. At that moment, he silently told himself, "The longer I fight, the more I realize the memories appearing in my mind belong to this Suho. They are experiences of me in another world, where there was another version of Beru, along with other versions of Essel, Gray, and Amot. And there was also me, who could resolve that event with them smoothly." The system had given Suho a challenge suitable for his current state, and he grew stronger after each trial. He truly didn't know if it was a glitch in this place that created him or not. Returning to the battle, the situation had become extremely critical. The only weapon in Suho's hand had already been knocked away. Opposite him, the Knight Arise continued pressing him with fierce momentum, this time wielding a large spike. He suddenly froze, standing there for a long moment. The spike pierced through Suho's palm, and in this desperate situation, he desperately asked himself, "Why? Why do you always give me challenges too difficult for me?" Each finger gripping the spike, every word continued in his mind. Why must I always push myself to the limit like this? While the dual sword version was preparing a finishing strike from behind, Suho kept murmuring to himself, "Not only is there no easy challenge, but I also have to die hundreds of times in this trial because the enemies are unreasonably strong." At this moment, his eyes blazed brightly, his strong snake-like hands gripping the sword hilt behind him. At the same time, Arise's body began to dissolve into faint smoke. A powerful clash rang out, the metallic screech echoing through the air. Absorbing the Dark Knight's strength, Suho decisively stretched out his hands, blocking the two sharp swords of the dual sword version. His hands were enhanced, streams of spiritual energy radiating from Suho's eyes as he said, "What I discovered after dying countless times and experiencing endless despair is that if I just sit there doing nothing, I will never improve this situation." The proud expression from earlier on the dual sword version's face changed, replaced by sheer horror. Suho turned the situation around, delivering a fist imbued with commanding momentum straight at the crossed swords. A series of rapid punches followed immediately, while internally he thought, the problem here is not whether the system is faulty or not, but that the way I have been using this system from the start was wrong. At this moment, the dual sword version was holding Raken's fang tightly in one hand while spinning the Vulcan horn with the other. Suho's eyes widened at his actions. Then, as the dual sword version slammed both weapons down, Suho quickly braced himself to escape, simultaneously realizing that the one nurturing him was not the system. He had to take advantage of it instead. At that moment, his supporting hands gradually withdrew the dark energy of Arise. Suho's legs rose into the air, forming a sharp, angular spike. He decided to maintain this countering stance with the thought, I will no longer follow the path the system has set for me, because my future will change based on my own decisions. Thinking this, he gradually lifted his face, his bullet-shaped eyes scanning. Then Suho slammed his spike foot down with force. The dual sword version was instantly knocked far away. He retreated while quickly extending the swords to maintain balance. The battle continued as Suho rolled to rise, simultaneously crouching his legs to gain momentum. Moments later, he lunged close to the dual sword version, a powerful punch striking directly into his stomach. His entire body and the thick stone wall behind him shattered under the blow. Not stopping there, he continued to roar like a wild beast, the dark energy reinforcing his fists. The decisive punch was delivered, the scene turning into chaotic smoke, the force creating a sharp whistling in the air. The dust gradually dispersed, and Suho's body began to appear clearly. He stood up holding his shoulders, head bowed, breathing heavily and rapidly. He stepped forward to look at the dual sword version's body, numerous lines of text appearing. The mission is to eliminate the existence behind the door with the number of lives given to you. Existence behind the door 1-on-1. The player has completed the promotion mission. You have received the title Survivor Against Adversity. The title Survivor Against Adversity. This is a title awarded to those who have spectacularly overcome adversity. The more stamina you lose, the more your stats increase. You will gain 1% of your stats each time you lose 1% of stamina. Suho's hands released the dark energy, and his heart suddenly felt at ease. Finally, it was over. Beside him, system messages kept appearing, conducting motion analysis and determining the appropriate profession. You have chosen the path of struggle instead of bowing to a far stronger opponent. Your will has not collapsed even after dying hundreds of times. You have developed both physically and mentally despite facing circumstances that seemed impossible to overcome. Your creativity will always bring positive solutions in moments of crisis, and your unwavering determination will inspire those around you, ensuring that everyone achieves the goal together. 3 glowing objects hovered in front of Suho, each declaring, you may choose one of the following 3 professions. He furrowed his brow, rereading the words, 3 professions. The system began a detailed analysis. The first profession is Dark Inheritor. If you choose this, the system will become your guide to becoming the Dark Inheritor. The second profession is Spirit Battle Knight. After reviewing past data, you have been offered the hidden profession Spirit Battle Knight. Your previous stats will not be restored, and dark skills will disappear. The third profession is recommended based on the player's characteristics. This hidden profession depends on the achievements you have earned in the promotion mission, and dark skills will disappear. After hearing this, Suho struggled with his thoughts. The first option changes nothing. The second forces him to follow the path of the past, and the third means losing everything to experience new things. Then his expression turned icy, and in a low voice he asked, "Are you joking?" His hands began to reach out, pouring out complaints. I have endured countless painful deaths here, only to receive a reward for those unreasonable hardships. First seizing a profession, Suho declared seriously, I will take them all. After a moment, he began to harmonize with the other roles. His entire body radiated. Outside, Baru was lying on the ground again, tears streaming down her face. Her voice choked as she called out the name, Little Lord. Essel lifted her up, eyes shifting toward Amut as she brought up the matter. "It's been 3 weeks and we still haven't heard any news of him," she cried bitterly, her voice breaking with each word. "Crocodile, little lord, will he be all right?" Gray was also sitting there, shedding tears, and Amut finally spoke. "I didn't expect him to remain silent for so long. Perhaps something has happened to him." A faint sound arose, and Gray immediately turned his gaze toward the source. Suho's footsteps clatter on the ground, his familiar voice calling out, "Is everyone all right?" The 4 of them, Amut, Essel, Baru, and Gray, looked in the same direction. His familiar figure stepped closer, his hand raised in greeting. "Long time no see." Amut remained composed, saying nothing. Gray yelled joyfully, while Essel and Baru murmured something to each other. Then the voice calling the little lord echoed across the sky. The next morning, the sun appeared, casting light across the tall buildings in the middle of the district. Inside the association hall, Jinho's face showed extreme worry. In the quiet room, he bowed his head and asked, "No news of Suho?" Jin Chial reluctantly replied, "It's shameful, but the Hunter Association has no information at all about the boy." He paused before adding, "The current atmosphere in the association is unstable. Many people think Suho has killed Lee Min-sung." Jinho stood up abruptly, shouting, "There's no way Suho killed anyone." He agreed, "I don't think he would do such a thing. Surely he is connected to Iturum as you mentioned." Jin Chial's face darkened as he sadly declared, "In the previous world, I could do nothing for Sung Jinwoo, who fought alone, but I will not let Suho fight alone." In the tense silence, the phone on the table vibrated, its screen displaying a warning. He picked it up, softly saying, "Wait for me a moment." Looking at the phone screen, Jin Chial's mind filled with thoughts. How many times has this happened? The Hunter Association should know about this. It's unbelievable another dungeon break has occurred. Goblins had rushed out of the dungeon, destroying the peace of the people in just moments. The goblins smashed through the obstacles in their path, igniting fires large and small. The hunters were present to stop them, but when a goblin swung its fist, a man took the full blow. The hunter was grabbed and lifted high, his tongue still writhing in his desperate struggle. The remaining hunters cursed in turn. Damn it! Why did such a large dungeon collapse happen right in the city? Outside, everything was becoming chaotic, but in a corner, Dajin calmly sighed. Looking around, in his head appeared the thought, to join and become part of the core team of the Hunter Association. I need real achievements. The greater the damage, the more the public will stir. And that is also the opportunity to make a mark. This is the lesson I learned before. Humans are indeed strange creatures. They only remember those mentioned most, and never bother to remember the hunters who pioneered and fell silently while saving others. While the low-level hunters were being cornered, a brave hunter leapt up, swinging his sword in a horizontal arc across the goblin's face. Green blood began to pour out. The monster screamed in a terrible voice. The steps of the brave hunter advanced. He shielded the weaker hunters behind him and said, "Everyone stay behind me." They cheered with joy. "We are saved. It is B-rank hunter Hwang Yihyung." Dajin heard the words. He clasped his hands together, forming a triangle seal. Along with his intention, B-rank, not acceptable. I have to make him step aside. This stage is meant to focus only on me. The goblin leader obeyed his command, quickly gathering energy. Immediately it launched a fatal strike at Yihyung. He could not block it. Blood spouted continuously. To finish him off, it swung again. His entire body was smashed into a pile of rubble. Yihyung collapsed on the stones, utterly exhausted, asking himself, what? Did the monster's magic suddenly increase? Immediately, the goblins continued, raising their classic fists and charging forward. This time not 1 but 3 monsters struck him at the same time. Witnessing this, the other hunters were either stunned or pale in horror. Drops of blood fell one by one, forming a red pool on the hard stones. The goblins looked increasingly terrifying, their hands soaked in blood, eyes gleaming in the midst of the brutal battlefield. Sung-hyun trembled all over, his face contorted, only able to whisper 2 words, "Damn it." This hunter was lucky to receive an unexpected sum of money to treat his leg and buy a new weapon. He thought he could make a living as a hunter once again. But when facing that goblin monster, Sung-hin was overwhelmed with despair. Perhaps it was too reckless for a D-rank hunter like him to rush in to save people. Just as Sung-hin closed his eyes in resignation, a male figure flashed past him like the wind. Suho's figure appeared fiercely amidst the goblins. He had now opened his eyes, and his first action was to open his mouth and scream in shock. At that moment, half of a goblin's face exploded into pieces. Another one opened its mouth wide and immediately swallowed a bomb. In an instant, he had successfully eliminated the chaotic monsters. Then he tilted his face to one side, revealing the black mask clearly. Sung-hin was shocked again when he realized that the mask belonged to the young man who had gone on a solo conquest earlier. He had heard that although he was D-rank, he could kill monsters so easily. At that moment, Suho extended his hands overflowing with darkness and softly said, "This is a good opportunity to test the skills I received from the career choice mission." The corpse of a goblin on the ground began to rise as dark shadows. In just a moment, its entire body had transformed into a dark shadow maw. Amidst the bloody battle, Suho stretched out both hands. From him emanated waves of energy and dense dark shadows. He controlled the shadows to surge forward, and Sung-hin had to raise his hands to block, stammering, "What is—" He and the other hunters all had black armor, even their weapons were equipped, which surprised them. "What is this?" These black equipment pieces suddenly appeared. Baru's cheeks flushed red, proudly asking, "Little Lord, now you can use shadow transfer on others as well." He immediately denied that thought. This skill is not shadow transfer. Then Suho raised a weapon and said, "Actually, it is originally an item. This is the Naga Dark Warrior Spear, artifact rank common, type spear." On Sung-in, there was the Naga Dark Warrior Gauntlet, artifact rank common, type gauntlet, defense plus 15, durability plus 2, alongside the Naga Dark Warrior Sword, artifact rank rare, type sword, attack plus 55, agility plus 5, effect, magic penetration enhancement, ignores 10% of the target's defense when attacking. Knowing this truth, Baru was even more stunned. He uses Dark Soldiers to create items. Even the Dark Lord has never used this ability before. She looked at him, making her own deduction. This is the state after the Little Lord leveled up. It is the power of the White Shadow mutation. Suho's black mask gradually faded, and his mouth opened, speaking to Sung-hin. "If you can still fight." The other goblins rushed forward, yet he calmly continued from before, "Can you lend me your strength?" At that moment, Dojin's hands were already placed on the partition. He stood up abruptly, exclaiming, finally the person had appeared. He glanced over once and commented, "This is a new power. He is completely different from before." His pupils glowed a bright yellow. He muttered the name again, Sung Suho, then asked himself, is he any different from the darkness that fought alone with its own strength? After consulting Sung-hin's opinion, Suho swiftly turned toward the goblins charging forward. At that moment, the status window appeared, showing he was at level 42, career mutation, White Shadow, title Conqueror, full HP, all stats increased, passive skill endurance level 4, martial arts level 2, strength enhancement level 1, active skills, ruler's fist level 2, shadow extraction level 2, shadow creation skill level 1, exclusive career skill without mana, transform shadows into items based on the player's imagination. Shadows used to create artifacts cannot be reverted to Dark Soldiers. The scene shifted to Japan, at the Ichilai Guild. A place once peaceful suddenly faced a horrific attack, dust and smoke spraying everywhere. Inside the guild, Ryo Singh's eyes were wide open, blood trickling from his throat. He thought inwardly, "Suho, I'm sorry for responding to your kindness like this." Inside the large room, the bodies of men lay miserably on the floor. At that moment, large footsteps approached, and a voice asked while walking, "You said the one who killed my people is in Korea." The imposing man stepped toward the door, declaring to the girl standing beside him, "We are going to Korea." I will never forgive anyone who dares touch my belongings. In the high sky, layers of blue and white clouds mingled across the horizon. Suddenly, that peaceful scene was replaced by dark, dense clouds. From between the blue and white clouds, a black vortex appeared, sunlight shining down from the center of the spiral. Below that strange sky was the back of a young girl, standing alone amid a blowing snowstorm. She took steps forward, her silhouette becoming increasingly blurred by each gust of snow. After moving a distance, it became almost impossible to clearly recognize the girl. Amidst the thick snow, not long after, a helicopter appeared high above. Below, in the middle of the chaotic city, the streets were cracked in places and intact in others, dust and smoke rising thickly. The battle between the hunters and the goblins continued. One by one, the goblins were struck and killed instantly. At that moment, Suho leapt high, his sharp gaze sweeping around, his strong legs swinging downward with force. He kicked directly into the face of a goblin. Its face twisted, sharp teeth shattered in an instant. It fell sprawled to the ground, and Suho stepped forward quickly, a bit unsettled inwardly. I killed all of them with a single strike. Now I don't even know how strong I am. Regaining his composure, he glanced around to observe the situation. At the hunter's battle point, the ferocious goblins rushed forward, one person standing in front to block the attack. Behind him, Sung-hin took a breath, raising his weapon clad in armor, and said, I have obtained the black armor and my body has become lighter with this. He leapt up, swinging his bow-shaped sword, and proudly declared, Now I can handle the monsters. Seeing this scene, Suho smiled faintly inwardly. Seeing him fight so well, I probably don't need to help. It seems these dark equipment pieces will enhance stats to make hunters stronger. With that, he stretched out his hand, raising his index finger along with the command to rise. The skill Suho gained after changing his career, shadow creation, is a skill that allows him to use shadows to create items. He can obtain the materials he wants from information from the shadow soldiers, then reconstruct the shapes he needs by dismantling and reassembling them. At that moment, Suho squinted his eyes, concentrating deeply. After a while, he slowly opened his eyes. Now, from his shoulders down to his waist, a layer of shadow armor had enveloped him. He looked down at the items on his body, system panels appearing in turn. First, the black battle Naga shoulder armor, rare crafting grade, plus 28 defense and plus 25 attack. Next, the black battle Naga gloves, common grade, plus 55 attack, plus 4 strength. And finally, the black battle Naga belt, rare grade, plus 20 defense, plus 4 agility. Suho clenched his fists, forming a judgment inwardly. The level of each item I create is different. The armor I conceived is all rare grade, but the gloves I forced to create are only common grade. That means I need to craft items matching the materials to reach higher grades. Now he had also gained a new title, Overcomer of Adversity. The information about the skill for storing dark shadow items, level 1, an exclusive class skill that requires no mana. Dark items can be stored by absorbing them into the user, and stored items can be summoned and reabsorbed at any time. Suho was genuinely thrilled after receiving this notification. From the moment he changed his class, he could finally store shadows, even if only as items. Another notification about the skill followed. When you give a dark shadow item a unique name, it transforms into a weapon that can level up, applicable to dark items of hero grade or higher. You can equip dark items with a 30% stat increase. Not long after, a helicopter appeared high above. Below, in the middle of the chaotic city, the streets were cracked in places and intact in others, dust and smoke rising thickly. The battle between the hunters and the goblins continued. One by one, the goblins were struck and killed instantly. At that moment, Suho leapt high, his sharp gaze sweeping around, his strong legs swinging downward with force. He kicked directly into the face of a goblin. Its face twisted, sharp teeth shattered in an instant. It fell sprawled to the ground, and Suho stepped forward quickly, a bit unsettled inwardly. I killed all of them with a single strike. Now I don't even know how strong I am. Regaining his composure, he glanced around to observe the situation. At the hunter's battle point, the ferocious goblins rushed forward, one person standing in front to block the attack. Behind him, Sung Hin took a breath, raising his weapon clad in armor, and said, "I have obtained the black armor, and my body has become lighter with this." He leapt up, swinging his bow-shaped sword, and proudly declared, "Now I can handle the monsters." Seeing this scene, Suho smiled faintly inwardly. Seeing him fight so well, I probably don't need to help. It seems these dark equipment pieces will enhance stats to make hunters stronger. With that, he stretched out his hand, raising his index finger along with the command to rise. The skill Suho gained after changing his career, Shadow Creation, is a skill that allows him to use shadows to create items. He can obtain the materials he wants from information from the shadow soldiers, then reconstruct the shapes he needs by dismantling and reassembling them. At that moment, Suho squinted his eyes, concentrating deeply. After a while, he slowly opened his eyes. Now, from his shoulders down to his waist, a layer of shadow armor had enveloped him. He looked down at the items on his body, system panels appearing in turn. First, the Black Battle Naga shoulder armor, rare crafting grade, plus 28 defense and plus 25 attack. Next, the Black Battle Naga gloves, common grade, plus 55 attack, plus 4 strength. And finally, the Black Battle Naga belt, rare grade, plus 20 defense, plus 4 agility. Suho clenched his fists, forming a judgment inwardly. The level of each item I create is different. The armor I conceived is all rare grade, but the gloves I forced to create are only common grade. That means I need to craft items matching the materials to reach higher grades. Now he had also gained a new title, Overcomer of Adversity. The information about the skill for storing dark shadow items, level 1, an exclusive class skill that requires no mana. Dark items can be stored by absorbing them into the user, and stored items can be summoned and reabsorbed at any time. Suho was genuinely thrilled after receiving this notification. From the moment he changed his class, he could finally store shadows, even if only as items. Another notification about the skill followed. When you give a dark shadow item a unique name, it transforms into a weapon that can level up, applicable to dark items of hero grade or higher. You can equip dark items with a 30% stat increase. He looked up at Suho once more and confirmed to the person on the other end. "Yes, sir, he is standing right in front of me." The young boy's mind was blank, only realizing that this must be the newly emerged S-rank hunter, Park Dajin. Then a question popped into his mind. Why is he smiling at me? Dajin disconnected the earpiece and replied, "Yes, I understand." The conversation ended. He loudly called out the title, "This hunter Sung Suho." Suho did not respond, only curious about one thing. Why is he smiling again? He took a step forward, announcing, "The Death Guild has requested me to bring you to the Hunters Association." Suho still innocently waved to refuse Death Guild. "It seems I am not being summoned by the association yet." Dajin understood silently. Seeing how he appeared in front of so many people, it seems he still knows nothing. Then he delivered news that shocked Suho to the core. "Currently, you are wanted for the murder of Vice Chairman Lee Min-sung and related charges involving stardust distribution." He simultaneously unleashed energy and lightly warned, "I think it is best if you follow me without causing any trouble." Suho had no time to respond when other hunters suddenly surged forward to object. "Wait, I don't know if there's a misunderstanding, but he helped us. This is clearly abuse of authority." Amid everyone's support, Suho calmly spoke, "It's okay, thank you all for helping." Hearing this, Sung-hin's face fell in shock and worry. Suho then took a few steps forward and looked back to inform Dajin, "I will go on my own. Anyway, I was planning to go to the association." He replied, "I would be grateful if you did so." Even though Suho accepted responsibility, Sung-hin still stood there in regret. This young man was so generous, he even gave us armor. Just after finishing, the dark shadow was fully withdrawn by Suho, leaving all three staring blankly after his words. "I need to carry my shadow with me." A brief overview of the Dark Item Storage skill. Currently level 1, dark items are stored by absorbing them into the user, and can be summoned and reabsorbed at any time. Knowing this, Suho felt immensely relieved. Great, now I can finally store shadows. His body, filled with fierce dark energy, was clearly visible in Dajin's eyes. While Suho tilted his head in curiosity, "Aren't we going?" He stood there again, asking inwardly. Sung Suho. His aura had completely changed. What has he gone through recently to become so strong? The effectiveness of the star fragment on him has decreased. I need to develop the star fragment so I can turn an S-rank hunter into a follower. After a while, Dajin finally strode alongside him, his mind still in fierce conflict. Should I stay near him until then? Behind them, Sung-hin froze in shock as the phone rang. He and the other hunters all received the same message. Tilting their heads in confusion, "What is?" On the screen, a series of urgent notifications appeared. After reading, everyone exclaimed in surprise, "Isn't that the Jisan prison for awakened individuals who committed brutal crimes? And now there's a mass jailbreak." Suho's steps halted as he heard the judgment. Could it be Stardust, the illegal awakening support drug? No way. He stood still, silently repeating the words Stardust in his mind, and Dajin had already noticed. Suho spoke up, saying we need to stop the escapees, and Dajin calmly stepped forward, saying, "There are hunters there already, you don't need to go." Suho insisted, "If the escapees have used Stardust, the hunters there won't be enough." Dajin kindly reminded him again, "If you don't go to the association now, there will be trouble." But Suho barely paid it any mind, his body radiating fierce energy as he responded, "Then there will be trouble." Hearing Suho so resolutely, Dajin paused to carefully consider for a long moment. Then he slowly closed his long white sleeve and announced, "Well, I tried my best to stop Hunter Sung Suho but failed." Around Suho, powerful flames now surged, his hair standing on end, revealing a black cross-shaped mark, and he replied, "Thanks, I will definitely go to the association afterward." Suho's purple eyes scanned the space, and before leaving, he left behind 2 words, "Farewell." In just a blink, he carried the powerful energy surrounding him and vanished from sight. Dajin watched him go, stroking his chin with satisfaction. "Actually, this is good. I'll take this opportunity to see just how much he's grown in strength." Meanwhile, at Jisan prison, alarms blared loudly, red warning lights flashing everywhere. Inside, the corpses of numerous prisoners were piled into heaps. Golden light shone down in shades of yellow and orange, causing the prison to collapse, making the chaos even worse. A shackle with a digital time display was raised by a sunburned hand, accompanied by a curse. "Damn, those bastards are truly cruel." Activating it, 6 sharp mana spikes simultaneously appeared around the collar, and the man continued to proclaim, "I never expected them to stuff mana into our collars to execute us." The man sat proudly atop the rubble, forcefully throwing the shackle to the ground and asked loudly, "You see that, right?" The shackle rolled several times across the ground, yet not a single scratch was left. The other prisoners all turned toward him as he spoke critically. "We only used the power we gained after the great catastrophe, yet the Hunter Association treats us like criminals and locks us up here. I will take revenge on the association now." He was merely one prisoner, speaking on behalf of the criminals below, declaring, "There are hundreds of awakened individuals from rank B to D here. Release your pent-up rage, let them see the power of this fury." That person stood up with determination, raising his hands and shouting commands with authority. "Let's break out of here." The man giving those commanding orders was Hwang Dong-suk, a genuine prisoner. Amid the heart of the city, the announcement from the loudspeaker sounded serious. "A large-scale prison break has occurred at Jisan prison. Residents nearby, please follow the hunter's instructions and evacuate quickly." In a family apartment, the atmosphere was extremely quiet, every object illuminated by the light from outside. At that moment, the door endured a surge of molten lava, and through the molten gap, a pair of strong hands reached in, easily unlocking the door with a click. 3 prisoners, Jinwook, T-Gun, Sik stepped inside together. T-Gun cautiously asked, "Is there anyone here?" Sik confidently responded, "They must have all run away after hearing the warning." They changed clothes, wearing the homeowners' outfits to disguise themselves as civilians. Even after changing into elegant clothes, Jinwook still felt a little worried. "But can we resist the Hunter Association? They have S-rank and A-rank hunters," Sik impatiently declared. "Didn't you hear the plan? If we take over the city and take hostages, what can S-rank hunters do to us?" After finishing, he raised a shining star fragment, arrogantly continued, "Moreover, we have the star fragment that Big Brother Dongsuk took. Do you think why the Hunter Association declared it illegal? Because they are afraid that if everyone becomes stronger, their power will be diminished." Hearing that, they all became more arrogant. It seemed true. If everything was as Big Brother Dongsuk said, then we will also have an S-rank on our side. After changing clothes, T-Gun ran out excitedly and said, "Look here, there is even a stock of fine liquor." Sik angrily shouted, "Are you joking? Quickly prepare and leave." He ignored it, cheerfully continued, "There is even Macallan aged 30 years. He lost patience because of the luxury, immediately followed T-Gun and declared, "Damn it, isn't that bottle worth thousands? We can't leave this behind." At the gap of the wardrobe, a young boy raised his phone, trying to suppress a sob while whispering in his heart, "I have to report this to the hunters." The message typed from earlier had been successfully sent. Tears ran down in 2 streams. The boy looked horrified through the door. At that moment, the wardrobe doors were thrown open. Jinwook held up the precious bottle of liquor and asked, "Want to drink with us?" On that fateful day, the whole city sank into a sea of fire. All companies were shrouded in thick smoke. On the ground, hunters fought tirelessly. The enemies were all prisoners unconcerned about life and death. They went mad. Their strength was so great that they could easily kill a hunter. In a nearby corner, Hwang Dongsuk, a C-rank prisoner, smiled cheerfully and exclaimed, "Isn't the view beautiful?" His red eyes, the corners of his mouth stretched with a firm declaration, "Just as I command. Even high-rank prisoners must obey. This is the power I possess." At that moment, a figure came from behind, speaking. While the prisoners were stalling, "Let's go quickly." As soon as he saw the person, the man angrily reminded him, "You are just a subordinate of my younger brother. Don't talk too much." The person replied, "I do not serve your younger brother. I only follow his orders." The one at the back was Kang Tishik, a B-rank awakened. He continued to explain, "The mission was to secretly take you, a C-rank awakened, abroad." Dongsuk was silent for a few seconds, his face beginning to frown. He turned around, his rough hands grabbing Tishik's collar, and asked loudly, "You said you are B-rank, right? Are you looking down on me because I am lower rank than you?" He did not answer. His eyes rolled down with the question in his mind, always acting strong, while in reality he is a coward who does not dare to ingest the star fragment for fear of side effects. Should I just kill him? Previously, Dongsuk's younger brother had arrogantly declared, "Oppose the Hunter Association. I have no interest." That was just an excuse to incite the prisoners to cause trouble. During the chaos, "You bring my older brother here. The mission will be considered complete." The sharp eyes of the man appeared behind black glasses. Each following warning emphasized, "You know what will happen if you fail, right?" At that moment, Dongsuk, impatient, defiantly raised his face, urged, and answered quickly. Tishik still did not speak. First he took a deep breath. A thought arose, "I cannot turn this S-rank into my enemy." Then he raised one hand high, finally agreeing, all right, I will bring you to meet your younger brother as you wish." The scene shifted to the Hunter Association building. Now a helicopter was landed on the rooftop. A tall figure wearing iron armor appeared immediately afterward. Jungin and Jin Cheol were present together. At this time he was still cheerful and joking. "This is the first time I have gone into battle with the association president since the great disaster." He glanced back and replied briefly, "I cannot just sit by and watch the citizens suffer." Regaining seriousness, he addressed the matter. "What exactly happened with the prisoner restraint devices?" Jin Cheol speculated. It seems the control center in the prison was completely destroyed by someone. Moreover, some hunters allied with the association nearby were also mysteriously attacked. Currently a few are in critical condition. Jungin lifted his glasses as he shared his conclusion. A control center managed by an rank hunter was destroyed, and moreover, the criminals currently had previously used star fragments, indicating someone is behind them. At that moment, a step forward continued. So, there really is a mastermind behind these rebellions. Jin Cheol nodded gratefully. Thank you for coming. We truly appreciate your cooperation, Hunter Lim Tiju. At that moment, two important figures, Tiju and Dajin, appeared. He quickly mentioned one matter. I was informed that Sung Suho did not respond to the Hunter Association's summons. Jin Cheol froze, uneasy in his heart about what was going on with Suho. He continued, his tone firm. He only left a message saying he would go to Jisan prison. If someone involved in the illegal distribution of star dust goes to where the criminals are using star fragments, then no further explanation is needed. Following that were sharp deductions from Tiju. Perhaps from the beginning, he wore the mask to kill Lee Min-sung, to conceal his involvement in the star dust distribution. And if we include that he registered, he fixed his steel-like eyes downward, his deep voice resounding, then he is truly a dangerous criminal. That is the assessment as well as the reason I am participating in this criminal suppression mission. Seeing Tiju's decisiveness, Jin Cheol immediately defended. We still don't know whether Hunter Sung Suho went to Jisan to help or not. Jongin calmly asked. So after disappearing without a trace, he suddenly appeared, refused the association's summons, and headed straight to Jisan. Even concealing his awakening level all this time is already unreasonable. Then he asserted, he is unpredictable. We should act on the assumption that he is a bad person. Jin Cheol, confused, asked Hunter Choi Jongin, even you think so? While the three were in tension, Dajin, eyes half closed, spoke quietly to himself. Right now I cannot face the S ranks. Could it be that Sung Suho did not anticipate this would happen? When the Hunter Association banned star dust, he expected its distribution would become more difficult. Yet they still accepted the side effects just to inject a star fragment, allowing him to monitor everything from afar. Dajin was extremely curious, wondering what Suho would do next. At that moment, a few of Suho's feet stomped hard on the ground. His entire body leapt, every place he paused leaving trails of energy light. He dashed through the wind, his mind saying, I thought if I used the monster fusion skill, I would get there faster. Well then, just endure a little longer, Gray. Gray could not respond. His emotions were in complete panic. Suho's light beam quickly crossed the large hill. His entire body jumped high. The sea of fire in the city appeared right before his eyes. He gradually leapt down below, and asked aloud, already here? Suddenly, Suho's mind was violently shocked. Right now, hundreds of thousands of screams were ringing in his ears. Help me, please, I will do anything. Those words echoed in Suho's mind. He gritted his teeth as he realized. Those were the voices of the people screaming, and the reason he could hear them was because his senses had become sharper thanks to the linking skill. He stopped his gaze at a narrow alley between two high-rise buildings, determined in his heart, the longer I wait, the greater the damage will be. I can't hesitate any longer. Thinking this, he and Gray easily descended below, spinning a few times, appearing in a majestic stance. Suho panted, his cold eyes fixed in one direction. Before him, the cold-blooded prisoners had just ended dozens of lives while looking up. One of them shouted, What the hell is that? Another smirked, his voice calm, speaking of the matter. A dog and a kid just fell from the sky. At that moment, Suho wiped the sweat off his face, quietly admonishing Gray. You did well despite being exhausted, Gray. From now on, I will handle this myself. The bald prisoner's lips twitched when he noticed. What? You are a hunter too? The man next to him began stroking his knife, his voice arrogant, looking so tired. What do you plan to do? As soon as he finished speaking, a beam of brilliant energy flashed and engulfed the bald prisoner. His whole body shook violently, his eyes wide with terror, and he let out a scream. Seeing Suho standing on top of the corpses of fellow prisoners, the man shouted loudly, "What?" Beads of sweat fell one by one. Suho gritted his teeth, asking with anger, "If you've escaped from the prison, you should have just run. Why harm others?" Then he stomped on the man's face, restraining his calm as he continued, "Since time is limited, I will say this only once. You have only two choices." A strong aura surged from Suho, making his words even more terrifying. Either comply and lose consciousness, or resist and die. On a beautiful day many years ago, Suho was still a boy, sitting leisurely watching his grandfather fish in the pond. Suddenly noticing something serious, he opened his eyes wide and asked immediately, Grandpa, why do you have so many scars on your body?" His grandfather lifted the basket full of fish, leaned toward him, and asked back, "Are you talking about these?" Then he pointed to each scar, proudly introducing them. "These are my achievements. This scar is from when I rescued a 7-year-old child from a fire. This one is from stopping a drunk causing trouble. And this one is..." Suho fell silent for a long while after hearing his grandfather's words. When he released the fresh fish into the container, Suho followed with his eyes, puzzled once again. Why does he keep helping people even though he knows he will get hurt? His grandfather stroked his hair, gently explaining in simple words, "It's not that I'm not afraid of getting hurt, but every time it happens, my body just moves forward on its own." The large body full of scratches of his grandfather remained clearly in Suho's mind, his face fading under the glaring light. Returning to the present, he still stood upright among the prisoners, emphasizing once again two choices. His feet twisted on the face of the unlucky prisoner. A short statement burst out. "One is unconsciousness, two is death." After the warning, showing his humanity, one prisoner spoke. "Did you see that kick just now?" And the man next to him concluded, "He's a high-ranking hunter, huh?" Still, one foolish man bit down on the star fragment and shouted, "Who cares? We already have the star fragment." The star fragment was bitten, jaws grinding together. After the prisoners simultaneously consumed the fragments, a pillar of energy surged rapidly from them. A few seconds later, one of the prisoners' eyes glowed. His jaw opened wide as he shouted, "The power inside me is surging. Now I feel I can take down rank A and rank S." Seeing the prisoner's actions, Suho confirmed by asking, "So you chose number 2, right?" Immediately after, he froze in place, hearing a voice from behind asking, "Why do that?" Dajin arrogantly appeared, his bored expression glancing over, asking, "Eating the star fragment means you will fight. While you hesitate, innocent people are dying at the hands of escaped prisoners. Do you understand?" He lifted his foot, continuing to taunt, "That's right. A bland kid like you won't kill anyone. Why bother changing professions? Deep down, you're still..." On a beautiful day many years ago, Suho was still a boy, sitting leisurely watching his grandfather fish in the pond. Suddenly noticing something serious, he opened his eyes wide and asked immediately, Grandpa, why do you have so many scars on your body?" His grandfather lifted the basket full of fish, leaned toward him, and asked back, "Are you talking about these?" Then he pointed to each scar, proudly introducing them. "These are my achievements. This scar is from when I rescued a 7-year-old child from a fire. This one is from stopping a drunk causing trouble. And this one is..." Suho fell silent for a long while after hearing his grandfather's words. When he released the fresh fish into the container, Suho followed with his eyes, puzzled once again. Why does he keep helping people even though he knows he will get hurt? His grandfather stroked his hair, gently explaining in simple words, "It's not that I'm not afraid of getting hurt, but every time it happens, my body just moves forward on its own." The large body full of scratches of his grandfather remained clearly in Suho's mind, his face fading under the glaring light. Returning to the present, he still stood upright among the prisoners, emphasizing once again two choices. His feet twisted on the face of the unlucky prisoner. A short statement burst out. "One is unconsciousness, two is death." After the warning, showing his humanity, one prisoner spoke. "Did you see that kick just now?" and the man next to him concluded, "He's a high-ranking hunter, huh?" Still, one foolish man bit down on the star fragment and shouted, "Who cares? We already have the star fragment." The star fragment was bitten, jaws grinding together. After the prisoners simultaneously consumed the fragments, a pillar of energy surged rapidly from them. A few seconds later, one of the prisoners' eyes glowed. His jaw opened wide as he shouted, "The power inside me is surging. Now I feel I can take down Rank A and Rank S." Seeing the prisoner's actions, Suho confirmed by asking, "So you chose number 2, right?" Immediately after, he froze in place, hearing a voice from behind asking, "Why do that?" Dojin arrogantly appeared, his bored expression glancing over, asking, "Eating the star fragment means you will fight. While you hesitate, innocent people are dying at the hands of escaped prisoners. Do you understand?" He lifted his foot, continuing to taunt, "That's right. A bland kid like you won't kill anyone. Why bother changing professions? Deep down, you're still just a rookie." Suho began listing each title one by one. First, the remaining heirs of the kings. Next came all the hunters in the country, including both low and high ranks. Then the villains, those who acted against common morality. He raised his face as he spoke the final words, "The artifacts, and even the beasts, all the power in the world that can oppose Itarim, I will unify myself." Suho's eyes sharpened like mirrors, his determined expression declaring, "At any cost." Beru blushed with a bitter smile and asked, "Are you planning to put everything under your command?" He immediately clarified, "I'm talking about allies, allies." Suho then turned to look at the dead prisoners, saying, "To do that, first I have to deal with the villains here. To handle the countless villains hiding in the city, we must balance the numbers with them." His large hand, radiating authority, slowly reached out, and he murmured inwardly, "I will not hesitate anymore, rise." At that moment, a dark and ominous atmosphere spread throughout the chaotic city. A car suddenly appeared, rolling rapidly amid the chaos. Ignoring the empty streets, the golden car sped forward. Unexpectedly, the supercar exploded after a few rotations. A massive explosion erupted, incinerating everything within its radius. The car was gradually engulfed by flames. From a high vantage point, Heinz Six spoke disdainfully, "Unlucky." He pointed at the burning car, mocking rather than lamenting, "Driving here now. Haven't you heard what's happening in the city?" From the blazing fire, 3 shadowy figures appeared. One spoke, "Daughter, are you okay?" The girl reassured me, "I'm fine." A strong, firm hand reached out, grabbing the broken car door. Beside her, a carefree voice asked, "I guess we can't demand compensation from them, right?" A second later, the hand swung in a wide arc, hurling the door straight upward. The door slammed into the wall in front of Heinz Six group, then bounced back, spinning high above. He was utterly shocked, fearful and disbelieving in his eyes. Seeing the object, a car door, the others questioned, "Just the car door?" At that moment, a few people stepped boldly out of the fire, puffing with pride. The leading uncle shouted, "Just traveling and there's trouble again." The man right behind, Beak Miho, gritted his teeth, saying, "At least we're close to our spot." The older man adjusted his tie, adding, "If we're late, your mother will nag again. Handle it quickly." The elderly man, still extremely strong, was Beak Yunho, the guild master of the White Tiger Guild, an awakened S rank.